Xiao Yang traversed the primordial wilderness, witnessing Nuwa's divine act of creating humanity. Coincidentally, he activated the human race sign-in system. At the outset, he signed in to receive the auspicious golden dragon of the human race, merging with it to become the emperor of humanity. As the fortunes of the human race ascended, new opportunities for sign-ins emerged. The royal court of the ancients, the Sutra Pavilion, the ancestral dragon's spiritual veins. Each item facilitated the rise of humanity in the primordial realm, liberating them from being mere pawns of the saints. One day, Xiao Yang raised the banner of the human path, proclaiming before all beings, though myriad races exist and saints may reign, the human race shall be revered above all. Chapter 1. Sign and System, the auspicious golden dragon. From this day forth, you are the human race. A breathtaking goddess stood amidst the 12,960 newborn humans, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. We express our gratitude to the Holy Mother for bestowing upon us life. The newborns bowed in reverence to the goddess, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. Nuwa stood aloft, her presence enveloped by profound energies. Heavenly Dao witnesses, today the innate deity Nuwa comprehends the path of creation, giving rise to a race known as humanity. May the Heavenly Dao bear witness. As Nuwa reverently addressed the Heavenly Dao, Xiao Yang, standing not far from the humans, silently observed the unfolding scene. His emotions were turbulent shock, excitement, and uncertainty coursed through him. He never anticipated that after his demise, he would become what was referred to in his past life as a ghost. Moreover, he could scarcely believe that he had arrived in this primordial world, witnessing the birth of humanity firsthand. At this moment, as Nuwa forged humanity, ascending to the heights of the primordial realm and achieving the veneration of the saints, Xiao Yang remained merely a wandering spirit. He contemplated entering the unformed clay of the newborns. Yet every time he entertained this thought, an overwhelming trepidation seized him, as if such an action would lead to his certain demise. Xiao Yang felt an intense unwillingness to remain a mere wandering spirit. He resented the idea of waiting for reincarnation, losing his memories, and being unaware of his next existence. He loathed the thought of perishing helplessly in the face of calamity, malevolent practitioners, or conflict. In this world where immortals and deities coexisted, he yearned to ascend to divinity, to traverse the northern sea by day and the Kangwu at dusk. He wished to comprehend the splendor of this primordial world through the eyes of a powerful being. His resolve solidified. He was determined to become an immortal, regardless of the cost. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Xiao Yang, resonated in his ear. Detection of the Heavenly Dao's resonance is in progress. The system is absorbing and activating. Human race sign-in system activated successfully. Upon activation, a beginner's gift package is available. As these words echoed, a resplendent display of colors erupted before Xiao Yang, intertwining to form a luminous system interface visible only to him. Upon it, a hazy image appeared, with a single glimmering point seemingly awaiting Xiao Yang's touch. After a brief contemplation, he extended his finger towards the flickering light. As his finger made contact, the haze dissipated, revealing a clear panel before him. Human race sign-in system, connected to the fortunes of humanity. As the fortunes grow, opportunities for sign-ins arise, yielding various rewards. The succinct introduction gradually faded, replaced by a series of text on the panel, detecting your current environment, automatically matching a beginner's gift package. Congratulations, you have received beginner's gift package No. 10,086. Would you like to open the beginner's gift package? Without hesitation, Xiao Yang tapped the system panel. Opening the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, you have received one initial sign-in opportunity. Automatically signing you in. Congratulations, you have obtained the human race's auspicious golden dragon. You may now merge with the auspicious golden dragon. Further information available by clicking the system panel. Auspicious golden dragon? Xiao Yang's gaze turned to the system panel. Through it, he beheld the newly born 12,960 humans, a golden dragon soaring above them. However, this dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, resembling a wisp of golden mist. Simultaneously, information regarding the auspicious golden dragon flooded into his mind. After a brief moment, Xiao Yang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. The concept of fortune pertains to individuals as well as entire races. For an individual, flourishing fortunes bring blessings, ensuring that even in inactivity, opportunities arise. Conversely, declining fortunes lead to misfortune and peril. For vast races, fortunes hold boundless potential. In ancient times, the primordial struggle among the innate dragon, phoenix, and Xilan races was fundamentally a contest for the fortune of the primordial realm, seeking transcendence. Now, the conflict between the witch and demon races similarly revolves around the struggle for fortune, as they aim to utilize it to attain the status of saints and become eternal rulers of the universe. In the future, during the cataclysm of the gods, why did the saints unleash their true power, causing the primordial realm to shatter and be reforged? It was all in pursuit of fortune. As Xiao Yang's thoughts raced, he gazed at the soaring, auspicious golden dragon without a hint of hesitation. I shall use the auspicious golden dragon to merge with it. The moment he uttered these words, a radiant light emanated from the panel, invisible to outsiders, cascading onto the auspicious golden dragon hovering above the humans. In the blink of an eye, the dragon, initially only a few meters long, expanded to an impressive 100 meters. Xiao Yang transformed into a golden stream of light, merging into the body of the auspicious golden dragon. With a resounding roar, the dragon's eyes gleamed with brilliance, reminiscent of a true dragon. In the outside world, countless powerful beings observing Nuwa's ascension to sainthood witnessed the manifestation of the auspicious golden dragon of humanity. Is this the auspicious golden dragon of humanity? A mere newborn, yet already 100 meters long, truly remarkable. Why has the human race's fortune suddenly manifested with such vitality? As they pondered in astonishment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The dragon's tail flicked, and it dove from the sky with great force towards the humans. As the auspicious golden dragon approached, a soft golden light enveloped all the human beings. This golden light was impenetrable, even to the most powerful beings. When the light dissipated, a figure emerged before the humans. Draped in a dark golden dragon robe, with a face like jade and eyes shimmering like stars, a golden dragon pattern shone on his forehead. Surrounded by an ethereal golden dragon phantom, he exuded an aura of immense majesty. Xiao Yang's sudden appearance instantly captured the attention of all powerful beings focused on the human race. This is the fortune of humanity, isn't it? Why can he take form? I may be a novice in cultivation with limited prowess, but surely you just can fortune truly take shape? A great Luo golden immortal, having survived the cataclysm of the Dragon Han era, found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt. Isn't fate merely a matter of instinct? A multitude of powerful beings from the Primordial Chaos were engulfed in uncertainty, with some even resorting to intricate hand seals, eager to ascertain whether they had succumbed to an illusion. Chapter 2. Surge of Fortune, another sign-in. If fortune can take form, why is it that the fortune of my demon race cannot? Within the heavenly court, the demon emperor Di Jun and Donghuang Tai exchanged bewildered glances. As they witnessed Xiao Yang take shape, they were momentarily at a loss. We are of the same lineage. Your human race possesses fortune, and so does my demon race. Why is it that your human fortune is so splendid, capable of manifesting, while mine cannot? When it comes down to it, the human race has only recently emerged, regarded as one of the weakest tribes of the primordial era, while our demon race boasts several quasi-saint powers, with over 10,000 Luo golden immortals and countless Tai golden immortals. How can such a robust lineage as ours be outdone by a mere human race? Is it merely because the human race was birthed from the creation of the Saint Nüwa? High above in the eastern Kunlun, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian found themselves equally perplexed. Elder brother, second brother, during the teachings in the Xiao Palace, did the master ever mention that fortune could take form? Tong Tian inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he looked to Laozi and Yuan Shi. Both Laozi and Yuan Shi shook their heads. In the three teachings of the Xiao Palace, they had never heard the Dao ancestor Hongjun speak of fortune taking form. However, the absence of mention does not imply its non-existence, does it? It should be, perhaps, likely that this is the case. The three fell into a contemplative silence. In the midst of chaos within the Xiao Palace, Hongjun, who had already merged with the heavenly Dao, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. Even he did not anticipate that human fortune could manifest, despite using the creation jade disc to communicate with the heavenly Dao's wheel. He could not deduce the reasons behind this phenomenon. Under the heavenly Dao, Minor fortunes may be altered, but great fortunes cannot be reversed. The emergence of this human fortune has thrown the celestial mechanics into disarray, and even I cannot control it. As Honghuang raised his hand, intending to erase the manifested Xiao Yang from the chaos, a sudden wave of trepidation gripped his heart, halting his action. His expression fluctuated, and after a lengthy pause, he finally regained his composure, ceasing to gaze upon the primordial era, merging with the heavenly Tao and vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, who had already taken shape, the scrutiny of the mighty beings and even Honghuang's thoughts were beyond his awareness. At this moment, with one hand pointing skyward and the other to the earth, he faced the onlooking human race. I am Xiao Yang, manifested from the fortune of the human race, destined to be the emperor of humanity. And humanity shall hold me in reverence. In the heavens, the Saint Nüwa, having retracted her overwhelming presence, regarded Xiao Yang with an expression tinged with interest. The human race was birthed from her creation, yet she could not discern specific details about Xiao Yang, only that he was the incarnation of the human race's fortune, a golden dragon. Now, the fates of humanity and herself were intertwined. They would rise or fall together. How intriguing that fortune can take form. Let me see how far you can go. A hint of amusement danced in Nuwa's smile. In the name of the Saint Nuwa, in the name of the Holy Mother of humanity, I acknowledge you as the Emperor of humanity. We bow to Emperor Xiao Yang. With Nuwa's proclamation, the entire human race instinctively felt that Xiao Yang would bring them only benefit, and they joyfully bowed in reverence. Their hearts seemed to attain completeness, warming in the process. Boom! Boom! Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled, accompanied by cascades of merit-laden golden clouds. Such an abundance of merit clouds descended. Previously, when Nuwa achieved sainthood, she had already summoned boundless merit clouds. Now, another wave descends. Could there be something extraordinary about the human race? Xiao Yang remained unaware of the discussions among the mighty beings. With a mere wave of his hand, he gathered all the merit. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. You have become the emperor of humanity, gaining the recognition of Nuwa and the entire human race. The fortune of humanity has surged. You have received the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, attracting the descent of merit clouds. The fortune of humanity has surged. The fortune of humanity continues to rise. You have gained an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. Upon hearing the series of system notifications, a glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Open the system panel. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang silently invoked the system panel. As his words fell, a radiant, multicolored panel materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, Golden Dragon of Human Fortune. Emperor of Humanity. Fortune level, Level 0, Realm, Ultimate Celestial Immortal, as the fortune of humanity. You can harness the power of the entire human race, techniques and abilities. None, as the fortune of humanity. You can learn all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items, 900 acres of merit clouds. Fortune sign-in count, 1, with a surge of human fortune. You may acquire sign-in opportunities. System, sign-in. Xiao Yang did not hesitate and immediately proceeded with the sign-in. At this moment, he could only summon the strength of the entire human race, which amounted to merely that of a celestial immortal. To survive in the primordial era and to lead the entire human race to endure, he required greater power. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. You have obtained the Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture, the Upper Predecessor King's Palace, and the Yin Scripture Pavilion. Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture, an ancient body refinement technique created by the heavenly court of the human race. Upper Predecessor King's Palace, a vast world. The royal palace established by the former heavenly court, possessing remarkable wonders. Yin Scripture Pavilion, a vast world, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, capable of capturing the rhythms of the Tao and evolving techniques and abilities. Do you wish to immediately receive the Divine Essence Body Refinement Scripture? Do you wish to immediately extract the Upper Predecessor King's Palace and Yin Scripture Pavilion? The system panel before Xiao Yang shimmered with a blue light, enveloping the valley where the human race resided. Observing this scene, a look of understanding crossed Xiao Yang's face. As long as the blue light covered an area, he could choose to place the Upper Predecessor King's Palace and Yin Scripture Pavilion anywhere he desired. I shall not accept or extract them for now. Xiao Yang resolutely declined, fully aware of the implications. Presently, both Nuwa and the myriad powerful beings of the primordial era were focused on this place. If he were to extract the system rewards now, how could he explain it later? He feared he would not even know how to meet his demise when the time came. What he needed to do was to patiently wait. Once the attention shifted elsewhere, he could retrieve these items without concern. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, Nuwa was unaware of his thoughts. However, at this moment, she furrowed her brow slightly, as if sensing something. In 1,000 years, I shall establish the Nuwa Emperor Heaven amidst the chaos. Those with destiny may come to observe. After her words, Nuwa glanced at Xiao Yang and the gathered human race before preparing to depart. Holy Mother, please hold. A voice rang out, halting Nuwa's departure. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's call, she turned to face him, a glimmer of curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Xiao Yang, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Chapter 3, Millennial Protection. Fortune level increased. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Nuwa regarded Xiao Yang with genuine curiosity, posing her question. Not only Nuwa, but the powerful beings present wore expressions of intrigue. Though they could not comprehend how Xiao Yang possessed consciousness or why he was able to manifest from the golden dragon of fortune, they did not believe that a mere celestial immortal could engage in any significant interaction with the saint. In the presence of the divine Mother Nüwa, it is acknowledged that humanity has emerged through her creation. Yet, humanity remains frail. Apart from me, a mere celestial immortal could obliterate the entirety of our race. One must ponder whether the mother would wish to witness such a calamity unfold. Xiao Yang spoke with conviction, his gaze steady upon Nüwa. Hearing his words, Nüwa furrowed her brow, having never contemplated this dilemma before. As one of the few supreme beings of the cosmos, her existence had always been that of a great Luo golden immortal, and now, as saint, the thought had never crossed her mind. While these beings of creation are indeed of the innate Tao body, their strength barely reaches the realm of earth immortals. To survive, it seems that humanity would suffer grievous losses, a fact that had escaped her attention. What is your course of action? After a moment of contemplation, Nüwa regarded Xiao Yang, beginning to grasp his intentions. The heavens are vigorous. Humanity must strive to be self-reliant. I firmly believe that humanity shall rise and stand atop the myriad races of the primordial world. Xiao Yang's words were resolute, brimming with confidence in the bright future that awaited humanity. I trust that the Mother will show mercy and protect us for millennia, allowing us to endure this most vulnerable period. Nüwa acknowledged, I can shield humanity, but you must provide me with a compelling reason to do so. Her gaze flickered, as she had reached a decision. Humanity was birthed from her essence, and to them, she is their revered mother. While her ascension to sainthood was not solely contingent upon humanity, it certainly played a significant role. Hence, she felt a responsibility to safeguard them. Yet, she was curious to hear Xiao Yang's reasoning, wishing to understand the source of his unwavering confidence. Firstly, your sanctification was influenced by humanity, a significant factor in your ascension. Secondly, as the revered mother of humanity, your fortunes flourish with our strength. Thirdly, and most importantly with my presence, humanity shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial races. Xiao Yang's voice resonated through the heavens, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. Those powerful beings who heard him scoffed in derision. How dare a mere celestial immortal presume greatness? Were it not for the Saint Nüwa, your kind would be utterly inconsequential. With a population of merely over 100,000, you are but a fraction of the primordial races. Your fortunes mere illusions compared to our billions. Such arrogance is laughable. While the powerful mocked him, Nüwa remained contemplative. In the moment of her ascension, her essence intertwined with the Tao, and she glimpsed a fragment of the future. Intriguing, she mused with a light chuckle, drawing a circle in the air. This circle descended upon the land inhabited by humanity, sealing off an expanse of several 100,000 miles. This shall be the domain for your kind. Is it sufficient? She inquired of Xiao Yang. Quite sufficient, he replied, bowing slightly in reverence. I praise the Mother. Thank you for your benevolence. Those connected to Xiao Yang within humanity also bowed in gratitude. For the next 10,000 years, this land shall belong to humanity alone. No other races may enter. Those who defy this decree shall face annihilation. Enhua's voice echoed throughout the primordial realm, embedding her command in the minds of countless beings. In the heavenly court, the expression of the demon emperor Di Jun darkened, filled with dissatisfaction. As a saint of the demon race, it was absurd for Enhua to protect the frail humanity instead of her own kind. Yet, despite his discontent, he dared not defy a saint's command. Proclaim my edict. All demon kin are forbidden from entering the domain of humanity for 10,000 years. Those who transgress shall be exterminated. As Di Jun prepared to issue his decree, a voice called out to him, "Brother, look at humanity." Upon turning his gaze, his countenance darkened further. In an instant, he witnessed something astonishing. Just as Enhua's words concluded, an ethereal golden dragon of fortune manifested behind Xiao Yang, its presence swelling from a mere 100 feet to an impressive 1,000. Though this surge of fortune still paled in comparison to that of the demon race. The aura of the golden dragon, now embodying Xiao Yang's essence, had attained the realm of true immortals, a level he could still easily vanquish. Yet, he perceived a looming threat to his race's dominance. 10,000 years, a mere span of time. How much could humanity truly grow? At that point, a golden immortal demon king could easily obliterate them. I can afford to wait. Di Jun's eyes glinted with malice. With this thought, he resolved not to dwell further on the insignificant humanity destined for extinction in 10 millennia. What merit was there in concern? Your race has received the protection of Enhua for 10,000 years, greatly enhancing humanity's survival prospects and inflating your fortunes. Your fortunes have surged. As the embodiment of humanity's golden dragon, your realm has ascended to true immortal. Humanity's fortune has risen to level 1. You have gained one opportunity for fortune signing. As Enhua's decree of protection resonated, multiple voices echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. The surge of fortune, the elevation to true immortal, and an opportunity for signing. Excellent. Truly splendid. Excitement radiated from Xiao Yang, his fists clenched as he trembled with anticipation. Why had there been such bountiful rewards from Enhua's mere promise of protection? Upon reflection, Xiao Yang understood the significance of these developments. In the original timeline, without his incarnation of humanity's fortunes, they had never received Enhua's safeguarding. Though each was an innate Dao body, their individual might was scarcely that of Earth immortals, making survival in the primordial world an arduous challenge. Hard-won survival amidst the calamities of the witch and demon conflict had led to immense slaughter, nearly extinguishing their race. Without the emergence of the 3 progenitors and later the rule of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity would have long since perished. Now, with Enhua's protection, his presence, and the enigmatic fortune signing system, Xiao Yang could expedite humanity's ascendance. His actions had not only altered humanity's fate, but also significantly impacted the trajectory of the primordial world. In the celestial realm, Enhua observed the burgeoning fortunes of humanity, nodding in approval as she waved her hand, infusing a radiant light into Xiao Yang. You shall be the emperor of humanity. This creation whip is bestowed upon you as a token of your authority over your kind. I hope you nurture humanity well and do not disappoint my expectations. With that, Enhua vanished. Feeling the presence of the creation whip within him, Xiao Yang's eyes shimmered with determination. Fear not. The humanity of tomorrow shall indeed astonish the entire primordial realm. Chapter 4. The Fusion of Construction, the Ancestral Homeland of Humanity. With Enhua's departure and her decree in place, the Earth immortal level beings of humanity began to fade from the collective memory of the primordial beings. At this moment, in the birthplace of humanity, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, summoning forth a radiant, multicolored panel with a mere thought. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, human race fortune golden dragon, human race emperor, fortune level 1 realm, true immortal, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can harness the strength of the entire human race. Cultivation technique, divine essence body refinement scripture, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can learn all human cultivation techniques and integrate them. Items, 900 acres of merit golden cloud, postnatal merit spiritual treasure creation whip, upper ancestral king escort. Scripture Pavilion, fortune sign-in count. 1. Human fortune increases, allowing for more sign-in opportunities. System, initiate fortune sign-in. Xiao Yang gazed at the panel, pondering for a moment, before deciding to sign in once more. Congratulations on your successful fortune sign-in. You have acquired the Martial Arts Square and the Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein. Martial Arts Square, a dominion within the vast universe, crafted from the essence of creation. Practicing here enhances comprehension and accelerates mastery of cultivation techniques. Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein, rich in boundless spiritual energy, perpetually circulating through the cosmos. For more information, please click on the specific items to learn more. Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein, Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered with contemplation as he reached out to touch the Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein. A torrent of information surged into his mind. It was revealed that the Ancestral Dragon's Spiritual Vein was transformed from the body of the Dragon Clan's progenitor. In ancient times, the three innate clans battled fiercely, disrupting the entirety of the primordial world and causing countless beings to perish. Ultimately, all three clans bore heavy karmic burdens. The Dragon Clan's progenitor, to eradicate their karma, vowed to the heavenly Dao, transforming into the Eastern Azure Dragon, forever guarding the eastern extremities of the primordial realm. His body metamorphosed into an endless spiritual vein, buried within the mountains and rivers of the primordial world. The Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein is, therefore, the most superior spiritual vein. Subsequently, Xiao Yang pointed towards the upper Ancestral King's Court, Scripture Pavilion, and Martial Arts Square. Waves of information flooded into his consciousness. The upper Ancestral King's Court. Such a magnificent court. After absorbing the information, joy illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes. This upper Ancestral King's Court not only suppresses its region, preventing ailments and calamities, but also gathers the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, enhancing comprehension and accelerating cultivation speed. Furthermore, the court itself is a spiritual treasure. Currently, it is merely a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Yet as it integrates with various extraordinary structures, its quality will continually elevate. Perhaps in the end, it could evolve into a congenital supreme treasure or even a chaotic treasure. System, integrate the Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Square into the upper Ancestral King's Court. Do you confirm the integration of the Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Square into the upper Ancestral King's Court? Once integrated, it cannot be disassembled. Confirm. As the words were spoken, radiant light flickered on the panel. Xiao Yang observed as the Martial Arts Square and Scripture Pavilion seamlessly merged with the upper Ancestral King's Court. A gentle golden light radiated, obscuring the specifics of the situation. The Scripture Pavilion and Martial Arts Square have been integrated into the upper Ancestral King's Court, elevating its quality to a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. As the golden light dissipated, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Extract the upper Ancestral King's Court and Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein, placing the Ancestral Dragon Spiritual Vein within the upper Ancestral King's Court. Please select a placement location. A blue light enveloped the entire valley. From a divine perspective, Xiao Yang surveyed the entire valley. He decided to position the upper Ancestral King's Court at the very center of the valley. Xiao Yang advanced towards the central point of the valley. Boom! As his words fell, a resounding crash reverberated through the valley. Suddenly, a palace materialized in mid-air, gently descending to the center of the valley. In a flash, Xiao Yang appeared before the palace. Before this palace lay a Han jade square, shimmering faintly. The palace itself exhibited a profound black hue, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. In this lifetime, I am the embodiment of a human race's fortune, a human race emperor. You shall accompany me in witnessing the ascendancy of the human race. Thus, instead of merely being the upper Ancestral King's Court, you shall become the Ancestral Court of the human race. The court possesses spirit. The inscription on the plaque transformed from Upper Ancestral King South Court into Ancestral Court of a human race in a flash of brilliance. Seeing this, Xiao Yang nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He stepped into the Ancestral Court. At this moment, the Ancestral Court was quite spacious. Apart from the palace formed from the Scripture Pavilion, there was a main hall, a side hall, and a rear hall. I, Emperor Xiao Yang of the human race, welcome all clansmen to the Ancestral Court of the human race. After surveying the Ancestral Court, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged before the Ancestral Court, awaiting the arrival of his kin. Soon, a total of 129,600 members of the human race arrived. We pay our respects to the Emperor. The gathered clansmen bowed in unison towards the seated Xiao Yang, their expressions filled with reverence. "Please take your seats." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the human clansmen followed suit, sitting down on the ground. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over his kin. Observing their clear and pure eyes, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The first humans were indeed so untainted. Yet, it was precisely because of this that, in a previous life, without the protection of Nuwa, they paid a tremendous price and made countless sacrifices to survive cautiously in this harsh primordial world. It is unfathomable how much effort was expended to enable the human race to gradually grow stronger in this primordial realm, becoming the protagonists of heaven and earth. Even so, the human race was merely puppets of those sages. However, this time, everything shall be different. I, Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race, shall lead the human race to rise. No one shall reign above the human race. A resolute expression filled Xiao Yang's eyes as he looked at his kin, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The human race is weak. To survive in the primordial realm and to ascend, we must contend with heaven, earth, and all races. To challenge heaven is exhilarating. To contend with the earth is exhilarating. To battle all races is equally exhilarating. Therefore, today I impart to you the divine essence body refinement scripture, fortifying our spirit and enhancing our physique. As heaven and earth thrive, so too shall the human race strive unceasingly." Chapter 5. Crisis of the Human Race in the Long, Dark Night. The primordial realm knows no passage of time. The cold persists without knowledge of the years, and in the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed. Within the ancestral court of the human race, in the Scripture Pavilion, Xiao Yang gently closed his eyes, emanating a golden radiance, with 10 jade slips floating around him, rising and falling. After an unknown duration, Xiao Yang exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 10 jade slips flew onto the bookshelf within the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion can produce 3 jade slips every decade, and now, after a millennium, there are already 300 jade slips. At last, the human race possesses some foundation. Xiao Yang gazed at the 300 jade slips on the shelf, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. "Open the system panel." As the words were spoken, a vibrant, multicolored screen materialized before Xiao Yang's eyes. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, human race's fortune golden dragon. Human race emperor, fortune level. Level 1, realm, Xian, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can mobilize the strength of the entire human race. Cultivation techniques, 300 foundational martial arts, including the Hunyuan body refinement scripture and the golden spear sword technique, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can learn all human cultivation techniques and master their integration. Items, postnatal merit spiritual treasure, creation whip, 900 acres of merit golden clouds. Fortune sign-in count, 0. As human fortune rises, sign-in counts can be obtained. Xiao Yang surveyed the system panel, ultimately focusing on the creation whip and the merit golden clouds, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Swearin seeks an audience with his majesty. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the Yanjing Pavilion. "Ah, it is Swearin. Please enter." A smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Soon, a figure strode into the pavilion, exuding a robust and majestic aura. His features were chiseled, embodying unwavering determination. Swearin pays his respects to his majesty. The entering Swearin bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with respect. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Swearin. Have you come to discuss something of importance?" Xiao Yang, with a warm smile, assisted Swearin to his feet, his gaze conveying unspoken satisfaction. When Nuwa created humanity, he had observed closely, recognizing Swearin as the first human to be brought forth by her. Had it not been for his emergence, Swearin might have become the leader of all humanity. "Your Majesty, over millennia, our human race has grown from a mere 12,000 to nearly 1 billion. However, we now face considerable challenges. My inadequacies compel me to seek your guidance," Swearin confessed, a hint of shame coloring his expression. Over the centuries, Xiao Yang had selected 3,000 of the most gifted individuals to manage the human race. And as the first chosen, Swearin was entrusted with significant responsibilities. Yet he felt he had failed to meet Xiao Yang's expectations, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Observing Swearin's unease, Xiao Yang offered a gentle smile and patted his shoulder. There is no need for such distress. You have performed admirably over the past millennium, and I am quite satisfied. Besides, as the Emperor of Humanity, it is only natural for you to consult me when faced with insurmountable challenges. Upon hearing these words, Suerin's expression relaxed. Your Majesty, although our population has reached nearly 1 billion, the quality of our kin has declined with each generation. Many have yet to embark on their cultivation journeys. The relentless cycle of night and day exacerbates the struggle for survival. Suerin's eyes were filled with sorrow as he articulated the plight of their race. Xiao Yang remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand, conjuring a shimmering golden dragon image that flickered before him. A luminous screen materialized, revealing a multitude of kin striving to survive amidst the prolonged darkness. The interminable night not only shrouded them in shadows, but also brought forth hunger and cold. The ferocity of the beasts intensified, making survival increasingly precarious. After observing for a while, Xiao Yang dispersed the screen, his heart heavy with contemplation. Your Majesty, do you possess a solution? Suerin gazed at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of hope, yearning for the omnipotent emperor to resolve their predicament. To completely address the issue of prolonged nights is beyond my current capabilities. However, I can devise a means to improve our present living conditions, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head before nodding affirmatively. What solution do you propose? Suerin inquired eagerly. Why is there no darkness during the day? Xiao Yang countered with a question of his own. Why indeed? Suerin pondered, momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, I have contemplated this for a long while, yet I find no answer. Follow me. Xiao Yang rose and began walking outside, with Suerin hurriedly trailing behind. Soon, they arrived outside the ancestral grounds of humanity. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by jubilant cheers, marking the end of yet another long night. Suerin, what do you see in the sky? Xiao Yang gestured towards the blazing sun. That is the sun. The sun. Suerin exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. I understand now. It is the sun that emits light, thus dispelling darkness. But how do we obtain this light? Suerin's initial joy was quickly overshadowed by concern. Light may banish darkness, yet does not drive away the cold. What, then, can dispel the chill? Behold, a flickering flame erupted from Xiao Yang's hand, captivating Suerin's attention. Fire can drive away the cold, much like the sun, bringing warmth. Xiao Yang's voice was soft yet resonated with a unique charm that held Suerin's gaze captive. Those with cultivation can easily summon fire. But how can we enable those without cultivation to ignite flames? Xiao Yang inquired, looking at Suerin. Your Majesty, I do not know how to kindle this fire, but I will seek the answer. I will find a method that even ordinary kin can use to create fire. The flame in Xiao Yang's hand cast a warm glow upon Suerin's face, filling his eyes with determination. Nothing could deter him. After bowing to Xiao Yang, Suerin turned to leave, eager to discover the means for his kin to ignite fire without delay. Strive diligently. Once you uncover the method to create fire, you shall become the second emperor of humanity, Suerin. Xiao Yang watched Suerin depart, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 6. The eternal flame of humanity, the treasures of the human race await. The vast expanse of the primordial world once again succumbed to a lengthy night. Amidst the darkness, the distant roars of beasts echoed, causing trepidation among many tribes as they feared an assault from the feral creatures. In the valley of humanity, Suerin sat upon the ground, 2 wooden sticks and a pile of dry grass laid before him. Let us begin. Whether I can summon fire depends on my efforts. Taking a deep breath, Suerin positioned one stick against the other, which had been hollowed out, and began to rub them together with increasing speed, nearly manifesting an ethereal shadow. Before long, wisps of blue smoke rose from where the sticks met. Flashes of sparks appeared, igniting a glimmer of joy in Suerin's eyes as he carefully transferred the sparks to the dry grass, gently blowing upon it. With a soft pop, the smoke thickened, and a small flame suddenly flickered to life. The crimson glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, bringing forth warmth. Suerin extended his hand toward the flame, relishing the heat radiating from it, a smile blossoming on his face. Fire. This is the fire of our kin, the eternal flame. The expression on Suerin's face was exceptionally resolute, the flames dancing in his eyes, and his towering figure exuded an aura of sanctity. Fire! 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 The surrounding clansmen, in the presence of the flames, erupted in joyous cheers. The crimson glow enveloped them, dispelling the chill and darkness that had clung to their bodies. A sensation, known as warmth and hope, began to blossom within their hearts. This scene, of course, did not escape Xiao Yang's keen observation. As the auspicious golden dragon of the human race, he was always aware of significant events concerning humanity as they unfolded. The emergence of fire heralded a monumental advancement for the human race. The path ahead for humanity would undoubtedly shine as brightly as the flames themselves. A golden dragon shadow flickered around Xiao Yang, and witnessing the delight of the clansman brought a subtle smile to his lips. Boom! In the heavens above, thunder rumbled, and beams of golden light appeared, dispelling the shadows. These rays of golden light were manifestations of merit, transforming into a golden cloud that descended upon Sui Ren and the flames before him. Once these merit clouds entered Sui Ren's body, his energy surged, catapulting him instantaneously into the golden immortal realm. The two wooden sticks in his hands absorbed a considerable amount of merit, dark red patterns intertwining around them, resembling flames. Before him, the blazing fire, having absorbed the merit, became less ferocious and took on a serene warmth. Faint golden radiance shimmered within, as if the flames were eternal and indestructible. Merely gazing at the fire instilled a profound sense of tranquility in their hearts. The human race has birthed its own flame. The growth and development of humanity shall accelerate, and its fortune shall continue to rise. The fortune of humanity has surged. As the auspicious golden dragon of the human race, your realm has elevated, now at the golden immortal level. The fortune level of humanity has risen to level 2. You have gained an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. As the system's voice resonated, a portion of the descending merit clouds drifted towards him. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang reached out to collect all the merit clouds. Although he had no immediate use for the merit, it was prudent to retain it for future endeavors. The potential applications of merit were boundless. Saving it would inevitably prove beneficial in due course. Open the system panel. After stowing away the merit, Xiao Yang promptly opened the system panel. A resplendent, multicolored screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang, identity, auspicious golden dragon of humanity, emperor of the human race, fortune level, level 2, realm, golden immortal, as the auspicious golden dragon of humanity. You can mobilize the power of the entire human race. Cultivation method, divine essence body refinement technique, basic martial arts, golden spear sword art. True dragon fist technique. As the auspicious golden dragon of humanity, you can learn all human cultivation methods and integrate them seamlessly. Items, postnatal merit spiritual treasure, creation whip, 900 acres of merit clouds, fortune sign-in count. 1. With the rise of human fortune, you may obtain sign-in opportunities. System, proceed with the sign-in. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang immediately opted to utilize his fortune sign-in opportunity. As humanity continued to flourish, it would inevitably attract the attention of numerous formidable beings from the primordial world. He required greater power to safeguard humanity. Congratulations on successfully signing in for fortune. You have gained the secret technique of passing down the flame, along with information regarding a treasure of the human race. Passing down the flame. In the mystical world, there exists a lineage of the Sui Ren. To prevent the human legacy from being severed, infuse the essence of humanity into the everlasting flame. As long as the flame endures, the legacy shall not cease. Opportunity information. This is information pertaining to a treasure of the human race. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning serious. In the mystical world, was there truly a lineage of Sui Ren and an everlasting flame? Regarding the information about the human treasure, Xiao Yang pondered briefly before focusing on the opportunity information. In that instant, the multicolored screen shimmered, and a divine light entered his mind. Instantly, information about a location materialized within his consciousness. Xiao Yang carefully sensed the connection to that location, his brow furrowing tightly. It was so distant that it was nearly imperceptible. He only discerned it was in the east. Regardless, the treasure of humanity must not fall into the hands of others. Xiao Yang cast his resolute gaze toward the eastern lands. The descent of merit instantly captured the attention of countless great beings from the primordial world. Upon discovering that the merit had descended upon the realm of humanity, they were taken aback. This was unexpected. How could humanity receive merit again? Was it possible that humanity was favored by the heavenly Tao? While our own race struggles to attain even a fraction of merit, humanity seems to be exceptionally blessed. Within the celestial court, Emperor Jun's gaze toward the realm of humanity grew increasingly frigid. He had thought he held a high regard for humanity, yet he realized he had underestimated them. However, his resolve to eradicate the belief in humanity only intensified. Everything awaited the culmination of 10,000 years. Brother Zhu, as the ancestral shaman of fire, born to wield the laws of fire, can you not conjure flames without relying on magical power? In the Pangu temple of the shaman clan, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, Ho Tu, inquired of Zhu, who stood not far away. I cannot. The laws of fire I command are solely for battle, and such methods are utterly useless to our clan. Zhu replied, shaking his head, his expression nonchalant. Ho Tu showed no surprise at Zhu words. She rested her chin on her hand, her fingers lightly tapping her cheek, her eyes filled with curiosity toward humanity. The human race is truly fascinating and intriguing. Chapter 7. The Enshrinement of a Human Emperor with the Name of the Nesting Ji. In the chaos of the Nuwa palace, Empress Nuwa was engaged in discourse with her brother Fuxi when she suddenly paused. She cast her gaze toward the primordial realm, as if witnessing the moment humanity kindled fire. Unconsciously, a gentle smile graced her lips. Little sister, is there something bringing you joy? Fuxi asked, his voice calm, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Brother, the fortune of humanity has increased, and I have sensed it. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fuxi instinctively began to deduce. Moments later, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The human race is indeed a remarkable species. Lacking formidable cultivation, they have nonetheless birthed flames purely through their wisdom. Your choice to protect humanity, little sister, was not in vain. With that, Fuxi regarded Nuwa with a broad smile. Since he had gained consciousness, he had been inseparable from Nuwa, and witnessing her benefit brought him great joy. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Nuwa's smile deepened, and the figure of Xiao Yang floated in her mind. With a hint of confidence, she addressed Fuxi, brother, humanity possesses not only wisdom worthy of acclaim. In the future, they shall also attain formidable cultivation. Oh, then I shall pay closer attention. Curiosity flickered in Fuxi's eyes. He could not comprehend why Nuwa held such unwavering faith in humanity. Yet, a newfound respect for humanity blossomed in his heart. The dialogue between Nuwa and Fuxi did not reach the distant human race in the primordial realm. At this moment, within the ancestral hall of the human race, Sui Ren bowed before Xiao Yang, his eyes brimming with respect under the gaze of numerous clansmen. Sui Ren humbly expressed his gratitude to His Majesty for the guidance that has liberated humanity from the fears of night and cold. With a beaming smile, Xiao Yang assisted Sui Ren to his feet, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Sui Ren, all of this is your achievement. I merely provided you with a direction. Today, you have ignited an everlasting flame for our people, and your contributions cannot go unrewarded. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as the second emperor of humanity, Sui Ren the Emperor. Xiao Yang's demeanor was grave, and his gaze towards Sui Ren conveyed a sense of solemnity. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the gathered clansmen began to stir restlessly, murmuring amongst themselves. How can Sui Ren become emperor? Sui Ren's expression shifted, and he anxiously addressed Xiao Yang. However, before he could finish, Xiao Yang interrupted him with a wave of his hand. As the dragon of destiny for the human race, if I declare you worthy, then you are indeed worthy. Your flame has significantly elevated our fortunes, shielding our kin from the perils of night and cold. That alone is sufficient. Xiao Yang's gaze was unwavering as he spoke, leaving no room for dissent. Sui Ren, meeting Xiao Yang's expectant eyes, felt a tremor in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Xiao Yang. I shall not disappoint your Majesty's profound kindness. I will devote myself entirely to our people, worthy of this title of emperor. Xiao Yang, said, Batetsurenes solder. A flash of light appeared in his hand as the creation whip manifested. In the name of the Emperor of Humanity, I hereby enshrine Sui Ren as the second emperor of our race, to share in our destiny. As the proclamation concluded, a beam of light shot forth from the creation whip, enveloping Sui Ren. A golden dragon shadow circled around him, imbuing him with an aura of authority. We pay homage to Emperor Swearin. The assembled clansmen bowed in respect, their voices filled with congratulations. Enough of this formality. Though we have fire now, we still face unaddressed dangers. Xiao Yang gestured for the bowing clansmen to rise. Your Majesty, what further threats does our race encounter? A notably young clansman stepped forward to inquire. Xiao Yang regarded him, noting his slender build and ordinary appearance. Yet his eyes sparkled with warmth. Most striking were his long, fair hands. Currently, our nearly 1 billion kin reside in caves. These damp and cold abodes are far from ideal, and with our population growing, how can we accommodate everyone solely within these confines? Xiao Yang spoke to the young man. However, those ferocious beasts also inhabit caves. If we do not dwell in caves, where shall we reside? The young clansman pondered aloud, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. In response, Xiao Yang waved his hand, summoning a small bird that flew in from outside the ancestral hall. Follow it. Perhaps you'll find your answer. With those words, the bird fluttered its wings and soared out of the ancestral hall. The young clansman, disregarding everything else, bowed to Xiao Yang before hastening after it. Xiao Yang smiled gently, saying nothing more. He waved his hand before him, revealing a luminous projection depicting the current state of human existence. Some clansmen were seen suffering from insect bites, developing large welts, while others had perished. Despite the warmth provided by fire in the cold of winter, it could not shield them from the dangers of poisonous creatures. Thus, the clansmen required means to resist insect stings. A woman stepped forward, her figure curvaceous and elegant, her long, graceful legs unmatched, with determination in her eyes. She bowed to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, I wish to seek substances that can protect our kin from insect bites, but I humbly ask for your guidance. Xiao Yang gazed at the slightly bashful woman before him, a smile gracing his lips. Observe those ferocious beasts. They too face the threat of insect bites, yet they remain unharmed. Why is that? Upon hearing his words, the woman contemplated, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She bowed to Xiao Yang and departed the ancestral hall, intent on observing the beasts to discern their differences. Xiao Yang's gaze seemed to penetrate the ancestral hall, watching the young clansman chasing after the bird and the shy woman. Go forth. I eagerly anticipate the satisfactory answers you shall provide. In due time, you shall be the nest builder emperor and the garment emperor of our race. Chapter 8. The blessing of merits, the intuition of the old sage. In the valley of humanity, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning danced within them. Soon, accompanied by a resounding thunder, rain began to pour down. The clansmen sought refuge within the caves, many mesmerized by the cascading raindrops. Amidst this rainy day stood a slender youth beneath a large tree. He gazed upward, observing a bird's nest formed from branches, sheltered beneath layers of leaves from the wind and rain. Witnessing this scene, his body trembled, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck the sky, searing through the young man's mind. His expression shifted to one of excitement as he clapped his hands together with a sharp sound. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Birds build nests for shelter, using leaves as roofs to shield against the elements. We, too, can learn from them and construct our own abode. With a home, humanity shall no longer fear the storms. With this realization, disregarding the rain, he began collecting stones and branches, crafting a structure inspired by the bird's nest. Initially, his attempts resulted in collapses and failures to provide adequate protection from the elements. Yet, undeterred, he persevered, contemplating and refining his design. At last, he succeeded in building the first human dwelling capable of shielding against wind and rain. It is done. Finally accomplished. This will be the dwelling of humanity, and we shall no longer fear the storms. We have a place to call home. He laughed heartily, standing within the shelter, gazing at the rain kept at bay outside. His eyes filled with exhilaration. As his jubilant words echoed, a resounding roar reverberated from the heavens. The dark clouds dissipated, and a golden cloud of merit descended upon the valley of humanity. Part of it merged into the young man's being, causing his vitality to surge, propelling him into the realm of golden immortals. The remaining merit was divided into 2 portions. One fell into Xiao Yang's hands, while the other gradually infused the newly constructed dwelling. What was once a simple stone structure burst forth with dazzling golden light, intricate patterns emerging, both resembling designs and inscriptions, appearing quite extraordinary. The stir caused by humanity once again captured the attention of countless powerful beings from the primordial era. If the last time humanity received merit could be rationalized, the current event was beyond their comprehension. Yet this time, they found themselves consumed by jealousy. Is the human race not the favored child of the heavenly Tao? How little time has passed, and already there is merit descending upon them. What profound injustice this is. We, who seek merit, find it elusive, while the humans seem to acquire it effortlessly. Is this not an affront? Regardless, once the 10,000-year prohibition is lifted, I shall ascertain what extraordinary qualities the humans possess. Boom! Before they could gather their thoughts, a resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A golden cloud of merit descended upon the human valley. This merit, in terms of scale, was no less than that of the merit bestowed for constructing a dwelling. Similarly, it divided into 3 parts. One portion entered the body of a human woman, and within mere moments, she ascended to the golden immortal realm. The remaining merit split, with one part settling into the bee-skin garments she held, and another part landing in the hands of Xiao Yang. At that instant, the entire primordial world trembled into silence. They were utterly confounded. They could not fathom what extraordinary fortune the human race possessed that prompted the heavenly Tao to repeatedly bestow merit upon them. If such merit were to fall into their own hands, they could instantly ascend to the great Luo realm or forge a merit golden wheel for their protection. How splendid it would be if this merit were theirs. At this moment, each of them was driven to madness by jealousy, their eyes gleaming with greed, yearning to seize this merit for themselves. In the eastern Kunlun, within the 3 Pure Ones hall, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were rendered speechless. They, the 3 Pure Ones, were born from the division of Pangu's primordial spirit and the pure essence that opened the heavens. As such, they were endowed with Pangu's legacy and lacked for merit. Yet, they could not help but feel envious of the human race's ability to draw down merit from the heavenly Tao. After all, the continual descent of merit signified the heavenly Tao's favor. Brother, can you discern what is so special about this human race? Yuan Shi inquired hoarsely of Laozi. Despite his pride, he too was shaken by the unceasing merit showered upon the humans. Laozi shook his head slightly, his gaze flickering uncertainly. I cannot ascertain, but whether it is the saintly position of Nuwa or the ongoing descent of merit from the heavenly Tao, it is undeniably linked to the human race. After a brief pause, Laozi continued, I intend to leave Kunlun and venture into the primordial realm to discover what makes the human race so exceptional. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged surprised glances. Brother, while the human race possesses unique qualities, is it truly worth your personal journey? Tong Tian voiced his confusion. Indeed, Brother Tong Tian is correct. Our most pressing concern should be to comprehend the mysteries of becoming a saint. Nuwa has already forged ahead of us. We cannot allow the Western duo to outpace us. Otherwise, what face would the 3 Pure Ones have left? Yuan Shi urged Laozi. Laozi remained undeterred, his expression resolute. No, I must see the human race for myself. I have a premonition that my opportunity to attain sainthood lies within them. Upon hearing Laozi's declaration, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian fell into silence. When it came to the matter of achieving sainthood, even their fraternal bond could not dissuade them. With his mind made up, Laozi said no more. He rose slowly, departing the hall, mounted upon a green bull, and set forth towards the domain of humanity. Inside the grand hall, Yuan Shi remained silent for a moment before addressing Tong Tian. Third brother, while our elder brother seeks to explore his path to sainthood, we must not lag behind. This time, I shall enter seclusion. I will not emerge until I attain sainthood. A gleam of determination flashed in Tong Tian's eyes, his posture straightening, exuding an air of sharpness. Second brother, go ahead. Let us, the 3 Pure Ones, compete to see who can first grasp the opportunity for sainthood. A smile crept onto Yuan Shi's previously proud countenance, and then he gradually faded from the grand hall. Tong Tian watched Yuan Shi depart, then turned his gaze towards the realm of humanity. A glimmer of light crossed his eyes, as if he were peering through endless mountains and rivers, catching a glimpse of the human scene. In the Sun Palace of the Heavenly Court, the demon emperor Dejuan convened with various demon deities. At this moment, Within the Grand Hall, both Dijuan and Dongwang Tai remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Dongwang Tai, feeling uneasy in such an environment, turned his neck. Brother, if you have any thoughts, please share them. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Dongwang Tai looked at Dijuan with utmost seriousness. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Dijuan's perception of the human race as a threat to the demon kind. However, witnessing the continuous descent of merit upon the humans, their fortunes had swelled from a mere 100 zhong to now an astonishing 100,000 zhong. His dismissive attitude towards the humans had completely evaporated, and he now shared Dijuan's conviction. The human race must not be left to flourish, for to do so would surely invite calamity. Dijuan remained silent, the light in his eyes flickering as he pondered. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Tai, I recall you have a Deluo deity named the Green Serpent among your ranks, correct? Dongwang Tai hesitated, and when realization struck, a hint of regret colored his expression. Indeed, the Green Serpent is one of my subordinates, but alas, he was severely injured in the previous war against the witches. Though he once held the potential to become a quasi-saint, he can currently only maintain at the early stages of Deluo. Upon hearing this, a spark of determination ignited in Dijuan's eyes. Tai, relay a command to the Green Serpent, instructing him to lead his kin to the human realm. Once the prohibition is lifted, we shall strike. A murderous glint flashed in Dijuan's eyes, and though he did not articulate his full intent, Dongwang Tai understood his meaning. Brother, while I have no objections to taking action against the humans, we must remember that they are backed by the Saint Nüwa. What if the saint intervenes? Doubt flickered in Dongwang Tai's eyes. Dijuan's gaze turned icy as he replied indifferently, Tai, do not forget that while Nuwa is indeed a saint, she is also the queen of our demon race and benefits from our fortunes. Even if she were to become enraged, we have the Green Serpent and his clan to rely upon. Dongwang Tai regarded Dijuan with astonishment. Brother, do not mistake my resolve. You have seen the threat posed by the human race. They cannot be allowed to persist, regardless of the cost. In that moment, Dijuan displayed the ruthless decisiveness befitting an emperor. Dongwang Tai's expression darkened, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke gravely. I understand. I shall see to it. Just as Dongwang Tai was about to leave the Grand Hall, Dijuan's voice called out from behind him. Tai, convey to the Green Serpent that neither I nor the demon race shall forget his contributions and those of his kin. Also, bring the offspring of the Green Serpent to the heavenly court. I promise that once we have eradicated the witch clan, we shall allow his descendants to restore their lineage. Dongwang Tai remained silent and left the Grand Hall, his previously somber demeanor now lifted with renewed vigor. Behind him, Dijuan's eyes darkened, as if harboring some ulterior motives. In the human valley, jubilant cheers erupted from within. They are already aware of the matters concerning the dwellings and garments. Perhaps they do not comprehend the profound significance these two elements hold for the human race. Yet, they understand that henceforth, they shall no longer reside in the cold, damp caves, nor suffer the bites of venomous insects. Their lives shall improve progressively. Xiao Yang hovered in the air, observing the jubilant cheers of countless humans, feeling the joy emanating from the auspicious golden dragon of human fortune, a smile gracing his visage. By the decree of the human emperor and the auspicious golden dragon of human destiny, I hereby confer the title of the third human emperor upon Yu Chao. I also bestow the title of the fourth human emperor upon Zi. Yu Chao, Zi, and Suiren shall be known as the initial three emperors of humanity. A resounding dragon's roar resonated in the hearts of all humans. Looking up, they beheld a golden dragon of immense fortune rapidly expanding, instantly reaching a staggering size of 100,000 zhong. This colossal dragon exhaled golden dragon energy towards both the Yu Chao and Zi clans. The golden energy transformed into two divine lights, enveloping the Yu Chao and Zi clans. When the divine light dissipated, both clans, akin to Suiren, donned the royal garments of the human emperor, emanating an aura of boundless majesty. We pay our respects to the initial three emperors, having met with Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. With Xiao Yang's conferment, the multitude of humans bowed respectfully before Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. The figures of the three emperors were imprinted in the hearts of the human race. The human race has constructed dwellings, accelerating its growth and enhancing its fortune. The human race has created garments, accelerating its growth and enhancing its fortune. The initial 3 emperors have assumed their positions, solidifying the fortune of humanity. As the auspicious golden dragon of human destiny, your fortune has multiplied tenfold. Your cultivation has improved, currently attaining the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. Congratulations, you have successfully elevated the human fortune to level 3, granting you an opportunity for fortune sign-in. The system's announcement echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. System, initiate the fortune sign-in. Congratulations, sign-in successful. You have acquired the creation blood pool and the innate spiritual root Enlightenment Ancient Tea. Creation blood pool, a treasure forged by the Emperor of Humanity. Utilizing the blood of myriad races as its foundation, fueled by the essence of creation, capable of refining bloodlines and evolving innate talents. Enlightenment Ancient Tea. Originally a chaotic spiritual root, it was demoted to an innate spiritual root after encountering a great calamity, when steeped in water. It bestows endless Tao rhythm, ineffective for those above the great Luo Golden Immortal. A divine light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes, his smile growing ever more radiant. He was thoroughly satisfied with the gains from this sign-in, as both the creation blood pool and the Enlightenment Ancient Tea would have profound implications for humanity. If one were to enumerate the advantages of the human race, their reproductive speed would certainly be among them. Over the millennia, despite Xiao Yang's constant oversight, the population of humanity had surged from over 100,000 to nearly 100 million. Among this vast multitude, 70% consisted of individuals incapable of cultivation or those with subpar cultivation efficacy. As time passed, the quality of humanity's lineage would inevitably become increasingly mediocre. Even if prodigies were to arise, the chances would be exceedingly slim, and even prodigies, without proper cultivation, would fade into obscurity amidst the masses. However, with the creation blood pool, everything would change. Xiao Yang could selectively identify a portion of exceptional individuals and use the creation blood pool to rectify their shortcomings, ensuring a continuous influx of fresh vigor for humanity. As for the Enlightenment Ancient Tea, it could complement the previously acquired martial arts arena and the ancestral grounds of humanity. Xiao Yang was confident that even a mere pig, under such training, could evolve into a great Luo golden pig. Chapter 10. The Indomitable Human Race, the Flame of Heritage. Within the ancestral grounds of humanity, Xiao Yang gazed contentedly at the 3 members of the Swearing clan standing not far from him. You have performed admirably, living up to my expectations. Swearing respectfully addressed Xiao Yang. We owe much to your majesty's guidance. Otherwise, we would have been unable to resolve these issues. Both Yu Chao and Zi nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting their shared sentiments. Seeing this, Xiao Yang gently shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze to Swearin and spoke. Swearin, I request the eternal flame of heritage. Without a moment's hesitation, Swearin extended his right hand toward Xiao Yang, revealing a flame that burned steadily in his palm. The flame, a pale golden hue, appeared unassuming, yet the surrounding temperature continued to rise. Swearin, this eternal flame of heritage is a postnatal treasure of merit. It is exceedingly rare, even in the vast wilderness. By relinquishing it to me, you shall be without it henceforth. Xiao Yang regarded Swearin with a knowing smile. Swearin waved his hand dismissively. If your majesty desires it, take it freely. Without your majesty, this eternal flame would not exist. It is only fitting that I bestow it upon you. Yu Chao and Zi likewise flashed their own light, presenting the stone house and beast garments imbued with merit to Xiao Yang. Though unspoken, their intentions were unmistakable. Xiao Yang, observing this, shook his head slightly and said, Enough of this. I was merely jesting with you. As for treasures, I possess the creation whip bestowed by the Holy Mother Nüwa. Pausing momentarily, he gestured towards the eternal flame. However, I indeed have a use for this eternal flame. I often ponder the future of humanity's continuous development when the time comes. How shall our people cultivate, and where will the methods of cultivation originate? Shall they travel to our ancestral grounds themselves? And if calamity befalls humanity, resulting in the loss or fragmentation of cultivation methods, what then shall we do? These questions left the 3 members of the Swearing clan deep in contemplation. After a brief moment, Swearing raised his head to meet Xiao Yang's gaze. Your Majesty, It seems the key to resolving these issues lies within the eternal flame. Xiao Yang nodded, stating, "Indeed, upon contemplating these matters, I have been considering potential solutions. The crux of the resolution lies in the eternal flame. Therefore, feel free to bestow the eternal flame upon me. Nothing is more crucial than the heritage of our humanity." Suirun, without a moment's hesitation, again pushed the eternal flame toward Xiao Yang. This time, Xiao Yang refrained from saying more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he pointed towards the eternal flame, allowing it to hover before him. With hands forming intricate seals, wondrous symbols manifested around him, gradually coalescing into a sea of pale golden characters. Mirje, Xiao Yang below it, as the sea of pale golden symbols surged towards the eternal flame. With a resounding explosion, the eternal flame, as if fueled by a newfound energy, swelled from its diminutive form, growing ever larger. Its color transitioned from pale gold to a deep golden hue. The auspicious golden dragon appears. A mighty roar echoed as a dragon claw emerged from Xiao Yang's back, resting upon his shoulder. Soon after, a colossal dragon head slowly materialized. As Xiao Yang directed a finger towards the eternal flame, a stream of dragon breath, born of destiny, surged forth to wash over the flame. He then raised his hand, summoning a series of jade slips into the grand hall. These slips radiated a spectrum of colors, exuding a unique aura of Tao, which transformed into ethereal figures. Some meditating in tranquility, others rehearsing martial techniques, all merging into the eternal flame. These were the profound arts and techniques from the Scripture Pavilion. Is this the method proclaimed by our emperor, one that ensures the continuity of our human lineage? The three members of the Suirun clan, witnessing this spectacle, were left in awe. Time seemed to stretch on, as if an eternity passed, yet it felt like only the blink of an eye. A celestial voice resonated within the hall. Subsequently, an infinite brilliance erupted from the eternal flame. Even the Suirun clan members had to close their eyes against the luminosity. When they finally opened their eyes, the eternal flame had vanished from sight. Even the Suirun clan, most intimately connected to the flame, could only sense its presence as both near and far. Now, attentively perceive the changes within your bodies and see if anything has manifested, Xiao Yang instructed, gesturing to the three. Upon hearing his words, they closed their eyes once more, deeply attuning themselves to every subtle transformation within. After a considerable time, they opened their eyes, astonishment evident within them. It appears you have discovered a fiery phantom within yourselves. That phantom is the eternal flame, which I have infused into every member of our clan, even those yet unborn. Every clansman can derive the divine essence body forging sutra and foundational martial techniques from this fiery phantom. As one's cultivation advances, further legacies can be attained, and any newly acquired techniques can also be integrated into this essence. This is what I refer to as the method to secure the indelible legacy of our human race. This is the passing of the flame. The passing of the flame? The three members of the Suirun clan felt a profound shock, involuntarily whispering the words. Indeed, the human race shall endure through the passing of the flame. Xiao Yang nodded, a divine light flickering in his eyes. The passing of the flame, a splendid concept, a grand aspiration. In the palace of Nüwa amidst the Primordial Chaos, Nüwa gazed at the fiery patterns that emerged upon her right wrist. Even she had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would devise such a method to ensure the continuity of the human race. More surprisingly, she did not foresee that he would bestow upon her a strand of the eternal flame through the connection of destiny. The techniques contained within the eternal flame also unfurled within her mind. Though she had ascended to the rank of a sage, some of these techniques still held significant benefits for her. How intriguing! I cannot be stingy. Nüwa chuckled lightly, extending her left hand to touch the fiery pattern, sending a stream of light into it. Chapter 11. Within Mount Xiaoyang, the treasure of the human race, Confronting. Is this truly the location of our race's greatest treasure? Such an idyllic, celestial realm. Xiao Yang beheld the divine mountain before him, a divine light sparkling within his eyes. The mountain was suffused with ethereal spirits, cloaked in mist and vibrant hues, as the sun and moon danced in reflection. Stretching for millions of miles, it resembled a true dragon resting amidst the earth. The cliffs were adorned with verdant pines and cypress, while waterfalls cascaded down. The calls of celestial cranes echoed, resonating through the vast expanse, with glimpses of mysterious apes and white deer visible in the distance. Unconsciously, a smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he strolled towards the divine mountain. Upon stepping onto its sacred soil, a surge of inexplicable enlightenment washed over him. Xiao Yang Mountain. So this is the famed Xiao Yang Mountain? It is here that the treasure of humanity, the Confronting seal, resides. Excitement flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Though Xiao Yang Mountain may not yet be renowned, it would one day serve as the Taoist sanctuary of the sage Laozi, bearing the fortune of a sage, a place of extraordinary significance. Not only did the mountain nurture the divine material known as the copper of Xiao Yang, but it also bore the Confronting seal, a treasure of the human race. This Confronting seal was neither an acquired spiritual treasure nor an innate one, but rather a rare treasure of destiny. Its emergence served to consolidate the fortune of humanity, preventing it from dissipating. Although it was not classified as an innate spiritual treasure, should the human race unite in purpose, the Confronting seal could unleash power rivaling that of innate treasures. Conversely, if unity were absent, the seal would merely suppress fortune, proving less effective than mere scrap metal. In the past, the Confronting seal had been claimed by Laozi, the founder of the human teachings, who wielded the authority to elevate or dethrone the human emperor. In this life, I, Xiao Yang, have become the golden dragon of human fortune, the emperor of humanity. Thus, the Confronting seal rightfully belongs to me. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang steadied his racing heart. Following the subtle pull, he ventured further into the mountain. Before long, he halted before a cliffside, gazing at the rock face. A glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes as he raised his hand to strike the wall. With a resounding crash, beams of white divine light erupted, inscribing an innate great formation upon the cliff, momentarily halting Xiao Yang's advance. Indeed, to think that an innate great formation could serve as an obstacle for me is a gross underestimation. Golden dragon of destiny, arise! Xiao Yang exclaimed, and radiant golden light enveloped him as a dragon's roar echoed. A colossal golden dragon, stretching for 100,000 zhang, materialized behind him, coiling majestically in midair. The golden dragon of destiny, upon sighting the innate great formation, unleashed a furious roar, turning its form and striking its tail against the barrier. Boom! The innate great formation shattered in an instant, offering no resistance against the might of the golden dragon. As the formation collapsed, the cliff rippled, transforming into the entrance of cavern. Xiao Yang stepped into the cave. Before he could discern his surroundings, a burst of golden light surged towards him, radiating joy. As the brilliance faded, a square seal emerged, adorned with 9 golden dragons, while beneath it were inscribed the words "Man's will prevails over heaven." Gazing at the seal before him, Xiao Yang's spirit surged within it, and after a moment, a hint of regret surfaced in his eyes. Indeed, the seal before him was the Confronting seal, the treasure of human fortune, yet it was still incomplete. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yang understood the reason. Humanity had only been in existence for less than 10,000 years. Even with his efforts and the contributions of the 3 sovereigns at humanity's inception, the fortune of the human race had flourished, yet was still insufficient to fully nurture this treasure. After all, the witch and demon clans still thrived in the primordial wilderness. In this era, they were the protagonists. Only after their decline could humanity enter a period of rapid growth and fully cultivate this treasure. Logically, since the Confronting seal was not yet complete, Xiao Yang should leave it behind to continue its nurturing until it matured. However, Xiao Yang was no ordinary individual. He was the emperor of humanity and the golden dragon of destiny, endowed with the power to command human fortune. With a focused thought, he summoned the golden dragon of destiny once more. Upon the sight of the Confronting seal, the auspicious golden dragon let out a joyous dragon's roar, resonating with delight. The Confronting seal responded with a brilliant radiance, acknowledging the presence of the auspicious dragon. With hands forming intricate seals, Xiao Yang directed a cascade of runes towards the Confronting seal, while the auspicious golden dragon behind him exhaled the fortune of humanity towards it. The Confronting seal, undeterred by either, absorbed their offerings as though it were an endless abyss. Time passed unmeasured until Xiao Yang ceased his actions. and the auspicious golden dragon halted its flow of human fortune. At that moment, a glimmer of joy flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he gazed at the Confronting seal. At last, after absorbing such a wealth of human fortune, I have successfully nurtured you to fruition. Now, you may accompany me back to humanity. The Confronting seal seemed to comprehend Xiao Yang's words, emitting a gentle hum as it circled around him in exuberance. Xiao Yang beckoned with his hand, and the Confronting seal soared into his grasp, vanishing from sight. Finally, without a trace of nostalgia, Xiao Yang departed from the cave that had birthed the Confronting seal. Meanwhile, far away, an elder riding a green ox lifted his head. His brow furrowed as he calculated with his fingers, only to halt and shake his head in confusion. "Master, what has transpired?" inquired the young man holding the green ox, concern etched upon his face. "I sensed a warning. It appears I have lost a significant opportunity." The elder replied calmly, as if the matter held little weight. "Have you discerned any outcomes?" the young man asked, curiosity piqued. "I attempted to divine, yet found no results. Perhaps the calamity of the sorcerer and the undead draws near, obscuring the heavenly secrets beyond my grasp. No matter. The absence of results signifies that the opportunity was not meant for me," the elder stated with serene composure, revealing no trace of disappointment. "Your equanimity is admirable, master. If it were I fear I would dwell in sorrow for quite a while," the young man remarked with a respectful smile. "Xiandu, remember this, spiritual treasures, roots, and elixirs are mere externalities. The true path lies in one's mindset, cultivation, and mastery of divine arts. Do not lose sight of the greater good for the sake of trivial gains." The elder imparted this wisdom to his disciple, who smiled in response. "Rest assured, master. Xiandu's heart is steadfast on the path, unperturbed by external distractions. After all, my teacher is none other than the Grand Master of the Three Pure Ones, the foremost disciple of the Dao Ancestor. How could I bring shame upon my teacher?" The elder gazed at Xiandu, nostalgia flashing in his eyes as he recalled the young human who once sought the path of cultivation through trials and tribulations. Let us proceed swiftly to humanity. The millennia are drawing to a close, and soon the human realm shall awaken. Chapter 12. The Serpent Demon Clan. The enmity between humans and demons ignites. Within the ancestral hall of humanity, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi occupied the high seats, surrounded by various tribal leaders of the human race. Their faces bore expressions of both excitement and trepidation. The cause of such emotions was the impending unsealing of humanity's millennium. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A resonant hum echoed as golden light suddenly emanated from the vast expanse outside the human realm, forming a radiant barrier that encircled the territory. This golden light gradually dissipated, lifting the restrictions that had confined the myriad beings of the wilderness. "Dispatch the orders. The Yinhu, Chaolang, and Jinyu tribes shall be the first to migrate outward. Maintain a distance of no more than 10,000 miles between the three tribes, and stay in constant communication. Report any issues immediately." Suiren exhaled, as if releasing a heavy burden. Rising from his seat, he radiated the majesty of the Emperor of Humanity, commanding the assembled tribal leaders. By the decree of Emperor Suiren, the leaders stood, their faces marked with anxiety and tension, yet showing no signs of retreat. Observing their expressions, Zi understood their apprehension. In recent years, the human race had enjoyed the protection of Nuwa and the strategies of Xiao Yang. With legacies from the Yin Jing Pavilion and the treasures of fortune, the human race had been shielded remarkably well. They had not encountered the vast wilderness, merely proliferating within their confined territory. Faced with this unfamiliar world, trepidation was inevitable, even for her as the Empress. Yet, she could not afford to display weakness. She had to exude confidence, for she was the Empress. This was a trial bestowed upon them by Xiao Yang before his departure. She did not wish to disappoint him. "Rest assured, you three, as you lead your kin outward, the human race shall not remain confined within this narrow domain. You are the pioneers, and countless kin will follow the path you forge. We, the people, shall forever remember the contributions of your three tribes." After a brief pause, a radiant smile illuminated Ziyi's face. "Moreover, with the Mother Goddess Nuwa and Emperor Xiao Yang by our side, any challenges will be met with resolution. Do not forget, the heavens are ever active. The human race must strive tirelessly." Ziyi's words resonated throughout the ancestral hall, spreading across the valleys of humanity and reaching every tribe. The leaders of the Yenhu, Xiao Yang, and Jinyu tribes transformed their expressions into solemnity. The heavens are ever active. The human race must strive tirelessly. The valleys of humanity, along with all tribes, echoed in unison. At the forefront of the human realm, a figure emanating dark, demonic energy stood. His ears twitched slightly, as if he had caught the echoes of humanity's rallying cry. Striving tirelessly? Weakling races, let them all become fodder for my kin. With his words, a multitude of azure serpents surged forth, as though commanded, surging into the human domain. Among them were untransformed azure serpents, half-human, half-serpent beings, and serpents resembling humans. Regardless of their form, their gazes towards the realm of humanity were filled with cruelty and malice. 7 days passed, and the Yenhu tribe, as the first to venture forth, approached the designated territory established by Nuwa. With over 10 million members, the Yenhu tribe was considerable among humanity. In this expedition, Yenhu, the chieftain, chose not to bring along women and children, uncertain of the world beyond. Perhaps it would be safe, or perhaps fraught with danger. To ensure safety, he led only the youth of the tribe, those capable of bearing arms. As Yenhu gazed back towards the valley of humanity, a sudden cacophony of screams and panic erupted. I've been bitten. It hurts so much. Snakes, so many snakes. We're surrounded by snakes. Hearing the cries, Yenhu immediately soared into the air, and as he surveyed the surroundings, a chill gripped his heart. Countless emerald-hued serpents encircled them, densely packed, rendering the horizon nearly invisible. Our human race has no quarrel with your demon kin. What rationale do you possess to besiege us? Yenhu bellowed, flames igniting around him, transforming him into a figure of fire. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. In the primordial wasteland, there is no such thing as reason. You humans are weak and thus fit to be the sustenance for my warriors. Kill at will. Devour them. A voice echoed, ethereal and disembodied, leaving its source indeterminate. Upon receiving the command, the emerald serpents advanced toward the Yenhu tribe, some coiling and launching themselves from the air toward their target. Damn it, fellow clansmen. These serpents see us as mere prey. Let us show them that humanity is not to be trifled with. Attack! Yenhu gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. With a swift motion, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a fire dragon that surged forth to confront the serpents. Kill! Let these serpents know that we humans are formidable. His fellow tribesmen of the Yenhu clan, teeth clenched, echoed his battle cry, their eyes crimson with rage as they charged at the serpents. Soon, the area transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Occasionally, a serpent would inhale deeply, drawing in dozens of human warriors, while others grew to colossal sizes, trampling across the battlefield. Nevertheless, some humans wielded their powers, manifesting endless sword energies or condensing their will into true dragons, unleashing torrents of fire that rained down. The tumult soon drew the attention of the Tidal Wave and Golden Feather tribes, who rallied their warriors to join the fray. Yet, the onslaught of serpents showed no sign of abating. For every one that fell, another took its place, an unending tide of foes. In the realm of humanity, a figure shrouded in dark demonic energy felt a crimson glow flash in his eyes. He seemed to witness the relentless carnage and comprehended why he had been dispatched to this place. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, Lord Honghuang, I now understand why my clan was sent here. For the demon race, I bear no regrets. He rose and bowed toward the heavens, then strode toward the battlefield. In the celestial realm, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai observed this scene in silence. Chapter 13. Mutual Destruction Willpower Forged in Fire. The human tribes of Yenhu, Tidal Wave, and Golden Feather were besieged by the Emerald Serpents. Outside their encirclement, the ground was stained crimson, littered with the bodies of countless serpents and human warriors. Is this truly the extent of your power, humans? If so, you might as well resign yourselves to becoming our sustenance. It would prolong your existence. A serpent-headed being, part human, mocked the leaders of the 3 tribes. Yet, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. To think you would demand our surrender. Such delusions are laughable. Yenhu spat blood, his body marred with wounds that oozed crimson, though his chest heaved and he gasped for breath. A defiance radiated from his brow as he regarded the serpent with disdain. Indeed, our human race possesses pride. Come, let us engage once more. We shall instill fear in your kind. The leaders of the tidal wave and golden feather tribes spoke in unison, their laughter ringing with bravado, their eyes devoid of fear. Inspired by their resolve, the remaining human warriors exhibited fierce determination, their auras growing more intense as they faced the serpents with wild fervor. How dare Mirant speak so boldly? It is time for you to witness true power. The serpent-headed being scoffed, stepping forward and exuding an aura of celestial might. Emerald serpent strangulation, he commanded, channeling his demonic energy, surrounded by swirling dark mist. This energy coalesced into a massive emerald serpent, which let out a piercing cry and charged toward the tribes. Its mouth opened wide, emanating an irresistible pull, seeking to devour the 3 human tribes whole. Tidal wave. Golden wolf, it seems I must take my leave first. Please take care of my warriors. As Renhuang beheld the charging serpent, a grave expression crossed his face. After addressing the leaders of Tidal Wave and Golden Wolf, he inhaled deeply, his complexion flushing unnaturally. The temperature around him surged, distorting the very air. Suddenly, a golden flame erupted from his form, transforming him from a mere golden immortal into a transcendent celestial being. You vile creature, to threaten my kin. You must first contend with me. Renhuang clenched his fists, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him. As he felt the limits of his body nearing, a fierce killing intent ignited in his eyes. Like a blazing comet, he charged at the emerald serpent. The serpent's gaze was filled with ferocity. Rather than fear the approaching firestorm, it opened its maw wider, intent on consuming Renhuang whole. Renhuang, chief, cried Tidal Wave and Golden Wolf, along with the other warriors, as they watched Renhuang being swallowed by the serpent, their voices tinged with urgency. The serpent-headed demon regarded the humans with a cold smirk. Do not fret, soon you will what? The serpent's taunts were abruptly cut off by a startled exclamation. Boom! The previously dark serpent now bore golden-red patterns that erupted across its body. As the patterns enveloped it, flames erupted skyward, causing the serpent to explode violently. The remnants of its form scattered, igniting in a blaze until they dissipated into dark mist. Humans are not to be belittled by your kind, roared Renhuang as he emerged from the fiery wreckage, a being of flame standing defiantly before the serpent demon. He seized the demon by the waist, propelling them both towards the heavens. You dare to perish alongside me. The serpent demon screeched, feeling the swelling energy emanating from Renhuang. As he struggled against Renhuang's grip, the dark mist surrounding him trembled in terror. In merely a millennium, he ascended to the status of a Tai golden immortal, brimming with untapped potential and time at his disposal. The venerable ancestor of the Bisha clan, the Bisha demon god, had lauded him, recognizing his quasi-saintly presence. He, however, did not wish for death. Yet, before he could complete his thoughts, darkness enveloped him, and his consciousness faded into eternal silence. In his final moments, his eyes were filled with dread. When the aftermath of the explosion subsided, a tattered corner of a beast's skin garment drifted before Cao Cao and the others. The leader of the Yen, who had perished. Silence descended upon Cao Cao and his companions. Their beloved leader, who had nurtured and cared for the tribe, was gone. After a prolonged pause, Cao Cao lifted his gaze towards the surrounding Bisha demon tribe, his eyes aflame with hatred and murderous intent. Without uttering a single word, his visage flushed crimson, and his aura surged, enshrouded in a soft golden flame. Kill! With a thunderous roar, a chilling blade of light swept across the realm, obliterating hundreds of miles of Bisha demon tribe. As Cao Cao moved, the human warriors behind him acted without hesitation. Each unleashed secret techniques, igniting waves of soft golden flames upon the battlefield. Kill! For the vengeance of our leader, annihilate these demonic beings. For the last breath, let them perish. Let me witness how many heads of your kind are ripe for the chopping. The cacophony of battle cries coalesced into a tide, spreading outward. The aura of bloodshed permeated the air, drawing the attention of nearby mighty beings. When their gaze fell upon the scene, they beheld a blood-soaked battlefield where the humans, bathed in soft golden flames, charged fearlessly towards the Bisha demons. Their faith coalesced, their will continuously transformed. Ultimately, it crystallized into a singular proclamation. The human race shall not perish, nor shall they cease their fight. Only when the enemy's leaders are extinguished shall the battle relent. Chapter 14. In despair, the three sovereigns strike. Cao Cao and the remaining human warriors, led by Jin Lang, activated forbidden techniques, recklessly charging towards the surrounding Bishop demon tribe. Whenever a human warrior neared exhaustion, they would launch themselves into the heart of the Bishop horde, exploding with cataclysmic force. At the cost of their lives, they carved a path for their kin. Amidst their frenzied actions, the Bishop demons began to falter, retreating further. A bunch of worthless wretches. Even the green-eyed ones are useless, perishing alongside a golden immortal. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed through the air. As the sound faded, a group of Tai golden immortal Bishop demons appeared in the sky, their eyes icy and filled with murderous intent. They had not anticipated that a group of humans, whose strength barely reached the golden immortal threshold, could unleash such power. Originally reluctant to intervene, they had no choice but to act. Various magical artifacts emerged above the heads of these Tai golden immortals, as spells coalesced before them, radiating a dazzling array of colors as they descended upon the human warriors in the fray. Cao Cao, witnessing the Bishop demons in the air unleashing their power, felt a wave of despair wash over him. The ancestral land, his kin. Cao Cao feared he might never return, as such thoughts flickered through his mind. Radiant golden beams streaked across the sky, racing towards the battlefield. Cao Cao's spirit surged, his eyes sharpening. Those are the three sovereigns of my clan. Resounding roars erupted from the golden light. Demons, do you presume our kind is defenseless? Do not harm my kin. All of you shall perish. A sword aura, imbued with the spirit of gold and steel, sliced through the air, carrying the momentum of a myriad of laws, aimed at the demon sorcery. Following that, an ancient stone house and a garment crafted from beast hide radiated golden light, shielding the remaining human warriors from demise beneath the demon's artifacts. Boom! Reverberations echoed, sending waves of force cascading outward. As the aftershocks dissipated, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi stood in the air, safeguarding the kin of Cao Cao's tribe. Sui Run gazed at the fallen human warriors, his eyes ablaze with fury as he turned towards the Tai golden immortal Bishop demons. How dare you, demons! Lay hands upon my kin. A fully realized Tai golden immortal Bishop demon stepped forward, a mocking glint in his eyes. Why should we not? Your kind is weak. Ours is strong. If humans are extinguished, so be it. Do you still hope for the aid of the Saint Nüwa? Are you not aware that the Saint Nüwa is also the empress of our demon kind? His words silenced the humans, their previously soaring spirits now dampened. After a lengthy silence, Zi Yi took a resolute step forward, an indefinable determination on her countenance. Without the benevolent Nuwa, my kin shall not be oppressed by a mere Bishop demon. For the slaughter of my kinsfolk, your tribe shall pay with your lives. As her words echoed, a golden light erupted from Zi Yi. The divine treasure garment of merit adorned her, and the aura of a fully realized Tai golden immortal burst forth. The true dragon fist, a battle cry resounded from her lips as her right fist struck towards the Tai golden immortal Bishop demon. This punch seemed to embody the flow of galaxies, unleashing the essence of the dual energies. A dragon's roar erupted as a yellow and black true dragon surged forward. Faced with this formidable creature, the Bishop demon's expression shifted dramatically. He sought to retaliate, but found himself overwhelmed by an immense pressure, forced to endure the blow. Boom! The impact resonated, and the heavens dimmed. A cacophony of thunder erupted, fissures tearing through the ground, rendering it grotesque. Not only the Tai golden immortal Bishop demon, but all the others were annihilated. Cao Cao and the surviving humans, along with the remaining Bishop demons, gazed in astonishment at Zi Yi in the sky. As Zi Yi slowly retracted her right fist, her hair billowed, and her eyes sparkled with divine radiance. The golden light surrounding her gradually withdrew into her being, and an air of majesty enveloped her, as if she were an unparalleled sovereign. Well done, Zi, for daring to strike at my kin. Prepare for the annihilation of your lineage. Kill. Sui Ren and Yu Chao regained their senses, exchanging glances. As fellow sovereigns, they would not allow themselves to be overshadowed by a woman like Zi Yi. The flames of celestial fire erupted. The mountain river seal, endless flames surged forth, incinerating the Bishop demons, who wailed in agony. A massive seal, embodying the mountains and rivers, hovered in the air, crashing down upon the Bishop demons, obliterating them before they could even scream. Cursed humans, slay them. For the loss of my many sons, your race deserves annihilation. The taste of humanity is delightful. I wonder how the flavor of your so-called three sovereigns compares. In midair, the azure serpent demons of the Tai Golden Immortal clan observed with cold disdain as Sui Run and his companions slaughtered their kin. At this moment, they too unleashed their powers. Beams of divine light surged forth, and spiritual treasures soared into the sky, emanating an oppressive force, before launching towards Sui Run and his allies. Unfazed, Sui Run and his companions declared their intent to shatter any divine abilities or treasures that dared to oppose them. They charged toward the remaining azure serpent demons, resolute in their mission to eradicate every last living soul of that clan. To the cowardly human race that slays my kin, we shall annihilate you. A Tai Golden Immortal of the Azure Serpent clan could no longer bear the sight of his brethren being slaughtered. With a roar filled with rage, he charged toward Sui Run and his companions with a sinister grin. Sui Run and his allies' expressions shifted, and before they could turn to assist their comrades, a figure suddenly appeared before Chao Ci and the other remaining humans. The newcomer gazed at the approaching azure serpent demons and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a Tai Chi diagram that floated in midair. The dual energies of Yin and Yang emanated from the diagram, forming ethereal bridges that suppressed the Tai Golden Immortal of the Azure Serpent clan. Addressing Sui Run and his companions, he bowed and remarked, "You may unleash your wrath. I shall provide protection here." A glimmer of divine light flashed in Sui Ren's eyes as he perceived the aura of fortune surrounding this mysterious figure, nodding in acknowledgement. Kill. With all hesitation cast aside, they erupted with even greater ferocity, charging toward the remnants of the Azure Serpent clan. Chapter 15. Azure Serpent Demon God forces the three emperors. Time passed unmeasured, and within the realm of humanity, the stench of blood grew more pungent, with corpses strewn about. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi were drenched in blood, both their own and that of countless Azure Serpent demons. Before them stood the last remaining Tai Golden Immortal of the Azure Serpent clan, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi. Madmen! You are all madmen. The previous battle haunted him like a nightmare. They had boasted hundreds of Tai Golden Immortals, capable of effortlessly slaying Sui Ren's trio. Yet, they had not anticipated that their divine abilities would be so easily countered, with Sui Run and his allies enduring the onslaught with their physical forms. They had bloodied Sui Ren's group, only to be met with renewed vigor as Sui Run and his companions fought back with reckless abandon, seemingly indifferent to their own mortality. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind the Tai Golden Immortal of the Azure Serpent clan. Startled, he turned around, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression brightened. "Ancestor, you have finally arrived." However, his words were cut short as a sharp pain struck his head, and his consciousness faded into silence. To Sui Run and his companions, it appeared that the figure who had emerged had simply pointed a finger, causing the Azure Serpent demon's head to explode. "You are the ancestor of the Azure Serpent clan?" A grave expression crossed Sui Ren's face. Despite having stepped into the threshold of the great Luo level after enduring countless battles, he found the presence of the Azure Serpent God to be as elusive as a mirage. "Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Azure Serpent clan. You may refer to me as the Great Luo Demon God or the Azure Serpent Demon God." The Demon God raised his head, his eyes filled with an eerie stillness as he rasped at Sui Run and his companions. "You have been observing the battle between the Azure Serpent clan and us, have you not?" Yu Chao's eyes glinted with determination as he questioned the Azure Serpent Demon God. "Why incite your kin to attack humanity, igniting a war between our races? There are no reasons to be had, and this is not a war between humans and demons. Your kind is not worthy to contend with us." The Azure Serpent Demon God replied indifferently. "This conflict is merely a matter between my Azure Serpent kin and your human race." His disdain for the concept of a war between humans and demons was palpable. Yet, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi remained undeterred, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay before them. Even against the Azure Serpent Demon God alone, let alone the multitude of demon races. But they would not be disheartened. They would use this as motivation to propel the human race toward growth and strength. We trust that one day, humanity will rise to be as powerful as the demon races, or even surpass them. Was this war instigated by the demon race? Are you truly unafraid of the consequences from the Mother Goddess? Asked Xiandu, stepping forward to confront the Azure Serpent Demon God while simultaneously shielding Sui Run and his companions with the Tai Chi diagram above him. His master, the Great Purity Laozi, had warned him of the immense disparity in power between the Great Luo and the Tai Golden Immortal. The Azure Serpent Demon God cast a glance at the floating Tai Chi diagram, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. This innate Tai Chi diagram belongs to the Great Purity Laozi, one of the three purities of Kunlun. You are his disciple? Indeed, my master is the Great Purity Laozi. Xiandu replied without hesitation, pride evident in his voice. I've already stated that this conflict is merely between my Azure Serpent clan and your human race, and does not involve the entire demon race. As it stands, my Azure Serpent clan has perished, save for myself. Should the goddess Nüwa wish to cast blame, let her do so. The Azure Serpent Demon God scoffed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he spoke with detachment. Upon hearing his words, Sui Run and the others were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their composure, a chilling anger flickered in their eyes. What a cunning strategy! The ancestor of the Azure Serpent clan is indeed ruthless, Sui Run remarked with a cold smile, his gaze filled with disdain for the Azure Serpent Demon God. He understood the implications of the demon god's words. This war between humans and demons was a personal vendetta of the Azure Serpent clan, unconnected to the broader demon race. If Nuwa sought to punish them, the Azure Serpent clan would already be annihilated, leaving no blame to fall upon the demon race. The Azure Serpent Demon God offered no further words, stepping forward with an aura of great Luo power that pressed heavily upon Sui Run and his companions. As a disciple of the Great Purity Taoist, I shall not lay a hand on you. However, as for you, the three emperors of the human race, if you wish to witness your kind being slaughtered, then you may cower like turtles beneath this Tai Chi diagram. With that, the Azure Serpent Demon God summoned a swirling sphere of ominous energy in his right palm, exuding a terrifying presence that distorted the surrounding space. You truly disgrace the title of Great Luo. Sui Ren and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, anger blazing in their eyes as they beheld the Azure Serpent Demon God. They had not anticipated that a dignified Great Luo would resort to such base tactics, threatening the entirety of the human race. Your words are futile. Accept your inevitable demise. The words of the Jade Serpent Demon were unremarkable as he extended his hand and pushed towards the dark green orb. The orb transformed into a streak of light, racing away into the distance. How bold! Damn it! The expressions of the three from the Swearing clan changed drastically as they swiftly exited the protective barrier of the Primordial Taiji diagram. They approached the dark green orb, each employing their own techniques in an attempt to intercept it. Observing their movements, a faint cold smile crept across the lips of the Jade Serpent Demon. Boom! The dark green orb exploded under the control of the Jade Serpent Demon, unleashing a wave of azure black light that swept outward. Mountains towering thousands of feet high and endless rivers were obliterated, leaving nothing but a flat expanse. His intention was not to confront the human tribes, but to lure out the three from the Swearing clan, aiming to eradicate these three pillars of the human spirit first. His consciousness reached towards the center of the explosion, eager to discern whether the Swearing trio had survived. The instant he probed with his divine sense, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Chapter 16. Is this the Great Luo Demon God? The Jade Serpent Demon gazed at the sight of the explosion, his eyes betraying no joy at the survival of the Swearing trio, only deepening concern. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, a vast area spanning millions of miles lay in ruins, transformed into a barren wasteland. Yet at the heart of the explosion stood a golden barrier. As the barrier faded, the three from the Swearing clan emerged and scathed at its center. Great Luo, Demon God, is this all there is? A light chuckle echoed as Xiao Yang appeared before the Swearing trio, regarding the Jade Serpent Demon with an air of nonchalance. The Swearing trio beamed at Xiao Yang, bowing deeply before him. Swearing, Yu Chao, Zi, pays homage to your majesty. The remaining human tribe members, including Qiao Quan, expressed their reverence with a bow. We pay our respects to Emperor Xiao Yang. Standing before Qiao Quan and the others, Xiandu gazed at Xiao Yang's arrival. His face flushed and his eyes brimming with excitement. Xiao Yang was the person he admired most, his idol. Nonsense. Is this how you use forbidden techniques? Xiao Yang's eyes flashed with divine light as he scolded Qiao Quan and the others upon witnessing their condition. They merely smiled foolishly, remaining silent. Seeing this, Xiao Yang shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Behind him, a colossal golden dragon of fortune, spanning 100,000 feet, manifested. The dragon soared above Qiao Quan and the others, opening its mouth to wash over them with a torrent of fortune. The dark injuries inflicted by the forbidden techniques were cleansed by this influx of fortune. After completing this, the golden dragon returned, shrinking down to coil around Xiao Yang. Its front claws resting on his shoulders, its head close to his ear. Xiao Yang, are you the human fortune golden dragon that is transformed? The jade serpent demon scrutinized Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with curiosity. 100,000 feet of fortune? Even at the peak of my jade serpent clan, we never possessed such fortune. You humans are indeed favored by destiny. No wonder you are a source of great concern. You were sent by Emperor Dejuan, weren't you? He has discarded your jade serpent clan like a pawn. If you succeed, the human race is doomed. If you fail, he bears no blame. Yet he can gauge our strengths and weaknesses while assessing the Saint Mother's stance. Am I not correct? Xiao Yang regarded the jade serpent demon with indifference, his gaze drifting towards the heavenly court. In the solar palace of the heavenly court, Emperor Dejuan, observing these events, met Xiao Yang's gaze with an unchanged expression, though the murderous intent in his heart intensified. Tai, the jade serpent demon is no match for Xiao Yang. Soon, you will test him. I too wish to discern the Saint Nuwa's true intentions. Emperor Dejuan spoke with layered meaning, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Understood. Tai nodded gravely. The jade serpent demon remained silent in response to Xiao Yang's words. Observing the demon's demeanor, Xiao Yang nodded knowingly. He regarded the jade serpent demon, while the fortune golden dragon behind him merely stared at the demon. Since you have chosen to strike against my people, be prepared for death. Are you ready? The jade serpent demon fell silent before suddenly bursting into laughter, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. If you wish to kill me, then come. During the war of the witches and demons, countless from the witch clans sought my life, yet I survived. I shall see just how capable you are. The human emperor born of the fortune golden dragon. Without hesitation, the jade serpent demon summoned a shimmering sword-shaped spiritual treasure into his hand. Kill, he roared, and a serpent avatar materialized behind him, roaring as it charged toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, unfazed by the demon's actions, clenched his right fist and struck towards the jade serpent demon. A golden dragon roared forth, swiftly tearing apart the serpent avatar. 10,000 serpents assault. The jade serpent demon suspended his sword in midair, dividing it into countless blades that densely occupied the space before him. Hissing sounds echoed as the divided blades transformed into serpents, which, under the demon's command, surged toward Xiao Yang, enveloping him completely. The serpents entwined together, forming a sealed space that confined Xiao Yang within. A fierce glint appeared in the jade serpent demon's eyes. Explode, explode, explode. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions erupted as the serpents detonated, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to spiral into chaos. Before the remnants of the explosions could settle, a pair of hands, as white as jade, tore a passage through the chaos. Xiao Yang emerged unscathed, his garments not bearing a single wrinkle, as if he had not endured any assault from the attack. Is this all? It seems your title of Great Luo Demon God is rather overstated. Could it be that you are merely a counterfeit among the demon race? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly, taunting the jade serpent demon. The jade serpent demon gritted his teeth, taken aback by Xiao Yang's casual dismissal of his attack. Now further provoked by Xiao Yang's mockery, he was on the brink of madness. Enough. I have no interest in wasting time with you. I shall resolve you swiftly and reveal the true mastermind. Mountain and river seal. Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted as he formed a seal with his hands, an infinite resonance of Tao emanating from him. These Tao echoes seemed to originate from the surrounding mountains and rivers. Gradually, a phantom emerged behind Xiao Yang. If one observed closely, they would see that this phantom resembled the surrounding landscape. This is the true mountain and river seal. I have yet to grasp its essence. Beside him, the Yuchao clan gazed obsessively at the ethereal silhouette of mountains and rivers behind Xiao Yang, while the Zi clan looked at him with admiration, occasionally revealing a shy glimmer in their eyes. In days of yore, the Holy Mother Nüwa imparted to the human race a powerful imprint of mountains and rivers. To perish beneath this imprint is indeed a boon for you. Go. The ethereal silhouette behind Xiao Yang continually shrank, ultimately hovering above his right hand. As Xiao Yang spoke, it surged forth towards the snake deity with devastating force. Roar! Do not underestimate me. Kill! The snake deity felt as though he faced the very suppression of the heavens and earth in the presence of that silhouette. His eyes widened, veins throbbing, as he roared and charged with his sword, intent on shattering the mountain and river silhouette. All in vain. Suppress. A glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he bellowed, and the silhouette obliterated the snake deity's attack, forcing him into submission. When the silhouette faded, the snake deity had already lost his life, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Are all demon clans so ruthless? Zhonghuang Dai. Xiao Yang's gaze turned icy as he looked toward a certain spot in the sky. With his declaration, a resplendent golden sun suddenly emerged, standing alongside the original sun of the primal chaos, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Chapter 17. Can you withstand 30 billion years of effort with a single punch? The golden sun hovered above the 9 heavens, parallel to the existing sun, resembling a time when 2 suns illuminated the sky. Suddenly, from the golden sun emerged a divine bird with 3 legs. As it spread its wings, an endless blaze ignited, making the golden sun even more radiant. Is this the supreme ruler of the demon clan, the 3-legged golden crow? Xiao Yang gazed at the 3-legged golden crow, taking a deep breath filled with gravity. Suddenly, both the golden sun and the 3-legged golden crow vanished, replaced by a youth clad in the royal robe of the golden crow. This youth bore a striking countenance, his faint golden eyes exuding an overwhelming imperial aura, with a sharp glint flashing as he closed his eyes. Upon his shoulder, a bronze bell spun rhythmically, seemingly unremarkable, yet instilling a sense of dread. Xiao Yang, who granted you the audacity to slay the celestial deity of my demon clan, who gave you the boldness to audaciously utter my name, Donghuang Tai, and who allowed you to brazenly defame my clan? Donghuang Tai regarded Xiao Yang with defiance, his words seemingly calm, yet imposing to those nearby. The appearance of Donghuang Tai, the sovereign of the demon clan, drew the attention of countless powerful beings from the Primordial Chaos. It was then that they realized the blood-soaked battlefield and the fallen Bice clan and human warriors. Had the demon clan launched an assault on the human race? How pitiable! For even with the descent of merit, Donghuang Tai, a quasi-saint, would render any human resistance futile. To compel Donghuang Tai to act personally, the human race had ample reason to feel proud. Among these powerful beings, some were astonished, some relished the misfortune, while others sighed. Yet, none believed that the human race could endure under Donghuang Tai's hand. A mere demon deity has been slain. What will you do about it? You are the eastern sovereign of the demon clan. I am the human sovereign. Our ranks are equal. Why should I not dare call your name? To claim that your clan is cold-blooded, am I mistaken? Was not the Bice clan treated as a pawn to test the human race and the Holy Mother Nuwa? Xiao Yang regarded Donghuang Tai as if untouched by his oppressive presence, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke nonchalantly. This is the greatest jest I have ever heard. A mere ant-like race dares to compare itself to my demon clan? Do you think your human race is worthy? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Donghuang Tai covered half his face with his right hand and burst into laughter, his remaining visage rife with disdain for the human race. Xiao Yang, unperturbed, regarded him with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, you demons stand lofty. Why then do you employ the Bice clan to test the human race? Is it not out of fear that we, whom you deem an ant-like race, may surpass you? Is it not dread that one day the demon clan might find itself beneath our feet? Donghuang Tai ceased his laughter, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang, remaining silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "You humans are unworthy. I have come today solely for the matter of my clan's deity being slain by you. Do you acknowledge it?" Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to meet Donghuang Taiyi's, responding, "I did slay him. So what?" Zhonghuang Taiyi not dead, extending his right palm towards the location of the human clan. "Very well, your acknowledgement suffices. Having slain my demon deity, your entire race shall pay with your lives." Donghuang Taiyi's palm, devoid of any smoke or fire, radiated an aura of terror. As he moved, a colossal golden-red hand materialized in the air, descending from the heavens, ripping apart the void as if to obliterate all existence. One could even discern the intricate patterns upon this enormous hand if one were near enough. Unmatched heat and immense power emanated from this hand, as if to suppress the entire cosmos and incinerate everything within. Those towering mountains, upon contact with this gigantic hand, turned to smoke, effortlessly erased. Should this hand descend upon the human realm, it would surely reduce all to vapor in an instant. Oomph! The mountain and river imprint. Xiao Yang snorted coldly, his eyes shining with divine light. As he formed hand seals, the rhythms of the Tao flowed, and symbols materialized before him. With his actions, these symbols continuously reformed and fused, ultimately manifesting as the ethereal silhouette of a world. Within this silhouette, though much was illusory, the region where the human race dwelled and the Shuoyang mountain Xiao Yang had visited were vividly clear. Finally, this grand ethereal world amalgamated into Xiao Yang's right hand, transforming into a great seal. Xiao Yang thrust the mountain and river imprint toward the colossal hand. Boom! In the heavens, the fiery hand and the great seal collided, releasing a cataclysmic aura. The resounding boom echoed as the golden-red flames radiated outward. Meanwhile, the great seal was utterly consumed by the flames. Oomph! Xiao Yang grunted, retreating a few steps, his countenance pale. Yet, his gaze remained unflinching. High above the 9 heavens, Donghuang Tai, he scrutinized his right hand, frowning slightly. Upon it lay a wound that was gradually healing, merely breaking his flesh without inflicting any true harm. Interesting. Truly worthy of being the first figure of destiny in the Primordial Chaos. Even as a mere Deluo, golden immortal, you have wounded me. By this alone, you possess ample reason to be proud. Thus, accept your fate and perish. The words of Donghuang Tai carried a playful tone, but the mockery in his eyes swiftly transformed into a murderous intent. This murderous aura permeated the surroundings, staining the vast expanse of the world a deep crimson. Should any living being enter this blood-red domain, if their power did not reach the level of Xianxian, they would likely be instantaneously consumed, becoming mere monsters driven by a thirst for slaughter. Suddenly, the true fire of the sun ignited around Donghuang Tai. He clenched his right fist tightly and struck fiercely toward Xiao Yang. Can you withstand this punch, forged over 3 billion years? This strike bore no embellishments, nor did it invoke any divine powers. It was simply a straightforward punch, a display of raw strength from Donghuang Tai. Chapter 18. The Golden Crow stabilizes the world, exterminate evil. Donghuang Tai's punch hurtled directly toward Xiao Yang. It obscured the heavens and the earth, manifesting as the sole righteous path amidst the chaos, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Xiao Yang's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He sensed that he was completely locked onto by this punch from Donghuang Tai. There was no escaping it. Even if he could evade, he had no choice but to confront it, for behind him stood countless tribes of the human race. Many of these tribes might be unaware of the calamity unfolding, yet that did not excuse them from facing this disaster. Do not underestimate the individual before you, Donghuang Tai. He is the emperor of the human race. With a roar, Xiao Yang unleashed a brilliant golden light, and a colossal golden dragon, 100,000 zhang in length, manifested behind him, roaring fiercely. The aura of that enormous dragon merged into Xiao Yang's being, causing his power to surge dramatically, propelling him from the realm of the great Luo golden immortal into an entirely new domain. At this moment, Xiao Yang resembled a being forged from gold, transformed into a golden figure. Break from me. Xiao Yang pulled back his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck at Donghuang Tai's punch. A A glimmer of surprise flickered in Donghuang Taiyi's eyes. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yang could unleash such power. However, a wild smile soon crept across his face. Ha ha ha! Impressive. Truly, the manifestation of fate yields such strength. Now, I am even more exhilarated. I yearn to bring about your demise. Donghuang Tai was not perturbed by Xiao Yang's sudden surge in strength. Rather, he felt invigorated. He was confident that even if Xiao Yang could unleash power akin to that of a quasi-saint, he was unafraid. After all, he was Donghuang Tai. Golden Crow Dharma Manifestation. Golden Crow stabilizes the world. A torrent of true solar fire erupted from Donghuang Tai, spreading across the four corners of the world, as if this solar flame were the sole truth in existence. Within the vast sea of solar fire, a shrill cry rang out, and from within the flames emerged a three-legged golden crow, imbued with unparalleled ferocity, descending upon Xiao Yang to incinerate him utterly. Donghuang Tai hovered in midair, akin to an innate emperor, coldly gazing upon Xiao Yang. An overwhelming pressure of suppression descended upon him. As one progresses to the later stages of their realm, the gap in power becomes increasingly pronounced. If a great Luo golden immortal in the early stage were to contend with one in the late stage, the former might still prevail if wielding a primordial treasure. However, once one steps into the realm of quasi-saints, even hundreds or thousands of great Luo golden immortals could not hope to overwhelm a newly ascended quasi-saint. At this moment, Xiao Yang had summoned the collective strength of the human race, aided by the enormous golden dragon of fortune. Yet he had merely just entered the early stage of quasi-saint. Facing Donghuang Tai, who was unleashing his full power as a mid-stage quasi-saint, he found himself under immense pressure. The weight of suppression bore down upon him, causing his body to tremble. Even the slightest movement elicited a creaking sound. Cough, the golden crow stabilizes the world. Then I shall sever this golden crow. Exterminate evil and obliterate. Xiao Yang coughed lightly, and a divine light glimmered in his eyes. Those fortunate enough to behold it would witness an endless sword aura manifesting within his gaze. Mysterious energies emerged around him, rending the space itself and revealing dark fissures. With a slight tremor, Xiao Yang raised his right hand, pointing it like a sword, and with an unwavering momentum of annihilation, he swung down towards the flaming golden crow. Boom, boom. A series of titanic roars echoed, sending shockwaves of destruction rippling outward. Where the flaming golden crow and Xiao Yang's sword met, the fabric of space shattered, revealing a vast black hole. This black hole emanated a powerful gravitational pull, threatening to swallow everything in its vicinity. Hiss! How could this be possible? Donghuang Tai, a foremost figure of the demon clan, could hardly fathom how Xiao Yang, merely a manifestation of human destiny, could contend with him. The very heavens and earth shattered under their clash. Quasi-saint, quasi-saint. If Donghuang Tai failed to eliminate Xiao Yang and eradicate the human race, it was feared that the demon clan would find itself facing an adversary no less formidable than the witch clan. In the vastness of the primordial world, where space is immensely rigid, even a great Luo golden immortal could only induce slight distortions. Only a quasi-saint could rend the very fabric of space itself. To effortlessly shatter space was a power reserved for saints. Observers witnessing the clash between Xiao Yang and Donghuang Tai, which had fractured space, were left in disbelief. Donghuang Tai was an unparalleled figure, having traversed the primordial realm and aided Emperor Jun in establishing the demon court. Yet what baffled them was how Xiao Yang, a being born of fortune, could rise to challenge him in such a brief span of mere millennia. After all, the truly mighty figures in the primordial realm had cultivated for eons, often possessing sentience since the dawn of time. Indeed, you cannot be spared. Donghuang Bell. As Donghuang Tai gazed at Xiao Yang, the murderous intent in his eyes receded, and the surrounding flames also dissipated. It appeared he was no longer focused on Xiao Yang, merely retracting all his power to execute a single, definitive strike to annihilate him. Before him, the ancient, spinning copper bell descended. Donghuang Tai simply flicked it with his finger. Clang! A resonant chime echoed forth. Ethereal chaos emanated from the ancient copper bell, sending ripples of energy spreading outward. The remnants of destruction were frozen in place, by the force of the bell's sound. Nearby, the anxious figures of Suiren and others found themselves immobilized, locked in place, their eyes the only part of them still capable of movement, revealing that their minds remained alert. Naturally, Xiao Yang was no exception. A powerful, binding force enveloped him, rendering him utterly still. No matter how he attempted to shift his body or summon his inner power, he found himself incapable of action. In the midst of chaos within the palace of Nüwa, the goddess Nuwa observed this scene and shook her head slightly. The time is still too short. She firmly believed that if given a millennium, Xiao Yang would not only match Honghuang Tai in combat, but might even surpass him. What? Just as Nuwa intended to rise and rescue Xiao Yang, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. It seemed she had witnessed something truly remarkable. Chapter 19. The Humanitarian Flood. Nuwa's pressure on the Heavenly Court. What a surprise. I never anticipated you possessed such a hidden card. I need not intervene. Let me observe how far you can go. Within the Nuwa palace, she regarded Xiao Yang's actions, a smile gracing her lips. In the vast wilderness, within the realm of humanity, a grand seal materialized before Xiao Yang, imbued with extraordinary power. Even the restraining force of the Donghuang bell could not halt this peculiar energy from radiating outward. As this strange force spread, Xiao Yang sensed the binding power of the Donghuang bell beginning to crumble. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the Confronting seal was at his disposal, or he would have faced dire consequences. What is that? Donghuang Tai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the grand seal that appeared before Xiao Yang. Yet, the brilliance surrounding the seal obscured its true form, and even his mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation could discern only its outline. Is it possible that the human emperor has indeed discovered a means to counter this? That is the Donghuang bell, a primordial treasure. Those mighty beings had assumed Xiao Yang, under the suppression of the Donghuang bell, would be utterly powerless to resist. Yet, to their astonishment, Xiao Yang possessed a treasure capable of counteracting the suppression of the Donghuang bell. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, a sentiment they had often experienced in Xiao Yang's presence. Once the binding force surrounding him had completely disintegrated, Xiao Yang extended his hand, cradling the grand seal in his palm. The light diminished, revealing its genuine form before Donghuang Tai and the assembly of primordial powerhouses. Above the seal coiled 9 distinct golden dragons, with the characters Confronting etched on its side. Confronting. This aura did not belong to the primordial or the post-heaven auspicious treasures. Donghuang Tai's gaze sharpened upon beholding the Confronting seal, a deadly intent igniting in his eyes. Born from the left eye of Pangu, the solar star was naturally accompanied by the Donghuang bell, a primordial spiritual treasure, not to mention assisting Di Jun in elevating the demon race to one of the 2 revered factions in the primordial realm. He felt a swell of pride. However, even so, the demon race, lacked an auspicious treasure, and not a single race among the myriad beings of the primordial realm had been known to possess such a thing. At this moment, he beheld before him the human race, a seemingly insignificant species. Xiao Yang, a man transformed by the auspicious golden dragon of humanity, wielded a treasure of human luck. What merit or virtue does the human race possess to claim such a treasure? What does this signify? Does it suggest that the human race is the true recipient of fate's mandate? Today, even if it requires everything he has, he must slay Xiao Yang and eradicate humanity. Donghuang bell, suppress. Today, you shall not survive. Donghuang Tai's pale, golden eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, filled with fierce determination as he gazed at Xiao Yang. He waved his hand, and the Donghuang bell suddenly expanded to millions of times its size. Hovering in the air, the shadow it cast enveloped the earth, as if the heavens themselves were being obscured. With another wave of his hand, the colossal Donghuang bell plummeted toward Xiao Yang. The overwhelming pressure felt as though the sky were collapsing. Donghuang Tai, you are overly arrogant. The human race is far from a mere insect-like species. Today, let me demonstrate the might of humanity. As Xiao Yang beheld the descending Donghuang bell, a divine light flickered in his eyes. He summoned the Confronting seal, which radiated an incandescent brilliance. That brilliance rapidly spread outward, engulfing all of humanity in mere moments. What is this? I feel so warm. As the light bathed the gathered humans, their eyes gently closed, smiles blossoming on their faces, as if they had encountered the most exquisite revelation. Unbeknownst to them, a point of light surged forth from their beings toward the Confronting seal. These points of light represented their convictions, their heartfelt wishes. Millions upon millions of radiant points converged, resembling an endless ocean. Donghuang Tai. Humanity shall not be trifled with. The Confronting humanitarian flood. Xiao Yang clasped his hands together, pushing the Confronting seal toward the descending Donghuang bell. Boom! Like an angry roar, the ocean of light surged with an unstoppable momentum toward the Donghuang bell. Clang! 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 Layers upon layers of luminous waves crashed against the Donghuang bell, causing it to resonate ceaselessly. The chaotic energy it harbored collided with the points of light. At this moment, the two immensely powerful forces seemed to become the singular essence of heaven and earth, captivating everyone's attention. Incredible, truly incredible. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? What a formidable strike. I almost believe the primordial realm would be annihilated. How is it that I feel like a mere speck before them? Regardless of who it is, I could not withstand this strike. The mighty beings once more uttered gasps of astonishment, fearing they would soon become numb to such displays. Yet at that moment, Donghuang Tai, suspended in midair, changed countenance. This is bad. The Donghuang bell. Donghuang Tai sensed that the connection between him and the Donghuang bell was gradually weakening under the impact of the tidal wave of light. It felt as if the imprint he had left within the Donghuang bell was being washed away. With a cry, Donghuang Tai transformed into a three-legged golden crow. Spreading his arms wide, he seemed to eclipse the heavens. With a gentle flap, he traversed the cosmos, arriving before the Donghuang bell. Surrounded by the true fire of the sun, the three-legged golden crow opened his mouth, unleashing a blazing inferno toward the ocean of light. Boom! Boom! As the two forces clashed, a blindingly intense light radiated outward. Even the consciousness of the mighty beings could not discern what transpired. When the brilliance faded, they beheld Donghuang Tai and Xiao Yang as if nothing had occurred. The Donghuang bell and the Confronting seal hovered beside them, undisturbed. Within the heavenly court, Dijun's expression shifted. He knew his brother well. If he had not suffered a setback, he would not appear so composed. He waved his hand, summoning the He-Tu and Luo Shu, intending to command the star monarchs to accompany him to the realm of the human race. However, before he could speak, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the heavenly court. This force crushed everyone to the ground. Even Dijun struggled to resist, his face flushed as he knelt on one knee. Dijun, this is a warning. Do not provoke my patience and limits. A serene voice resonated, causing the overwhelming pressure to dissipate entirely. Dijun Rose, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and red before settling into tranquility. With a flick of his hand, a stream of light surged towards the primordial chaos. Saints, are they? Dijun's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. Chapter 20. The threshold of the sage. I desire to wander among the human race. In the primordial realm, where the human domain resides, the Eastern Emperor Tai's palm cradled the Eastern Emperor clock, which spun incessantly, his aura escalating with each moment. At this juncture, he regarded Xiao Yang with newfound respect, devoid of any previous disdain. Had it not been for his timely reaction during their earlier clash, the mark imprinted within the Eastern Emperor clock would have vanished. Re-establishing this innate treasure would require an immeasurable amount of time. Should a conflict arise between the Wu and the Yao tribes during that interval, he would be left at a significant disadvantage without the Eastern Emperor clock. His strength potentially diminished by at least 30%. Now, facing Xiao Yang, he grasped a fleeting opportunity for victory. This was predicated on the fact that Xiao Yang's current quasi-saint power was not entirely his own, but rather a manifestation of the human race's fortuity. Even though he was transformed from the golden dragon of human fortune, his corporeal form had its limits, and eventually, he would be unable to wield the power of the fortune dragon. Furthermore, his current strength relied heavily on this fortune. Each strike consumed a portion of it. Should the fortuity be excessively drained, even if he were to strike against the human race, it would face annihilation due to countless calamities. As the Eastern Emperor Tai prepared to strike once more, a stream of light penetrated his mind. His expression shifted dramatically. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure and gazed at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, Consider this your good fortune this time. Next time, such luck may not favor you. With that, the Eastern Emperor Tai departed, transforming into a beam of light towards the heavenly court. Xiao Yang exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the Eastern Emperor Tai's departure. With a thought, the fortune dragon, which had merged with him, swiftly separated from within. It was evident that the once mighty fortune dragon, measuring 100,000 zhang, had diminished to 89,000 zhang, exhibiting signs of fatigue. With a wave of his hand, the fortune dragon vanished from sight. A grave expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. If the battle continued, he might have to resort to his ultimate trump card. Congratulations! Your human race has annihilated the opposing faction in the first external war, achieving total victory. The human fortune has increased. Congratulations! You have repelled a quasi-saint, allowing your human race to avert a near-extermination crisis. The human fortune has increased. The human fortune has doubled as a result of this increase, currently measuring 178,000 zhang. Congratulations! Following this war, the will of the human race has been tempered, initiating a transformation and resulting in significant enhancement. You have earned an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. An imperceptible dragon's roar reverberated within his heart, and he could sense the joy emanating from the fortune dragon. Simultaneously, his cultivation, previously at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, surged dramatically, propelling him into the quasi-saint realm. Endless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards him, forming a vortex above his head. In a flash of brilliance, the 5 energies within his chest and the 3 flowers atop his head blossomed. Among his 3 flowers, a whip and a grand seal oscillated. Suddenly, the grand seal radiated with light, and a figure leapt forth. Greetings, esteemed presence. The figure, clad in animal hide, bore an ordinary visage, reminiscent of countless common human beings. Yet his face was adorned with a gentle smile, as if that smile alone could dispel all worries. We are one and the same, dear friend. There is no need for excessive formality. Please, enter the 3 flowers. Xiao Yang's face brightened with joy. He had not anticipated that this battle would enable him to transcend from the great Luo golden immortal to the quasi-saint realm, severing the attachment of the 3 corpses. Typically, practitioners in the primordial realm would first eliminate the good or evil corpses, with the attachment corpse being the most challenging. However, for Xiao Yang, it was a different story. In his previous life, he belonged to the human race, and in this life, he was the golden dragon of human fortune, the human emperor. His fervent attachment was to the human race. Now, with the aid of the Confronting seal, a treasure of human fortune, he easily severed the attachment corpse. Good, the figure replied, then leapt onto the 3 flowers, becoming concealed by Xiao Yang's form. We congratulate our emperor on achieving the quasi-saint realm. The Suiring clan and others approached Xiao Yang, all bearing expressions of joy and performing a bow. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement before directing his gaze toward Xuandu. Greetings, your majesty, the human emperor. Xuandu's face flushed with excitement as he bowed to Xiao Yang, his demeanor slightly awkward. As a member of the human race, he held immense respect for Xiao Yang, the human emperor. Witnessing Xiao Yang defend their kind and force the formidable Eastern Emperor Tai into retreat only deepened his reverence. Xuandu, what a splendid name, Xiao Yang remarked, his heart sighing. Yet another notable figure in the primordial realm. He extended a finger toward Xuandu, and a flame-shaped mark appeared at his brow. Xuandu felt a warmth at his forehead, as if something had been imprinted within him. At that moment, a figure manifested beside him. I have met the human emperor Xiao Yang. My gratitude for your kindness towards my disciple. Master Taiji bowed slightly toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang returned the gesture and spoke. There is no need for such formality, dear friend. Xuandu is not only your disciple, but also a member of the human race. As the human emperor, it is only fitting to bestow a measure of fortune upon him. Xuandu, hearing this, bowed in gratitude, his heart brimming with appreciation. Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gifts. Xiao Yang nodded at Xuandu, then turned his attention to Master Taiji, his expression growing serious. Dear friend, what brings you to our human race? Master Taiji raised his head, glancing at Xiao Yang, a contemplative look in his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he spoke. In merely 10,000 years, the human race has consistently received blessings. My curiosity compelled me to explore your realm. I beseech your permission." With that, Master Taiji waved his hand, and a pill bottle and a palace lantern appeared before Xiao Yang. "This bottle of 9 revolutions golden pills and this 8 scenery palace lantern shall serve as my congratulatory gift to you, human emperor." Xiao Yang riga Master Taiji, his demeanor unchanging. He understood that Master Taiji's visit was driven by a desire for the opportunity to attain sanctification. If he were to establish a human doctrine, the fortune of the human race would inevitably need to be shared with him. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang accepted the bottle of 9 revolutions golden pills and the 8 scenery palace lantern. He spoke with a refreshing candor. "Dear friend, feel free to traverse the human realm. When your journey concludes, I shall await you at the ancestral land of our people." "Good." A faint smile appeared on Master Taiji's face. Chapter 21. Enlightenment through Ancient Tea, the Oath of Heaven. In the primordial realm, following the battle between the Eastern Emperor Tai of the demon race and the human Emperor Xiao Yang, tranquility returned to the entire primordial expanse. The human race, through Xiao Yang, stood its ground against the Eastern Emperor Tai, seamlessly integrating into the vast expanse of the primordial world. At this moment, the tribes of humanity dotted the land like stars in the sky, populating the region close to their kin. The Valley of Humanity, the birthplace of the human race, had now become a sacred land in the hearts of countless individuals. Within the ancestral grounds of humanity, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes. A golden divine light flickered within, as if he could glimpse the scene beyond the ancestral domain. "Since my friend from Taiching has arrived, please do enter the ancestral grounds for a conversation." As he spoke, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a golden light manifested as a bridge leading outward. Shortly after, the bridge retracted, and a figure entered. Wielding a dragon-headed staff, none other than Laozi of Taiching. "Xiao Yang, Emperor of Humanity, I come uninvited, and I hope you do not take offense." Laozi offered a slight bow, his expression calm, revealing little of his true feelings. Xiao Yang returned the gesture gracefully, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Laozi. "You need not address me as Emperor. We shall refer to each other as friends instead. It occurs to me that you have traveled among my people for some time, yet I have not properly entertained you. Allow me to brew you some tea." Laozi, unhurried, took a seat opposite Xiao Yang, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Tea? I am unfamiliar with what you refer to as tea." A mysterious smile crossed Xiao Yang's face as he replied, "You shall soon find out." "Oh." Laozi's curiosity intensified. With a wave of his hand, a tray appeared between them, adorned with a jade pot and 2 jade cups. He gestured, and a trinity of starry lights cascaded into the pot. Subsequently, a soft golden flame ignited beneath it, and soon, a gentle sound emanated from within. Xiao Yang delicately placed a few dried tea leaves into the cups. He then poured water from the jade pot into the cups, causing the leaves to unfurl and release ethereal mist. Within the small cups, it seemed as if starlight radiated with brilliance, and the leaves floated amidst this celestial sea. "Exudinha profundoha." "To you, my friend from Taiching." Laozi, without hesitation, lifted the jade cup, inhaling the fragrant aroma that filled his senses. He took a small sip, and a bittersweet flavor blossomed, enveloping his entire being. In that moment, Laozi closed his eyes, his demeanor visibly relaxing. After a while, he opened his eyes, gazing at the jade cup in awe. "Excellent tea. A single cup seems to encapsulate an entire lifetime, the beauty of mountains and rivers, the vastness of heaven and earth, and the grandeur of the starry sky, all contained within this cup. If one were beneath the great Luo, I fear that merely drinking a cup could enhance their cultivation, sparing them countless years of arduous training. Pray tell, does this tea have a name?" Hearing Laozi's praise, a smile flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. "You truly possess discerning taste. This tea is called Ancient Tea of Enlightenment, imbued with supreme Taoist essence, aiding in the understanding of the Tao. Of course, for you, my friend from Taiching, it is merely a leisurely beverage. If you fancy it, I will be glad to gift you some." Nodding in acknowledgement, Laozi showed no sign of embarrassment. "Then I thank you, friend Xiao Yang." Following this exchange, the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly harmonious. After some light conversation, their expressions turned serious. "Friend from Taiching, having roamed among my people for some time, have you uncovered the answers you seek?" Xiao Yang inquired. "When Nuwa, my sister in the Tao, achieved sainthood by creating humanity. I sense that my own opportunity for sainthood might be intertwined with the human race. Now, after my travels among them, I am convinced that the path to sainthood lies within humanity. Laozi did not conceal his intentions. After all, to attain sainthood through the human race, it was inevitable that Xiao Yang, the emperor of humanity, must play a crucial role. What do you intend to do, friend from Taiqing? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before gazing at Laozi. I wish to impart the Tao within humanity, to establish a doctrine and educate the people. Laozi stated resolutely. What can you offer in return? Xiao Yang contra. The human race could flourish. Not enough. Xiao Yang rejected without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Laozi furrowed his brow. Looking at Xiao Yang, then what do you propose? Friend from Taiqing, after such an extensive journey among humanity, have you not observed their lack of cultivation methods? Xiao Yang responded with a question. Do you not believe that with these cultivation methods, the flourishing of humanity is inevitable? Laozi furrowed his brow, reflecting on his experiences. He knew well that all human beings possessed their own cultivation methods. Even the golden elixir path that he had established could not compare to the cultivation practices of humanity. He had to concede that even without his influence, thanks to Nuwa, the saint, and the auspicious fate of humanity embodied in Xiao Yang, their flourishing seemed almost assured. So, what could he offer in exchange for his own path to sainthood through humanity? Noticing Laozi in deep thought, a smirk appeared on Xiao Yang's face, and he returned to his usual demeanor. Friend from Taiqing, your desire to attain sainthood through humanity is not unfeasible, yet. Laozi's eyes gleamed with determination as he looked at Xiao Yang. Speak plainly, friend Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon Laozi, his eyes shining brightly. Very well. You may impart the Tao among humanity, leveraging them for your own path to sainthood. But I require you to make a heavenly oath. Should you attain sainthood through humanity and subsequently neglect them, you shall lose your connection to their fortune. Moreover, your own fortune must flow to the human race. After a moment of silence, Laozi's furrowed brow finally relaxed. By the heavens above, today, I, Laozi of Taiqing, pledge to attain sainthood through humanity. Should I achieve sainthood and disregard the human race, I forfeit my share of their fortune, and my own fortune shall belong to them. Thunder rumbled across the skies, resonating with both Laozi and Xiao Yang. Both bore smiles upon their faces, yet who could discern their true intentions? Chapter 22. The Three Sovereigns' Concerns, the Celestial City Plan. Within the ancestral grounds of humanity, Laozi had departed, though he had received the assurance of Xiao Yang, the emperor of humanity. To attain sainthood, he still required time for preparation. Xiao Yang lifted his jade cup, taking a gentle sip, a smile gracing his face. My emperor, why agree to Laozi's request to attain sainthood through humanity? In doing so, a portion of our fortune will inevitably be claimed by him. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi entered the room. Earlier, they had been in another chamber, and Xiao Yang had not concealed Laozi's intentions from them. Sui Ren, what reason do we have to prevent this? This revered emperor, you are the sovereign of the human race, transformed from the golden dragon of fortune. Without your decree, even the most fervent desires would be futile. Swearin slightly furrowed his brow and addressed Xiao Yang. You speak the truth. I can indeed intervene. However, have you contemplated a critical issue? The Grand Master Ta Qing has never walked this path alone. He is accompanied by his brothers, Yu Qing Yuan Shi and Shang Qing Tong Tian. To obstruct one's ascension to sanctity is a graver offense than one's own demise. Even if the mother of humanity, Nuwa, aids us, can we withstand the onslaught of three saints? A glimmer of divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. His reluctance to offend the Grand Master stems from two reasons. Firstly, the trio is destined for sanctity, rendering it unnecessary to invite trouble upon the human race. Secondly, our kind is presently too feeble. Even if humanity is the protagonist of the next era, once the Grand Master and his brethren attain sanctity, they will possess myriad means to contend with us. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the three members of the swearing clan fell into a contemplative silence. Very well, there is no need for such despair. The ascension of Ta Qing could also yield benefits for our race. Moreover, did I not compel him to establish a heavenly oath? Should a day come when our race faces grave peril, and he turns a blind eye then? A cold smile crept upon Xiao Yang's lips. How could those from a previous life be unaware of how the Grand Master Ta Ching remained an indifferent observer during the great calamity of humanity? In this life, he is determined to observe whether Ta Ching, under the constraints of the heavenly oath, will remain apathetic to our plight as in the past. If he aids humanity, we gain another saint's protection, paving a smoother path ahead. Should the Grand Master choose not to assist us, he would gain nothing and instead sacrifice his own fortune. Regardless, you may profit, but I shall never incur a loss. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's sentiments, the eyes of the 3 swear-in clan members sparkled with enlightenment. Their previously anxious expressions transformed into joy. Henceforth, regardless of the Grand Master's intentions, our race shall not act according to the dictates of the saints. Remember, the strength of humanity lies solely in our own hands. The heavens are vigorous, and humanity must strive unceasingly. Xiao Yang gazed at the 3 members of the swearing clan and counseled them. We shall faithfully obey the edict of our emperor. The 3 swearing members solemnly bowed to Xiao Yang. Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi, as the triad of human emperors, are you acquainted with the present state of humanity? Suddenly, Xiao Yang inquired of the swearing clan. Your Majesty, our population has surpassed 1 billion, sprawling across nearly 100 million miles of the vast wilderness. Aside from the 3 of us who have attained the pinnacle of the Luo, there are also 81 others at that level, and nearly 100 million at the Tai E Golden Immortal stage. With the aid of the Creation Blood Pool and the Enlightenment Ancient Tea, several gifted yet unrooted descendants have also flourished. It can be anticipated that, in due course, the strength of humanity will experience a tremendous surge. The swearing clan spoke with pride. He felt a sense of pride as one of the first innate beings of the human race, witnessing its evolution from insignificance to formidable strength. The others, Yu Chao and Zi, also shared in this joy. Their lives were dedicated to humanity, and its advancement brought them immense happiness. After hearing the words of the swearing clan, Xiao Yang nodded, then shook his head. This would not suffice. The pace of humanity's development remains woefully slow. The 3 members of the swearing clan exchanged glances upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Humanity now exists in fragments, assimilating into the wilderness. While larger tribes can fend for themselves, smaller factions often face existential threats, and a moment's negligence could lead to their extinction. Therefore, I plan to unify humanity and transform tribes into celestial cities. Celestial cities? The swearing clan members looked at one another, their expressions reflecting confusion. Currently, the wilderness is a tapestry woven by myriad races, each residing separately. The Wu clan, led by the 12 ancestral shaman, is divided into 12 tribes, each led by a different shaman across the wilderness. However, our human race lacks the innate might of the Wu, and smaller tribes cannot survive independently in the wilderness. To ensure the survival of these smaller factions, they must be consolidated. I shall refer to this approach as the construction of celestial cities for habitation. Xiao Yang glanced at the contemplative expressions of the swearing clan, paused momentarily, then continued. A celestial city can dominate a realm spanning 100,000 miles. Each city requires a Luo golden immortal to preside over it, with 100,000 Tai E and 1,000,000 golden immortals forming the army. Should such a day arrive, and celestial cities proliferate throughout the wilderness, then humanity shall truly flourish. Xiao Yang's words struck the swearing clan like a bolt of lightning, surpassing their imagination. Yet in this moment, it ignited a fervor within them. What must we do? Please guide us, Your Majesty. The swearing clan members, filled with excitement, addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang extended his hand, pointing to 2 miniature structures that materialized before the swearing clan. These edifices will be integrated into the ancestral grounds of humanity. One is named the Heavenly Artisan Pavilion, and the other, the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Artisan Pavilion contains supreme methods of artifact forging, capable of crafting myriad weapons. For city construction, it allows for a direct creation of a spiritual treasure, celestial city. Should an insurmountable crisis arise, the celestial city can be summoned to repel adversaries. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion houses unparalleled methods of alchemy, producing various elixirs, each with unique effects, yet undeniably vital for our race's growth. Therefore, I require you to select those with talent from within the clan for training. Once we can forge celestial cities, we shall usher in the era of celestial cities for humanity. Xiao Yang rose, his gaze piercing, fixed upon the swearing clan. When the mountains fall, humanity must strive for strength through its own efforts. Remember, only through relentless self-improvement can humanity thrive. We shall firmly adhere to your Majesty's teachings. Chapter 23. The Grand Master's Ascension to Sanctity. The Era of the Saints. In the ancestral land of humanity, near its sacred grounds, a towering platform stood 9 zhang high. The Grand Master sat cross-legged atop the platform, his eyes gently closed as streams of spiritual energy converged upon him, emanating an aura of celestial grace. At that moment, the Grand Master opened his eyes, which sparkled like a vast sea of stars, drawing all who gazed upon him into a trance. The radiance of Ta Ching enveloped him, as the profound yellow of heaven and earth and the Taiji diagram danced around him, exuding a luminous glow. A unique essence diffused throughout the ancestral land of humanity. The Tao that can be articulated is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always be nameless, so as to observe the subtle. Always be named, so as to observe the tangible. These two emerge from the same source, but are known by different names, both referred to as the profound. Profound beyond profound. The gateway to myriad wonders. The Grand Master's voice resonated, gradually ascending from a low murmur to a grand proclamation. Many members of the human race, drawn by the Grand Master's teachings, gathered beneath the platform, seated in rapture. Some nodded in agreement, others laughed heartily, while some wept openly. A myriad of expressions filled the air. A sermon delivered by a near saint may not lack significance. Yet a discourse from one on the brink of sanctity elicits a distinctly different response. An endless stream of spiritual energy began to converge upon the ancestral land of the human race, transforming into ethereal blossoms that cascaded downwards. As these blossoms touched the beings of the human race, they absorbed their essence, enhancing their cultivation. Wisps of purple aura descended from the heavens, enveloping Laozi in a celestial embrace. Gradually, Laozi's voice resonated from the ancestral land of humanity, echoing to every corner inhabited by humans. His teachings reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, reaching countless sentient beings who listened intently. On eastern Kunlun, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shanqing Tongtian appeared simultaneously within the grand hall of the three purities. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. This was the voice of their elder brother. Had he discovered the path to enlightenment? In the heavenly court, the demon Emperor Dijuan and the Eastern Emperor Tai shared a knowing look, having witnessed Laozi imparting wisdom in the ancestral land of humanity. Perhaps another saint was to emerge, one intrinsically linked to the human race. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Jane and Juni wore expressions of bittersweet longing. The eastern realm was flourishing with talent, while the west languished under hardship, its spiritual energy lagging far behind. When would the West rise to prominence? As 3 months swiftly passed, Laozi sat in meditation upon a high platform, his aura of purple energy thickening to the point where his form was nearly obscured. At this moment, he ceased his sermon, rising slowly to gaze at the vast sky. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao, behold, today I, Taiji Laozi, have comprehended the path to sanctity and am here to expound upon the golden elixir's teachings for the human race, guiding them towards enlightenment. My cultivation is now complete. I establish a new doctrine known as humanity. With the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, I shall govern the fate of the human teaching. Humanity arise." Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens, as bolts of lightning illuminated the skies. Subsequently, Laozi's ethereal figure spread across the vast expanse of the wilderness. Wherever one looked, Laozi could be seen. An infinite amount of merit descended from above, a purple aura stretching across the heavens and earth, converging upon Laozi. His previously late-stage, quasi-saint energy surged dramatically, merging with the primordial purple energy within his consciousness. A tremendous pressure descended upon the wilderness, bearing down upon all sentient beings. We pay our respects to the Taiji saint, the master of humanity. The collective reverence of the beings in the wilderness was palpable. None dared to meet Laozi's gaze, not even the eternal sun, whose brilliance appeared dim in that moment. Laozi cast his gaze towards eastern Kunlun and spoke softly. Second brother, third brother, if not now, when shall you affirm your paths? His words struck like lightning, dispelling the fog in the minds of Yuanshi and Tongtian. The primordial purple energy within their consciousnesses stirred with renewed vigor. Ha ha ha! The path to our sanctity is now within reach. Yuanshi laughed heartily, understanding how to attain enlightenment as one of the three purities connected to Laozi's fortune. He stepped forward, radiating his aura as a beam of Yuqing celestial light swept across the universe, adorned with dazzling hues and an unmatched nobility. Heavenly Tao, behold, I am Yuqing Yuanshi, and today I establish a doctrine known as chanting. The chanting entails aligning with the heavens and elucidating the mysteries of the cosmos, utilizing the innate treasure Panga banner to govern the fortune of the chanting teaching. Chanting teaching, arise. Tongtian, not to be outdone, stepped forward, his form radiating an unparalleled brilliance, akin to an exalted sword poised to cleave the heavens asunder. Heavenly Tao, behold, I am Shanqing Tongtian, and today I establish a doctrine known as intercepting. The heavenly Tao comprises 4 nines, and all things possess a thread of opportunity. The intercepting seeks to seize that thread. With the 4 swords of slaying immortals and the slaying immortal formation governing the fortune of the intercepting teaching, arise. Thunder rumbled once more, the atmosphere shifting dramatically as the two established their grand teachings. Countless merit clouds showered upon them, awakening the legacy of Pangu within them. Within their consciousnesses, the primordial purple energy merged seamlessly, revealing their saintly figures across the wilderness, their saintly pressures radiating throughout. We have witnessed Yuqing Yuanshi, the saint and master of the chanting teaching. We have witnessed Shanqing Tongtian, the saint and master of the intercepting teaching. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Jin observed the still hesitating Juni, who spoke with impatience. Brother, what do you still hesitate for? Now that the 3 purities in Nuwa have attained sanctity, we must not linger any longer. Otherwise, when shall the West find its glory? Upon hearing Juni's words, Jane sighed, relinquishing his internal struggle. Very well, let us commence. Excellent. I can hardly wait. Prepared, Jane settled upon his 12-petal lotus of merit, surrounded by the swastika symbol, faint echoes of sacred sounds emerging. Zhuanti revealed his towering, crystal-clear golden form, appearing quite extraordinary. Heavenly Tao, behold, today the Western practitioners Jin and Zhuanti establish the Western teaching, guiding sentient beings towards goodness, devoid of suffering, worry, disaster, or pain. With the 12-petal lotus of merit and the 8 treasures of merit pool governing the fortune of the Western teaching. Western teaching, arise. The Heavenly Tao responded, showering untold merits upon them. Yet the merit bestowed was scarcely sufficient for one to attain sanctity, let alone for both Jin and Zhuanti. Though their cultivation rose, they did not break through to the saintly realm. Brother, Zhuanti looked anxiously at Jane. Alas, it seems we have much to do in the future. Brother, let's chant. Jane sighed deeply, his expression laden with sorrow. If I attain Buddhahood, may my realm be pure, and may I behold the countless inconceivable worlds of the Buddhas in all directions, like a clear mirror reflecting their countenances. If not, I shall not attain enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, may the heavenly beings and all creatures in my realm be pure and radiant, possessing distinct forms, exquisite beyond measure. Even the most subtle and profound shall be beyond reckoning. If there are beings who can discern their names and numbers, they shall not attain enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, may the bodhisattvas of other realms hear my name, and all attain the pure liberation samadhi. Once established in this samadhi, I shall offer boundless worship to the inconceivable Buddhas without losing my resolve. If not, I shall not attain enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, Jin and Zhuanti recited a total of 48 grand vows, finally amassing enough merit to instantaneously step into the saintly realm, bringing forth yet another surge of saintly pressure upon the wilderness. In the span of a single day, the 4 teachings were established, and 5 saints emerged. Their arrival heralded the dawn of the era of saints. Chapter 24. The Intent of Migration Trial of the Prodigies. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, Golden Dragon of Human Fortune. Emperor of Humanity. Fortune level, level 3. Realm, early stage quasi-saint. As a vessel of human fortune, you can mobilize the power of all humanity. Cultivation techniques. Supreme body refinement scripture. Supreme artifact refinement method. Supreme alchemy method. As a vessel of human fortune, you can learn all human cultivation techniques and integrate them. Items. Postnatal merit spiritual treasure. Creation whip. Merit fortune spiritual treasure. Kong Tong seal. Fortune sign-in count. 0. As human fortune rises, sign-in counts can be acquired within the ancestral hall of humanity. Xiao Yang gazed thoughtfully at his attribute panel. The advent of the era of saints heralded that the conclusion of the calamity of the shaman and the demon would not be far off. At most, it amounts to merely a few dozen or perhaps 100 yuan. Moreover, the evolution of the human race, in contrast to previous eras, has undergone profound changes. No one can predict what the ultimate outcome will be. Presently, whether it be alchemy or artifact forging or the development of humanity, everything has commenced. He felt that his significance within the human race had diminished greatly, and a desire to journey through the primal wilderness began to stir within him. After all, it is said that treasures abound in the primal wilderness. Aside from his last expedition to retrieve the Kongtong seal, he had never ventured beyond the human realm. This time, regardless of the circumstances, he could no longer contain the restlessness within his heart. "Your Majesty, did you summon us?" Just as Xiao Yang pondered. The three from the Swearing clan had already approached him, bowing respectfully. "No need for formalities. The reason I have called upon you is to entrust you with one final task." After stating this, he added, "I too shall depart from the human realm to explore the primal wilderness." The three from the Swearing clan exchanged glances. "Your Majesty, what task do you have for us?" As you are aware, the 4 teachings stand divided, and the 5 saints loom above. The highest combat prowess in the primal wilderness is no longer the quasi-saints, but the saints themselves. Do you believe that the 2 dominant forces, the demon clan and the shaman clan, can remain idle? A glimmer of insight shone in Xiao Yang's eyes as he posed this question to the 3. Upon hearing his words, the 3 from the Swearing clan fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, Z of the Swearing clan looked at Xiao Yang and spoke. "Your Majesty implies that it will not be long before the Shaman clan and the Demon clan will engage in battle?" The Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan also pondered this possibility, directing their gazes toward Xiao Yang. Indeed, it is highly likely that the Shaman and Demon clans will soon ignite a new round of conflict. And this time, it may very well be the final confrontation between the 2 tribes. Xiao Yang's voice was somber, as if he could already sense the impending turmoil. The faces of the 3 from the Swearing clan shifted. Now, having ascended to the great Luo level, they were no longer as insignificant as they once were. Solely preoccupied with the human realm, their perspectives had broadened to encompass the entirety of the primal wilderness. They foresaw that the imminent clash between the shaman and demon clans would plunge the entire primal wilderness into devastation. A calamity would sweep across the primal wilderness. Not only the human race, but even quasi-saints might find it difficult to escape. At that time, the human race could suffer catastrophic losses. "It appears you have grasped this point," Xiao Yang continued. "Although our human race currently boasts 1 quasi-saint and nearly 100 great Luo, such strength is still woefully inadequate compared to the shaman and demon clans. If humanity wishes to survive, we must fortify our power." The Swearing clan's expression hardened with determination as they bowed to Xiao Yang. "Please, Your Majesty, guide us on what we should do." The initial construction of the immortal city was merely one part of the plan. The other part involved the migration of the human race away from this place. Xiao Yang sighed, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. "What? Migration?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Swearing clan and Yu Chao and Z shifted dramatically. They had existed in this place since their inception and had never contemplated the possibility of leaving. Indeed, migration. This location lies at the base of the Pillar of Heaven, and it will become the main battlefield of the impending Shaman-Demon War. If the human race remains here, we could easily be swept into the fray. The losses would be incalculable. Xiao Yang paused to allow the Swearing clan to process this information before continuing. "I have decided to divide the human race into 3 factions, with the 3 of you leading each group, and migrate them in batches to the shores of the Eastern Sea. That place is quite suitable for our survival and aligns perfectly with the plans for the immortal city. Once we establish ourselves there, we shall send the talented individuals of our clan to traverse the primal wilderness in search of opportunities. The Golden Immortals must establish their clans, while the Tai must also return to their clans. Regardless, we must elevate our ranks. Upon hearing this, the swearing clans' faces darkened, their eyes filled with trepidation. Whether within their own race or any other, the prodigies were the backbone of a lineage, the essence of a clan. They could hardly fathom the consequences of sending all their talented individuals to brave the primal wilderness, risking severe losses. Just as they were about to voice their concerns to Xiao Yang, they heard his cold words resonate. I know what you are thinking, but without enduring storms, how can one witness a rainbow? Without facing hardships, how can one truly shine? Does our human race lack cultivation methods? Lacking treasures? Or elixirs? We have none of those deficiencies. What we lack is the baptism of blood and fire. You have shielded them too well. Xiao Yang's words rang out like the tolling of a morning bell, echoing in their hearts. Now, migrating to the shores of the Eastern Sea would serve as their first trial, while venturing into the wilderness would be their second. How could they safeguard a realm and protect the human race without growing strong? Do you suppose that our near 100 great Luo and the many immortal cities are sufficient to shield the human race as it stands? After a lengthy silence, the swearing clan stood up, their eyes carrying traces of sorrow, yet more resolute than ever. Swear and shall faithfully obey your majesty's commands. Yu Chao and Zi also rose, perhaps feeling the pangs of future losses for their race. But they were more concerned for the future of humanity. Should they have to sacrifice their lives for the brighter future of the human race, they would do so without hesitation. This was their conviction and the will of their transformation. Chapter 25. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng Short-Sightedness. After Xiao Yang had thoroughly arranged the affairs of the human race, he departed, embarking on a journey through the primal wilderness in search of his own opportunities. Along the way, he paused intermittently, witnessing numerous phenomena previously unheard of in his past life. Life and death separations, love and hate entanglements, and the ephemeral nature of existence all contributed to the richness of his experiences. Yet, Xiao Yang never entertained the thought of intervening in these matters. Having been in the primal wilderness for quite some time, the first lesson he learned was the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. In this world, the weak are unworthy of sympathy or compassion from others. The strong are unburdened by such emotions. Their sole purpose is to stand atop the food chain, surveying all life below. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Yang's resolve grew ever firmer, his aura becoming increasingly harmonious and unified. Thus, as he continued on his journey, he became oblivious to his surroundings, wholly focused on moving forward. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, you cannot escape. Kill. Seize their primal essence. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted ahead, and a surge of malevolence ascended. Xiao Yang halted, his brow furrowing. What was being shouted? It seemed to be the names of Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. Having realized this, a spark of determination flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, and he suddenly vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he stood atop the clouds, quietly observing the scene below on the plain. There, two figures were encircled by a throng of adversaries. The two individuals encircled displayed contrasting auras. One radiated the quintessence of the five elements, while the other was enveloped in the dual energies of yin and yang. Indeed, it appeared that these were Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's lips, his gaze imbued with profound significance. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, surrender your essence, and I shall grant you passage from this place. Otherwise, you shall perish here today. An elder stepped forth, exuding the formidable aura of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. Mere rodents shall always remain insignificant. Do you truly believe you can claim our essence without sacrifice from your kin? Kong Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk, his words devoid of courtesy. Bah, old rodent, heed my warning. Should I escape, your clan shall know no peace henceforth. The Golden Peng spat blood at the elder, his words laced with defiance, his eyes sharp and bloodshot, radiating a palpable killing intent. Very well, if that is the case, then you shall not be spared. Kill. The elder's face hardened, revealing his murderous intent. At his command, the encircling golden-eyed mice launched their assault upon Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. Kill. Slay them. The two warriors roared in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they charged fearlessly towards their foes. Thunderous clashes echoed as divine powers collided, tearing apart the clouds above. Though Kong Xian and the Golden Peng possessed only the early-stage aura of a Tai Golden Immortal, they stood their ground against a horde of late-stage and perfected Tai Golden Immortals, even managing to fell several of their assailants. As Kong Xian and the Golden Peng grew bolder in battle, the golden-eyed mice appeared to instinctively cower, no longer daring to charge forward. Ha ha! Did you not desire my yin and yang essence? Why do you hesitate now? Rodents will always be rodents. The Golden Peng, his body marred with wounds and glistening with golden blood, mocked his foes, seemingly oblivious to his own pain. Kong Xian, standing silent beside him, wore a similar expression of derision. A pack of worthless wretches, utterly disgracing our ancestors. The elder seethed with fury at the sight of his clan's cowardice, his face darkening with rage. It seems I must intervene. Witness my divine ability, rodent's short sight. As he spoke, a massive spectral mouse materialized behind him, both the apparition and the elder emanating a blinding golden light. This beam, imbued with a terrifying aura, pierced through space, appearing mere inches from Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. 5-element divine light, yin-yang transformation vessel. Despite the imminent threat of the golden radiance, Kong Xian and the Golden Peng remained unperturbed. From behind Kong Xian, a peacock apparition emerged, the quintessence of the 5 elements swirling around him as he unleashed a vibrant beam of divine light. The Golden Peng, on the other hand, transformed the yin and yang energies into a vessel, its mouth inverted, exuding a terrifying pull, eager to consume the golden light. How intriguing! Xiao Yang stood atop the clouds, gently stroking his chin, a unique glimmer flickering in his eyes. Ultimately, as if struck by an amusing thought, a smile spread across his face. With a single step, he created ripples in the void, appearing somewhat abruptly upon the battlefield. The faintest trace of his quasi-saintly aura instilled a profound pressure upon all present, rendering them momentarily breathless. Who might you be, venerable one, and why do you trouble us? The elder of the golden-eyed mice, his face flushed and breathing heavily, addressed Xiao Yang. Your name is unworthy of my acknowledgement. Xiao Yang did not even cast a glance at the elder, clearly regarding him with disdain. Venerable one, my clan of golden-eyed mice has allied with the demon tribe's heavenly court. I implore you to allow our safe passage. A flicker of resentment flashed in the elder's eyes as he spoke to Xiao Yang. Oh, are you threatening me? As a member of the demon tribe, do you not recall who once clashed with your Eastern Emperor Tai? Xiao Yang's gaze sparkled with mischief as he scrutinized the elder. The elder was momentarily taken aback, realization dawning upon him as fear seeped into his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. I had intended to spare your lives, yet you seem oblivious to your fate. Truly, you court death. Xiao Yang's gaze turned frigid as he gestured dismissively at the elder and his kin. In an instant, the elder and his companions vanished as if they had never existed. Next, Xiao Yang's attention shifted to Kong Xian and the Golden Peng, a look of interest illuminating his features. Predecessor. The two warriors regarded Xiao Yang with trepidation. Although Xiao Yang's expression bore no malice, it still instilled discomfort within them. I am Xiao Yang, the Emperor of Humanity. Will you follow me? Will you follow me? Xiao Yang, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Kong Xian and the Golden Peng with an indifferent gaze. To them, Xiao Yang appeared immensely imposing, an embodiment of the yin and yang, the 5 elements, with a magnificent golden dragon coiling around him. His supreme imperial aura radiated, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng swallowed hard, a flicker of trepidation crossing their hearts. May I inquire, Emperor of Humanity, if we decline your offer, will you permit our departure? Gong Shuan spoke closely to Xiao Yang. Of course. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he raised his hand, preparing to erase them as he had done with the elder. Seeing this, sweat poured from Kong Xian's brow as he hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, we are willing to follow the emperor. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, Xiao Yang paused momentarily, a bemused expression crossing his face. Oh, have you truly considered this? As the Emperor of Humanity, I do not coerce others into actions against their will. Kong Xian? After a prolonged silence, a rather unappealing smile crept onto Kong Xian's face as he finally replied, Indeed, we have given it considerable thought and wish to follow the emperor. With that, Kong Xian knelt on one knee, paying his respects to Xiao Yang. The Golden Peng, Witnessing his brother's submission, followed suit without protest, bowing to Xiao Yang. Observing their capitulation, a fleeting smile flickered across Xiao Yang's face. He extended his hand to assist Kong Xian and the golden Peng to their feet. With a pointed gesture to their foreheads, an enigmatic scripture materialized in their minds. Since you are willing to follow this emperor, I shall not be stingy. This starry nirvana scripture is divided into 9 levels, each capable of channeling the celestial powers of the universe for cultivation. With each level mastered, one shall undergo a rebirth, transforming both body and innate talent. You must diligently practice and not betray this emperor's expectations. Kong Xian and Jin Peng's eyes glimmered with gratitude toward Xiao Yang as they immediately sat down to cultivate the starry nirvana scripture. As they began their practice, the daylight above them transformed into a vast starry sky. Countless stars showered their celestial energy upon Kong Xian and Jin Peng, which they absorbed into their bodies. Their previously nascent energies as early-stage Tai golden immortals began to surge. Very well, I shall lend you my assistance. Xiao Yang observed Kong Xian and Jin Peng with a faint smile. He waved his hand, drawing forth this spiritual energy from a radius of millions of miles, surrounding Kong Xian and Jin Peng, allowing them to absorb it freely. After what seemed like an eternity, Kong Xian and Jin Peng opened their eyes, filled with joy as they realized they had reached the late stage of Tai golden immortal. Alas, it is disappointing that after all this effort, you have only attained the late stage of Tai golden immortal. Xiao Yang sighed, recalling how he had merely fought one battle to break through from the Luo to quasi-saint. With a shake of his head, he turned to leave. Kong Xian and Jin Peng felt the warmth of gratitude towards Xiao Yang dissipate, leaving them uncertain of their emotions. After receiving Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the trio continued their journey through the vast expanse of the primordial world. The wilderness was boundless. Even a Deluo golden immortal would find it challenging to measure its vastness. The terrain was dominated by mountains and hills, which comprised about 70 to 80% of the landscape, leaving only the remaining 20 to 30% as plains. This abundance of mountains and hills exuded an ancient, primordial aura reminiscent of the most primal era. Among these towering mountains, countless ancient spirit roots and celestial flowers thrived, alongside many rare primordial species. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang commanded Kong Xian and Jin Peng to gather these spirit roots and celestial flowers. He instructed them to document the appearances and habits of the primordial species. Kong Xian was bewildered by Xiao Yang's actions and inquired, "Your Majesty, these spirit roots and celestial flowers are abundant in the wilderness, often ignored even by ordinary beasts. What use do we have in collecting them? Moreover, these primordial species are exceedingly rare and do not pose a threat to humanity." In response to Kong Xian's words, Xiao Yang sighed. He recalled the calamity of the Fengshun, how Laozi and others, in their collaboration, shattered the sword array of the immortal execution, causing the disciples of the Jie sect to scatter and perish, leading to the disintegration of the once mighty sect. In a fit of rage, Tong Tian nearly sought to recreate the primordial world. Though stopped by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, the primordial realm ultimately fractured into 4 continents. From that point onward, apart from the caves and blessed lands with innate spiritual energy, the primordial spiritual energy gradually transformed into acquired energy. Now, these once common spirit roots and celestial flowers are becoming increasingly rare in the wilderness. Whenever one appears, countless individuals vie for possession. If the spirit roots and celestial flowers are so scarce, one can only imagine the rarity of those primordial species. Kong Xian, you may not understand now, but you need only know that this endeavor holds significance. If you insist on a reason, consider it a protective excavation of the primordial spirit roots and celestial flowers, as well as the compilation of a catalog of primordial species. Xiao Yang's words carried profound meaning, yet left Kong Xian somewhat perplexed. In the future, when the primordial realm shatters into 4 continents, Kong Xian would recall Xiao Yang's words. Through this experience, Xiao Yang became a figure of profound respect in Kong Xian's heart. At that moment, a fierce roar echoed from afar. A voice thundered, "Who dares trespass upon the territory of my Hutu tribe?" Just as the words fell, a swift sound cut through the air. A streak of light, imbued with a heavy and sharp aura, pierced through space, hurtling towards Xiao Yang and his companions. Umph! Kong Xian snorted coldly, unleashing his magic power as he reached out with his right hand. The 5 elemental energies emanated from his palm, intercepting the streak of light. As the light dissipated, they revealed an ancient, long arrow. Kong Xian grasped the arrow, infusing it with his elemental power, and propelled it back towards the direction it came from. With a thunderous roar, the long arrow tore through the vibrant light, leaving destruction in its wake. "How bold! Watch as I pierce you with a single arrow," roared a burly man adorned with battle tattoos, his bronze skin glistening in the light. He drew a dark bow and nocked an arrow, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a taut bowstring, he released the arrow with a swift motion. The 2 arrows, glowing with light, collided in the air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that unleashed a tempest across the terrain for miles around, leaving a gaping chasm at the center of the collision. Could it be? Xiao Yang mused as he gazed at the imposing figure approaching from afar, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Who are you, bold enough to intrude upon my Wu tribe's domain?" As the Wu tribesman drew near, he regarded Xiao Yang and his companions with astonishment. He sensed that Kong Xian and Jin Peng were not far from his own strength, both at the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. However, Xiao Yang's presence felt enigmatic, eluding his comprehension. "Humph! How amusing! Well, you claim this is your Wu tribe's territory. Why not assert that the entire primordial realm belongs to your kind?" Xiao Yang remained silent, but Jin Peng, unable to contain himself, retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Although he and his brother Kong Xian had not allied with the beast tribes, they harbored no fondness for the violent Wu tribe either. "How audacious! I shall see what prowess you possess to act so brazenly on my Wu tribe's land." The burly Wu tribesman's face flushed with indignation. He drew his bow, pulling it taut to its full moon shape. A surge of murderous intent poured forth from him, establishing an inexplicable connection with the ominous energies of the world. Countless dark energies surged towards the long arrow in his grasp. In an instant, the world seemed to hold its breath. With a swift motion, the long arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing through space with an overwhelming intent to kill, appearing almost instantaneously before Jin Peng. Jin Peng's eyes narrowed with gravity. Though he had mocked the Wu tribesmen earlier, he held a healthy respect for his cultivation. Had Xiao Yang not bestowed upon them the starry nirvana scripture, allowing him to rejuvenate his body and elevate his cultivation to the Tai realm, he would have likely fled at the sight of this formidable foe. Yet now, he felt confident enough to stand against the Wu tribesmen. Suddenly, Jin Peng furrowed his brows, and a powerful aura of an early stage Deluo Golden Immortal surged forth from him. A piercing cry echoed behind him, and a majestic golden-winged rock manifested. Under a radiant glow, Jin Peng's hands transformed into a pair of powerful claws, infused with the essence of yin and yang, reaching out to seize the long arrow. Boom! A shockwave erupted from Jin Peng, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Is that all? The Tian Peng strike. Jin Peng extended his hand and crushed the long arrow that stood in his way into 2 pieces. Subsequently, he unleashed a punch towards the shaman man before him. This strike instantly evolved into the golden-winged rock behind him, launching an assault on the shaman man. Quite interesting. Remember, my name is Ho Yi. Witnessing Jin Peng's prowess, a fierce battle spirit surged in Ho Yi's eyes, excitement flashing momentarily. As a member of the shaman tribe, born for battle and madness, he had never feared anyone. In a swift motion, Ho Yi produced 9 long arrows and knocked them onto his bow. The bow formed a perfect crescent. Each arrow was imbued with boundless malice, locking onto Jin Peng, preventing any escape. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous roars rang out through the forest, stirring up endless waves of energy. A terrifying shockwave swept across the surroundings. When everything settled, a deep, bottomless trench appeared between Ho Yi and Jin Peng. Impressive, to withstand my 9 arrows. Let us engage in battle once more. If you fight well, you shall earn the right to be my friend among the shamans. As Ho Yi spoke, he slung his longbow across his back, his battle markings shimmering with light as he charged towards Jin Peng. Jin Peng, hearing Ho Yi's words, could only shake his head in disbelief. Is camaraderie founded on the thrill of battle? Are all shamans so mindless? However, facing the charging Ho Yi, Jin Peng did not shy away from combat. The essence of yin and yang surged around him, forming a golden bridge that pressed down towards Ho-yi. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle within the forest. Brother Ho-yi, Kwafu has come to assist you. Take this staff. At that moment, a tremor reverberated from afar, accompanied by a rough yet fiery voice. Xiao Yang and Kong Xian turned to look. A colossal figure, resembling a mountain, rushed towards them, wielding a peachwood staff and exuding a fierce aura. I have come to confront you. Seeing Kwafu intervene in the clash between Ho-yi and Jinpeng, Kong Xian coldly snorted, transforming into a radiant five-colored light that charged towards Kwafu. Ha ha, splendid. Take my staff. Kwafu, upon seeing Kong Xian approach, was not alarmed but rather delighted, laughing heartily as he swung his staff. Observing the increasingly spirited duel between Ho-yi and Kwafu, Xiao Yang couldn't help but cover his face. Are all shamans this simple-minded? Do they resort to fighting at the slightest provocation? Just by watching Ho-yi and Kwafu, Xiao Yang could imagine the shaman tribe's approach. Wishing to converse? No problem, let us battle. Seeking an alliance? No problem, let us battle. If there are unresolved matters, we shall fight until resolution is achieved. As Xiao Yang pondered these thoughts, a sudden sensation arose within him, prompting him to glance to the left. I have met the human emperor. A graceful figure appeared, clad in a flowing, pale yellow gown, radiating an aura akin to the earth itself. This was none other than Hutu, the ancestor witch of the Wu tribe. When Xiao Yang looked at Hutu, she offered a gentle smile. Captivated by her exquisite and pure smile, Xiao Yang's mind was overwhelmed with one thought. Wasn't it said that shamans were all muscle-bound brutes, consumed by their primal instincts? Why then does Hutu appear so sweet? Xiao Yang had encountered the ancestor which Hutu before. He reined in his wandering thoughts and respectfully bowed to her. Ho-yi and Kwafu pay our respects to the ancestor witch. Meanwhile, Ho-yi and Kwafu, who were engaged in combat with Jinpeng and Kong Xian, upon seeing Hutu's presence, ceased their battle, forcing Jinpeng and Kong Xian back and approaching Hutu to pay their respects. Their eyes were filled with deep reverence for the ancestor witch. Hutu nodded slightly at Ho-yi and Kwafu, then turned her gaze to Xiao Yang. It is an honor to have the human emperor visit my Hutu tribe. I humbly invite you to my Hutu palace, so that I may extend my hospitality. Ever since the human race's fortune transformed into the golden dragon, leading to the emergence of Xiao Yang, the human race has continuously accrued merits. From his battle with Donghuang Tai-yi, it could be said that Xiao Yang had piqued Hutu's curiosity. Now, upon sensing Xiao Yang's quasi-sane aura, her curiosity only deepened regarding how he had cultivated to such a level in so short time. Xiao Yang remained unaware of Hutu's thoughts. Yet in response to her invitation, he nodded in agreement, speaking with delight. Excellent. Chapter 28. Xiao Yang discusses the Wu and Yao. On a vast plain bisected by a mighty river, countless stone houses were built alongside the water, many constructed from the bones of demon beasts. These residences may not be aesthetically pleasing, yet they possessed a rugged beauty. This is truly the Hutu ancestor witch's tribe? As Xiao Yang traversed the tribe, observing everything, a hint of emotion surfaced in his eyes. Indeed, this is my Hutu tribe. Xiao Yang, human emperor, what do you think of my Wu tribe? Hutu slightly raised her head, a smile gracing her face, her eyes shimmering with pride. Indeed, I see that within Hutu ancestor witch's tribe, there are nearly 100 great shamans, and close to 10,000 at the Tai-yi level. Just observing this tribe of yours, one can discern the strength of the entire Wu tribe. The Wu tribe, truly deserving of its status as a dominant force in the current wilderness. As Xiao Yang perceived the essence of the Hutu tribe, he gained a deeper understanding of its true nature. His words were laced with admiration for Hutu's tribe and the entirety of the Wu tribe. He had garnered a general comprehension of the specific strengths of both the Wu and Yao tribes. Standing beside Xiao Yang, Hutu remained silent, her smile growing ever more radiant. Moments later, a stone hall emerged before Xiao Yang and Hutu. Although this stone hall was not grand, it emanated an ancient, profound, and weighty aura. Even without Xiao Yang's perception, he could see the traces of the earth's principles engraved upon it. Human Emperor, please. At this moment, Hutu waved her sleeve, and the stone hall's doors swung open. Subsequently, she gestured for Xiao Yang to enter first. Excellent. Xiao Yang, without the slightest hesitation, strode forward into the stone hall. Observing his decisive actions, Hutu's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Without further delay, she followed him into the hall. Moments later, Xiao Yang and Hutu sat across from each other. Xiao Yang, human emperor, the human race has only existed for several millennia, yet you have cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. Truly remarkable talent. I am deeply impressed. In the past, a rift emerged between the human race and the demon race, and you once engaged in battle with the Eastern Emperor Tai of the demon clan. Yet now, by your side, stand two demons? What brings them to my witch clan? Although I harbor a certain fondness for the human race, a species that embodies the path of ease, and though Hutu is filled with curiosity about Xiao Yang as the ancestral witch of the earth, she must ascertain the purpose of Xiao Yang's visit to our clan. Meeting Hutu's gaze, filled with solemnity and tranquility, Xiao Yang showed no hesitation. Kong Xian and Jin Peng are not mere demons. Their mother is the matriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng. The Phoenix clan does not submit to the demon race. As for why I have come to the witch clan, Xiao Yang paused briefly, casting a smile at Hutu. I was journeying through the vast wilderness in search of opportunities and unexpectedly arrived at the witch clan. Can the ancestral witch Hutu trust my words? Observing Xiao Yang's candor, Hutu nodded in agreement. The human emperor, as the sovereign of the human race, would not deceive me. Hutu believes in the words of the human emperor. After a moment of silence, curiosity flickered in Hutu's eyes. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, is it true that the human race, born from the creation of the saint Nuwa, is indeed so favored by destiny? After thousands of years, has such an extraordinary figure as the human emperor emerged? Hearing Hutu's words, Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. Is this truly how the ancestral, which Hutu perceives the human race? Hutu gazed at Xiao Yang, blinking her eyes but remaining silent. Noticing her actions, Xiao Yang gently shook his head and spoke. Ancestral, witch Hutu, if anyone is favored by destiny, should it not be your witch clan? From a moment of your inception, your combat prowess has been formidable. Even the demon race finds it challenging to compete with the physical might of the witch clan. Furthermore, each witch possesses a law within, allowing them to enhance their cultivation through continuous comprehension. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hutu was momentarily taken aback, then retorted. Though our witch clan possesses great physical strength, we lack a primordial spirit, hindering our understanding of the heavenly way and the refinement of spiritual treasures. Can that truly be considered favored by destiny? Xiao Yang laughed heartily and replied to Hutu. If the ancestral which Hutu speaks thus, then what do we humans possess? The human race lacks the formidable physique of the witch and demon clans, is devoid of laws, and has no lineage passed down through generations. Even our lifespan, if one cannot cultivate, is but a fleeting 10,000 years. In what way can we humans claim to be favored by destiny? Hutu's eyes displayed a look of confusion, and after a while, a spark of realization crossed her gaze. I understand now. Your human race is remarkably prolific. Xiao Yang, Hutu, observing Xiao Yang's speechless expression, felt a hint of embarrassment, chuckling softly. The ancestral which Hutu is not wrong. Our human race, if lacking in cultivation, can conceive after a mere 10 months of gestation. Even those with cultivation do not take as long as the demon race, which can span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Indeed, the ability to reproduce is a notable advantage of our human race. With a calm demeanor, Xiao Yang addressed Hutu once more. After a brief pause, he turned to Hutu, his expression taking on a more serious tone, prompting Hutu to instinctively adjust her mindset. Ancestral witch Hutu, are you aware of the disparities between your witch clan and the demon clan? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hutu was initially perplexed, but then her gaze sharpened as she looked at him. Is our witch clan truly inferior to the demon race? Indeed, I wish to hear the human emperor's insights. Just then, a spatial fluctuation emanated from the main hall. Subsequently, the space near Xiao Yang and Hutu was torn apart, and the remaining 11 ancestral witches of the witch clan emerged. Upon learning that the human emperor of the human race had arrived, they rushed over. However, they were unaware that upon their arrival, they overheard Xiao Yang asserting that the witch clan was inferior to the demon race. This revelation ignited a flicker of anger in the eyes of the 11 ancestral witches, who fixed their gazes intently on Xiao Yang, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Having fought against the demon race for so long, the ancestral witches, as leaders of the witch clan, should be acutely aware of their clan's numbers. I dare to ask, how has the population of the witch clan changed since its inception? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, Di Jiang and Hutu fell silent. As the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang possessed greater knowledge than the others. Presently, the witch clan appears to have hit a bottleneck in its development. However, he was uncertain where this bottleneck lay. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's question, a vague answer began to form in his mind. Although the other ancestral witches may not share Di Jiang's comprehensive oversight of the witch clan, they too derived a conclusion based on their respective tribes. How can this be possible? The fire ancestral, which Zhurong among the 12 ancestral witches spoke incredulously. Chapter 29. The deficiencies of the witch clan blood sacrifice battle tactics. Within the hall, Xiao Yang observed the 12 ancestral witches, now enveloped in silence, and a faint smile graced his lips. As the human emperor, Xiao Yang would naturally not overlook the fact that the witch and demon clans pose the most significant obstacles to the rise of humanity. The witch clan possesses formidable individual strength. However, the clan's deficiency lies in its population. The origin of the witch clan stems from the 12 ancestral witches drawing upon their own blood to create a blood pool from the heart of Pangu. Yet, the Panga blood pool is not infinite, and the witch clan has lost its primary source of population. Even though there are instances of pairs within the witch clan coming together to procreate, the challenges they face in producing offspring are far greater than those of the demon race. The witch clan has reached its current state after countless epochs, barely maintaining a population in the hundreds of millions, and this number scarcely represents a fraction of the demon race. Even if the individual combat strength of the demon race does not match that of the witch clan, what does that matter? If one demon cannot slay you, then 10 can. If that fails, then 100 or 1,000 can. Even through sheer numbers, they could overwhelm a witch. Xiao Yang even suspects that were it not for the presence of the 12 ancestral witches and their comprehension of the 12 capital heavenly God's great formation, the demon race could have long since worn down the witch clan. If your argument holds, then why has the strength of the witch clan continued to grow? Zhurong gazed at Xiao Yang, his eyes wide with confusion, and hoarsely inquired. The overall strength of the witch clan has increased precisely because the individual strength of its members is on the rise. Take the tribe of the ancestral witch Hutu. For instance, 100,000 years ago, there were 20 great witches, but now there are 100. Yet, in the wars against the demon race, the number of tribesmen has decreased by half. So, has the strength of the witch clan truly increased? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the ancestral witches fell silent once more. Until now, most of them had focused solely on fighting and cultivating stronger warriors, never contemplating this issue. If I am not mistaken, the population of the witch clan has seen no significant change for a long time, and may even be on the decline, correct? A confident expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. After a long pause, Di Jiang finally spoke to Xiao Yang. Beyond this, what other disparities exist between our witch clan and the demon race? Without hesitation, Xiao Yang replied once more. Certainly, although the witch clan possesses formidable individual strength and the ability to wield the powers of laws. However, the witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, and to confront the demon race as spirit treasures with bare hands must surely feel like a futile endeavor. It is akin to the ancestral witches opposing the likes of Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai of the demon race. At that moment, Hutu's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light. Emperor Xiao Yang, she said, we are all aware of the dilemma you mention, yet we have no means to resolve it. Could it be that you possess a solution to this conundrum? The gazes of Di Jiang and the others turned toward Xiao Yang. They remained calm, harboring no expectations for a remedy, as they had failed to find one themselves despite numerous attempts and doubted Xiao Yang would have a better solution. Yet, they were mistaken. Naturally, I possess a method for the witch clan to utilize spirit treasures. Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. What? You have a solution? How could this be? Di Jiang and the others stood up, struggling to contain their excitement. The entire hall suddenly warped, dark fissures appearing in the space around them. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, especially Hutu, whose mouth hung open in astonishment. Xiao Yang glanced at Hutu, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. If you truly have a solution to this issue, Emperor Xiao Yang, I am willing to exchange half of our clan's treasures for it. After a moment of contemplation, Di Jiang solemnly addressed Xiao Yang and the other ancestral witches voiced no objections. Although the witch clan's treasury contained numerous spirit treasures, without the ability to wield them, they were merely worthless trinkets. A solution would suffice for them to utilize the remaining half of their treasures effectively. After a brief pause, Xiao Yang nodded. With a swift motion, he summoned a jade slip that hovered before the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang took the slip and began to examine its contents, subsequently passing it to the others for their perusal. Once the jade slip had been reviewed by all, smiles broke across their faces. What a splendid method of blood refinement, they exclaimed. Our lack of a primordial spirit prevents us from refining spirit treasures, so we shall wash them with our essence blood, cultivating our lives together. Furthermore, we can use our blood to forge divine materials and create the warriors we desire. This is the kind of warriors our clan deserves. Excitement bubbled within Di Jiang and the others as they envisioned the types of warriors they would forge. With such warriors, the demon race would find no advantage in external matters. In the next great battle, they would surely eradicate the demons completely. On behalf of my witch clan sons, I express our gratitude to you, Emperor Xiao Yang. Hutu rose and bowed deeply to him. We also thank you on behalf of our witch clan. Di Jiang and the others followed suit, bowing to Xiao Yang. As Xiao Yang regarded the 12 ancestral witches, a complex expression flickered across his face. Then he laughed heartily. There is no need for such formalities. This is merely a transaction. I am simply fulfilling my obligations. Upon hearing his words, Di Jiang waved his hand grandly. Such generosity from the emperor must not be met with meanness from our clan. We invite you to our sacred land, the Panga Hall. In addition to half of our treasures, we shall prepare a significant gift as a token of our gratitude. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, clearly supporting Di Jiang's decision. Then I shall graciously accept your kind offer. Xiao Yang smiled, accepting their goodwill without reservation. At that moment, Zhu Rong turned to Xiao Yang and inquired, Emperor, may I pose a question? Are you not concerned that, should our witch clan acquire the blood sacrifice spirit treasures and the means to forge warriors, we might turn against the human race? As Zhu Rong's words echoed, silence enveloped the hall. Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression unwavering. No one can extinguish humanity, not the witch clan, not the demon race, nor even the saints. As long as I exist, so shall humanity. His words resonated with a confidence that filled the hall, casting aside all doubts. Chapter 30. Entering the Panga Divine Hall, a drop of Panga's blood. At the base of Mount Buzhou, a straight passage awaited. Gazing into the infinite darkness of the corridor, Xiao Yang raised his right hand, summoning the Fortune Spirit Treasure, the Kongtong Seal, which illuminated the surroundings. The deeper he descended, the denser the darkness became. Xiao Yang sensed that this darkness was composed of malevolent and turbid energy, which thickened as he ventured further down. Emperor Xiao Yang, this malevolent energy poses no threat to our witch clan, but please exercise caution. Hutu, following closely behind him, warned. Xiao Yang nodded. This malevolent energy held little danger for beings like the witch clan, who lacked a primordial spirit. However, for those endowed with a primordial spirit, such energy was best avoided. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang paid it little mind. He was not merely a cultivator. He was the embodiment of the Fortune Golden Dragon, his primordial spirit possessing its characteristics, rendering him impervious to all forms of attack. This mere malevolent energy was beneath his concern. Suddenly, the dark energy, sensing Xiao Yang's presence, coalesced into black mist that surged toward him. Yet, before the mist could approach, the Kongtong Seal radiated brilliant light, emitting a faint dragon's roar that purified the black fog one by one. Xiao Yang and Hutu continued onward. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a flat expanse where the malevolent energy was notably sparse. Raising his gaze, Xiao Yang beheld an ancient and majestic hall before him. Is this the Panga Divine Hall? He wondered, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This hall, formed from the heart of Pangdu, served as the sacred ground of the witch clan. Just a glance revealed that it contained profound mysteries beyond his comprehension. Let us enter, Emperor Xiao Yang. My brothers have prepared everything and await us. Huta urged, pride shimmering in her eyes as she observed Xiao Yang's momentary daze. Very well, he conceded with a nod. The two entered the Panga Hall. Upon stepping inside, they found themselves in an infinite expanse, as if the hall contained the size of an entire world. Following Hutu, Xiao Yang advanced forward, and as they walked, murals depicting chaotic deities and demons emerged on the walls. Observing these frescoes, Xiao Yang felt as though he was grasping the paths and laws of the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons. He gazed at the Earth Mother with a hint of perplexity in his eyes. The essence of Pangu was divided into three, merging with the primordial clarity to become the Pangu Sanqing. Upon departing, not only did he acquire the merits of creation, but he also obtained a treasure forged from those merits, the exquisite and mysterious tower of heaven and earth. And what of the witch clan? Were they merely manifestations of Pangu's 12 drops of heart's blood, devoid of any other legacy? No, they too inherited Pangu's blessings. Although the 12 ancestral witches lacked a primordial spirit and were born to absorb countless malevolent energies, each wielded dominion over a specific principle. The ancestral witch Di Jiang represented space, while Zhu Jiu Yin represented time. The elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, along with weather phenomena like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, were all principles of great renown. Should they fully master these principles, the strength of the 12 ancestral witches would undoubtedly exceed their current quasi-saint realm. If they were to value the murals of these chaotic demons and comprehend their paths and laws, they might not achieve immediate sanctification, but they would certainly enhance their own power. The path of principle realization is the most fitting road for them. Yet, no one knew why these 12 ancestral witches chose to forsake the noble path of principle realization in favor of brute force. Pangu himself had sought the path of strength. Although the paths were different, he ultimately could not traverse it. What made these ancestral witches believe they would succeed? Ha ha! Emperor Xiao Yang, you have finally arrived. Come and behold the gifts we have prepared for you. Just as Xiao Yang pondered these matters, the resounding voice of Di Jiang reached his ears. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Di Jiang at his side, who playfully slapped his shoulder. Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly, feeling a tingling sensation where Di Jiang had struck him. Although he took pride in the strength of his physical form, he had not yet reached the point of hubris where he could rival a witch specialized in physical prowess. What could the ancestral, which Di Jiang had prepared as a gift for him? A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiao Yang's mind. He could not recall any notable treasures within the witch clan. Otherwise, they would not have saved it for him until now. Di Jiang did not respond to Xiao Yang's thoughts, but instead wore a mysterious expression as he led Xiao Yang to a certain location, followed closely by the other ancestral witches. Soon, Di Jiang brought Xiao Yang to a blood pool. This is the birthplace of our witch clan, and the gift I am to present to you lies here. Di Jiang gestured toward the blood pool, speaking with sentiment. Xiao Yang looked intently at the pool. It was vast, yet the blood within was merely a thin layer, suggesting that it had been nearly depleted during the creation of the witch clan. After observing for a while, Xiao Yang failed to discern anything extraordinary. Just as he was about to inquire, Di Jiang spoke again. Emperor Xiao Yang, do you know the origins of us 12 ancestral witches? Without awaiting Xiao Yang's response, Di Jiang continued. We are born of the Father God's heart's blood combined with malevolent energies. Today, the gift we wish to present to you is a drop of Pangu's heart's blood. What? Pangu's heart's blood? Xiao Yang was taken aback, unable to fathom that Di Jiang and the others would bestow such a precious gift upon him. While it was impossible to create another ancestral witch with his heart's blood, absorbing it could lead to a transformation of his physical form, potentially rivaling that of the ancestral witches. Di Jiang, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang finally expressed his refusal. As the words left his mouth, he felt a pang in his heart. After all, it was a drop of Pangu's heart's blood. Di Jiang did not acknowledge Xiao Yang's refusal. Instead, he and the other ancestral witches stood before the blood pool, each forming seals with their hands. Symbols resonant with their essence materialized in midair, coalescing before merging into the blood pool. With a resounding boom, blood-red light erupted from the pool, casting a crimson hue over the entire hall. As the red glow gradually dissipated, a drop of vivid red blood appeared before them. Emperor Xiao Yang, this drop of Pangu's heart's blood is our witch clan's token of gratitude. If you refuse to accept it, it would be akin to belittling our clan. Should you choose not to be our friend, you shall be our enemy, and we do not hold back against our enemies. Di Jiang regarded Xiao Yang with a grave expression, while the other ancestral witches fixed their serious gazes upon him, as if ready to spring into action should he decline. Xiao Yang forced a wry smile. This was not his intention, yet the ancestral witches were far too earnest. In that case, I shall accept it. That's more like it. Di Jiang and the others burst into laughter, their eyes now reflecting a greater sense of camaraderie toward Xiao Yang. Chapter 31. The Mark of Creation with a single thought. One could open the heavens. Inside a secluded chamber of the Pangu temple, Xiao Yang contemplated the drop of Pangu's heart's blood suspended before him. He had perused the murals of the 3,000 chaotic demons, each embodying their own paths and laws. Yet, none of this was what he sought. What he yearned for was to glimpse Pangu's own path and principles. To achieve this, he knew of only one method, the Mark of Creation. According to legends from previous lives, it was said that the three pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's essence. If they were to intertwine their marks, they could recreate the Mark of Creation and witness the scene of Pangu's opening of the heavens. Subsequently, the protective technique practiced by Yang Jian under the Yuan Shitianzuan was derived from insights gained from the Mark of Creation. Since it was possible to derive the Mark of Creation from the essence, thereby witnessing Pangu's creation of the heavens, it stood to reason that this drop of Pangu's heart's blood would also harbor the Mark of Creation. What he needed to do now was find a way to perceive the scene of Pangu's creation of the heavens through this heart's blood and discern Pangu's path and principles. Time passed unmeasured as Xiao Yang finally made his decision. He inhaled deeply, drawing the drop of Pangu's heart's blood into his mouth. In a mere breath, a warm current surged from his heart, swiftly circulating throughout his body. Every cell within him seemed to yearn, eager to absorb this warmth. At that moment, the golden dragon of fortune materialized before him. With a resounding roar, the dragon dove into his being, filling him with boundless fortune. And Xiao Yang's consciousness flowed with this newfound energy. Soon, he discerned the pulsating drop of Pangu's heart's blood at the heart's center. The fortune seemed to perceive something intriguing and surged toward the heart's blood. A wisp of chaotic energy unraveled from the blood, coursing through him. What is this? Xiao Yang beheld a fleeting, ethereal silhouette manifesting above the heart's blood, appearing to smile at him. Just as he was struck by a sense of wonder, the apparition vanished, leaving everything feeling like a mere figment of his imagination. As Pangu's essence suddenly radiated a terrifying allure, it drew Xiao Yang's consciousness into its depths. When Xiao Yang regained his clarity, he found himself enveloped in a misty expanse. He could feel that his state resembled a primordial existence, devoid of physical form, but rich in awareness. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Today, I, Pangu, shall create the heavens and the earth. Hearing these words, a glimmer of surprise flickered across Xiao Yang's face. Pangu? Indeed, within Pangu's essence lies the mark of creation. It seems I have succeeded. Xiao Yang es elatian. A booming sound echoed. He looked up to see a colossal figure approaching him, wielding an axe in one hand and adorned with a jade piece atop his head, emanating a hazy azure glow. It swayed gently, as if accompanied by the resonance of countless sounds. Upon seeing this figure, without requiring any words, the name Pangu materialized in Xiao Yang's mind. Pangu halted a short distance away, surveying the chaotic surroundings that blurred the lines of up and down, left and right, his eyes flashing with unwavering determination. Channeling his internal power, he swung the axe, carving an enigmatic line through the chaos. Without a sound, he split the chaos asunder, revealing a space where purity and filth intertwined, within which the four primordial elements of earth, water, wind, and fire began to evolve. A profound resonance emanated from this pure and filthy realm, spreading throughout the chaos. Xiao Yang paid little heed to this spectacle. His entire being was captivated as Pangu struck the first blow. In his mind, the mark left by Pangu's axe multiplied into myriad transformations, seemingly embodying all changes within the universe, rendering Xiao Yang entranced. As Xiao Yang immersed himself in this reverie, the mark of creation began to unfold, revealing 3,000 chaotic demons roaring as they charged from afar. In their eyes, there was both malice and greed. Born from chaos, their very existence was threatened should Pangu succeed in his creation. The vibrations emanating from the world he was forging lured the attention of all chaotic demons, as if vanquishing Pangu would grant them dominion over this realm and elevate them to the pinnacle of existence. Pangu regarded the charging chaotic demons with an unchanging expression, steadfast and serene. He raised the axe and struck down upon the advancing horde with 9 consecutive blows. The eyes of the chaotic demons reflected fear, despair, and defiance. They unleashed their powers, whether through innate divine abilities or accompanying treasures, all aimed at countering Pangu's 9 strikes. Yet, all efforts proved futile. After the 9 strikes, every chaotic demon lay vanquished, their remains littering the ground, a testament to Pangu's might. Pangu exhaled softly, gazing at the emerging realm of purity and filth, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lifted the axe once more, relentlessly cleaving to expand the domain of purity and filth. Pangu delivered a total of 49 strikes, and just as he prepared to execute the 50th, the realm trembled. Enough with the number 49. Pangu sighed softly before stepping into the realm of purity and filth, eager to appreciate the world he had crafted. However, as he entered, the heavens and earth quaked. The pure and filthy energies began to merge, seemingly intent on reverting to chaos. Without hesitation, Pangu revealed his true form, separating the 2 energies. From that moment forth, the heavens soared higher than ever before, and the earth delved deeper than imaginable. The axe delineated the 3 treasures, establishing the domains of earth, water, wind, and fire, while the shattered jade tablet anchored each region, fostering stability within the world. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, Pangu could no longer endure. He cast a final glance at his creation before gradually collapsing. Pangu became one with all things. Following Pangu's transformation, Xiao Yang's consciousness detached from the mark of creation. At that moment, he felt ensconced in a wondrous state. Within his mind, the essence of each blow struck by Pangu gradually faded, leaving only the indelible marks of each strike, each imbued with innumerable truths and laws. Xiao Yang immersed himself in contemplation, gradually harmonizing the traces of the 49 strikes into a singular essence. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, extending his hand, fingers poised like a blade, and drew a line before him. Crack! The sound of shattering space resonated, and a void appeared before him. With 1 sword and 1 thought, I create the heavens. Chapter 32. The Gourd Seed, a Weapons Proposition. With 1 sword and 1 thought, I create the heavens. The spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes as he beheld the void he had effortlessly conjured. He murmured, boom. As he spoke, a tremendous sound echoed within him. The energy that had once lingered at the initial stage of quasi-saint abruptly surged, propelling him into the mid-stage of quasi-saint in the blink of an eye. Without any discernible action on his part, 3 flowers converged atop his head, while 5 energies enveloped them like a canopy. Among the 3 flowers, a figure sat within the human flower, the very embodiment of the obsession he had once vanquished. This time, an ethereal silhouette began to solidify within his celestial flower. Fellow Taoist, if not now, then when? Xiao Yang called out, and in an instant, the ethereal figure materialized before him. I have seen the true essence. The figure bowed to Xiao Yang. We are one. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Xiao Yang nodded, his face alight with joy as he regarded his benevolent corpse. The Celestial Emperor. This is for you. At that moment, the Celestial Emperor presented Xiao Yang with a seed. What is this? Xiao Yang inquired, perplexed, for he could not discern its nature, yet sensed the vitality within. This seed is a gourd seed, the Celestial Emperor replied. I emerge from the creation whip, and this seed embodies the last vestige of life from within. If nurtured properly, it may sprout. Upon hearing the Celestial Emperor's words, a thoughtful expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. This creation whip was one of the 10 innate roots of the primordial world, the 7-colored gourd vine. Initially, it bore 7 gourds, which were claimed by the 3 pure ones, Hunyuan, Dongwang Tai, and Nuwa, leaving the vine severely weakened. To preserve its essence, it returned the last gourd to its origin. Yet, even then, the vine could not sustain its vitality and was ultimately taken by Nuwa, who utilized it in the creation of humanity, earning merit and transforming it into the post-heavenly treasure known as the creation whip. Until now, Xiao Yang had merely refined the creation whip, unaware that it contained a gourd seed. I understand. Upon returning, I shall plant this gourd seed beside the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. I am eager to see what kind of gourd this final seed will yield. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. In the legends of the past life, The final gourd possessed immense power. It was forbidden by the heavenly laws to come into the world. In this lifetime, he was determined to uncover the mysteries of this last gourd. The benevolent corpse emperor said little, offering a respectful bow to Xiao Yang before retreating into the celestial realm. Observing this, Xiao Yang retracted the 3 flowers and 5 qi into his being. Feeling his body grow even stronger, a smile unconsciously crept across Xiao Yang's lips. Upon leaving his secluded meditation, Xiao Yang entered the Panga temple, where he encountered 12 ancestral witches, all wearing troubled expressions. Xiao Yang, you have emerged from your retreat. Upon seeing him, Huda's eyes sparkled with joy. Ha ha, congratulations, brother Xiao Yang. It seems you have successfully refined that drop of Panga's blood. I told you all that Xiao Yang could refine Panga's blood, but you did not believe me. The other 11 ancestral witches gathered around, their faces brimming with happiness as they regarded Xiao Yang. Gazing at the 12 ancestral witches before him, Xiao Yang felt warmth in his heart. Ever since he had received Panga's blood as a gift, he had referred to the 12 witches as brothers. Moreover, their straightforwardness made them all the more endearing. Indeed, I must thank Brother Dijiao for bestowing upon me Panga's blood. Otherwise, I would not have had this opportunity. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Dijiao and the others erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, a thought struck Dijiao, and his expression turned troubled. Brother Xiao Yang, your timing is impeccable. We have obtained your blood sacrifice battle formation and wish to forge a battle weapon. However, we are uncertain of its design. Please assist us with your thoughts. The other ancestral witch's eyes lit up, all gazing expectantly at Xiao Yang. This weapon is meant for your use. How could I know whether it will satisfy you? Xiao Yang hesitated, shaking his head. Dijiao replied, Brother Xiao Yang, you know we are accustomed to fighting with our fists. For now, we are at a loss regarding its form. Please share your suggestions. If we find them suitable, we shall proceed. If not, we will devise our own plans. Zhurong interjected, Exactly. Brother Xiao Yang, you are not being a good friend. Share an idea. It may very well inspire us. Seeing this, Xiao Yang scratched his nose and looked at the crowd. If that is the case, then I shall share my thoughts. Brother Dijiao, as the spatial ancestor witch, can tear through space with a mere wave of his hand. Why not forge a spatial claw? Brother Zhujiao, as the time ancestor witch, with time flowing like a river and all beings as grains of sand. How about creating an hourglass? Shebi's weather talisman, Zhurong's flag, Gongong's water god spear, Jumon's wood god needle, Rushu's golden spear, Xiaoliang's thunder god hammer, Shizi's lightning whip, Shuaming's ice spear, and Tianwu's swift fan. Lastly, Hutu, as the earth ancestor witch, can the earth bear all things and nourish all life? Should we not forge a mountain river plate to harness the essence of the earth and suppress all foes? Letting out a breath, Xiao Yang turned to Dijiao and the others, eager to hear their opinions. Dijiao, filled with joy, exclaimed, Excellent. Brother Xiao Yang, you are indeed the emperor of humanity. Your words resonate deeply with me. I shall forge the spatial claw. It will shatter space and embody the spirit of our witch clan. Xiao Yang thought to politely inquire whether there was any necessary connection between his suggestion and his title as the emperor of humanity. At that moment, the ancestral witches began to bicker, their eyes alight with excitement, eager to grasp the battle weapon and test its might. Ha ha! When the time comes, with my Zhurong flag unfurled, it will unleash a sea of flames, incinerating those demon clans. Your Zhurong flag cannot compare to the majesty of my water god spear. Wherever the spear points, countless rivers will surge. My thunder god hammer, with a single strike, will unleash a tempest of thunder when facing those demon clans. My lightning whip will turn them to ash. Chapter 33. Can you be gentle next time? Boom, boom, boom. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in an open expanse outside the Panga Temple, the sounds of combat echoed through the ages. The surrounding dense black malevolence was scattered, swept away by a wild wave that surged outward. The space caught in this tempest, twisted under the strain, barely holding together. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot into the sky, within which a golden dragon shadow could be faintly discerned. The Kongtong seal hovered in midair, emanating an aura of supreme authority, suppressing the surrounding chaotic malevolence. Ha ha! I've long wished to spar with you, Brother Xiao Yang. Behold the might of my Zhurong flag. The fire ancestor witch, Zhurong, shouted excitedly. In his hand, a fiery flag, resembling a crimson cloud, unfurled, unleashing countless flames of South Ming. These flames engulfed the land, transforming it into a sea of fire, and like meteors, they rained down upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he pointed toward the Confronting seal. The sound of dragon roars reverberated through the space. The 9 golden dragons on the Confronting seal seemed to revive, roaring forth, some exhaling breath, others thrashing their tails or extending claws to obliterate. The fiery meteor rain conjured by the South Ming flames did not harm Xiao Yang in the slightest. Again, Zhu Rong's excitement intensified, his battle spirit surging forth. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the fiery sea that enveloped him. In the next moment, a pair of hands adorned with battle patterns emerged from the flames, parting the fiery ocean in two. Zhu Rong's true ancestral form emerged, with a fierce beast's head, hair ablaze, and serpentine ears adorned with fiery snakes. Clad in red scales, he stood upon 2 fire dragons, surrounded by a whirlwind of flames, exuding boundless might. This was the true form of Zhu Rong. Boom, boom, boom. Zhu Rong charged toward Xiao Yang, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Observing Zhu Rong's true form, Xiao Yang felt no hesitation. Human Emperor battle body. He raised a hand, summoning the golden dragon of fortune, which merged into his being. Boundless golden radiance erupted from Xiao Yang, enveloping the surroundings. Within this golden light, a majestic figure adorned with a crown and imperial robes emerged, flanked by 9 golden dragons. His eyes, like the sun and moon, held dominion over the heavens, exuding an emperor's grandeur. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang unleashed a punch toward Zhu Rong. This blow, infused with divine brilliance, seemed to carry the weight of nations and the survival of countless humanity. It sang a verse. Under heaven, all lands are the king's. Within the 4 seas, all subjects are the king's. Wherever this punch landed, it shattered the ground, embodying the majesty and laws of the human emperor. Kill. Fire god reigned supreme. Zhu Rong regarded this punch, a flicker of seriousness appearing in his eyes. He wielded the laws of fire, and the essence of fire from the heavens and earth slowly converged towards him. The flames and rings surrounding him deepened in hue, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Boundless flames were gathered into his hand, and with a single punch, it seemed as though he had unleashed a realm engulfed in fire. Boom! The clash of forces led to an initial silence, followed by a deafening roar that reverberated across the land, even causing the Pangu temple to tremble slightly. Endless smoke and malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the events that transpired within. Time passed, and, as the smoke dissipated and the malevolence subsided, Xiao Yang continued to display the form of the Emperor of Humanity, while Zhu Rong exhibited his true primordial form. It seemed that the earlier strike had left no impact on either of them. Are you coming? Xiao Yang inquired, gazing at Zhu Rong. Come if you dare. Who is afraid? Zhu Rong replied in a deep, resonant voice, his eyes devoid of hesitation. Very well. Then brace yourself for my next move. A sword and a thought. Both can create the heavens. Xiao Yang's words flowed like a chant as he pointed like a sword towards Zhu Rong. Behind him, a highly ethereal figure emerged, mirroring Xiao Yang's gestures as it also pointed towards Zhu Rong. This strike was far more subdued than the previous one, appearing incredibly restrained. Aside from a faint luminescence, there was no sign of extraordinary phenomena. Yet, Zhu Rong's expression turned grave. The battle markings on his primordial form became increasingly crimson, as he had maximized the laws of fire. The Zhu Rong banner in his hand radiated an infinite brilliance, resembling a sun within the dim space, emanating both light and heat. Kill! Zhu Rong raised the Zhu Rong banner, absorbing the surrounding flames into it, and suddenly directed the concentrated energy toward the faint luminescence. Radiance engulfed the area, flames erupted in all directions, and the sounds of thunderous roars filled the air. The Pangu temple also emitted divine light to suppress the ensuing shockwaves. Ouch! Brother Xiao Yang, you are too ruthless. Could you tone it down a bit next time? Suddenly, a cry of distress echoed. Zhu Rong appeared before Xiao Yang, somewhat disheveled, with wounds bleeding from his primordial form, many areas darkened with bruises. This caused the fierce beast head of Zhu Rong to widen its eyes in resentment as it gazed at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly. I asked if you were still going to fight, and now you blame me? Without further ado, Xiao Yang sprinkled a few drops of divine water on Zhu Rong, healing his injuries as if they had never occurred. Brother Xiao Yang, that last move of yours is truly formidable. Why have I not grasped such powerful techniques from Father God? Zhu Rong remarked, a strange smile playing on his lips as he eyed Xiao Yang. For countless years, whenever a primordial being crafted their battle armament, they would seek out Xiao Yang for a spar. Of course, aside from Ho Tu, she had no intention of challenging Xiao Yang. As for the results of their encounters, time and space were indeed intricate. Had Xiao Yang not unleashed that final divine move, he would have been at a disadvantage. However, once that was invoked, Xiao Yang asserted that they would all find themselves equally diminished in prowess. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged at Zhu Rong's words, for in their 1,897 encounters, Zhu Rong had uttered that phrase precisely 1,897 times. Brother Zhu Rong, Xiao Yang began, I have resided within the witch clan for a considerable time. It is now time for me to depart. You are leaving? Zhu Rong hesitated momentarily upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, after such a long absence, you should return to the human realm. However, will you not bid farewell to the elders? Xiao Yang shook his head gently, a smile gracing his face. No, I am not accustomed to scenes of parting. Just convey my regards to the other primordial beings. Fate will bring us together again someday. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong waved his hand, making no attempt to dissuade Xiao Yang. Very well, then hurry on your way. I shall not see you off. Brother Xiao Yang, you're always welcome to visit our witch clan. I look forward to our next duel. Xiao Yang said nothing further. He clasped his hands in respect to Zhu Rong, casting his gaze over a certain direction. Then, in a flash of golden light, he vanished from Zhu Rong's view. Not far away, within the Panga temple, Ho Tu, clad in a flowing gown of pale yellow, revealed herself. She gazed at Xiao Yang's departing figure, her expression tinged with an air of melancholy. On the other hand, after leaving the witch clan, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Kong Xian and Jin Peng, set forth towards the ancient starry sky beyond. Several millennia later, Your Majesty, is the ancient starry sky not a desolate expanse? What purpose do we have in venturing there? Kong Xian inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion upon learning Xiao Yang's destination. Jin Peng, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. As they journeyed towards the ancient starry sky, they traversed many perilous and desolate regions, such as the Nine Heavens Gale, which could not only disintegrate the physical body, but also obliterate the soul. They could not fathom what advantages lay within such desolation. Xiao Yang's eyes shimmered with insight. Do you truly perceive the ancient starry sky in such a manner? Is it not so? Both Kong Xian and Jin Peng revealed expressions of disbelief. The ancient starry sky is teeming with countless stars. Most notably, it boasts 365 principal stars and over 129,600 subordinate stars. The solar star and lunar star have given rise to formidable beings such as Di Jun, Donghuang Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi. Even if the creatures birthed on other stars are weaker than them, how weak can they truly be? The great array of the heavenly stars was also an extraordinary formation derived from Di Jun's comprehension of the stars. Thus, how can such a vast expanse of stars be deemed desolate? Xiao Yang valued the innate talents of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Thus he elaborated patiently. The two exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Well, your backgrounds are remarkable, but you have yet to experience much. It is natural that you remain unaware of these matters. Remember, the world of the primordial chaos is vast. Even I am but a mere speck upon its surface. Innate divine demons, remnants of chaotic demon gods, and other perils coexist with opportunities. Should you become arrogant, the only outcome awaiting you is death. I hope you will tread carefully and respect every being you encounter. Kong Xian and Jin Peng were the sons of Yuan Feng, the Phoenix clan's leader. While their roots might not rival those of Di Jun and other innate divine demons, they certainly stood among the upper echelons of the primordial chaos. However, due to their relatively short lifespans, their experiences could not compare with those who had existed for countless years. Thus, Xiao Yang solemnly cautioned Kong Xian and Jin Peng. His gaze flickered, these words serving as a reminder to himself. After many years in the primordial world, he had ascended from a mere specter to the threshold of quasi-sainthood. The higher his cultivation, the deeper his reverence for the vastness of the primordial realm. How many unknown events transpire in such an expanse? Yes, my emperor, we are aware. Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded gravely, adjusting their demeanor. Seeing this, Xiao Yang refrained from saying more, transforming into a streak of light as he accelerated toward the ancient starry sky. Kong Xian and Jin Peng followed closely behind, one embodying the quintessence of 5 colors, the other manifesting the essence of yin and yang. Years passed, and 3 streaks of light appeared in the ancient starry sky, a truly resplendent scene. Xiao Yang gazed at the spectacle before him, unable to suppress his admiration. Countless stars shone forth from the abyss, their brilliance intermingling like a silver ribbon spanning the heavens. How magnificent! Behind Xiao Yang, Jin Peng and Kong Xian silently observed the scene. As great Luo golden immortals, they too could conjure countless wonders. Yet, the beauty crafted by their hands paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring creations of nature that elicited profound astonishment. Suddenly, a fierce and domineering roar echoed from afar. The 3 turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Moments later, a colossal figure, obscuring the sky and sun, loomed before them, as if intending to sever the galaxy formed by the stars. Xiao Yang scrutinized the immense figure before him. How grotesque! After a prolonged pause, he remarked with evident disdain. The being bore a dragon's head, a crocodile's body, and a serpent's tail, its form covered in green scales resembling fish scales. It possessed 8 eyes atop its dragon-like head and 2 pairs of wingless fleshly appendages on its back. Another terrifying roar erupted, seemingly in response to Xiao Yang's earlier disdain. A menacing aura radiated from its body, causing ripples to spread through the tranquil starry sky and disturbing the surrounding stars. How intriguing! I had thought all ferocious beasts of the primordial realm had been extinguished. I never imagined that some had survived in the ancient starry sky, evolving into colossal beasts. A glimmer of divine light appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes as he pierced through the overwhelming malevolence, discerning the origins of this creature. When Pangu split heaven and earth, the 3,000 chaotic demons were all vanquished. The resentment and malice of those demons coalesced into the ferocious beast clan. These beasts, lacking intelligence and humanoid form, only honed their physical prowess, overflowing with savagery. However, the ferocious beast clan was ultimately eradicated. Xiao Yang did not expect that a descendant of those ancient beasts had persisted in the ancient starry sky. The celestial beast roared once more, its form shifting as an overwhelming malice erupted. Its massive claws tore through space, barreling toward Xiao Yang and his companions. In the face of such a shadow that obscured the sky and sun, their figures appeared as mere grains of rice, tiny and insignificant. Enough with the roaring. It is deafening. As he beheld the approaching claws, a chilling light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, his expression souring. With a thought, a surge of imperial energy erupted from within him, manifesting as a golden dragon that surged forth to suppress the celestial beast. A golden dragon sprawled across the galaxy, raising its right claw to strike against the colossal claw that tore through space. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the 2 claws collided, scattering the brilliance of countless stars. Waves of shock rippled outward, shattering numerous smaller stars into meteors that drifted through the cosmos. Kong Xian and Jin Peng summoned their respective powers of the 5 elements and yin yang, conjuring a protective barrier to shield against the residual waves. Their expressions grew serious. Within the Witch Clan, they had faced off against top-tier figures such as Ho, Yi, and Xing Tian. Now, having attained the late stage of great Luo golden immortal, they felt a formidable threat in the face of this terrifying residual force. The celestial beast roared in fury, its azure scales shattering, blood spraying from its wounds. Infuriated by the pain, its gaze toward Xiao Yang became ever more brutal. How fascinating! Xiao Yang regarded the celestial beast with a hint of amusement. Although his previous strike was not his full strength, it still bore the power of an early quasi-saint. Yet, it seemed that despite its injuries, the beast had only sustained light wounds. The resilience of these ferocious beasts is remarkable. At that moment, the celestial beast opened its 8 eyes, each radiating a gray-black light of annihilation. These lights intertwined, forming a beam of obliteration aimed at Xiao Yang. This annihilation light, born from the celestial beast's absorption of boundless malice, appeared particularly ferocious. Even a fully realized great Luo golden immortal would be gravely injured if struck by this beam. Kong Dong Seal, suppress. The fated treasure, the Kong Dong Seal, hovered above Xiao Yang's head. With a pointed finger, an endless surge of imperial energy burst forth, forming a colossal phantom of the Kong Dong Seal in midair. This phantom descended with great force, aiming to crush the celestial beast. Pop! The beam of annihilation collided with the phantom of the Kong Dong Seal, causing ripples to emanate, ultimately shattering in the air. Undeterred, the phantom continued its descent, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the celestial beast, forcing it to the ground. The celestial beast let out a mournful howl, having never endured such oppression. Its body trembled as it attempted to rise, but under the opposing forces, its wounds became more grotesque, blood flowing ceaselessly. The celestial beast ceased its struggles, lying prostrate, continuously howling in despair. Xiao Yang retracted the phantom of the Kong Dong Seal, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the celestial beast. The beast sensed a lightness enveloping its body, looking at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of intent. However, upon seeing the Kong Dong Seal, a primal fear instinctively flickered in its eyes, even in its lack of intelligence. After a considerable time, the celestial beast lay on the ground, whimpering toward Xiao Yang, its serpent tail swaying, signaling its submission. Indeed, I had anticipated needing to suppress you several times, but your perceptiveness is quite remarkable. A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he formed seals with his hands, conjuring a symbol of the Tao before him. A vast consciousness accompanied this symbol, imprinting it into the celestial beast's mind. Master, after Xiao Yang inscribed the symbol, a vague voice echoed in his mind, the consciousness of the celestial beast. However, this consciousness was predominantly filled with a bloodthirsty aura, utterly primitive. The ability to utter the word master was the greatest extent of its capabilities. Observing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The lack of complete intelligence was indeed a significant peril. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a chance. As Xiao Yang's words fell, the Kong Dong Seal hovered above the celestial beast's head, and streams of imperial aura flowed into its body. This imperial essence continuously purified and expelled the foul bloodthirsty energy within the celestial beast. Subsequently, Xiao Yang sprinkled the divine water of the three lights upon the celestial beast, healing all its external wounds. He crushed a leaf of the ancient tea of enlightenment, infusing the contained Tao rhythm into the celestial beast's mind, facilitating its gradual awakening of intelligence. Once all was complete, the malevolent aura surrounding the celestial beast vanished, replaced by an endless stream of stellar spiritual energy. Behind it, a colossal figure emerged, radiating overwhelming majesty. Astonishingly, it had one foot firmly planted on the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Xiao Yang gazed at the celestial beast, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Thank you for your benevolence, Master. Please grant me a name. The celestial beast, now subservient to Xiao Yang, expressed its gratitude. You are a descendant of ferocious beasts. It is said that in ancient times, there was a ferocious beast emperor named Shun and I. Thus, you shall take Shin as your surname. As the human emperor, you have pledged your loyalty, and in the future, you shall protect humanity. Your name shall be Shunyu. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang addressed the celestial beast. Thank you for the name, Master. Xinyu joyfully responded. Xiao Yang patted Xinyu on the head and instructed, go forth and ensure that your kin submit to me. In time, they too may cleanse their bloodthirsty essence and awaken their own intelligence. Roar. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyu let out an excited roar. He spread his massive wings and soared towards his brethren. An immense aura of kingship radiated outward, stretching towards the cosmos. A single roar echoed through the starry expanse, eliciting a chorus of responses. Moments later, more celestial beasts appeared before Xinyu. Their combined bloodthirsty energy was formidable, overshadowing even the luminous starlight. Observing nearly 30 celestial beasts, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. The Kong Dong Seal manifested supreme imperial might, suppressing them all. He inscribed his divine consciousness into the minds of these celestial beasts. The nearly 30 celestial beasts simultaneously bowed in submission to Xiao Yang. All right, disperse now. Xiao Yang waved his hand, sending the celestial beasts away. They were ill-suited to accompany him and were better off residing in the vastness of the cosmos. They had long since become intertwined with the celestial energies surrounding them. Utilizing the cosmos to absorb stellar power, along with the technique he imparted, they might cleanse their bloodthirsty essence and attain consciousness. With their existence, should humanity decide to venture into the cosmos, they would become a formidable ally. Chapter 36. The Purple Microstar and the Celestial Fruit Tree of the Cosmic Cycle. The boundless cosmos stretched infinitely. Since Xiao Yang and his companions encountered the celestial beast, they had yet to encounter any other beings, though they had faced several terrifying cosmic storms. When these storms arose, they could sweep across tens of thousands of miles, and even the most powerful figures would struggle to remain unscathed. Having witnessed these cosmic tempests, Kong Xian and Jin Peng gradually began to comprehend Xiao Yang's words, becoming increasingly dedicated to their cultivation, which advanced further. Thus, thousands of years passed. One day, Xiao Yang and his companions halted before a star enveloped in purple starlight. This star radiated a resplendent purple-gold hue, its surrounding purple starlight extending endlessly, exuding an air of regal supremacy. This was the imperial star, Purple Micro. Xiao Yang's gaze flickered as he contemplated the significance of the Purple Microstar. In the cosmic cycle, when the sun and moon do not rise, the Purple Micro reigns supreme. Apart from the two supreme stars, the Sun Star and the Moon Star, formed from Panga's eyes, no star holds a higher status than the Purple Micro. In his previous life, emperors were closely linked to the Purple Microstar. In this life, as the transformed golden dragon of humanity's destiny and the human emperor, he intended to explore the Purple Microstar to uncover its extraordinary nature. Resolute in his thoughts, Xiao Yang stepped forward towards the Purple Microstar. However, before he could approach, intricate patterns manifested within the star domain of the Purple Microstar, intertwining to form a grand array. Upon its emergence, two three-legged golden crows took shape. So, it is. I suspected that divine beings were born from the Sun Star and Moon Star, yet the imperial star, Purple Micro, bore no life. It appears that this has long been sealed away by Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Yi. A knowing glimmer crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. The grand array surrounding the Purple Microstar was set by Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Yi, indicating their recognition of the Purple Microstar's significance within the cosmic cycle. The Demon Clan, seeking to rival the Shaman Clan, heavily relied on the great array of the celestial constellations. If the master of the Purple Microstar were to emerge and did not align with their interests, relying on the great array to contend with the Shaman Clan would be a mere jest. However, should they succeed in breaching the Purple Microstar, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Yi could not bear the consequences of such karma. Their only recourse was to establish the grand array, sealing the Purple Microstar to prevent any beings from emerging. This elucidated the absence of life from the Purple Microstar. As Xiao Yang pondered, the two three-legged golden crows spotted him and let out furious roars, unleashing true solar fire towards him. In the past, even Donghuang Tai Yi was unable to contend with me. What could two mere manifestations of an array accomplish? Open heavens. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he pointed his right hand like a sword, tracing an arc of profound complexity towards the two golden crows. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the two golden crows offered no resistance, instantly obliterated in a conflagration. Before the Purple Microstar, the grand array ceiling, it was cleaved in twain by Xiao Yang's strike, the array's patterns collapsing and dissipating in the air. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Yi simultaneously frowned. Brother, the grand array we established outside the Purple Microstar has been breached. Should I go investigate? Donghuang Tai Yi inquired of Emperor Jun. Contemplation flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes, and after a long pause, he shook his head and replied, "No more. The great formation has shattered, and even if the Ziwei Emperor Star gives birth to sentient beings, it will take countless eons for them to ascend to the realm of quasi-saints, which poses no threat to our demon clan." With a brief pause, a divine light flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. "Tai Yi, you shall personally go to Wuzhuangguan and keep a close watch on Hunyuan. I suspect someone will soon make a move against him. That strand of primordial purple energy is something our demon clan must possess." A glimmer of divine light also appeared in Donghuang Tai's eyes, his expression radiating pride. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall proceed to Honghuang at once. No one can snatch this primordial purple energy from our demon clan. As the great formation crumbled, the once sealed Ziwei Emperor star erupted with brilliance. Boundless purple energy dispersed from the star, radiating through the surrounding star domains. Within those domains, some stars sensed this purple energy and shone brightly, harmonizing with the Ziwei Emperor star. These stars are the auxiliary stars of the Ziwei Emperor star, collectively forming the Ziwei star domain. Gong Xiong, Jingpeng. You shall guard the Ziwei star domain. I have summoned Xinyu to lead the starry beast to assist you. Should anyone dare to trespass into the Ziwei star domain, execute them without mercy. As Xiao Yang's declaration echoed, his figure transformed into a beam of golden light, directly merging into the Ziwei Emperor star. Upon entering, he immediately perceived the surrounding stellar energy, rich to the point of almost becoming liquid. In his mental perception, he even detected numerous stellar energies coalescing into grains of stardust. These grains are precious materials. If forged into weapons, they could harness stellar power in combat. Moreover, the stardust possesses various remarkable uses, too numerous to enumerate. Upon reaching the area where the stellar energy was most concentrated, astonishment crossed Xiao Yang's face. There, in the very center of the stars, stood a towering tree. It soared tens of thousands of zhang high, its branches resembling a river of stars, with leaves like tiny, celestial bodies adorning them. The entire tree radiated starlight, appearing exceedingly resplendent, rendering it difficult to gaze upon directly. Legend has it that within the primordial realm, 10 exceptional innate spiritual roots exist: the Ren water peach, the ginseng fruit, the Huangzhong li, the fusong, the moon laurel, the rainbow gourd vine, the 5 elements immortal apricot, the 5-needle pine, the green willow, and the Zhou Tian starfruit tree. In my previous life, among these 10 innate spiritual roots, all but the Zhou Tian starfruit tree had manifested. I never expected to find the Zhou Tian starfruit tree atop the Ziwei Emperor star. Gazing at this magnificent Zhou Tian starfruit tree, astonishment flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The Zhou Tian starfruit tree blossoms every 129,600 years, bears fruit every 129,600 years, and matures every 129,600 years. Ultimately, it produces 365 star fruits, each corresponding to one of the 365 main stars. Each fruit even harbors a trace of the essence of stars. If consumed by mortals, it could transform them into a star divine body, whose roots are comparable to those of weaker innate beings. Besides the star fruits, the branches of this tree are the most suitable materials for crafting the flags of the Zhou Tian star array. It can be said that the Zhou Tian starfruit tree is a treasure trove. For countless years, you have remained hidden from the world. Now that I have arrived at the Ziwei Emperor star, I encounter you. It seems we are destined. A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he formed a seal with his hands, imprinting his divine intent upon the Zhou Tian starfruit tree, seeking to claim it. However, just as his divine intent touched the tree, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 37. Remnant of the Starry Chaos Demon God. Ha ha ha. After so many years, someone has finally come. This demon god shall awaken once more. As Xiao Yang's divine intent connected with the Zhou Tian starfruit tree, a stream of light surged from within the tree, entering Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. His expression shifted as he quickly sat cross-legged, his primordial spirit manifesting in his sea of consciousness. Upon his arrival, he heard a wild and arrogant voice. "Who are you?" Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar figure that emerged in his sea of consciousness. The figure towered 1,000 zhang high, possessing the head of a beast and the body of a man, adorned with 1,000 arms. Countless points of light, resembling stars, drifted across its body. "Ha, who am I? I am the starry demon god of the 3,000 chaos. Young one, you should feel honored to be possessed by this demon god." The starry demon god revealed a terrifying grin, his eyes filled with greed as they fixed on Xiao Yang. "Starry demon god? Oh, I recall now. You were one of the demon gods slain by Pangu with a single axe. Shouldn't you be dead?" The starry demon god's self-revelation triggered Xiao Yang's memory of the chaotic demon god phantoms he had seen within the Pangu temple, one of which bore this very resemblance. Later, during the refining of Pangu's blood, he had seen it within the heavenly opening imprint. This starry chaos demon god was the first to charge forward. only to be cleaved in two by Pangu's axe. Pangu. Hearing Xiao Yang utter the name Pangu, the starry chaos demon god erupted in fury. A roar resonated within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, stirring waves of tumult. Oomph. You know nothing of my methods. This demon god's remnant has survived. Once I occupy your body, I shall revive instantly. At that time, this world, forged by Pangu, will be annihilated by me. I shall take my revenge on Pangu. The starry chaos demon god gazed at Xiao Yang with increasing greed, eager to seize his body and return to the world. Hee. A defeated pawn of the great Pangu dares to boast? If Pangu were to rise before you, you wouldn't even dare to harbor the thought of striking. Xiao Yang scoffed at the starry chaos demon god, as one might regard a defeated hound. What kind of look is that? Damn it. I had intended to let you live a while longer. It seems you seek an early demise. The starry chaos demon god's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. A crimson mist emanated from his body, staining half of the sea of consciousness in blood-red hues. Within that mist, stars swirled, all tainted crimson, resembling ominous celestial bodies. With a flick of his hand, the starry chaos demon god summoned the blood-red stars, transforming them into a streak of crimson light that hurtled toward Xiao Yang. What? Did I strike a nerve? To attempt to seize my body, you must possess the means to do so. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged. This is his sea of consciousness. His domain, a mere remnant of a chaotic demon god, does not warrant despair. Confronting seal, mountains and rivers, suppress. With a cold shout, the Confronting seal materialized above Xiao Yang. An endless aura of imperial authority erupted from the seal, coalescing in midair to form a depiction of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the topography of this depiction mirrored that of the primordial realm. Xiao Yang pointed his hand, and the mountains and rivers unfolded in the air. Engulf all the blood-colored stars unleashed by the Chaos Star Demon into the diagram, one by one, and suppress them. The Confronting seal. So, it is a treasure of fate. To think you are the leader of a clan. Truly, the Tao does not forsake me. The Chaos Star Demon gazed at the Confronting seal, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his eyes as he discerned its origins. His excitement intensified, and the murderous intent toward Xiao Yang deepened. Who will prevail remains to be seen. Allow me to witness the methods of you, the Chaos Demon. Battle. A glint of exhilaration flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Having witnessed the might of those Chaos Demons through the heaven-opening seal, he had longed for such an encounter. Although the Chaos Star Demon was merely a remnant now, it was still sufficient to offer a glimpse into the methods of a true Chaos Demon. Xiao Yang's imperial aura intertwined with the Confronting seal above his head, manifesting his human emperor battle form, radiating an imposing presence. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered a portion of the blood-colored mist, and the stars coalesced by the Chaos Star Demon. When this demon roamed the chaos, you did not even exist. How dare you challenge me, a foolish dreamer? Kill the Chaos Star Demon. Sensing Xiao Yang's provocation, his expression darkened ominously. The brilliance of the stars enveloped him, and one star after another materialized. These stars intertwined, forming a celestial scroll. On this scroll, the myriad Tao and laws comprehended by the star demons were laid bare. Xiao Yang's consciousness trembled beneath the weight of the celestial scroll, as if it could scarcely endure the immense pressure. His complexion shifted, and just as he sought to stabilize his consciousness, a radiant multicolored light enveloped his entire mind, fortifying it further. A spark of realization ignited within Xiao Yang, and he turned his gaze toward the star demon. What? You possess another extraordinary treasure. What fortune, what blessings. Devouring you, everything shall belong to me. The celestial scroll, under the directive of the Chaos Star Demon, surged toward Xiao Yang to suppress him. Yet, Xiao Yang felt no fear. He stepped forth, the Confronting seal atop his head, and struck toward the celestial scroll. Endless imperial aura accompanied him, and spectral figures emerged behind him, as if a chant reverberated throughout his being. With a punch, myriad phantoms followed, each one a reflection of humanity. Boom! The waves within his consciousness surged violently as their clash resonated. The stars, an imperial aura they conjured, were continuously dispersed, and then reformed amidst their fierce confrontation. Not bad, but you will never comprehend the true power of Chaos Demon's Tao and laws. The Chaos Star Demon no longer underestimated Xiao Yang. He had to concede that had Xiao Yang existed in the chaotic era, he would have been a formidable existence, rivaling even the likes of the time and space demons. Yet, Xiao Yang was born in this present age. Even as merely a remnant, the Chaos Star Demon's realm far surpassed Xiao Yang, and his Dao and laws were beyond what Xiao Yang could withstand. This strike serves as clear proof. In the world of stars, I am the embodiment of heaven. Chapter 38. The Destruction of the Star Demon, the innate, indestructible spiritual light. In the realm of stars, I am the embodiment of heaven. The melodic words of the Chaos Star Demon echoed within Xiao Yang's consciousness. The celestial scroll suddenly expanded, flooding the entirety of his mind. Countless stars emerged, each shining with its own brilliance, collectively constructing a nebula world. The Star Demon transformed into an indistinct luminescent entity, obscured from clear sight. The light quivered slightly, unleashing an invisible wave that swept across the nebula world. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Confronting seal above Xiao Yang's head to bow slightly. Xiao Yang once again felt the sensation of being suppressed as he had during his battle with Dong Huang Tai Yi, when he had been constrained by the Chaos Bell. However, this time, the oppressive force he sensed was far more potent, as if an entire world were bearing down upon him. Faced with this attack, a grave expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. He gently closed his eyes, the endless imperial aura cycling through him as his mind returned to the moment when Pangu opened the heavens. His focus sharpened, and an esoteric wave emanated from him. Every sword and thought could cleave the heavens. Xiao Yang murmured, his eyes opening with a vacant gaze. His right hand rose before him, fingers poised like a sword, tracing a trajectory towards that indistinct light. Such a presence is intolerable. Pangu, even in death, you do not rest, blocking my path. The indistinct light sensed a trace of Pangu's aura from Xiao Yang, and an agitated voice echoed, attempting to counter Xiao Yang's strike. Xiao Yang is not Pangu. Yet the present Chaos Star Demon is not the same as before. Faced with Xiao Yang's refined approach, the Star Demon felt a weight of seriousness. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, blinding light sweeping across the entirety of his consciousness. A terrifying residual wave surged against the walls of his mind. The multicolored divine light rippling and dispersing these waves, preventing any harm to his consciousness. As the brilliance faded, the nebula world that had confined Xiao Yang was cleaved in two, and even the indistinct light of the Chaos Star Demon was severed. A flash of brilliance darted by, and the figure of the Star Demon reappeared before Xiao Yang, though now he appeared tragically diminished. All his arms were shattered, his form devastated, and the remaining half flickered in and out of existence, on the verge of complete dissolution. Young one, tell me, what is your name? The Chaos Star Demon, undeterred by his own plight, inquired of Xiao Yang. I am Xiao Yang, the human emperor. Xiao Yang, bearing his own suffering, felt the weight of his actions. This strike had exceeded his limits. His right hand, which had delivered the blow, was now reduced to a skeletal arm, glimmering with a golden sheen. Xiao Yang, the human emperor, this battle, you have won, yet this demon has not been defeated by you, but rather by Pangu. Do not take pride, for this world left by Pangu shall ultimately be obliterated by my Chaos Demon. I can sense their revival. They are returning. The figure of the Chaos Star Demon vanished without a trace. Yet before his departure, his gaze toward Xiao Yang held profound meaning. As Xiao Yang pondered the words of the Star Demon, a glimmer of spiritual light emerged, faintly radiating the essence of innate immortality. Accompanying this primordial spiritual light was an influx of knowledge encompassing numerous Dao and laws. Is this the remnant of the Chaos Star Demon? A fragment of his innate, indestructible spiritual light and memories? Excellent. Originally, this was my greatest opportunity. A flicker of excitement illuminated Xiao Yang's countenance. He was, after all, a soul that had transcended into the primordial chaos, essentially an innate, indestructible spirit, even though he had integrated with the auspicious golden dragon of humanity. His soul's essence had not undergone a transformation. However, now he had acquired a fragment of the innate, indestructible spirit left behind by the chaos demon god of the stars. If he were to refine this fragment, it would undoubtedly allow his acquired indestructible spirit to evolve into an innate one. This fragment would bridge the final gap between him and the top-tier transcendence of the Primordial Chaos. This battle had also unveiled his shortcomings. Although he possessed numerous divine techniques derived from the Transmutation Pavilion and had witnessed the essence of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the Panga Temple, he had also observed the Tao and laws manifested during Panga's creation of the heavens and the earth. Yet, precisely because of this, he was burdened with myriad paths, but could not unify them into a singular essence. Had it not been for the final manifestation of a divine technique he had comprehended during Pangu's primordial opening, the outcome would remain uncertain. Now, once he transforms his soul's essence from acquired to innate, he would be able to comprehend the Tao and laws of the chaos demon god of the stars, allowing him to integrate all the paths he had learned and forge his own path. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang wasted no time. He raised his hand, and that fragment of innate, indestructible spirit seamlessly merged into his primordial spirit. A peculiar aura coursed through his entire being. The disorienting sensation caused his primordial spirit to feel somewhat weary. Unbeknownst to him, his primordial spirit was enveloped in a cocoon of light. The five-color divine light that covered his sea of consciousness gently vibrated, sending forth a streak of radiance towards the cocoon, hastening the transformation of Xiao Yang's soul. Time passed without his notice, and the cocoon encasing Xiao Yang's primordial spirit shattered. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which now held a profound depth, seemingly encompassing all the wonders of the world. Has this been the transformation? The essence of innate immortality? Xiao Yang murmured, feeling the changes within his primordial spirit, a smile gracing his face. He gazed at the Tao and laws left by the chaos demon god of the stars, a solemn expression flickering in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Tao and laws of the starry demon god began to evolve incessantly. Ultimately, a manifestation of the chaos demon god of the stars sat before Xiao Yang, imparting its Tao and laws. The essence of all things above formed stars, while below, constellations traversed the void, hidden within the galactic rivers. As the chaos demon god of the stars narrated, one star after another emerged within his sea of consciousness, radiating their unique brilliance. The continuous elaboration of the starry demon god set these stars into motion, tracing countless trajectories within his sea of consciousness. Xiao Yang was entranced by the spectacle, his entire being lost in the experience. At that moment, an undying flame flickered into existence before him. This undying flame transformed into countless figures, each sitting cross-legged before Xiao Yang, expounding their own Tao and laws. In an instant, the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. Chapter 39. The Emperor of Humanity Governing the Great Tao. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Heaven and earth are natural. The foul chi disperses. The profound void within the cave, the bright origin of the Taiyuan, the mighty deities of the eight directions, grant me nature. The Taoist enters with sincerity, guards in silence, and employs softness. To use sincerity as if foolish, to use silence as if dull, to use softness as if clumsy. Thus, one can forget form, forget self, and forget forgetting. Voices echoed in Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, countless Tao and laws swirling in his heart. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yang found himself engulfed in confusion. What is my Tao? Slaughter? Desire? Carefree existence? No, none of these represent the Tao I seek. With his eyes shut, his brows knitted tightly, the inability to find his own Tao left him in turmoil, yearning to obliterate everything. A dark flame ignited above his primordial spirit. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with a crimson hue, exuding a demonic essence. Xiao Yang was merely an ordinary person. In his past life, there were hardly any cultivators. In a society driven by material desires, only wealth mattered. Arriving in the primordial chaos, even with only a rudimentary understanding of the Tao, the aid of the human luck golden dragon rendered him largely unaffected. However, now Xiao Yang actively sought his own Tao. This was a trial for him. Should he overcome it, he would be free of all future troubles. If he failed, he would likely succumb. As time progressed, the figures formed by the undying flames around him grew louder in their teachings. The dark flame upon Xiao Yang intensified, rendering his primordial spirit increasingly ethereal. What is the Tao? What truly is my Tao? Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from the ancestral ground of humanity, capturing the attention of all within. Soon, the likes of Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi, along with several wise ancestors of the human race, gathered before the ancestral court. Elder Sui Ren, something seems amiss with the ancestral court. Do you think our emperor has encountered problem? Zi inquired, concern evident in his eyes. Sui Ren was startled, but quickly composed himself, realizing that many in the crowd shared Zi's sentiments. Fear not, our emperor has faced countless trials. He will not falter now. Instead, we have been entrusted with the great matters of humanity before his departure. Should he return to find us having neglected our duties, we would have no face to meet him, Sui Ren declared loudly to the assembly. Beside him, Yu Chao seemed to grasp the implication and echoed, indeed. Our emperor has entrusted us with the weighty affairs of humanity. We must not let him down. Let a few remain to observe, while the rest return to their respective duties. We shall await our emperor's return. Upon hearing Sui Ren and Yu Chao's reassurances, the gathered, wise ancestors of humanity felt a sense of relief. After Sui Ren designated a few to stay, the majority departed, returning to their unfinished tasks. As the human race continued to grow and thrive, their responsibilities multiplied. Once the others had left, Sui Ren gazed at the ancestral court, concern flitting across his eyes. Our emperor, you must not encounter any misfortune. The human race still requires your guidance. Within the purple microstar, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged beneath the celestial fruit tree of the cosmic stars. A peculiar aura emanated from him, spreading outward. Soon, this energy surged beyond the confines of the purple microstar, permeating the entire star domain. The guardians of the purple microstar, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, were taken aback upon sensing this aura. Brother, this aura seems... Before Jin Peng could finish a sentence, Kong Xian interrupted, his eyes filled with determination. Have faith in our emperor. Even if challenges arise, he will resolve them. What we must do is to guard the Z-Way, star domain, preventing anyone from disturbing our emperor. Upon hearing Kong Xian's words, Jin Peng ceased to speak further. His golden eyes became increasingly sharp, scanning the surroundings intently. At this moment, within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, chaos reigned supreme. Countless silhouettes composed of immortal flames began to engage in fierce battles, seemingly vying to determine the singular path and law. Amidst the turmoil caused by these countless figures, a resounding roar echoed. A golden dragon, embodying the essence of fortune, materialized beside Xiao Yang. Observing the flames enveloping Xiao Yang, it let out an enraged roar, flicked its tail, and surged into Xiao Yang's body. Simultaneously, the Confronting seal began to radiate light, encircling Xiao Yang with a series of luminous rings. From within these rings, voices emerged, reminiscent of those of ancient figures like Sui Ren. The fortune golden dragon entered Xiao Yang's being, and these voices reached his ears. In a daze, Xiao Yang seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure with its back turned to him, obscuring its true form. What are you confused about? A somewhat familiar voice penetrated Xiao Yang's ears. I cannot find my own path. Why seek the path? To find the path is to Xiao Yang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The confusion in his eyes deepened. Why was he seeking the path? What did humanity mean to him? Humanity is my foundation, Xiao Yang declared without hesitation this time. And who are you? I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of humanity, the golden dragon of fortune for the human race. What is your purpose in seeking the path? To better protect humanity. This is my responsibility as emperor. An aura of authority surged from Xiao Yang, embodying the might of his imperial status. What kind of path should an emperor possess? An emperor should have an imperial path, commanding heaven and earth, determining life and death with a word, and dictating reincarnation with a phrase. My path shall be one of supreme dominion. As Xiao Yang spoke with increasing conviction, the confusion in his eyes dissipated completely. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated within his heart, and a figure clad in imperial robes and a crown appeared behind his primordial spirit. With this apparition, the chaotic figures within the sea of consciousness were all suppressed and shattered, transforming into myriad symbols. Each of these symbols bore different essences, reflecting varied paths and laws. This imperial figure emanated boundless imperial energy. With a mere gesture, it absorbed all these symbols into itself. The imperial aura manifested, and countless shadows of humanity stood resolutely around it, while the mountains and rivers bowed beneath its feet. How majestic and awe-inspiring! Above its head, the stars of the universe floated, imprinted upon its imperial robes and crown. One by one, the laws left traces upon its form. With an outstretched hand, myriad paths bowed beneath it. This is the path of dominion that Xiao Yang embodies. Chapter 40. The Hidden Hand of the Starry Sky, encountering an assassination attempt. A towering, magnificent figure of the emperor appeared behind Xiao Yang. Boundless imperial energy radiated from the Ziwei Emperor star, expanding into the surrounding star domains. This surge of imperial energy resembled that of a celestial sovereign. Within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit gazed at the indistinct figure before him. Who are you? And why do you guide me? The blurry figure turned slightly, revealing half of its face. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, for this visage mirrored his own perfectly. I am you. Remember well the words you have spoken, and tread the path of imperial dominion. The figure's eyes seemed to harbor a profound meaning, and after a hearty laugh, it vanished without a trace. Xiao Yang stood in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Eventually, he clenched his fists, a smile forming on his lips, his eyes filled with determination. No matter what you are, I am simply myself, the Emperor of Humanity, Xiao Yang. With these words, Xiao Yang's primordial spirit faded from view. In the external world, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, and his aura surged, reaching the threshold of mid-stage quasi-saint. However, he did not rush to advance to late-stage quasi-saint. For him, taking the time to consolidate was the wiser choice. Gazing at the celestial fruit tree of the universe before him, Xiao Yang hesitated no longer and placed his hand upon it. A flash of brilliance illuminated the space as the colossal celestial fruit tree began to shrink, ultimately vanishing into the folds of his robe. After securing the celestial fruit tree, Xiao Yang cast a glance around the Ziwei Emperor star, then transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring beyond the confines of the Ziwei Emperor star. My Emperor, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's figure, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng breathed a sigh of relief. The ominous presence from millennia ago had truly caused them great concern. The celestial beast Shunyu, stationed at the periphery, approached Xiao Yang, a trace of worry flickering in its eyes. Being connected to Xiao Yang's soul, it was aware of the dire circumstances Xiao Yang had faced. Even now, seeing Xiao Yang, a hint of anxiety lingered in its heart. Upon seeing Kong Xian and the others, Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy. He waved his hand, speaking with delight. Do not worry, I am well. You have all worked hard to guard the Ziwei star domain over these years. The three of them bowed to Xiao Yang, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of excitement. Serving our emperor with all our hearts is our duty. Xiao Yang nodded, extending a hand towards the three of them. A stream of light entered their minds. This is a divine ability I comprehended during my meditation, named the Stellar Great Hand Seal. It can condense the power of the stars, transforming it into a great hand of the cosmos, obliterating enemies with a mere flick of your fingers. I hope you all practice diligently. The three closed their eyes to absorb the information of this divine ability. Once they finished, excitement shone in their eyes. Thank you, our emperor, for the gift. Without further words, Xiao Yang turned his gaze toward the entire Ziwei star domain, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a long while, a resolute light emerged in his eyes. Behind him, a majestic figure of the imperial path materialized. Imperial decree seal. As Xiao Yang's words resounded, unparalleled power erupted from the imperial figure, manifesting numerous seals in mid-air, enclosing the entire Ziwei star domain. To those unskilled in the art of sealing, the extraordinary nature of the Ziwei Emperor star would remain hidden. Xunyu, lead your kin into the Ziwei Emperor star. Unless commanded by this emperor, the celestial beasts must remain concealed. Xunyu did not ask further questions, responding solemnly. Following this, it let out a long cry, and the celestial beasts, once subdued by Xiao Yang, followed Xunyu into the Ziwei Emperor star. Observing Xunyu and the celestial beasts, Xiao Yang's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The ancient starry sky is a realm humanity can never abandon in the days to come. For the time being, a secret plan is set in motion. With divine favor bestowed upon these celestial behemoths, it shall be far easier for humanity to seize dominion over the ancient cosmos in the future. This expedition into the ancient starry expanse has concluded successfully. It is time to return to the primordial wilderness. As Xiao Yang's words echoed, his form transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, hurtling towards the earth of the primordial wilderness. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances. Then their figures also morphed into streaks of light, pursuing Xiao Yang. Upon departing from the ancient starry realm, Xiao Yang and his companions traversed the perilous winds of the nine heavens. After flying for several millennia, they finally arrived at the primordial wilderness. The trio stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. A misty haze enveloped the landscape, ethereal clouds swirling amidst towering mountains, presenting a breathtaking, celestial vista. Where could this place be? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, extending his hand to divine the surroundings. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from afar, a blinding light radiating outward, accompanied by a wave of destructive energy. Is there a quasi-saint engaged in battle? Kong Xian and Jin Peng's expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the aura of a quasi-saint emanating from the residual waves. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, concealing his innermost thoughts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, 3 streaks of light surged towards the trio from the battleground. The foremost streak blazed a fiery red, shimmering with wisps of cloud-like energy. Following closely were a blood-red and an ink-black divine light. As they raced forth, the howling winds created ripples in the fabric of space. Just as the 3 streaks approached Xiao Yang, they transformed into 3 figures, each occupying a distinct position in mid-air, standing in confrontation. Kuan Peng, do you truly wish to engage in a fight to the death with me? The leading figure, clad in a crimson robe, once exuding an aura of ethereal serenity, now bore the marks of fury. Behind him, clouds converged, dyed in a fiery hue. Hongyuan, our enmity has long been established. Had it not been for your obstruction at Zixiao Palace, I would not have lost the chance to attain sainthood. Now, if you surrender the primordial purple energy, I may grant you a swifter demise. The ink-black divine light belonged to Kuan Peng, adorned in a dark robe, his handsome visage overshadowed by a glimmer of malice and murderous intent in his eyes. Upon hearing Kuan Peng's words, Hongyuan's face contorted with helplessness, his heart brimming with bitterness. Had he not been misled in the past, he would not find himself in such peril today. Hey, Ding. Why waste words on this doomed soul? Let's act swiftly to avoid prolonging this nightmarish affair. Bear in mind, the primordial purple energy is coveted by more than just us. A youth beside Kuan Peng, wielding a blood-red sword and sporting crimson hair and eyebrows, spoke with avarice glimmering in his gaze. Listening to the exchange, Xiao Yang wore an expression of incredulity. Chapter 41. Hongyuan ambushed. Xiao Yang returns to battle. Could it truly be mere coincidence? I have just returned to the primordial wilderness and already encountered Kuan Peng and the river of underworld plotting against the well-meaning Hongyuan. Xiao Yang's countenance revealed a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This was indeed an unforeseen turn of events. Before Xiao Yang could fully grasp the situation, Hongyuan had already engaged with Kuan Peng and the river of underworld. All 3 were quasi-saint powers, each having reached the late quasi-saint stage. If only one of them were present, Hongyuan might have stood a chance to contend. However, with both Kuan Peng and the river of underworld united, Hongyuan found himself at a disadvantage, struggling merely to defend himself. In no time, Hongyuan's robe was tattered, and he staggered back, his body marred with wounds. It appears this humble monk is destined to fall today. Yet, the unyielding spirit within him remained. Hongyuan's eyes flickered with a mix of defiance and despair. Hongyuan, prepare to meet your demise. The primordial purple energy shall belong to me. Both Kuan Peng and the river of underworld reveled in their triumph, their gazes toward Hongyuan filled with greed. Yet, at that very moment, an abrupt transformation occurred. The previously clear sky morphed into a nebulous, starry expanse. Countless stars twinkled, casting down streams of stellar energy, sealing off a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The very fabric of space grew extraordinarily stable, rendering any notion of tearing through it to escape futile. This is the great formation of the heavenly stars. A look of grave respect flashed in Kuan Peng's eyes. as a being capable of transformation into both a fish and a bird. He understood the formidable power of the demon clan's great formation of the heavenly stars better than anyone. Their presence had evidently been revealed, and the formation may have been set long ago. PFF. Just as Kuan Peng remained vigilant, he heard Hongyuan's agonized cry. When he looked, Hongyuan had vanished, leaving only a pool of war blood behind. Upon locating Hongyuan's form, he was struck by the sight of a gaping hole in his chest, revealing a pulsating heart. Normally, as a quasi-saint, Hongyuan's physical form would possess self-healing capabilities. Even a shattered heart would merely be a minor injury. However, at this moment, the wound showed no signs of healing. Upon closer inspection, faint golden flames flickered at the site of the injury, preventing it from mending. Cough cough. Eastern Emperor Tai, how dare you resort to such treachery? Demon Emperor Dijuan, since you have arrived, why do you not reveal yourself? Hongyuan clutched his chest, forcing a grim smile while scanning his surroundings. As soon as Hongyuan finished speaking, Eastern Emperor Tai materialized in the very spot where he had stood. In his right hand, he held a piece of flesh, engulfed in the flames of the sun. Above them, the once clear, starry sky radiated brilliance. As the light subsided, the stars transformed into Demon Clan de Luo wielding star banners. At the forefront stood the Demon Clan's Emperor Dijuan. Hongyuan, considering your arduous path of cultivation, if you are willing to surrender the primordial purple energy and join my Demon Clan's heavenly court, I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, this shall be your last day. Dijuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet beneath that calm facade lay a threat. Should Hongyuan refuse, he would face the wrath of an unparalleled sovereign. I see now, Dao Ancestor. A faint smile of resignation crept onto Hongyuan's face, his eyes glimmering with newfound clarity. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend many things. Just as he was about to speak, a voice reached his ears. Xiao Yang, you're here too. It appears your fate is sealed here. Hongyuan gazed towards the direction where Dongwang Tai was looking, and there he beheld Xiao Yang and his companions. A sense of curiosity welled up within Hunyuan as he regarded Xiao Yang. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been eager to befriend someone like him. However, at this moment, it appeared he had misstepped, inadvertently dragging Xiao Yang into turmoil. Taoist Xiao Yang, I apologize sincerely for the misfortune you have suffered due to my actions, Hongyuan said with a bitter smile. Kuan Peng and the others also turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang, and upon sensing his realm, their eyes widened in astonishment. Mid-stage semi-saint? It had taken Xiao Yang no time at all to ascend from early stage to mid-stage semi-saint, while others found their cultivation progressing at a sluggish pace. Xiao Yang's growth was nothing short of astonishing, speeding up rather than slowing down. It was simply absurd. Had they not been seasoned practitioners with countless years of experience, they might have faltered in their resolve. Dijunes gaz upon Xiao Yang greu interestingly sinister. Now that Xiao Yang had reached mid-stage semi-saint, it was only a matter of time before he attained full semi-sainthood, which would undoubtedly pose a dire threat to their demon clan. Tai, eliminate Xiao Yang and eradicate this significant threat to our clan. Dijun's voice was icy, his murderous intent permeating the entire array space. Upon hearing Dijun's words, a grim smile twisted Dongwang Tai's face. Had it not been for my brother's sudden order during that battle, you would have perished long ago. This time, I am eager to see what tricks you possess. With that, Dongwang Tai extended his hand, summoning the chaos bell into his palm. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spiritual treasure against Xiao Yang. Clang, clang, clang. The chaos bell resonated as Dongwang Tai activated it repeatedly, sending forth waves of sound to suppress Xiao Yang. Yet, Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged in the face of this assault. Imperial Edict, disperse. He commanded coldly, a golden light flashing in his eyes. An unexplainable wave surged forth, and as the bell's ripples reached Xiao Yang, they dissipated into nothingness. Both Dongwang Tai and Dijun were taken aback. They understood that this move from Dongwang Tai was not particularly threatening to Xiao Yang, but they had not anticipated that merely a single utterance could nullify it. Tai, let us strike together and swiftly slay Xiao Yang, Dijun declared without a moment's hesitation. Even though he believed in Dongwang Tai's ability to defeat Xiao Yang, he chose the most prudent course of action and joined forces with Dongwang Tai to besiege him. Before Dijun, two spiritual treasures materialized, his accompanying treasures. But he too, in Luo Shu, with a hand seal, Di Jun activated the treasures, causing the power of the celestial stars to converge into massive stars that hurtled toward Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Dongwang Tai continuously manipulated the Chaos Bell, intending to combine its suppressive force with Di Jun's stellar assault to crush Xiao Yang. As the power of the stars coalesced into colossal projectiles, Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered with a hint of derision. Imperial Edict, arise, Imperial Star, and let the other stars fade. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent purple star rose behind Xiao Yang. This purple celestial body, shrouded in violet mist, exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility. Upon its emergence, the stars aimed at Xiao Yang halted midair. As the purple star trembled slightly, it transformed the incoming stars into starlight that vanished into the void. Is that the Ziwei star? So, it was you who disrupted the formation I set. Di Jun's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yang, realizing he had gained yet another reason to eliminate him. And what of it? Xiao Yang retorted boldly. Di Jun, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to imprison a celestial star of destiny. Are you that afraid of the emergence of the Ziwei Emperor Star, fearing it will thwart your control over the celestial bodies and the operation of the Grand Celestial Array? Xiao Yang's gaze was unwavering, and a light smile graced his face as he regarded Di Jun. I am the lord of the demon race, and the demon emperor Di Jun. A single Ziwei star does not intimidate me. Yet you, standing against my kin, cannot be spared. Di Jun's expression turned frigid as he extended his hand, launching a palm strike toward Xiao Yang. A colossal hand, ablaze with solar flames, coalesced in the air, imbued with boundless heat and murderous intent, descending upon Xiao Yang. At the same time, Dongwang Tai produced a yellow gourd. Please turn, he said respectfully to the gourd, and a tiny figure wielding a flying knife emerged from its mouth. This figure exuded overwhelming murderous intent, leaving no room for resistance. Imperial battle body. Xiao Yang's gaze turned steely, and the purple star behind him shattered. From the fragments of the star, a towering, majestic figure emerged, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The aura of imperial authority was palpable. What can one say? Xiao Yang truly embodied the essence of the human race's fateful golden dragon, radiating such a potent imperial energy by nature. Both Hunyuan and Kuanping looked on in shock at Xiao Yang. Di Jun, do you see clearly now? This is my battle body. As the emperor of the human race, how could you possibly defeat me? Xiao Yang proclaimed, striding forward, intent on confronting Di Jun and Dongwang Tai. While Xiao Yang engaged the demon emperor and Dongwang Tai, Kuanping and Mingyi exchanged glances, silently understanding the urgency of the moment. They wielded their powers and advanced toward Hongyuan, recognizing that this was their best opportunity. Should they wait until Di Jun and Dongwang Tai subdued Xiao Yang, their chances of contending for Hongyuan's primordial purple chi would dwindle with the might of the Grand Celestial Array. Thus, they resolved to swiftly eliminate Hongyuan and seize the primordial chi before retreating. With this thought, their attacks grew increasingly fierce and ruthless, worsening Hongyuan's already grave injuries. At that moment, Hunyuan coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of despair. Shifting his gaze to Xiao Yang, who was locked in battle with Di Jun and Dongwang Tai, he transmitted a message. Daoist Xiao Yang, I can help you escape this Grand Celestial Array. All I ask is that you retrieve my Jiujiu Sampo gourd and deliver it to Zenyuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple. What do you say? Upon hearing Hongyuan's words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, surveying the surrounding Grand Celestial Array. At that moment, both Di Jun and Dongwang Tai were among the most formidable practitioners in the primordial realm. With their combined efforts, he found himself utterly unable to breach the formidable encirclement of the heavenly star array. Do you possess any solutions? Wait, I shall self-detonate my physical form. The might of a late-stage quasi-saint's explosion needs no elaboration. Fellow Xiao Yang, if you can deliver the gourd to the Wuzhuang Temple, I shall bestow upon you the primordial purple energy. Red Cloud spoke with a hint of urgency, increasingly hard-pressed by the onslaught of Kuanping and Mingyi. Very well, I shall adhere to your wishes. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a wave of relief washed over Red Cloud's features. This was the only escape plan he could conceive. Without Xiao Yang's consent, he would be destined to perish here. Now that Xiao Yang had acquiesced, he felt unburdened. Gazing at Kunpeng and Mingyi, Red Cloud could not help but erupt into laughter. Kunpeng, Mingyi, and even Emperor Jun, you all covet my primordial purple energy. I shall not grant you your desires. Explode, explode, explode. A fierce glint flashed in Red Cloud's eyes. Were it not for them, he would not have been reduced to this predicament. Alas, cursed fate. Both Kunpeng and Mingyi silently cursed, having not anticipated Red Cloud's decision to self-detonate. Chaos Bell. Stabilize the universe. Heavenly Star Array. Suppress. The Eastern Emperor Tai, engaged in combat with Xiao Yang, along with Emperor Jun, worked together to drive him back. They summoned the Chaos Bell and the Heavenly Star Array, attempting to contain the force of Red Cloud's explosion. Thunderous booms echoed. A terrifying wave of annihilation surged outward. In that moment, space shattered, the earth fractured, and all existence dissolved into nothingness. Amidst this explosion, Kunpeng and his companions lost interest in seeking the primordial purple energy, hastily employing their spiritual treasures to shield themselves. They had never fathomed that Red Cloud would resolve to self-detonate, harboring deep resentment. At that instant, Xiao Yang reached out, drawing Kong Xian and Jin Peng into his sleeve, then propelled himself into the very epicenter of Red Cloud's explosion. The terrifying remnants of destruction relentlessly assailed Xiao Yang. Yet the imperial aura of humanity emanated from him, repelling the explosive aftermath. He grasped the gourd, left suspended in the air after Red Cloud's self-detonation, and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly escaping the confines of the Heavenly Star Array. Cursed! Xiao Yang, do not attempt to flee. Leave behind the primordial purple energy. Pursue him. We cannot allow Xiao Yang to escape. A murderous intent gleamed in Emperor Jun and the others' eyes. They had schemed for so long, not to let Xiao Yang reap the rewards. They transformed into streaks of light, racing after Xiao Yang. Chapter 43. Mount Wanshou and the Wrath of Xunyuan. A majestic mountain rose above the boundless land, shrouded in swirling clouds and ethereal mists, suffused with purple aura, where celestial cranes soared and exotic beasts leaped amidst the terrain. The trees upon this mountain towered 100,000 feet, casting shade that obscured the sun, truly a splendid celestial mountain. At that moment, a golden light streaked across as Xiao Yang halted before the mountain. Is this Mount Wanshou? Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the gourd and called out, I beseech you, fellow Xunyuan, to reveal yourself. His voice echoed towards Mount Wanshou. Within the mountain, an ancient Taoist temple stood tall, flanked by peach talismans inscribed with the words, the abode of immortals, living in harmony with the heavens. Inside the temple, a tree radiating the essence of wood swayed slightly, adorned with fruits resembling infants. Beneath this tree, Xunyuan sat in contemplation. As Xiao Yang's voice reached him, Xunyuan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the outside world. Upon seeing the gourd in Xiao Yang's hand, his eyes widened, and he lost his composure. His form abruptly vanished from beneath the tree, only to reappear before Xiao Yang. This is Red Cloud's spiritual treasure. From whence did you acquire it? A divine light flickered in Xunyuan's eyes, his presence becoming exceedingly oppressive as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang, seemingly ready to strike at the slightest hint of wrongdoing. However, before Xiao Yang could respond, for streaks of light approached with great speed. Xiao Yang, you cannot escape. Surrender Red Cloud's spiritual treasure and yield the primordial purple energy, or today shall mark your demise. Surrender the primordial purple energy, or we shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. The words of Emperor Jun and his companions resonated throughout the realm. Many powerful beings who had sensed Red Cloud's self-detonation were merely spectators of this scene, though some harbored intentions to seize the primordial purple energy. They ultimately relinquished their greed in the face of Emperor Jun and his allies. After all, Red Cloud, a seasoned quasi-saint, had been compelled to self-detonate. Hearing their threats, Xiao Yang shrugged slightly, spreading his hands. You have heard it. Red Cloud was forced into self-detonation by Emperor Jun and the others. I was entrusted by Red Cloud to deliver this gourd to Honghuang Temple. Upon my arrival, I noted that Red Cloud's primordial spirit was injured, if not nurtured promptly. He may. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a cold glint flickered in Xunyuan's eyes. However, this coldness was not directed at Xiao Yang, but rather at Emperor Jun and his cohorts, who had compelled Red Cloud to self-detonate. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped Xunyuanzi, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. He no longer exuded his usual, refined demeanor. At this moment, Emperor Jun and the others also revealed themselves, their brows furrowing as they regarded Xunyuanzi. Yet, upon seeing the gourd in Xiao Yang's hand, their reservations dissipated. Xunyuanzi, this matter does not concern you. Return to your Hunyuan temple. Indeed, Xunyuanzi, should you interfere, consider whether you can withstand our combined might. Today, one red cloud has already perished. I would not hesitate to see another Xunyuanzi fall. Impeliun, Kunping, and Mingi spoke in unison, their gazes towards Xunyuanzi devoid of kindness. Many years ago, Red Cloud was an old friend of mine. I had advised him to abandon the primordial purple energy. When the six saints emerged, I also cautioned him that as long as he did not comprehend the primordial purple energy, he should remain within my Hunyuan temple. But none of this justifies your intent to kill him. If you seek Red Cloud's treasures and the primordial purple energy, you must first pass through me. Xunyuanzi spoke calmly. As he concluded, the surrounding millions of miles became shrouded in layers of black snowflakes, each a manifestation of Xunyuanzi's murderous intent. Very well. Then we shall eliminate you to prevent future troubles. Attack. Chaos Bell. Suppress. The expressions of Emperor Jun and his companions turned grim. They exchanged no further words and simultaneously launched their assault against Xunyuanzi. Waves of earth-shattering divine abilities surged forth to subdue him. Oomph. Xunyuanzi emitted a cold snort, his gaze unwavering. He waved his hand, and the earth scripture, transformed from his companion's spirit treasure, appeared in his grasp. Suddenly, his entire being surged with magical power towards the earth scripture, while the might of the earth flowed back to him. Xunyuanzi reached out, grasping at the divine powers. The force of the earth coalesced into a massive claw, obliterating these divine manifestations entirely. Come fort. I shall seek justice for my old friend. With these words, Xunyuanzi, with the earth scripture hovering above him, charged fiercely towards the four figures of Dijun. What audacity! 1 against 4. What gives you such confidence? A chilling light flickered in the eyes of Dijun and the others. Xunyuanzi was a powerful figure at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Did they truly believe they were inferior to him? Who bestowed upon him the courage to confront 4 adversaries? Anger surged within Dijun and his companions as they launched their assault on Xunyuanzi without restraint. Meanwhile, before Mount Wanshou, Xiao Yang stared at Xunyuanzi, utterly stunned. This honest man was indeed not to be trifled with. When he ignited his wrath, he became terrifyingly formidable. Not just Xiao Yang, even Laozi and the other saints, as well as the great powers of the primordial era, were witnessing Xunyuanzi's fury for the first time, feeling an immense surprise within their hearts. Countless mighty beings envied Honghuang for having an old friend like Xunyuanzi. Xunyuanzi, my friend, I shall lend you a hand. At that moment, Xiao Yang stowed away his gourd and swiftly moved towards Dijun and the others. Well met. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of Donghuang Tai Yi as he abandoned Xunyuanzi and turned to face Xiao Yang. Thus, a fierce battle erupted outside Mount Wanshou among the 5 figures. The vast expanse of hundreds of millions of miles was engulfed by their clash. Mountains crumbled, and rivers changed course and evaporated as a result. Just then, Xunyuanzi coughed up blood, his aura significantly diminished. Attempting to single-handedly confront 3 foes proved too daunting. Yet Xunyuanzi did not relent. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Primordial Earth Guardian formation. He began forming seals with the Earth Scripture, and the script emerged from the book. These inscriptions crafted a series of restrictions, forming a grand formation in the air. Once the formation was established, it absorbed the Earth's essence from a radius of billions of miles. A golden light radiated from Xunyuanzi, embodying an unparalleled defensive might as he charged once more towards Dijun and the others. Chapter 44. The retreat of all Dijun plotted against Kunping. Observing the formation surrounding Xunyuanzi, both Dijun and Kunping, along with Ming He, frowned slightly. As some of the few powerful quasi-saints in the primordial realm, they possessed extraordinary insight. At present, the Earth's essence within billions of miles was manipulated by Xunyuanzi through the Earth Scriptures formation. If they were to disrupt this vast essence, it would equate to transforming this immense territory into a wasteland. Such grave consequences were not something even a saint would willingly bear, let alone they, the quasi-saints. Tai Yi, let us set up the celestial star formation. With the power of the celestial stars, we shall suppress this primordial earth guardian formation. Di Jun let out a cold snort. While unable to attack directly, he could still counter with formations. Honghuang Tai Yi, engaged in fierce combat with Xiao Yang, heard Di Jun's words. After repelling Xiao Yang with a chaos bell, he returned to Di Jun's side. The two utilized the river diagram and Luo book alongside the chaos bell as the focal points for the celestial star formation, channeling the power of the celestial bodies to establish the formation. The skies above the area surrounding Mount Wanshou transformed into a starry expanse. Countless stars radiated their celestial powers, moving along their respective orbits within the starry firmament. Celestial star power, suppress. A cold shout echoed through the starry sky from Di Jun. The stars illuminated the heavens, releasing boundless star energy, forming beams of light that descended upon Zhen Yuanzi. The points where these beams landed were precisely the formation's focal points, imbued with sealing and suppressive power. The ginseng fruit tree, primordial armor with guardian formation, facing the suppression of the celestial stars, Zhen Yuanzi remained unfazed. Behind him, a towering tree laden with fruit resembling infants materialized. An endless aura of armor would emanated from the tree, merging into the primordial earth guardian formation. The vitality contained within the armor would infuse new life and change into the formation. The two formations clashed, resonating with a continuous hum. Ripples radiated outward, seemingly harmless. Yet wherever they passed, all things were scattered. Observing this scene, Kunpeng's eyes gleamed with a divine light. His form transformed into a streak of light as he lunged toward Xiao Yang. A phantom of a great rock appeared behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Yang. His hand, shrouded in dark energy, emitted a chilling aura as it struck toward Xiao Yang. Do you think I'm an easy target? With a thought and a sword, I shall open the heavens. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with cold light as he pointed like a sword, drawing a horizontal line before him. What? Kunpeng's eyes widened in shock. He sensed the terrifying nature of Xiao Yang's strike. Realizing he could not complete his attack, he flickered away, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Yang. Too late to run. A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he effortlessly matched Kunpeng's speed. Kunpeng screamed as a gaping wound was torn into his chest. Blood flowed freely from the injury, and an elusive, sharp energy swirled around the wound, preventing it from healing. Run! Kunpeng clutched his wound, his mind consumed by this singular thought. Without hesitation, he transformed into a black streak of light and fled towards the northern sea. Useless. In the starry sky, Di Jun watched Kunpeng's retreat with an expression of disappointment. Beside him, Donghuang Taiyi's expression grew grave. He empathized with Kunpeng's situation, facing Xiao Yang's strike. He feared he too would emerge unscathed. Just then, a beam of blood light shot into the sky, and Ming He's figure vanished without a trace. Ming He understood clearly, having failed to subdue Zhen Yuanzi and Xiao Yang. And with Kunpeng gravely injured and fleeing, remaining would only place him at the weakest among the three factions. Since he could not obtain the Hongming purple qi, there was no point in lingering. Resolute in his decision, Ming He did not hesitate. Brother, what shall we do now? Donghuang Taiyi's eyes flashed with anger. But he quickly tempered his fury, focusing on Di Jun. Di Jun's eyes also reflected his irritation. We shall spare them for now. Let us head to the northern sea. Donghuang Taiyi, puzzled, could not grasp the situation. The northern sea? Indeed, to the northern sea. Kunpeng is also a member of my demon clan. He established the demon script, benefiting all demons and earning considerable prestige among them. This time, taking advantage of his severe injuries, we shall draw him into the heavenly court to bolster the might of our demon clan. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes. Since there was no way to acquire the primordial purple energy at the moment, he could not afford to return empty-handed. Injured Kunpeng was their best choice. Donghuang Tai nodded, suddenly recalling something, and spoke to Emperor Jun. Brother, if Kunpeng is unwilling to join our demon clan, do you think he still has the power to decide whether to join or not? If he is unwilling, a cold glint flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. If Kunpeng does not recognize the opportunity, He would not mind the absence of another great power in the wilderness. Dongwang Tai's face also bore a sinister smile, with a hint of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Having made up their minds, Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai did not linger any longer. The starry sky abruptly transformed into a streak of flowing light, heading towards the northern sea. At this moment, outside Wanshou Mountain, only Xunyuanzi and Xiao Yang remained. Observing Emperor Jun and the others departing, Xunyuanzi dispersed the grand formation. A pallor crept onto his face, and his eyes dimmed slightly. Even though he could withstand the pressure of the Zhou Tian star array, it had taken a significant toll on him. Xunyuanzi approached Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him closely. After a while, he suddenly took a step back, solemnly bowing to Xiao Yang. I, Xunyuanzi, express my gratitude to you, Taoist Xiao Yang, for your assistance to Hunyuan. This matter counts as a personal favor owed to you by me, Xunyuanzi. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will be at your service. Xiao Yang regarded Xunyuanzi, admiration flashing in his eyes. In the wilderness, for a spiritual treasure or precious heavenly material, even among friends, conflict were not uncommon. This highlights the rarity of the friendship between Xunyuanzi and Hongyuan. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Helping Hongyuan is akin to aiding myself. Moreover, Hongyuan has already compensated me. Xiao Yang assisted Xunyuanzi to his feet, his face beaming with a smile. The two exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter, their joy palpable. Chapter 45. Xunyuanzi's Versailles time changes everything. Since you have come to Wanshou Mountain, how could you not visit Hunyuan Temple? I invite you to join me inside for a discussion. Xunyuanzi looked at Xiao Yang earnestly, extending an invitation. Xiao Yang, smiling, did not decline. I have long heard that your Hunyuan Temple houses one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree. Please do not hold back. Upon hearing this, Xunyuanzi laughed heartily, grasping Xiao Yang's right hand and leading him toward Hunyuan Temple. Ha ha, my friend, do not worry. There will be plenty of ginseng fruit. Thus, Xiao Yang followed Xunyuanzi along a mountain path. Along the way, exotic flowers and herbs flourished, and the innate spiritual energy was so rich it felt almost liquid. Some spirit herbs, resembling mischievous children, frolicked in the mountains, creating a truly serene and ethereal scene. Before long, they arrived at Hunyuan Temple. The large doors were already open, with 2 young acolytes standing at the entrance. Qingfeng, Nüwa, hurry and prepare. I have a distinguished guest. Yes, the 2 acolytes, resembling delicate statues, answered in unison before bouncing off into the temple. Their mischief must amuse you, Xunyuanzi said with a wry smile. What you say is true. They are simply in their innocent and carefree days, so there is no need for harsh judgment. Xiao Yang took no offense, waving his hand to release Kong Xian and Jin Peng, who had been kept in his sleeve. Xunyuanzi, these 2 are my attendants, one named Kong Xian and the other Jin Peng. Do greet our esteemed Xunyuanzi. Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed respectfully upon hearing Xiao Yang's introduction. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, pays respects to the esteemed Xunyuanzi. Rise, Xunyuanzi replied. Your luck is good, my friend. These 2 possess remarkable talents, and their future as quasi-saints is assured. Xunyuanzi nodded and then praised Xiao Yang. As an established quasi-saint, he could not overlook the backgrounds of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Hence, he praised their talents. Ha ha ha, you need not flatter them. Let's quickly explore the wonders within the temple. Are you truly going to make me linger at the entrance of Hunyuan Temple? Xiao Yang laughed heartily, teasing Xunyuanzi. Xunyuanzi clapped his hands, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Please, after you. With that, Xunyuanzi led Xiao Yang inside. Kong Xian and Jin Peng followed closely behind. After wandering around the temple for a while, Xunyuanzi finally guided Xiao Yang into the main hall. Once seated, Qingfeng and Nüwa entered, carrying a platter with 9 fruit-like orbs, the color of jade, exuding the pure essence of wood energy. My friend, I have little to offer you, just these fruits that are somewhat presentable. I hope you won't find them lacking. Xunyuanzi gestured toward the fruit platter. A peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. Is this the humble display of a quasi-saint? Truly delightful. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and several fruits, radiating starlight, appeared before Xunyuanzi. With a harmless smile, he said, Do try my fruits and see if they meet your approval. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words and seeing the starry fruits before him, A look of astonishment flitted across Zenyuanzi's face. He pointed at Xiao Yang, wanted to say something, but ultimately burst into laughter. "My friend, you truly..." Xiao Yang said no more and picked up a ginseng fruit, bowing to Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi, unceremonious, took the starry fruit before him, and they both began to indulge. As the ginseng fruit entered his mouth, it transformed into pure wood essence, merging into his being, imparting a refreshing sensation throughout his body. He felt invigorated. "Excellent. This ginseng fruit is truly remarkable. Your starry fruit is equally exquisite." Hearing Xiaoyang's praise, a smile spread across Zenyuanzi's face. At their level of cultivation, both the ginseng and starry fruits mostly served to satisfy cravings. Yet hearing compliments from others still brought joy to their hearts. Kong Xian and Jin Peng, not to be idle, also took a ginseng fruit and began to feast heartily. Though the ginseng fruit holds no significance for the sage, it proves invaluable for those who are great Luo golden immortals. Observing this, Xiao Yang refrained from further commentary and simply waved his hand, conjuring several star fruits before Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Having accompanied him for so long without receiving any gifts, these star fruits would serve as a form of compensation. After a moment's pause, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at Xiao Yang, hesitating to speak, as if grappling with words that were difficult to articulate. Realizing Zhen Yuanzi's intent, Xiao Yang waved his hand again, summoning the Jujio Sampo gourd of red cloud, which materialized in midair before the two. Wisps of crimson mist began to emanate from the gourd. After a considerable time, the red mist gradually coalesced into a stable form. The visage of red cloud reappeared before Zhen Yuanzi. "My old friend," Zhen Yuanzi's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Red cloud, glancing at his current appearance and then at Zhen Yuanzi, revealed a hint of relief in his gaze. He graciously bowed to Zhen Yuanzi. "Ha! My dear friend Zhen Yuanzi, it seems I have caused you some amusement." Zhen Yuanzi pointed at Red Cloud, a mixture of admonition and disappointment in his tone. "I had urged you not to leave Honghuang temple lightly and to wait until after attaining sagehood before venturing forth. You would not listen, and now look, your physical form is utterly destroyed, and even your primordial spirit has suffered severe injury. Were it not for my friend Xiao Yang, we would never meet again." At these words, Red Cloud sighed deeply. "I never anticipated that Kunpeng and the others would keep their eyes on me. Besides, I am but a wisp of red cloud in this world, yearning for freedom. Is that not my true nature? I have nearly consumed all the ginseng fruits within Honghuang Temple. Why should I remain? It will be wiser to return when the ginseng fruit ripens again." Zhen Yuanzi, hearing Red Cloud's words, could only chuckle in exasperation. "Oh, Red Cloud, I kindly offered you shelter, and yet you mock me. Truly, you show no filial piety." Xiao Yang, observing the camaraderie between Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud, could not help but smile. Such friendships are indeed rare. Chapter 46. Dispersing the Primordial Purple Qi within Honghuang Temple. The discussion of the sage's path unfolded. After their exchange, Red Cloud turned his attention to Xiao Yang. He waved his hand, and a strand of primordial purple qi surged forth from the Jujio Sampo gourd. "Dear friend Xiao Yang, you promised to protect my primordial spirit until we reach Zhen Yuanzi. Now, this primordial purple qi is yours." Red Cloud gazed at the ethereal presence of the purple qi, his eyes flickering with reluctance and regret. After a moment, a resolute expression crossed his face as he pushed the primordial purple qi toward Xiao Yang. The qi seemed to sense its destiny, approaching Xiao Yang, ready to merge with his being. Just then, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and royal energy radiated, halting the primordial purple qi at bay. Xiao Yang, what is the meaning of this? Both Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud were taken aback, unsure of Xiao Yang's intentions. With another gesture, Xiao Yang unleashed a surge of magical power against the primordial purple qi, shattering it into pieces. 3 large and 5 small fragments of the primordial purple qi appeared before Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud, once imbued with profound mystical essence. The primordial purple qi now lay fragmented, devoid of its former splendor. "Without the primordial purple qi, I can still attain sagehood. This qi has arrived at the perfect moment, as my people require it," Xiao Yang declared, collecting the 8 shattered pieces of primordial purple qi with a joyful countenance, showing no hint of sorrow over its destruction. "Xiao Yang, your audacity is commendable. Sen Yuanzi Admiral Yang es extraordinary Zhourage. Friend Xiao Yang, you have emerged late and have not experienced the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. In the past, the Dao ancestor stated that there are three paths to enlightenment. One through strength, another through the severance of the three corpses, and the third through great merit. However, the path of strength necessitates the breaking of heavenly laws, a route now deemed unfeasible. The remaining paths of severing the three corpses and great merit both require the primordial purple qi. How can you achieve enlightenment? By dispersing it. Though Red Cloud admired Xiao Yang's bravery, he shook his head at the apparent folly of his actions. Hearing Red Cloud's remarks, Xiao Yang maintained a smile, unfazed. Red Cloud, I have a question for you. Before the Dao ancestor imparted the method to sever the three corpses, how do you think the ancestral beings of the ancient innate three clans, such as the Ancestral Dragon, the Yuan Feng, and the Shurqilin, compare to the Great Luo? Red Cloud pondered Xiao Yang's inquiry, his expression contemplative. Though I had yet to take form, I believe their power far surpassed that of Great Luo. After a moment of reflection, Red Cloud presented his conclusion. Very well, since you believe that the Ancestral Dragon and others possess strength well beyond that of Great Luo, then how did they attain the quasi-saint realm before the Dao ancestor revealed the method to sever the three corpses? I have heard that before achieving sagehood, the Dao ancestor had a lifelong adversary, and the two engaged in a titanic battle in the western wilderness, shattering the entire western earth. Could it be that this adversary also possessed the Dao ancestor's unique method of severing the three corpses? A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he posed the question to Red Cloud. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, both Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, during ancient times, when the method of severing the three corpses was not yet known, how did the Ancestral Dragon and others ascend to the quasi-saint level? They did not rely on the method of severing the three corpses for their ascension, which suggests there must be alternative paths to enlightenment that do not necessitate the aid of primordial purple qi. As this realization dawned upon him, Jin Yuanzi grew excited. Inhaling deeply and gazing earnestly at Xiao Yang, he asked, Friend Xiao Yang, have you perhaps unraveled the mysteries of the sage's path? Xiao Yang, hearing this, gently shook his head and replied, The sage's path, while bearing the same name, is a chasm wide as the heavens, separating it from the quasi-saint realm. To claim to have unraveled the sage's path, I suspect even those who have attained sagehood would hesitate to make such a declaration. Jin Yuanzi's expression dimmed, and he could not help but chuckle bitterly within. Indeed, the path to sagehood is fraught with difficulty. Even as an ancient quasi-saint, he dared not utter such words, let alone a Xiao Yang who had only recently taken form. Yet, without the primordial purple qi, how could he hope to achieve sagehood? Observing Jin Yuanzi's despondent demeanor, a mysterious smile appeared on Xiao Yang's face. Though I have yet to unravel the sage's path, there are indeed ways to achieve sagehood. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, and even Kong Xian and Jin Peng, who attended Xiao Yang, all turned their gazes toward him. The ancient three clans contended for dominion over fate, and the witch and demon clans, embroiled in endless conflict, also sought the same, desiring to gather the fate of the entire wilderness to attain sagehood. Xiao Yang initially spoke of the path of fortune, citing the ancient three clans and the two races of the witch and the ghost as examples. Upon hearing his words, Jin Yuanzi shook his head. No, this path is akin to a dead end. Not to mention the existence of the witch and ghost. They would never allow a new rival to emerge. Simply put, the saints would not wish to see a force unify the vast wilderness. Xiao Yang paid no heed to this, and once again proposed a second method. Speaking of which, achieving sainthood through great merit, without the need for the primordial purple energy, is also a possibility. Jin Yuanzi shook his head once more. Still not feasible, although the saints such as Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the two saints of the West are associated with merit, the primordial purple energy is still essential. Otherwise, this amount of merit is insufficient for them to attain sainthood. Isn't that the case with the River of the Underworld? Initially imitating Nüwa to create the Azura clan, he later established the Azura sect. Despite so much merit, did it not prevent him from becoming a saint? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. Then it appears the only path left is the path of Hunyuan, to attain the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal. Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal? Both Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyuan were momentarily taken aback, silently repeating these words. Indeed, it is the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal. The so-called Hunyuan refers to the state where the primordial energy is undivided and chaos is one, the origin of primordial energy itself. Before Pangu opened up the vast wilderness, a multitude of chaotic demons walked this path. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin also traversed this route. However, they did not reach this stage, only achieving the completion of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, equivalent to the perfect state of the three corpses exterminated, akin to a quasi-saint. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang turned to Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyuan, sharing his thoughts. Chapter 47. The Path of Hunyuan. Zhen Yuanzi allied with the human race. Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal. So there exists this path to attain sainthood. The eyes of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyuan sparkled with excitement, as they perceived from Xiao Yang's words another radiant avenue. To achieve the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, one must condense their understanding of the laws into a Dao fruit. To attain the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal, one must find a way to extricate the Dao fruit from the flow of destiny within this realm. Yet, pursuing this path is far more arduous than in ancient times. Xiao Yang shook his head, a hint of regret evident in his tone. Since the saints and the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal are equivalent, why does attaining sainthood require primordial purple energy? Listening intently, Kong Xian interjected with a touch of curiosity. Good question. What does it mean to achieve the Dao and attain sainthood? What kind of saint is being realized? It is the realization of the heavenly Dao, culminating in the saint of the heavenly Dao. Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the crowd before continuing. To achieve the Dao and attain sainthood is akin to receiving the heavenly Dao's acknowledgement, granting you the authority to become a saint. The specific representation of this authority is those positions of saints. The primordial purple energy is crucial for the integration of the three corpses. It is not the key to obtaining permission. The most vital aspect remains the acknowledgement of the heavenly Dao. Otherwise, possessing primordial purple energy is futile. As he spoke, Xiao Yang's gazetlet on Hongyuan. Isn't Hongyuan a living example? Although he received the primordial purple energy, he relinquished his saint position to the two saints of the West. Over the years, he has neither achieved the position of a saint through the primordial purple energy, nor has it protected him from calamities. This illustrates that he did not gain the heavenly Dao's acknowledgement and lacks the conditions to prove the Dao and attain sainthood. I see now. My saint position had already been predetermined. A wave of bitterness washed over Hongyuan as he realized the root of his predicament. Fellow Taoist, I no longer wish to pursue the path of the saints. May I tread upon the path of Hunyuan instead? Zhen Yuanzi's gaze turned to Xiao Yang, his eyes brimming with fervor. Since Xiao Yang could propose the path of Hunyuan, and since the clan leaders of the ancient times had traversed this route, perhaps he too could embark on this path. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's inquiry, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before finally lifting his head. If you wish to pursue the path of Hunyuan, it is certainly a possibility. However, as he reached this conclusion, a flicker of hesitation crossed his countenance. Observing this, Zhen Yuanzi seemed to recall something, fixing a serious gaze upon Xiao Yang. Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to pass down the Dao lineage among the human race? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, your magical powers and divine abilities are exceptional. If you are willing to pass down the Dao lineage, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for a human race. What could be better? A hint of joy appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's face as he contemplated for a moment before speaking again. Additionally, I wish to form an alliance with the human race under the name of Honghuang Temple. I vow before heaven and earth, for all eternity, never to forsake this alliance. Beside them, Hongyuan observed Zhen Yuanzi's resolute demeanor, a complex expression flitting across his face. He chose not to comment further. After all, with a figure like Xiao Yang emerging from the human race, who could predict how far they might advance in the future? Xiao Yang riga Yuanzi in silence. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi met Xiao Yang's gaze with unwavering determination. Excellent. If fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi is willing to establish a Dao lineage among the human race and forge an alliance, I could not ask for more. A smile illuminated Xiao Yang's face as he addressed Jin Yuanzi. The two, having reached a decision, wasted no time and immediately swore their oaths with their minds. Heaven and earth above, today I, Jin Yuanzi, willingly ally with the human race for all eternity, never to forsake. Heaven and earth above, today I, Xiao Yang, willingly ally with Hunyuan temple for all eternity, never to forsake. With a resounding boom, 9 thunderous roars echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. As allies, both Xiao Yang and Jin Yuanzi felt their fortunes intertwined. In unity, we shall thrive. In adversity, we shall share the burden. Most notably, Xiao Yang sensed the fortune of the human race's golden dragon expand rapidly from 180,000 to 300,000 in the blink of an eye. Congratulations! You have formed an alliance with the quasi-saint powerhouse Jin Yuanzi, granting the human race a formidable external ally, enhancing its foundation, and increasing its fortune. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. Benefiting from this alliance, Jin Yuanzi was also filled with joy. Although he did not gain immediate benefits, he believed that with Xiao Yang's presence, the pace of the human race's development would be anything but slow, as the human race continued to grow stronger. When the time came for him to seek the path of the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal, the fortune of the human race would undoubtedly aid him in breaking through his bottleneck. At this moment, Xiao Yang's demeanor turned serious as he inquired of Jin Yuanzi. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, are you aware of the origins of your accompanying spiritual treasure? My accompanying spiritual treasure is transformed from the membrane of the earth, known as the Earth Book, which inherently connects with the energy of the Earth's veins in the vast wilderness. With the Earth Book, one can set up the innate defensive array, utilizing the boundless energy of the Earth's veins for unparalleled defense. Jin Yuanzi explained his accompanying spiritual treasure without hesitation. As he spoke, he took out the accompanying spiritual treasure. Before them lay a treasure resembling a tome, emanating a soft, earthy glow, imbued with an aura of profound weightiness. Dear Taoist Hunyuan, might you permit me a glance at the Earth Book? Xiao Yang inquired, his gaze fixed upon the tome as he addressed Jin Yuanzi. Why not? Not only may you observe it, but even if you were to contemplate it for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it would pose no issue. Jin Yuanzi replied without hesitation, handing the Earth Book to Xiao Yang. With a smile adorning his face, Xiao Yang extended his hand to accept the companion treasure, the Earth Book. Each page, he turned, unveiled a glimpse of the primordial landscapes, as if the entire geological network of the primordial realm resided within this singular volume. Do you know, dear friend, that during the epic of the ancient 3 clans, the ancestral dragon of the dragon race once conferred titles upon the river dragon kings? Through the dragon clan's decree, the dragon kings governed the great rivers, successfully expanding the influence of the dragon race from the 4 seas toward the primordial expanse. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Yuanzi nodded, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. I have heard of this matter. Even to this day, many of the great rivers still harbor the dragon kings appointed in that era. Could it be that my path to enlightenment? A surge of excitement flickered in Jin Yuanzi's gaze. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with starlight as he responded, indeed, the primary purpose of the Earth Book is not merely to command the boundless energies of the earth for defense. Its greater function lies in appointing the divine spirits of mountains, rivers, and marshes. If you, dear Taoist Hunyuan, can bestow titles upon the divine spirits of the entire primordial landscape, summoning the inexhaustible fortunes of the primordial realm, I believe that achieving the path of the primordial unity shall no longer be a mere fantasy for you. In that case, you shall become the progenitor of the Earth Immortals. Holding the Earth Book, Xiao Yang articulated his perspective to Jin Yuanzi. He elaborated on a future where, following the restoration of the heavenly court, all the divine spirits of mountains and rivers would be appointed by it, bestowing boundless fortune upon the court. If the heavenly court could accomplish such feats, why could not Jin Yuanzi, possessing the Earth Book, do the same? In his previous life, Jin Yuanzi bore the title of the progenitor of the Earth Immortals. Thus, in this life, he would transform that title into a true epithet. The progenitor of the Earth Immortals? Jin Yuanzi exclaimed, astonishment evident in his eyes. Yet, as he regained his composure, his gaze was filled with yearning. Rising to his feet, he bowed solemnly to Xiao Yang, his demeanor earnest. I beseech you, dear friend Xiao Yang, lend me your strength. Xiao Yang assisted Xinhuanzi to his feet and, with a serious expression, inquired, "Have you made your decision, dear friend? Be aware that if you wish to tread the path of primordial unity, you cannot continue down the path of the three corpses. Should any mishap occur, it would lead to your irrevocable demise." Xinhuanzi comprehended Xiao Yang's words well. He was on the verge of severing his three corpses, and if he sought to pursue the primordial path, he must erase the three corpses and return to his original essence. No destrucción, no creación. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. He understood that any misstep would lead to an inescapable fate. However, Xinhuanzi felt no fear. Instead, he erupted into laughter. I fear not the prospect of irrevocable demise. I only fear the absence of a path forward. Now that the primordial path lies before me, how can I allow danger to deter me? What worth would I have in pursuing the great Tao if I were to shy away? His eyes brimmed with determination. The essence of cultivation is to pursue a glimmer of hope, is it not? After countless epochs, finally seeing a path forward, he would wager his life to grasp it, never yielding. Moreover, he might yet prevail. Observing Xinhuanzi, the red cloud sighed with a tinge of melancholy. "Alas, my old friend, I still cannot compare to you." His gaze shifted to Xiao Yang, perhaps feeling a latent opportunity to start anew. Kong Xian and Jin Peng were filled with admiration. If they were in Xinhuanzi's position, they questioned whether they would possess the same resolve. Xiao Yang, too, regarded Xinhuanzi with appreciation and declared, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, let us commence." Xinhuanzi nodded, his thoughts coalescing as the five energies within him surged, and three flowers blossomed atop his head, releasing an earth-shattering aura. Behind him, a colossal shadow of a ginseng fruit tree loomed, its aura of vitality enveloping him. In front of him materialized three figures: his good corpse, his evil corpse, and his self-corpse, the corpse of obsession. "Dear friend, I am prepared." Xiao Yang nodded slightly, his eyes flickering with divine light. With a sweeping gesture, the precious artifact of human fortune, the Kongtong seal, hovered above his head. Boundless imperial energy emanated from the seal, swiftly enveloping Xinhuanzi. In the next moment, a figure clad in royal robes materialized behind Xiao Yang. Though somewhat ethereal, the visage bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yang. Surrounding him were 9 golden dragons, their roars resonating with an air of majesty and imperial grandeur. "Open the heavens, sever." Xiao Yang's right hand formed into a sword-like gesture, a glimmering aura coalescing at his fingertips. A flicker of divine light crossed his gaze as he suddenly struck towards Xinhuanzi's 3 corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 resounding thuds echoed as Xinhuanzi's 3 corpses shattered completely, transforming into a mist of blood. As the 3 corpses were destroyed, Xinhuanzi emitted a muffled groan, the light in his eyes dimming, and a trickle of blood escaped his lips. His entire being descended in energy. From the late stage of quasi-saint, he plummeted to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. As Xinhuanzi's 3 corpses were obliterated, the area surrounding Honghuang temple witnessed extraordinary phenomena. Blood rained down like droplets, awakening countless spirits of the mountains and flora within Wanshou Mountain, igniting their paths of cultivation. Such remarkable occurrences drew the attention of many, both great practitioners and saints, who furrowed their brows in contemplation, each pondering their own schemes. Within Honghuang Temple, witnessing Xinhuanzi's 3 corpses destroyed and his energy fall to the great Luo realm, Kong Xian and Jin Peng felt a tremor in their hearts. They gazed at Xinhuanzi, whose expression remained remarkably calm, and found it hard to believe. Did he not feel pain from the destruction of his 3 corpses and the sharp decline in his cultivation? As Xinhuanzi's 3 corpses were annihilated, the essence of his earlier earthly foundation surfaced amidst the blood mist. Imperial decree of the human sovereign, merge. Xiao Yang's expression turned solemn as he uttered a command. The infinite imperial energy was summoned, and behind him, a dragon's roar resonated. A colossal golden dragon of fortune, spanning 300,000 zhong, flickered in and out of sight. The earth book and the ginseng fruit tree each radiated their unique brilliance. The radiant light began to intertwine with Zhen Yuanzi in an almost imperceptible manner, as if they were engaged in a continuous exchange. When the essence among the three entities reached a near-perfect harmony, Xiao Yang waved his hand, directly merging the primordial essence of the three corpses into Zhen Yuanzi's body. In an instant, an oval cocoon radiating a golden hue enveloped Zhen Yuanzi. Surrounding him, the earth script and the ginseng fruit tree continued to emit light, merging with him. Gradually, a faint aura transformed into an overwhelming force. Having once diminished to the realm of Deluo, he began to ascend once more, accelerating rapidly. Dalu Perfection. Early stage Hunyuan Jingxian, late stage Hunyuan Jingxian, and finally, Hunyuan Jingxian perfection. The cocoon suddenly trembled, and the phantom of the vast wilderness emerged. The majestic mountains and rivers, as well as the lakes and streams, all came into view one by one. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently towards Honghuang Temple. Crack! Crack! At that moment, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figure within. Chapter 49. Hongyuan desires reincarnation as a human. Farewell to Honghuang Temple. As the yellow cocoon fractured, Zhen Yuanzi's figure appeared before the crowd. He donned a purple gold crown, wore a carefree crane cloak, and his 3 strands of handsome beard floated gently. In his hand, he held a jade whisk. He exuded an ethereal grace, embodying the essence of celestial elegance. Haha, thank you, Taoist Xiao Yang, for your assistance. Zhen Yuanzi, feeling a distinct power coursing through him, broke into a joyous laugh. He then bowed to Xiao Yang, his eyes brimming with solemnity. Upon stepping onto the path of Hunyuan, he finally comprehended the vast disparity between quasi-saint and Hunyuan. When he severed his 3 corpses, he could not perceive the path to sanctification. It seemed like a celestial barrier blocking his way. Now, having attained the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian, he could distinctly sense the breakthrough of the bottleneck into the Luo Jingxian. The path ahead lay entirely before him. He felt fortunate that he had not hesitated earlier. There is no need for such formalities, Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. We are allies now, and there is no need for division among us. Xiao Yang helped Zhen Yuanzi to his feet, and, after a brief pause, continued, however, the time for the Wu and Liao clans to engage in war is upon us, and the deification of the mountains and rivers requires your patience. You may take this time to identify the deities to be enshrined. Among our human race, there are many seasoned cultivators who can assist you when I return. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhen Yuanzi nodded. The prospect of receiving assistance from the human race was indeed delightful. A hint of joy appeared on his face. He had never excelled at, nor had he desired, the management of power within the vast Honghuang Temple, apart from the enlightened Qingfeng and Mingyue. There were only a few sentient beings among the flora and fauna. To enshrine the deities of mountains and rivers and to gather the fortune of the primordial land, one person alone was insufficient. With the support of the human race, he would undoubtedly navigate this endeavor with greater ease. At that moment, the spirit of Hongyuan addressed Xiao Yang. Taoist Xiao Yang, my physical body has been destroyed, and thus I wish to reincarnate as a human. I wonder if you could guide me onto the path. Xiao Yang fell into contemplation, his eyes shimmering with starlight. In his previous life, the great war between the Wu and Liao clans led to a mutual devastation, paving the way for the rise of the human race. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged one after another. The primordial purple energy he had shattered transformed into fragments corresponding to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He had no objections to Hongyuan's desire for reincarnation as a human. After all, once Hongyuan awakened his memories, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress swiftly, thereby adding a powerful ally to the human race. However, as the Earth Mother had yet to undergo reincarnation and the cycle of 6 paths remained unbroken, Xiao Yang was reluctant to allow Hongyuan to reincarnate so easily. Taoist Hongyuan, your wish to join the human race is most welcome. In fact, I could even enshrine you as the human emperor. Yet, all of this requires time. Would you be willing to wait? Xiao Yang gazed at Hongyuan, his expression reflecting a deeper contemplation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hongyuan's demeanor remained unchanged. A smile graced his face as he replied, "Haha, the promise from Taoist Xiao Yang is more than sufficient. My spirit has been severely wounded and requires time to recuperate. When you are ready, I can reincarnate into the human race at any time." Xiao Yang nodded with a smile and said, "Excellent. Congratulations, my old friend Hongyuan. Now, Shall we engage in mutual discourse? Zhen Yuanzi, observing the conclusion of the conversation between Hongyuan and Xiao Yang, promptly turned to Xiao Yang and said, "Indeed, my path is one of dominion, governing all under heaven. No king or minister is exempt." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang elaborated on his governing philosophy. The earthly path is one of ruling the primordial mountains and rivers. As he listened to Xiao Yang's insights, Zhen Yuanzi's expression grew serious, and he began to expound on his own earthly path. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Jin Peng were already engrossed in the discourse, their auras fluctuating between peaks and valleys. Remaining as a pure spirit, Hongyuan sighed at this scene, shaking his head slightly as he transformed into a wisp of red mist and returned to the 9-9 scatter soul gourd. The gourd swayed twice before soaring outside the hall, coming to rest upon the ginseng fruit tree. Strands of wood essence were absorbed by the gourd, nurturing Hongyuan's pure spirit. Time passed, and eventually, Xiao Yang and Zhen Yuanzi ceased their discourse, their eyes reflecting a lingering sense of satisfaction. Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, let us conclude here. There are matters in the human realm that require my attention. You may begin surveying the mountains and rivers. When the time is right, I will inform you. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhen Yuanzi nodded, a smile gracing his features. That sounds wonderful. It is the perfect time to transition to the Hunyuan path. And having listened to your insights, I need to enter seclusion for contemplation. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi seemed to recall something and wave his hand. A branch from the ginseng fruit tree flew into the hall. Taoist, I have little to offer as gratitude. Let this branch from the ginseng fruit tree serve as my token of appreciation. Safe travels, and I look forward to our next encounter. Upon seeing the sincerity in Zhen Yuanzi's expression, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a carefree smile. If that is the case, I sincerely thank you. Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. Until we meet again, Xiao Yang accepted the branch from the ginseng fruit tree, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Along with him disappeared Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the two emperors in attendance. Zhen Yuanzi watched Xiao Yang depart in silence. My old friend, have you truly placed your trust in the human race? A crimson mist wafted in, transforming into a form reminiscent of red clouds. Surely, you two have placed your bets on the human race, have you not? I observe that fellow Taoist Xiao Yang has dispersed a strand of primordial purple energy. You must have some contingency plan in place. Truly, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang is a sight to behold in this lifetime. Zhen Yuanzi slightly shook his head, his speech punctuated by pauses, as if uncertain of what to articulate. Ha, my old friend, you have misjudged, for I am not wagering on the human race. Rather, I am placing my bets on fellow Taoist Xiao Yang. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the future sovereign of the Honghuang will undoubtedly be the human race. Chapter 50. Encountering the Thunder Marsh, the first divine, being transformed from a bolt of thunder. After Xiao Yang departed from Hunyuan Temple with Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the trio ventured towards the ancestral lands of the human race. This journey spanned a millennium. On this day, the three arrived at a vast marsh, halting their steps. Before them lay a great expanse teeming with thunder and lightning. Various forms of thunder, such as Jia Mu Zheng Lei, Imu Shun Lei, Kue Shueyin Lei, Zhu Xie Shun Lei, and Mie Ke Shun Lei, manifested within this marsh, making it a veritable realm of thunder. Surrounding the thunderous marsh were beings of diverse forms. Their purpose for being there was singular, to comprehend the essence of thunder. My emperor, how can there be so much thunder here, and in such varied forms? Kong Xian inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as he addressed Xiao Yang. Beside him, Jin Peng appeared eager. For although he practiced the primordial yin and yang energies, it did not imply that he lacked other attributes. As a golden-winged great Peng, he inherently grasped the principles of gung metal. His primary concern was which was mightier, gung metal or divine thunder. This is the Honghuang Thunder Marsh, and the plethora of thunderous phenomena can be attributed to the divine being residing within it. A glimmer of divine insight sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes, as if he had discerned the transformations of this thunder marsh. Divine being? Kong Xian and Jin Peng both felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Over the years, they had encountered several quasi-saints, yet they had never come across a divine being. Indeed, there exists a divine being in the marsh. This being is the embodiment of the first bolt of thunder that manifested at the dawn of creation. Tell me, Could one born from the very first bolt of thunder not innately comprehend these thunders? A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he gazed upon the marsh. My emperor, should we take a detour? Kong Xian, suppressing his astonishment, respectfully inquired of Xiao Yang. No, why should we detour? In fact, I wish to behold the legendary deity of the Thunder Marsh. Let us proceed. With his words, an imperial aura descended from the heavens, enveloping Xiao Yang, Kong Xian, and Jin Peng. Whoosh! The three transformed into a beam of golden light, advancing towards the Thunder Marsh. The thundering bolts seemed to sense the intrusion of outsiders, roaring and howling in response, unleashing their fury in an attempt to obliterate the trio. Such tumultuous thunder also captured the attention of the beings who were meditating and comprehending the essence of thunder in the vicinity. Hiss! Another group dares to intrude into the marsh. Do you think they can succeed? Not long ago, a great Luo attempted to breach it, and what became of him? He perished body and soul. Indeed, only quasi-saints or saints could hope to enter. The beings debated amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of mockery and schadenfreude. None believed that the newcomers could truly penetrate the marsh, observing the bolts of thunder descending upon them. A slight smirk formed on Xiao Yang's lips as he reached out toward the thunder. Boom! A soft sound resonated as Xiao Yang's palm shattered the approaching bolts, scattering them into arcs of lightning that vanished before him. Hiss! He shattered the thunder with mere physical strength. A quasi-saint. It must be a quasi-saint. Have we spoken disrespectfully? Will this mighty being take offense? The beings, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with astonishment. Some recalled their earlier disrespectful words, their faces paling in fear. They transformed into streaks of light, hastily retreating from a marsh. They dared not gamble, especially not with their lives. Unperturbed by the commotion, Xiao Yang pressed forward. He traversed the layers of thunderous barriers and finally arrived before a grand palace. Surrounding this palace, thunder roared incessantly, yet no bolt dared to strike there. Whoever you are, to what purpose do you come to my domain? As Xiao Yang surveyed the palace, a resounding, authoritative voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. I am the human emperor Xiao Yang. Having heard of the anomalies of the Thunder Marsh, I have come to witness. I did not expect such a powerful friend to exist within the Thunder Marsh. I beg your pardon. Xiao Yang responded with a smile. Human emperor? Voices of bewilderment echoed. Before Xiao Yang, the palace doors swung open. Terrifying bolts of lightning surged forth from within, as if capable of piercing the very heavens. A figure emerged from the tumultuous lightning, each gesture accompanied by radiant bolts. This figure, clad in armor of thunder, with thick brows and large eyes, exuded an aura both mysterious and fearsome. The Thunder God. Upon seeing this figure, the name floated to Xiao Yang's mind. A late-stage quasi-saint, nearing the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Such a being could only be the Thunder God. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to engage in conversation, the Thunder God, surrounded by swirling lightning, transformed the very fabric of reality. I have heard of the human emperor's battle with Donghuang Tai, and of your victory over Bei Hai Kuan Peng. My Thunder Marsh has not seen visitors for ages. Today, your presence brings me great joy. I wish to discuss the Tao with you. Please enlighten me. Hearing the Thunder God's words, a hint of helplessness crossed Xiao Yang's expression. Since the Thunder God has such noble intentions, let's indeed engage in discourse. Ha ha ha, be cautious. My friend, thunder shall be summoned. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's response, the Thunder God erupted in laughter, raising his arm. Within the Thunder Marsh, all the bolts of thunder surged into a frenzy, converging towards the Thunder God in the sky. Millions of bolts of thunder coalesced, forming a thundercloud that dominated the heavens. Within this thundercloud, flashes of lightning erupted, each crackling with a sense of annihilation. The Thunder God stood aloft, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with a dread-inducing brilliance. Thunder descends. The Thunder God bellowed. Within the thundercloud, millions of bolts of thunder roared in unison, hurtling toward Xiao Yang. Blinding light radiated from the heart of the Thunder Marsh, illuminating the surroundings. Each bolt of thunder was as large as a man, resembling true thunder dragons, exuding an aura potent enough to devastate the very fabric of existence. This scene was witnessed by the beings outside the Thunder Marsh, their faces paling in fear. What on earth is happening? Why has there been such a tumult within the Thunder Marsh? Quick, retreat. If these thunders erupt from the Thunder Lake, It is likely that a vast expanse of hundreds of millions of miles will be affected. Cursed be it, could it be that two quasi-saints are engaged in combat? The beings around murmured anxiously, swiftly retreating. The Thunder Lake is too terrifying. It seems unlikely they could return here for a millennium. No, perhaps even 10 millennia? Chapter 51. Battle at Thunder Lake with the Thunder God. What an embarrassment. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens like coiling dragons, charging toward Xiao Yang. Yet, his eyes betrayed no flicker of concern as he waved his hand, emanating a potent aura of imperial might. This imperial energy transformed into golden dragons, roaring as they shattered the incoming bolts of lightning. Even amidst the swirling tempest of thunderclouds, with thousands of lightning strikes falling, none could approach Xiao Yang. Ha ha, splendid. The Thunder God hovered in midair, arms crossed, observing Xiao Yang effortlessly obliterating the multitude of lightning with delight gleaming in his eyes. He stepped forward, radiating a chilling aura. Extending his right hand, he made a grasping motion. Suddenly, thunder manifested before him, gradually coalescing into form. A massive hammer, ominously dark, adorned with symbols of lightning upon its face. "Receive my hammer, fellow sovereign," the Thunder God declared, the hammer crashing down. Within the endless thunderclouds as the Thunder God's hammer emerged, it churned like an unbridled ocean. Countless divine thunders transformed into thunder dragons, roaring skyward. The atmosphere was charged with deadly intent throughout the Thunder Lake. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Thunder God swung the hammer toward Xiao Yang. The force of his strike seemed to distort space itself, cracks appearing as if glass were about to shatter. An endless cascade of lightning, resembling true dragons, surged down with the Thunder God's mighty blow. In response to the Thunder God's full-force strike, Xiao Yang revealed his own prowess, unleashing the power of a quasi-saint. His aura surged dramatically. His flesh radiated brilliance, an immortal essence subtly revealing itself. Raising his hand, the Confronting seal floated above him, imperial energy cascading downward. Behind him, a majestic and noble figure slowly materialized, exuding an aura of eternal supremacy. Even the roaring thunder seemed to quiet in its presence. This figure, clad in imperial robes and crowned, was encircled by imperial energy that transformed into roaring golden dragons, standing upon a map of mountains and rivers. It was a sight that compelled reverence. At this moment, the imperial manifestation stepped forward, waving its hand to disperse the accompanying thunder. Then, extending its right hand towards the Thunder God's hammer, it rendered the hammer motionless, unable to advance an inch. What? The Thunder God's expression shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He was nearly at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while Xiao Yang was merely at the mid-stage. With a small gap in realms, how could he be obstructed by an imperial manifestation? The disparity in strength becomes ever more pronounced at the higher echelons, and no innate treasures can alter this reality. Yet now, the Thunder God felt as though he was the one at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Fellow Thunder God, losing focus in battle is ill-advised. At this juncture, Xiao Yang moved. Endless imperial energy converged towards the imperial manifestation, and boundless phenomena erupted around it. Boom! The imperial manifestation retracted its right hand, suddenly forming a fist and swinging it toward the Thunder God's hammer. This punch seemed to encompass infinite power, akin to the strength of an entire world. It sent the Thunder God's hammer flying, along with the Thunder God himself. Regaining his composure, the Thunder God, now at the late stage of quasi-sainthood, unleashed his power. He halted his flight in midair, yet felt his arms tingle, struggling to maintain grip on the hammer. Xiao Yang offered no chance for retaliation, having repelled the Thunder God. He harmonized his form with the imperial manifestation. Instantly, the manifestation expanded to a towering height. Holding the Confronting seal, he descended upon the Thunder God. Space shattered, and black holes appeared. Wherever the Confronting seal passed, lightning was obliterated. Faced with this strike, the Thunder God could only hastily place the hammer before him. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the Thunder God was sent sprawling, his armor dented. A trickle of blood escaped his lips. Boom! Xiao Yang advanced, the Confronting seal offering no respite, striking down again with overwhelming force. Puff! The Thunder God's hammer was knocked from his grasp, and he was sent reeling, the endless thundercloud above him disintegrating into nothingness. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang pursued, the Confronting seal striking relentlessly like a heavy brick. At this moment, the thunder god endured unrelenting blows, his armor shattered and marred with dents. His body was slashed with wounds, blood seeping forth, his breath faltering. This time, Xiao Yang refrained from further pursuit, pausing in midair. He retracted the imperial manifestation and the Confronting seal. Fellow thunder god, shall we cease hostilities here? A serene smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he regarded the thunder god. Indeed, fellow sovereign, your strength is remarkable. I yield. The thunder god replied, a bitter expression on his face as he nodded. Having secluded himself in the Thunder Lake for so long, he had heard of Xiao Yang's renown over the years. He had heard of Xiao Yang's feats, battling to a standstill with Eastern Emperor Tai, severely wounding Qiankun. Initially, he had doubted such tales, but after their encounter, he recognized Xiao Yang as a prodigy. Had he known, he would never have engaged in battle with such a freak of nature. Now, he had unwittingly invited conflict, only to be thoroughly defeated, a shame beyond measure. Xiao Yang approached the thunder god, bowing respectfully. I have come uninvited. Please do not take offense. The thunder god chuckled, scratching his head. What are you saying, fellow Xiao Yang? Though I do not wander the vast wilderness, I have heard of your illustrious name. To meet you in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. You are even mightier than I had imagined. Come, enter my thunder god palace, and let us converse further. The thunder god warmly invited Xiao Yang. As he spoke, the thunder god led Xiao Yang towards the thunder god palace, displaying an air of generosity. Observing the thunder god's demeanor, Xiao Yang silently nodded in approval. It seemed the thunder god was a worthy ally, potentially a companion for the human race. Kong Xian and Jin Peng followed closely behind, entering the thunder god palace. Xiao Yang and the thunder god took their seats. Upon noticing the thunder god's wounds, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and the three light, divine water flowed into the thunder goddess body. In an instant, the thunder god's wounds healed as if restored to their original state. Thunder god expressed his gratitude towards his companion, Xiao Yang, stating that without him, his injuries would be quite unsightly. The thunder god gently touched his arm and bowed to Xiao Yang. In response, Xiao Yang slightly nodded and began to speak. Thunder god, he addressed, Chapter 52, The Thunder, the Path of Heavenly Punishment and Tribulation. Thunder is the axis of heaven and earth. In the cosmic balance, Yang thunder and Yin thunder exist. Thunder governs calamities and blessings, weighing all things. It controls both life and death, and administers the opening and closing of fates within the Palace of Thunder. The thunder god was enraptured, his entire being shimmering with flashes of lightning, be it the divine thunder of Wood A or the divine thunder of Wood B. The manifestations were countless. After a prolonged moment, he finally opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao Yang with a newfound respect. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yang possessed such profound insights into thunder, making him feel somewhat humbled. Xiao Yang smiled gently and addressed the thunder god. Your praise is unwarranted. My understanding of the path of thunder cannot transcend my own way. But your comprehension is on the verge of the holy path, is it not? Hearing this, the thunder god fell silent, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he sighed deeply. It is indeed difficult. Achieving the holy path is exceedingly arduous. Though I have approached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, the path to sanctification remains elusive. Though the thunder god did not complete his thought, his intent was unmistakable. Xiao Yang, too, remained silent for a time before he turned to the thunder god and said, Do not rush, my friend. Are you aware of my discussions with Taoist Hunyuan at Honghuang Temple? Please enlighten me. The thunder god replied, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. I, along with Taoist Hunyuan, have deduced that a great war must ensue between the witch and demon clans. Such a conflict will surely lead to their demise. After their decline, which race could possibly rise? Only our human race. Xiao Yang's eyes shone with unwavering conviction, his words brimming with confidence. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's statement, the thunder god's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a prolonged silence, he finally looked at Xiao Yang and inquired, Do you have something further to convey? Xiao Yang, without any reservations, spoke plainly. I wish to request that you, thunder god, establish a lineage and tradition for our human race and ally with us. The thunder god remained silent, contemplating. Xiao Yang understood his hesitation. After all, It was not easy to forge an alliance with a top-tier innate divine being based solely on words. Even he himself would hesitate in such a situation. Taoist Hunyuan has already allied with our human race and has embarked on the path of the primordial unity. Xiao Yang continued. The path of primordial unity? The thunder god's gaze sharpened, his heart racing. His intuition hinted that Xiao Yang's mention of this path was pivotal to his future enlightenment. Indeed, it is the path of primordial unity. It signifies the undivided essence, where chaos coalesces into unity, the very beginning of vitality. In the primordial era, when Pangu and the myriad chaotic deities traversed this path, it was the way they followed. The thunder god appeared deep in thought as he looked at Xiao Yang. Could the path of primordial unity lead to sanctification? Is it possible to achieve this without great merit, without the primordial purple qi, and without proving one's path through strength? Xiao Yang chuckled, responding, "The path of the primordial is not that of a saint, but rather that of a primordial golden immortal. Saints and primordial golden immortals are on par. It requires no great merit, no primordial purple qi, and no proof through strength." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the thunder god rose, bowing deeply to Xiao Yang. "I humbly request that you teach me the path of primordial unity. I pledge to pass down the tradition within the human race and ally with them for all eternity. Never to betray." "Ha ha, splendid!" Xiao Yang exclaimed, a hint of joy brightening his eyes at the thunder god's response. The two seated themselves, and Xiao Yang's demeanor grew solemn. "You just heard my discourse, thunder god. Thunder is the axis of heaven and earth, governing calamities and blessings, weighing all things. As you observe the wilderness, countless resentful spirits abound. What thoughts do you harbor?" The thunder god contemplated deeply. Though the primordial realm despises such beings, it does not eradicate them. Therefore, there is a lack of punitive measures within the wilderness. He murmured, as a flicker of insight illuminated his mind. Yet he struggled to grasp the essence. Thunder governs calamities and blessings. In the wilderness, there is great injustice and countless acts of slaughter abound. If one could establish a heavenly punishment with thunder to eradicate these transgressors and clarify the universe, it would restore cosmic order. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck the thunder god. The wicked, burdened by their crimes, shall be met with divine retribution. Those who harm heaven and earth, who defy the natural order, shall also face punishment. Establish the heavenly tribulation with 9 stages of trials. Those who pass shall receive the gifts of heaven and earth, while those who fail shall perish, turning to dust. From that moment, the path of heavenly punishment was set, and the laws of the wilderness would be established, fostering the flourishing of all beings. The thunder god grew increasingly animated, as if he had discovered his destined path. "Thunder god, awaken!" A voice, resonant as a morning bell and evening drum, reached his ears. The thunder god turned to Xiao Yang, his expression revealing a flicker of confusion. This is not yet the time to establish the thunder tribulation. A look of realization dawned upon the thunder god's face. He bowed to Xiao Yang, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Yang, for imparting this wisdom. I shall remember it always. Before heaven and earth, I vow today to establish a lineage and tradition for the human race, to ally with them for eternity. Never to betray." With a resounding boom, thunder echoed across the skies, affirming the thunder god's oath. Xiao Yang, without hesitation, declared before heaven and earth, "I pledge that today, our human race shall ally with the thunder god for eternity, never to betray." Another thunderous roar reverberated, echoing the affirmation of heaven and earth. The thunder god and Xiao Yang exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter. After a while, the thunder god's hesitation dissipated, and he looked at Xiao Yang, retrieving an egg enveloped in the essence of thunder. "My friend, this is—" A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Xiao Yang's eyes as he addressed the thunder god. "This contains a thunder dragon. Years ago, when I first emerged from the Thunder Marsh, I encountered him. Though born of the dragon lineage, he faced rejection and thus sought refuge with me in the Thunder Marsh, becoming my companion. However, a formidable enemy once attacked, and to protect me, the thunder dragon was gravely wounded." The thunder god recounted, gently caressing the egg wrapped in the essence of thunder. "Though I have reached the quasi-saint realm, I can only slowly nurture his wounds with the essence of thunder. Now, with your guidance, I shall soon enter seclusion, leaving me no time to care for this thunder dragon. I implore you, Xiao Yang, to watch over him for me. Xiao Yang nodded, accepting the egg with assurance. Rest easy, Thunder God. I shall take good care of this thunder dragon. Ha ha ha. With this, my worries are lifted. When we meet again, I shall have attained the realm of the primordial, golden immortal. The thunder god laughed heartily, his previous concerns vanishing as his aura shifted once more. Chapter 53. The Final Return to Humanity. 10,000 years later, at the foot of the Unzao mountain lies the ancestral land of the human race. A delicate golden-hued canopy manifests as a barrier, enveloping the vast territory of millions of miles where the human race resides. This ethereal barrier isolates the ancestral land from external scrutiny, yet it simultaneously restricts the human race from easily venturing outward, only with the permission of the primordial sovereigns, such as Suiren and the other initial 3 sovereigns, can they freely traverse the barrier. At that moment, a ripple cascaded across the golden canopy. The space distorted, and 3 figures gradually materialized. Finally, they had returned. Observing the familiar landscapes before him, a smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Is this indeed the realm of your human race? My emperor? Kong Xian and Jin Peng gazed in curiosity at their surroundings. As attendants of the human sovereign, they were profoundly intrigued by all things human and eagerly wished to learn more. Indeed, this territory spans millions of miles and belongs to our human race. However, in due time, we shall have to abandon this place. Xiao Yang nodded, reflecting on the scene before him. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances of bewilderment. Their divine senses distinctly perceived that, apart from the human race, only some uncivilized beasts remained in this vast expanse. These creatures posed no threat to the human race. So why must they forsake this land? My emperor, you have finally returned. We welcome your return to the human race. We pay our respects to you, my emperor. As Xiao Yang passed through the golden canopy, the news of his return reverberated throughout the ancestral land. The leaders of all affairs concerning the human race, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, hurried to welcome Xiao Yang. His return brought them immense relief. It could be said without hesitation that Xiao Yang was the stabilizing force for the human race. As long as he was present, they felt emboldened in all their endeavors. Seeing Suiren and the others, Xiao Yang nodded. Sensing Suiren's mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal realm, as well as Yu Chao and Zi's initial stages, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Well, it appears that during my absence, you have not neglected your cultivation. I'm truly pleased. The trio of Suiren beamed with joy. Receiving Xiao Yang's praise made all their efforts worthwhile. These are my attendants, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the sons of the ancient Phoenix clan leaders. One is a colorful peacock, and the other is a golden-winged roc. In the future, may you all treat each other well and avoid conflict. Xiao Yang introduced Kong Xian and Jin Peng to Suiren and the others. Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed respectfully. We have met the 3 initial emperors and hope for your guidance in the future. No need for excessive formality, since you have become the emperor's attendants. Simply serve him well. Suiren responded solemnly to Kong Xian and Jin Peng. That is only natural, they nodded. Over the years, they had witnessed Xiao Yang's remarkable abilities and had already resolved to diligently serve him. Now, let's return to the ancestral court. I await your reports on the human race's circumstances. If preparations are sufficient, it shall soon be time to depart from this place. With that, Xiao Yang moved toward the ancestral land of the human race, while Suiren and the others exhibited a mix of anxiety and excitement. Although they had expanded their territory from the initial hundreds of thousands of miles to the current millions, the path ahead for the human race remained uncertain. They were unsure where the human race would ultimately journey, which naturally filled them with trepidation. Yet, they also felt exhilarated. Once the migration began, it would not go unnoticed, and the entire wilderness would learn of their endeavors. This would mark the official emergence of the human race, which had once been less than several 100,000 years old, into the great wilderness. Soon, the group returned to the ancestral land of the human race. Xiao Yang quietly re-entered the ancestral court without disturbing the other clansmen. Suiren and the others took their seats opposite Xiao Yang, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood attentively behind him. Suiren, has the development of our human race been smooth over these years? Xiao Yang inquired, focusing on Suiren. Reporting to the emperor, the development of the human race has been relatively smooth. Utilizing the barrier techniques passed down by you, Every new territory we cultivate becomes enveloped by the barrier. However, our population is growing rapidly, and the surrounding area, being part of the Unzao Mountain, does not provide abundant food. Often, we must hunt far away to sustain ourselves. Suiren pondered briefly before responding to Xiao Yang. Upon hearing Suiren's words, Xiao Yang nodded and spoke, indeed. The rapid population growth and the surrounding food shortages are reasons for my decision to migrate the human race. After a slight pause, he continued, I initially planned to divide the entire human race into 3 batches for sequential migration. Are you prepared for this task? Yu Chao stood up and bowed to Xiao Yang. Since the day the migration plan was formulated, we have divided the human race into 3 segments. With your command, the first batch can depart within 10 days at most. Have the forces to protect our clansmen during the migration been prepared? Xiao Yang asked, nodding slightly. This time, Zi stood up. She exuded a remarkable aura, showing more spirit than the typical softness associated with women. Rest assured, my emperor, we have organized a migration into 3 batches, establishing 3 major armies. Each of these armies comprises several the Luo, hundreds of thousands of Tai E, and tens of millions of golden immortals. Additionally, the 3 of US will command 1 army. Among the migrating clansmen, we have also arranged considerable protective forces to ensure everything proceeds flawlessly. Xiao Yang nodded, seemingly recalling something, and asked, Has the Heavenly Craft Pavilion completed the construction of the immortal cities? Reporting to you, my emperor, since its establishment, the Heavenly Craft Pavilion has attracted countless clansmen. In order to ensure that the immortal cities possess the foundation you described for suppressing the land, the Heavenly Craft Pavilion has worked tirelessly day and night. Utilizing precious materials such as Phoenix Immortal Gold, Mother Bronze, ore and copper from Shuoyang Mountain, we have finally forged the immortal cities you envisioned. Zi shared the progress of the immortal cities with enthusiasm. How many immortal cities have been constructed thus far? The latest batch of immortal cities is nearing completion, totaling 100,000. Each city possesses an innate expansion grand formation, capable of accommodating over 100 million inhabitants. Zi's excitement was palpable as she spoke of the immortal cities. As she spoke, one could see the light in her eyes. Chapter 54. From this day forth, it shall be the first year of the human race's era. Within the ancestral land of the human race, as time steadily passed, Xiao Yang had thoroughly grasped the changes the human race had undergone over the years through the accounts of Suiren and his companions. At this moment, Xiao Yang rose to his feet, his demeanor gravely serious. Where are the initial 3 sovereigns? Suiren is here. Yu Chao is here. Zi is here. The 3 members of the Suiren clan rose from their seats, their expressions imbued with solemnity. In 10 days, the first group of the human race would embark on their migration, destined for the shores of the Eastern Sea. At this moment, Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon the Suiren clan. Suiren, do you still remember why you were chosen as one of the initial 3 sovereigns of our human race? Do not dare forget, I became one of the original sovereigns because I could summon fire even without cultivation. Suiren spoke with gravity, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. Indeed, you have created the everlasting flame for our race, illuminating the darkness. This first migration will face challenges far greater than those we have encountered in recent years. I hope you can embody the hope of our people, like that indomitable flame. Should darkness arise, let your light dispel it. Can you achieve this? Xiao Yang's piercing gaze scrutinized Suiren, missing not a flicker of his expression. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Suiren will not fail your expectations. Even if darkness descends, I shall transform into the sun of humanity, illuminating the shadows. Suiren's heart surged with fervor as he addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded and continued, Excellent. As the migration approaches, our talented individuals must step onto their stage. Whether they live or die, whether they soar like dragons or crawl like insects, it is all in the hands of fate. The others nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. At this juncture, Xiao Yang turned his attention to the Yu Chao clan and the Zi clan. After the Suiren clan departs, subsequent groups must follow within 3 days. Zi, your meticulous nature surpasses that of Yu Chao. The intermediate tribes account for nearly 90% of the selections in this migration. The burden on you is substantial. Zi displayed no hesitation, bowing to Xiao Yang, her eyes filled with solemnity. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Zi is confident in fulfilling this task. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the spirit of our human sons. Xiao Yang laughed heartily upon hearing Zi's words. After a while, he turned his gaze to Yu Chao. Yu Chao, this journey will not be without peril. Even with 2 groups of our people having migrated ahead, do not let your guard down. Yu Chao nodded and replied, Please rest easy. Your Majesty, I would never gamble with the lives of my kin. As for danger, let it come. Neither I nor our race is to be trifled with. Hearing this, Xiao Yang laughed again, his heart swelling with pride as he thought of those in the human race who had sacrificed for its advancement. Very well. Since preparations are in place, let us migrate in 10 days. This marks the commencement of a new era for our people, the year of opportunities for humanity. The 3 members of the Swearing clan bowed in unison to Xiao Yang, their faces flushed with excitement. 10 days swiftly passed. On this day, the first group of migrants, tasked with paving the way, was ready. These were strong men, their faces a mix of eagerness and trepidation, about to set forth into the unknown for the sake of their race. Some appeared pale, seemingly overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. Yet none voiced a desire to withdraw. They understood that forging a safe path was paramount, even if it cost them their lives. At the ancestral ground of the human race, on a platform 999 zhang high, Xiao Yang's presence commanded attention. My fellow sons, I am a sovereign of the human race. Today marks the year 1 of our era. If this land can no longer sustain us, if we have outgrown it, what should we do? Shall we remain? His words resonated throughout the crowd, prompting deep contemplation among those present. Indeed, if this place cannot accommodate us, why should we linger? What solutions lie before us? Migration. Xiao Yang seemed to sense their thoughts. Correct. The key to solving our dilemma is migration. If this land cannot hold us, we must seek a place that can. The shores of the Eastern Sea shall be our new sanctuary. Countless human kin etched these words into their hearts. The vast wilderness stretched before them, and the journey to the Eastern Sea might take millennia. Sacrifices would be inevitable, perhaps including his own, but for the future of humanity, such sacrifices were essential. All we could do is move forward, forward, forward. Remember, your brothers stand with you, the sages are with you. The initial 3 sovereigns are with you, and I am with you. Though Xiao Yang's words may not have been the most stirring, his heartfelt sincerity resonated deeply within the hearts of his kin. For humanity, we shall move forward, forward, forward. Suddenly, a shout erupted, igniting the spirits of the entire human race. For humanity, we shall move forward, forward, forward. Seizing the moment, Swearin revealed himself, the eternal flame igniting above him. For the first group of migrants, I shall embody the everlasting flame, illuminating your path through the night. The pale golden sky began to dissipate. Now let us depart. A thunderous roar erupted from the ancestral ground of humanity as tens of thousands of souls surged forth. Standing atop the platform, Xiao Yang murmured, Today marks year 1 of our human era. Are all tribes ready to welcome the arrival of humanity? Chapter 55. The response of the demon clan, the emergence of Tengu. In the celestial palace, the sun palace. Elder brother, news has arrived from the vast wilderness. Donghuang Tai Yi hurried in, offering a respectful bow to Di Jun, his tone urgent. Di Jun, seated at the table, looked up with a smile. Tai Yi, when will you learn to temper your impatience? Speak, what has transpired? With a chuckle, Donghuang Tai Yi rubbed his nose and replied, Elder brother, the human race is making new moves. Oh, Di Jun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. According to the reports from the demon clan, you placed near the humans to monitor them for the past 3 months. Numerous members of the human race have been departing from their homeland, heading eastward, based on their movements and covert investigations. Their destination appears to be the shores of the Eastern Sea. A spark of excitement shone in Donghuang Taiyi's eyes. The shores of the Eastern Sea? Di Jun's gaze appeared somewhat vacant as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he addressed Donghuang Tai-yi, saying, Summon the demon god Bai Zhe. Without hesitation, Donghuang Tai-yi promptly departed from the Sun Palace to seek Bai Zhe. Before long, Donghuang Tai-yi returned alongside Bai Zhe. Greetings, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Bai Zhe bowed respectfully to Di Jun. Please, no formalities. Di Jun replied, Bai Zhe, it has come to my attention via Donghuang that the human race is migrating en masse towards the eastern shores. What do you believe to be their motive? The human race, migrating en masse to the eastern shores? Bai Zhe mused, a glimmer of wisdom appearing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he trembled slightly and bowed to Dijun. The eastern shores are in close proximity to the East Sea, devoid of any formidable forces, rendering it a safe environment. Your Majesty, I surmise that the human race is seeking a new habitation. Dijun nodded slightly upon hearing Bai Zhe's words. Indeed, I share your thoughts. The migration of the human race to the eastern shores is indeed an endeavor to find a new dwelling place. In the vast wilderness, there is no other location more suitable for the development of the human race than the eastern shores. So, Bai Zhe, how do you think our demon clan should respond to this migration? Bai Zhe contemplated for a moment before addressing Dijun. Your Majesty, I believe our clan should make every effort to intercept the human migration. After a brief pause, he continued, however, since the human race was created by the Empress Nüwa, we must exercise restraint. Your Majesty could command the demon clan to act decisively against the migrating humans, while the remaining demons may offer some assistance. Upon hearing this, Dijun's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation as he remarked, Excellent. Your words are indeed wise. I shall entrust this matter to you for full execution. I shall faithfully comply with your command, Your Majesty. Once Bai Zhe departed, Honghuang Tai Yi, who had remained silent, spoke up urgently. Brother, why did you agree to Bai Zhe's plan? Should we not exert all our strength to eradicate the human race? Even if we cannot obliterate them, we should at least strive to diminish their numbers. Dijun shook his head slightly, a glimmer of insight crossing his eyes. Tai Yi, you do not understand. While the human race poses a problem for our demon clan, at present, it is merely a minor annoyance. Our true peril lies with the witch clan. Do you now comprehend why I consented to Bai Zhe's strategy? He had long harbored a desire to eliminate the human race. Ever since the emergence of mankind, unease had settled in his heart, further aggravated when the humans' fortune transformed into the golden dragon, culminating in the rise of their emperor. The continuous blessings bestowed upon the human race by the heavenly Tao, particularly by their emperor Xiao Yang, had thwarted his plans time and again. The human race had become a thorn in his side. Yet, as he had articulated, they were only a minor nuisance. The true threat was the witch clan. After all, should he drive the human race towards the witch clan, it would not only be troublesome, but also unwise for our demon clan. Donghuang Taiyi's eyes lit up with understanding. His gaze shifted, and he addressed Dijun, brother. May I partake in this matter? I must make Xiao Yang pay the price. As he spoke, a fierce expression emerged in Donghuang Taiyi's eyes, for he had long held a grudge against Xiao Yang. Dijun, finding amusement in his brother's fervor, shook his head and replied, Very well. If you wish to pursue it, then go. Thank you, brother. Donghuang Tai Yi exclaimed joyfully, bowing to Dijun before hastily departing. Watching his brother leave, Dijun chuckled. When will Tai Yi ever learn to temper his impulsive nature? Before Dijun could collect his thoughts, Bai Zhe re-entered. Your Majesty, please discipline the 10 princes. A hint of grace Bai Zhe's face. Dijun, taken aback, inquired, What mischief have those 10 rascals been up to now? Feeling a headache coming on, he recalled how, since the birth of the 10 little golden crows by the Empress Shihi, they had garnered the affection of both Shihi and himself, as well as Donghuang Tai Yi, resulting in their unruly behavior. The 10 little golden crows possessed the innate ability to wield the true fire of the sun, yet their youth rendered them incapable of perfect control, leading to disturbances in the heavenly court. Whether it was the burning of palaces or the destruction of rare herbs, their antics had become a source of constant vexation. Your Majesty, this time it is far more serious than before. The 10 princes, having left the Golden Crow Palace, set ablaze a squad of patrolling soldiers during their playful antics. If we allow them to continue their mischief, it is likely that many will harbor grievances within the heavenly court, Bai Zhe lamented with a bitter smile. What? Dijun's eyes flared with anger. He had not anticipated that the 10 little golden crows would cause such devastation by incinerating an entire squad of soldiers. Initially, Dijun had intended to summon the 10 little golden crows for some reprimand. However, sensing their presence in the palace of Shihi, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Baisha, what do you think we should send the 10 little golden crows if we wish to remove them from the heavenly court? After pondering Dijun's inquiry for a moment, Bai Zhe replied, Your Majesty, I believe we could send the 10 princes to the Sun Star. The Sun Star? Indeed, the Sun Star. It is abundant in true solar fire and houses the Fusang tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, which could assist the 10 princes in mastering the true fire of the sun. This, I believe, is the best course of action. Di Jun contemplated this. The Sun Star indeed seemed the most suitable destination. Very well. I shall personally escort them to the Sun Star, and we shall designate their residence as Tangu. Chapter 56. The Battle of Humans and Demons. Amidst migration in the central regions of the wilderness, a plain lay before them, where the first wave of the human race, led by Sui Run, had temporarily settled. Within the encampment of the humans, anguished cries could be heard intermittently. The stench of blood suffused the air, enveloping the entire human settlement in a mournful atmosphere. Sui Ren stood at the entrance of the makeshift shelter, his eyes filled with sorrow. He placed his hand on the door, several times attempting to push it open, yet he found himself lacking the courage to do so. A mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, a powerful being of the wilderness, was experiencing a suffocating sense of dread. How absurd, one might think. Behind him, a human man, clad in a sword and emanating a sharp aura, looked at him with concern. Sui Ren, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Sui Ren turned to the man behind him and finally managed a faint smile. Since departing from the ancestral land of the human race, the first wave of migrants he led had been relentlessly attacked by the demon clan. Although he had anticipated the interference from the demons, he had never expected their onslaught to be so severe, so that he and these human beings felt the malice emanating from the primordial chaos. Fortunately, he was not without gains. As the human race faced countless dangers, with some of their kin perishing, others inevitably emerged victorious. Among those who distinguished themselves, he placed great importance on a certain individual named Chisongzi. Chisongzi's unparalleled mastery of swordplay sent forth a sharp aura that resonated throughout the realm. Even Xiao Yang had taken note of this young human's prowess. There's a saying that praises him. Sword energy stretches across 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 states. Sui Ren felt that this phrase was perfectly suited to Chisongzi. Rest assured, Chisongzi, I am unharmed. Yet, upon reflecting on the kin who have suffered injuries or even perished in these days, I am filled with an overwhelming desire to annihilate those demon tribes. A fierce glint of vengeance gleamed in Sui Ren's eyes. Throughout his existence, Sui Ren had been regarded as a gentle soul among the humans, treating others and all things with kindness. However, with the ongoing war against the demon tribes, he came to understand a profound truth. Gentleness is reserved for one's own people, and against foes. Particularly the demon tribes, one must pursue their total destruction. Fear not, my sovereign, the blood of our kin will not be shed in vain. These demons shall one day pay the price. Listening to Sui Ren's fervent declarations, Chisongzi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Sui Ren chuckled at Chisongzi's fierce demeanor, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Come, let us venture inside and see our kin. The days ahead will not be easy. He patted Chisongzi's shoulder and pushed open the door. Several years later, in a certain region of the central primordial chaos, the ground was carpeted with corpses, blood flowed freely, staining the earth crimson. The cacophony of battle echoed throughout the heavens, a malevolent aura surged, and the sanguine light pierced the sky. Once a picturesque landscape, it was now riddled with pits and scars. If the human race wishes to depart from here, they must first inquire whether my Lihua tiger tribe is willing to let you go. The human race, akin to ants, is fit only to serve as sustenance for my kin. A fearsome tiger, enveloped in flames, stood atop the clouds, surveying the chaotic battlefield, and spoke with a chilling tone. The Lihua tiger tribe was said to be a fusion of the Phoenix and White Tiger clans, inheriting the fire control of the Phoenix and the combat prowess of the White Tiger. Within the primordial chaos, they were renowned for their formidable strength and fierce reputation. Their tribe boasted not only a quasi-saint ancestor, but also numerous great Luo golden immortals. Even among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, they ranked as a powerful clan. Enough of this banter. If you seek war, then let it be so. A faint golden flame surged skyward, dominating half the horizon. Sui Ren's eyes glimmered with malice as he regarded the ancestor of the Lihua tiger tribe, a murderous intent radiating from him. Behind him, Millions of human cultivators were likewise ablaze with righteous fury. Years of warfare had made the Li Hua tiger tribe the primary obstacle to their people. Countless brothers had been slain by the Li Hua tiger tribe. Conversely, many tiger demons had also fallen to the humans, their flesh consumed for sustenance, their skins fashioned into garments, and their inner cores and bones used in medicinal concoctions. The enmity between the two sides soared to the heavens. Even if one were to drain the rivers dry, this hatred could never be washed away. With a furious roar from the ancestor of the Li Hua tiger tribe, millions of tiger demons beneath him howled in unison. These tigers transformed into their true forms and charged towards the humans. The malevolent aura inherent to the Li Hua tigers converged, obscuring the sky as if the heavens were collapsing, cascading down upon the humans. "My fellow humans, kill!" Swearin bellowed, flames erupting around him as he transformed into a fire dragon, roaring toward the ancestor of the Li Hua tribe. The humans behind him were filled with combat spirit, their hearts ablaze with rage and the thirst for vengeance. "Kill! Kill! Kill! Let's carve out a new world for the human race. All who stand against us shall be slain." The battle cries reverberated throughout the region as both sides clashed, engaging in a fierce struggle with no retreat. Countless Li Hua demons and humans filled the area, and every moment saw innumerable bodies fall to the ground. Some corpses were so mangled that they could not be preserved, reduced to ashes. Amidst this chaos, only Swearin and the ancestor of the Li Hua tribe fought with the utmost intensity. The southern bright Li Hua, inherited from the Phoenix clan, clashed with the indomitable flames of humanity, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the scorching essence permeating the air. The battlefield, rife with the essence of slaughter, became a breeding ground for murderous intent. Moreover, with millions engaged in combat, the malevolent aura had already surged skyward, capturing the attention of countless formidable beings within the Primordial Chaos. They silently observed the clash between the humans and the Li Hua tiger tribe. The sheer scale of the battle, though immense, was insufficient to draw their notice. After all, the earlier war between the witch and demon clans had seen billions engaged in conflict. Only the human race, crafted by the Saint Nüwa, could capture their hearts. Within the Honghuang temple, Zhen Yuanzi sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree, a phantom appearing beside him. "Brother, do you think that Taoist Xiao Yang has orchestrated everything? Is he using the migration to refine the will of the entire human race?" Honghuang inquired with great curiosity. A spark of wisdom flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. "Whether Taoist Xiao Yang has planned this, I cannot say. What I do know is that my understanding of the Hunyuan Dao has reached its zenith." A glimmer of surprise crossed Honghuang's eyes. "Could it be that you?" Zhen Yuanzi's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips. "Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for the opportune moment." Chapter 57, A New Quasi-Saint. "The human race's Chisongzi shall strike you down." In the eastern Kunlun, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Tong Tian observed with great interest the battle unfolding between the Li Hua tiger tribe and the humans. "Elder brother, did you not promise to protect the human race diligently? Does this situation not align with what you previously stated?" Tong Tian turned his gaze toward the quietly meditating Taiji Laojun. Slowly, Taiji Laojun opened his eyes, which sparkled like a myriad of stars, breathtakingly brilliant. "Indeed, I vowed to protect the human race. But that commitment is limited to the crisis of their extinction. This current conflict is merely a trial for the human race." Taiji Laojun dismissed the ongoing skirmish as a trivial matter. To grow, to surpass the witch and demon clans, how could one possibly avoid trials and tribulations? Taiji Laojun did not regard the present conflict with concern. Indeed, without undergoing trials, how can one achieve greatness? Even we three brothers have endured countless hardships to attain our sanctity. What the human race faces pales in comparison. Yuqing Yuanshi, who had remained silent, spoke with a calm demeanor, his expression tranquil. "Were it not for Tong Tian's insistence on drawing my attention to this matter, I would find this entire situation rather dull. Would it not be better to utilize this time to comprehend the Tao and enhance my cultivation?" Upon hearing the words of the primordial being, Tong Tian smirked slightly. At that moment, a gleam suddenly flashed through his eyes, and he spoke with palpable excitement. "Eldest brother, second brother, do take a look. Another quasi-saint from the demon race has arrived. Though merely at the initial stage of quasi-saint, I fear this batch of our human warriors is doomed." As he concluded, Tong Tian shook his head in dismay. A sage's spirit is intertwined with the heavenly path, rendering them capable of calculating nearly all outcomes. He had already surveyed the battlefield with his sage consciousness, and apart from Swearin, there was no second quasi-saint among the human forces. In the face of a quasi-saint powerhouse, unless a second one emerged from the humans, it appeared to him that this batch was on a path to annihilation. Contemplating this, Tong Tian let out a long sigh. As if consumed by sorrow, both Laozi of Taijing and Yuan Shi of Yuqing subtly shifted their consciousness, absorbing the essence and cultivation of the entire battlefield. Laozi remained silent, taking up his dragon-headed staff and directing it forward. A luminous mirror of clarity materialized before the trio, vividly displaying the brutal conflict between the Li Hua Tiger Demon Clan and the human race. At that moment, the battlefield was steeped in chaos. With corpses from both the Li Hua Tiger Clan and the humans littering the ground, each figure drenched in blood, indistinguishable between friend and foe. Just then, a colossal aura expanded across the battlefield as an enormous hand descended towards the location of the human forces. This enormous hand appeared with such suddenness that the humans had no time to react, resulting in millions being crushed to a pulp. The expression of Swearin, locked in combat with the patriarch of the Li Hua Tiger Clan, suddenly shifted. Damn it, another quasi-saint. How is this possible? Ha! Nothing is impossible. I have already stated, your human race shall never prevail. The patriarch of the Li Hua Tiger Clan laughed heartily, a cunning and triumphant glint in his eyes. The emergence of this new quasi-saint had been preordained, aimed at ensuring the complete burial of Swearin's contingent of human warriors right here. At this moment, the concealed quasi-saint of the demon race revealed himself, manifesting as a black flame spider enveloped in dark energy. The green, compound eyes glimmered ominously amidst the darkness. Exudinga terrifying, so much sustenance, just perfect to take back for my kin. The aura of the quasi-saint spread throughout the battlefield as the black flame spider unleashed a torrent of black flames towards the bulk of the human forces. Where the black flames passed, the ground was littered with corpses, instantly obliterated, leaving nothing in their wake. In midair, witnessing this unfolding horror, Swearin's eyes filled with urgency. He aimed to break free from the patriarch of the Li Hua Tiger Clan and intercept the black flames. Swearin, where do you think you're going? Stay here and witness the demise of your kin. The patriarch blocked Swearin's path, intensifying his assault. The skies filled with the fiery remnants of the southern bright flames transformed into flaming beasts, charging towards Swearin. Damn it! Faced with the patriarch's obstruction, Swearin gritted his teeth, unable to extricate himself. Just then, a blinding sword light illuminated the entire battlefield. Countless sword energies rampaged, shattering everything in their vicinity. These sword energies coalesced into a river-like force, surging towards the black flames. The black flame spider was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. A single human emerged, wielding a bloodied long sword, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness, akin to a divine blade. Who are you? The spider hissed. Human, Chisongzi. Today I shall slay you. Chisongzi's eyes sparkled with fierce determination, his words unwavering, as if declaring an inevitable fate. Upon hearing Chisongzi's proclamation, the black flame spider initially hesitated, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha! This is the finest joke I've heard. Amir de Luo Golden Immortal dares to challenge me. A quasi-saint? I shall relish watching how you attempt to slay me. The spider's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, enveloping Chisongzi. Without a hint of retreat, Chisongzi fixed his gaze upon the black flame spider, fully aware that if he failed to vanquish this foe, billions of human lives would be lost. He must slay the spider. This was his unwavering conviction. Sensing Chisongzi's resolve, the long sword in his hand trembled, a faint light flickering. You feel my conviction too? Then let us vanquish him. A gentle light flickered in Chisongzi's eyes as he gazed at the sword in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the encroaching black smoke, embodying the essence of a divine sword. The black smoke spread ominously, casting a shadow over a vast expanse. Within this boundless darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. Human boy, did you not wish to slay me? Why are you now half kneeling before me, begging for mercy? Perhaps if you bow thrice and prostrate 9 times, I might spare your life. The voice of the black flame spider echoed from the shadows, reverberating in all directions, leaving Chisongzi uncertain of its exact location. Cough. A mere rodent, yet you dare to hide from me, a Deluo? You lose the dignity of a quasi-saint. Chisongzi, with his sword plunged into the ground and half-kneeling, bled profusely, clearly wounded. Yet, despite his injuries, his aura surged with newfound intensity. Hearing the spider's taunts, Chisongzi scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. You have provoked my wrath. The black flames spider materialized before Chisongzi, his compound eyes glowing with crimson fury, seething with rage at the disrespect shown by a mere Deluo golden immortal. Do not worry, I shall not easily take your life. I will shatter your limbs, strip you of your powers, rendering you a mere husk. Then, you shall witness your race becoming our sustenance. You shall watch as Suiren, the nesting clan, the Z clan, and even your emperor Xiao Yang fall before my kin. The words of the black flame spider were imbued with a cruel intensity, as if he had foreseen the tragic fate he spoke of for the human race. His body trembled slightly, lost in his own dark imaginings. You seek your own demise. Upon hearing the black flame spider's taunts, Chisongzi's eyes ignited with murderous intent, radiating an aura of cold ferocity. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of sword light, slicing towards the black flame spider. You are but a mere Deluo. Do you truly believe I fear you? The black flame spider's eyes also glimmered with malice as his quasi-saintly power surged. A flicker of lightning seemed to flash from his gaze as his forelimbs thrust forward. With a resounding thud, Chisongzi's sword light was sent spiraling backward, his sword slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the earth. Ha ha ha, you are enraged. Fear not. I shall ensure you witness that moment. The black flame spider laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. You shall not succeed. As long as I exist, I will not allow it. Chisongzi lay on the ground, gazing defiantly at the black flame spider. Slowly, he rose to his feet, his body trembling as a mysterious aura enveloped him, causing the very fabric of space around him to warp. Sword, come forth. With a mighty roar from Chisongzi, the air filled with the thunderous sound of sword cries, a terrifying intent reverberating through the atmosphere. The sword embedded in the ground emitted a soft hum, transforming into a streak of light and returning to Chisongzi's hand. Cut! Chisongzi bellowed. In that instant, boundless sword principles emanated from him, intertwining with the very heavens and earth. The darkness surrounding him quivered, as if it possessed sentience, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the darkness, followed by an infinite brilliance that tore it asunder. The sound of Chisongzi's sword cries grew louder, resonating with the entire cosmos. In that moment, heaven and earth became the sword. The grass and trees transformed into swords, and all things morphed into blades. An endless sharpness coalesced in the air, instantaneously forming a dazzling beam of sword light. This radiant sword descended towards the black flame spider with Chisongzi's movement. The sword's aura stretched for 10,000 miles, a single stroke chilling 19 states. In that moment, it seemed that only this sword existed in the entire realm. What? How can this be? The black flame spider's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a hint of threat emanating from the sword light. It felt as if the sword could sever his very life if it struck him. Thunderous roars echoed, as if the heavens and earth could not withstand this strike, resonating with the sound of swords. The spiritual energy, suffusing the vast wilderness, was completely expelled by the sword light. Run! The black flame spider's form quivered, a singular thought racing through his mind: to flee. The closer the sword approached, the more he felt its terrifying might. This was the pinnacle of sharpness. Acting on instinct, the black flame spider transformed into a wisp of black light, tearing through the void as he fled into the distance, seeking to evade the sword. Think you can escape? Chisongzi's gaze was sharp as a blade. He perceived the black flame spider's movement and intensified the force behind his sword. The already swift and grand sword light surged further. The sound of the sword grew ever more crisp and bright, cleaving through space. Wherever it passed, black fissures appeared, unable to heal. No! At that moment, a roar filled with unwillingness echoed from afar. A light burst forth, its residual waves rampaging outward. When all fell silent, the black flame spider had been utterly annihilated, reduced to naught but ashes by Chisongzi's sword. I said I would slay you, and so I have. No one can save you. Chisongzi exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Yet the blood staining his face rendered that smile ghastly. How can this be? In the air, the elder of the fire tiger demon gazed at Qi Songzi, who had slain the black flame spider, his expression one of shock. Ha ha! Behold the pride of our human race. Elder of the fire tiger demon, your end is nigh. Suiren observed Qi Songzi and burst into hearty laughter, his mirth overflowing. As he laughed, the eternal flames of his spirit blazed brighter, and he became increasingly reckless in his assault against the elder of the fire tiger demon. With Qi Songzi having slain a quasi-saint, how could he, a predecessor of humanity, lag behind? Those powerful beings who had been watching the battle were likewise astonished. They turned their gaze to Qi Songzi, none expecting that he could slay a quasi-saint while still in the realm of the Luo. After all, a quasi-saint bore the title of saint. The deeper the cultivation, the more they could comprehend the chasm between realms, especially the gap between major realms. Akin to the distance between heaven and earth, an insurmountable divide. Yet now, Qi Songzi had shattered that notion. Not only did he reverse slay a quasi-saint while still at a Luo, but through this battle, he also approached the threshold of becoming a quasi-saint himself. This was absurd. Envy, jealousy, and resentment surged within them. Chapter 59, The Stirring of the Heart, a first glimpse of divergence. In the eastern Kunlun, within the Three Clear Palace. At the moment Qi Songzi unleashed that sword and vanquished the black flame spider, a light flickered in Tongtian's eyes. Ha ha! What a remarkable talent, a prodigious swordsman indeed. I did not expect such brilliance among the human race. He is truly worthy of being my disciple, inheriting my sword path. Unsurprisingly, Tongtian felt a stirring in his heart. As one of the three pure ones, formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, each had their own areas of expertise. Taiji Laozi excelled in alchemy, Yuqing Yuanshi in artifact forging, while he, Shangqing Tongtian, specialized in formations. However, proficiency in formations did not imply incompetence in other areas. Besides formations, his greatest passion lay in the sword. His sacred treasure for attaining sanctity was the Qingping sword. The four swords of Zhuzhen he mastered were indeed related to the Zhuzhen sword array. But without his expertise in swordsmanship, how could he fully unleash the Zhuzhen sword array's power? Now, seeing Qi Songzi wielding the sword to reverse slay a quasi-saint, both his temperament and talent resonated with Tongtian's desires, igniting his interest. Laozi said nothing. He understood Tongtian's character well. However, as he gazed at Qi Songzi's figure, a profound light flickered in his eyes. Yuqing Yuanshi, on the other hand, scoffed, speaking up. Qi Songzi is not a first-generation innate human. His talent is merely mediocre. If my third brother wishes to take him as a disciple, it would not be a disgrace to our three pure ones. Yet, Yuanshi paused before continuing. However, your disciples are mostly uncultured ruffians, causing unrest throughout Kunlun. You must discipline them more rigorously, or else expel him from your tutelage. The smile that had once graced Tongtian's face now turned icy. This was not the first time he had heard Yuanshi say such things. Since their ascension to sainthood, Laozi returned with a disciple from Xuandu, and both Yuanshi and he harbored thoughts of accepting disciples. However, Yuanshi had yet to act on it. In contrast, he had already taken in a multitude of disciples, including Duo Bao, the Golden Spirit Mother, and the Wudong Mother, among others. Among these disciples were some whose natures could not be altered. They spent their days calling friends and causing unrest throughout Kunlun. This was something Tongtian was well aware of. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, those individuals were still his disciples, and even if reprimands were necessary, it was not for his second brother to impose. Second brother, what are you saying? Our master has always opened the Purple Cloud Palace to welcome the 3,000 Purple Cloud guests to expound upon the Great Tao. My acceptance of these disciples is merely a reflection of our master's example. Furthermore, I will manage my own disciples. You need not worry. Tongtian's words carried a hint of rigidity. Yuanshi cast a glance at Tongtian and snorted disdainfully. Without a supreme treasure to suppress the fortune of your sect, you and your disciples will inevitably intertwine your fates, and sooner or later, you will suffer the consequences. With that, Yuanshi's figure vanished directly from the Sanqing Hall. Laozi, observing the scene, sighed softly. Third brother, your second brother means no harm. He only expresses concern for you. I would advise you to If all your disciples were blessed celestial beings, that would be commendable. But if you take in those who would tarnish your fortune, you will find yourself regretting it too late. With that, Laozi's figure also disappeared from the Sanqing Hall. Alone, Tong Tian sat quietly within the hall, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. Eldest brother, second brother, I understand your intentions clearly. Yet, to preserve the fortune of my sect, I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Tong Tian murmured to himself, holding a formation diagram in his hands. The diagram was densely covered with intricate lines of interconnected formations. To an ordinary person, a mere glance would leave them dizzy, and in severe cases, even lead to a state of catatonia. After caressing the diagram for a moment, he put it away, revealing the faint inscription of 10,000 immortals. In the central region of the western wilderness, a divine mountain stood tall upon the land. Golden light radiated from the peak of the mountain, exuding a warm and reassuring aura. Approaching the divine mountain, one could detect a faint and peculiar fragrance in the air, accompanied by the echoes of celestial chants emanating from its summit. At the peak, two figures sat facing each other. One appeared troubled and sallow, his eyes filled with sorrow, while the other was beaming with health and prosperity, though a glimmer of cunning occasionally flickered in his gaze, indicating a shrewd nature. These two were among the few saints in the wilderness, the former the saint of guidance, and the latter the saint of appropriation. This divine mountain was known as Mount Xiumi. Alas, I never anticipated that the human race would produce such outstanding talents. It is regrettable that they are not disciples of our Western sect. Had our Western lineage not been entirely destroyed, we would not have allowed the East to take the lead. The saint of guidance sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a deeper sorrow as he gazed at the already ascended Chisongzi, feeling a twinge of bitterness within. For an ordinary human, without cultivation, their lifespan in this spiritually rich wilderness would barely reach 300 years. Yet, Chisongzi, judging by his bone age, had cultivated for less than 10,000 years and had transformed from a mere mortal into a formidable being of the quasi-saint realm. For someone like him, who had cultivated for countless epochs to attain sainthood, Chisongzi, and indeed the entire human race, seemed to be favored by fortune. Meanwhile, the saint of appropriation, his eyes twinkling with insight, addressed the saint of guidance. Eldest brother, do not dwell on it. Since you hold the human Chisongzi in such high regard, why not descend to the human realm and take him as your disciple? Surely, the human race would not dare to refuse. Listening to the words of his younger brother, the saint of guidance shook his head slightly. It is not the same. While the heavenly machinations are chaotic, I have previously divined that the Wu and Yao clans are merely the protagonists of this era, while the human race shall be the next race of fortune. Moreover, the human race is now under the protection of Nuwa and the guidance of Laozi, who has established the teachings of humanity. If we forcibly intervene with the human race, it may lead to discontent among them. In the next era, our Western sect will find it exceedingly difficult to progress. The saint of appropriation, hearing his brother's words, shook his head in disagreement. Eldest brother, if we follow your reasoning, it may be an eternity before our Western sect can flourish again. For our Western sect to prosper, we must take proactive measures. Whether it involves recruiting talented disciples or seeking out spiritual treasures, it is imperative. I too have a keen interest in Chisongzi. As the saint of appropriation finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, heading towards the battlefield between the human and demon races located in the central wilderness. Watching his departure, the saint of guidance let out a soft sigh. Perhaps you are right, younger brother. Chapter 60. A glimpse into the future the human race has endured for 58,376 years. In the depths beneath Buzhou Mountain, the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan gathered, having received news of the human race's migration towards the east. The fiery-haired Zhurong spoke up, his voice filled with urgency. Do not be silent. The human race, led by brother Xiao Yang, is migrating towards the east. Those demon brats are intercepting them. How should we respond? As Zhurong's words fell, the previously somber hall lightened slightly. The leader, Emperor Jiang, turned to look at Zhuyin. Second brother, have you seen anything from the flow of time? Zhuyin did not respond to Emperor Jiang's inquiry. His eyes were slightly closed, and a powerful aura emanated from him. The sound of flowing water echoed around him as an ethereal river, endless and formless, flowed before him. When Zhuyin opened his eyes and gazed into this illusory river, He suddenly let out a muffled groan, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, dimming their former brilliance. Breathing heavily, he took a while to regain his composure. My cultivation is insufficient to fully reveal the future of the human race. What I have obtained are merely fragments of the future. After a brief pause, Zhuin continued. From those fragments, the human race's journey has not ceased. They have migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea. I also foresaw that in the future, our Wu clan will intermarry with the human race, giving birth to a new breed of Wu people with primordial spirits. These Wu people will be crucial for the continuation of our clan. Eventually, it seemed that the human and demon races would come into conflict over some matter. When I attempted to see more clearly, a gaze from the river of time pierced through, overwhelming me with its terror and casting me out. For a time, I will be unable to use this secret art again. Beside him, Hutu gently tapped her hands and spoke softly. Let us not forget that Brother Xiao Yang has aided our Wu clan greatly and imparted to us the method of forging divine weapons using our blood. Moreover, as second brother mentioned, the key to the continuation of our Wu clan lies in intermarriage with the human race, producing Wu people with primordial spirits. Just based on this point, I believe we should assist the human race. With his deep blue hair cascading, Gong crossed his arms, his eyes sparkling with determination. The migration of the human race and the obstruction from the demon tribe present an exceptional opportunity to strike against them. A chance that I believe our witch clan cannot afford to miss. Ha ha, Gong, you finally spoke wisely for once. How come I never noticed your intellect before? Zhurong gazed at Gong with astonishment, seemingly pondering when Gong could utter such sensible words. Observing Zhurong's expression, Gong's face darkened, his hands lowered, coldly fixing his gaze upon Zhurong. Zhurong, do you think everyone is as simple-minded as you, with well-developed limbs but a lack of intellect? There is no need to provoke me with your words. Should you desire a duel, I am always ready. Zhurong scratched his head, revealing a foolish grin. That will be splendid. I have just perfected a new divine ability under the Zhurong banner. Let me test it on you before seeking a match with Brother Xiao Yang. Gong's nostrils flared, letting out a cold snort, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. To be beaten by Brother Xiao Yang without the power to retaliate. And you still wish to challenge him again? Huh. Zhurong's expression turned furious, just as he was about to speak. Smack! With a sharp clap on the table before him. Daijing looked displeased at both Gong and Zhurong. Is this a place for your antics? If you wish to fight, do it outside. Sensing Daijing's dissatisfaction, Gong and Zhurong fell silent. Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, Daijing merely snorted. I have decided to assist the human migration. The 12 of us shall remain inactive. Only the great shamans of our tribes will be sent to assist. We must strive to disperse the human race into smaller tribes surrounding each of our territories, allowing them to integrate among us. Furthermore, we are merely assisting. Do not let your great shamans act stubbornly. Now is not the time to turn against the demon tribe. Upon hearing this, the ancestral shamans fell silent, except for Hutu, whose eyes flickered with hesitation. Although they maintained a decent relationship with Xiao Yang, their primary allegiance was to the witch clan. They always prioritized their clan's interests. The human race's history spans 58,376 years. Led by Suiren, the first batch of migrating humans finally reached the shores of the Eastern Sea. Gazing at the vast plains before them, both Suiren and the other humans erupted in joyous cheers, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Suiren reflected upon the humans behind him, filled with emotion. Since the day of their migration, over 58,000 years had elapsed. Along the way, they faced countless attacks from the demon tribe. Despite the assistance of the witch clan, their journey had been fraught with hardship. Reflecting on their experiences over these millennia felt like a distant memory. They had never envisioned traversing such an immense expanse, vanquishing the demons along the way. Through the trials of blood and fire, exceptional talents continuously emerged among the humans. From the initial battle against the black flame spider, Chisanzi broke through to the realm of Hunyuan. With a mere gesture, countless waters transformed into towering waves, engulfing the formidable Lichu tribe. Similarly, the sword-wielding Yinkong and the flame-controlling Zhuxiang, among others, emerged as the future pillars of the human race. Besides these prodigies, all the resources obtained from the defeated demon tribes were transported back to the ancestral grounds of the humans. Xiao Yang invested most of these resources into the creation blood pool, utilizing its power to bless all newborns of the human race, laying a solid foundation for their future. A complete and stable path to the rise of their race unfolded before the humans. As Suiren pondered these matters, a beam of sword light approached him. The light halted before Suiren, transforming into a woman enveloped in a chill. This was Yinkong, one of the rising talents among the humans. Suiren, it has been determined that within this expanse of the Eastern Sea Plains, there are originally 38 demon tribes. Upon learning of our arrival, 16 have departed, leaving 22 remaining. They are the seven-colored golden rooster, the vermilion feather marten, the silver moon horse, and the ice crystal python. Hearing Yinkong's words, Suiren's mind was flooded with information about these species. Previously, they had suffered due to a lack of understanding regarding their adversaries. Henceforth, Suiren led the humans to clarify the relationships of each new land they reached before deciding on their actions. With 22 demon tribes, even if their individual strength was lacking, did they truly expect to seek aid from the human emperor? Suiren furrowed his brow, contemplating how to systematically defeat these 22 tribes. Just then, Suiren suddenly raised his head, casting his gaze into the distance. Chapter 61. The human race is so overbearing. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, Suiren stood before the gathering of humans. His brow tightly furrowed as he gazed into the distance. There, a mass of demon clouds converged, descending upon Suiren and his companions like a looming storm. Beams of light streaked across the sky, appearing not far from Suiren. There were 22 such beams, each representing a quasi-saint-level demon, the very ones occupying this territory. While Suiren felt a twinge of surprise, his expression remained calm. The indomitable flames of his being ignited, radiating the aura of a quasi-saint into the heavens. What do you intend? Suiren inquired of the 22 quasi-saint demons. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the gathering demons. Human Emperor Suiren, we harbor no intention of causing trouble for the human race. The eastern seashores are also our living space. We come merely to negotiate and seek a place to coexist. One of the quasi-saints stepped forward, explaining their purpose to Suiren. Suiren scoffed, observing the approaching demons. Negotiate? So you wish for your entire tribe to come here? If I refuse, does that mean you will not rest until you are at odds with the human race? Suiren had no intention of believing the demon's words. I have heard that the Suiren Emperor fought valiantly for the survival of the human race, traversing countless miles. Now, we demons are prepared to do the same for this piece of land. The quasi-saint, unfazed by Suiren's sarcasm, spoke with calmness. At that moment, Chisongzi emerged from behind Suiren, bearing his long sword. His aura crackled with a myriad of sword energies, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. You call it negotiation, yet it is merely a coercive tactic. The human race is least susceptible to such schemes. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, depart from the shores of the Eastern Sea. After Chisongzi's words, Yinkong, Li Chu, Zhu Xiang, and other prodigies of the human race stepped forward in unison. Their bodies radiated brilliance, their auras soaring into the sky, exuding immense power. Fight! 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 Behind them, the human tribes, already inspired, began to shout in unison. An indomitable spirit of battle surged forth, tearing asunder the clouds above. We merely wish to remain by the shores of the East Sea. Is that too much to ask? Is it the nature of your human race to be so domineering? The expressions of these demon race quasi-saints are far from pleasant. Initially, they believed that with the emergence of their 22 quasi-saints, the human race would be compelled to show them respect. However, it has become evident that the human race is far more tyrannical than they had anticipated. Just as Suiren was about to respond, a figure tore through the fabric of space, appearing before Suiren and the others. This is how the human race conducts itself. Now, you have but two choices, either perish or submit. Should you choose to submit to the human race, you may continue to exist by the shores of the East Sea. A voice reminiscent of a dragon's roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. A beam of golden light erupted, transcending time and space, imbued with a supreme and majestic aura. Upon witnessing this figure's arrival, excitement flickered in Suiren's eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. Your Majesty, the human emperor, I, Suiren, pay my respects. The human emperor has arrived. At last, I behold the human emperor. I have not failed your expectations." Hearing Sueren's words, the human race erupted in joy, tears welling in their eyes. After 58,376 years of relentless struggle since departing from the ancestral land of the human race, they had battled against various demon tribes, with countless members of their race sacrificing themselves across vast territories. Today, standing on the shores of the East Sea before the human emperor, they felt that their past sacrifices were not in vain. Everything they had done was worthwhile. At this moment, with his back turned to Sueren and the others, the human emperor remained unperturbed, gazing calmly at the 22 demon quasi-saints. "Have you made your decision? Submit or die." As these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the shores of the East Sea. Even the howling winds ceased their tumult. Countless powerful beings observing this scene were momentarily taken aback. Such arrogance! Before the human emperor stood not mere mortals, but 22 quasi-saints. To demand submission or death, one could hardly imagine even the demon emperor and the witch clan's Emperor Jiang possessing such audacity. How dare he, Xiao Yang? In the chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess could not help but smile at this scene. This truly aligns with your character. At Wanshou Mountain, within the 5 Zhuang Temple, Honghuang looked at Zhen Yuanzi with surprise. Uncertainly speaking, is this truly my friend Xiao Yang? Has he such a domineering side? Zhen Yuanzi remained silent, bursting into hearty laughter, his mirth infused with a sense of satisfaction that no one could comprehend. In the Lei Zhe, within the Thunder God Palace, the Thunder God shuddered at the sight of Xiao Yang, recalling the moment he had challenged Xiao Yang and was forcefully subdued. "I cannot provoke this creature. He is a monster. Fortunately, I am now allied with this monster." A somewhat lewd chuckle echoed throughout the expansive Thunder God Palace. "Xiao Yang, you too are a quasi-saint. How dare you look down upon us?" One demon quasi-saint, feeling stifled by Xiao Yang's domineering proclamation, could no longer contain his fury. He abruptly stood, pointing a finger at Xiao Yang, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Just then, Xiao Yang, suspended in the air, turned his gaze toward him. A regal aura emanated from him, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. His eyes shone with boundless power, pressing down upon the demon quasi-saint. Crack! The space shattered under Xiao Yang's gaze, transforming into a void-like black hole. The demon quasi-saint's expression shifted drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had only just entered the realm of quasi-saints, he never expected to be unable to withstand even a mere glance from Xiao Yang. "It seems you have chosen death. In that case, your kind shall be erased from the annals of the primordial world." Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand toward the quasi-saint and his kin. A human emperor's divine manifestation descended around him, accompanying his motion. Chapter 62. The submission of 21 demon races standing in mid-air over the shores of the East Sea. Xiao Yang commanded the attention of a divine manifestation of the human emperor behind him. Both figures synchronously extended their right hands toward the demon quasi-saint and his kin. No, the demon quasi-saint seemed to sense something amiss, but could only utter a single word before falling silent. Under the watchful eyes of all present, including the primordial beings, the demon quasi-saint and his kin began to vanish, piece by piece, from existence, both their physical forms and souls dissipating into nothingness. The once unified assembly of 22 demon tribes now had a significant void, as if a section of a grand tapestry had been torn away. Hiss! At that moment, countless onlookers gasped in shock, momentarily dumbfounded. Is this figure, Xiao Yang, truly that powerful? Is he the favored child of the heavenly Tao? If they understood what it meant to be extraordinary, they would likely shout in awe. While they were lost in astonishment, Xiao Yang was not. He withdrew his right hand, standing with indifference as he regarded the remaining 21 demon tribes. "You have chosen death. Now, it is your turn. Submit or perish." The human race's auspicious treasure, the Confronting seal, emerged above Xiao Yang's head, radiating endless golden brilliance. The once small seal transformed into a colossal imprint that overshadowed the heavens. The sound of Tao resonated, shimmering with vibrant colors, revealing unparalleled might. From Xiao Yang, an overwhelming pressure descended, nearly suffocating the demon tribes present. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 7 breaths, just as Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, preparing to raise his hand. Finally, one quasi-saint from the 7-colored Golden Rooster clan stepped forward, bearing a bittersweet expression, and bowed to Xiao Yang. We, the seven-colored Golden Rooster clan, are willing to submit to the human race and serve the human emperor. With the first, the second, and third soon followed. We, the Silver Moon Horse tribe, are willing to submit to the human race and serve the human emperor. We, the Crimson Feather Weasel clan, are willing to submit to the human race and serve the human emperor. We, the Ice Crystal Python, ultimately. All 21 demon tribes capitulated before Xiao Yang. In a void, Donghuang Tai bore a conflicted expression. He had not anticipated Xiao Yang's rapid advancement in strength. Once, Xiao Yang was a great Luo, and he was a quasi-saint. Now, he could hardly fathom Xiao Yang's power. His disregard for fundamental principles was utterly absurd. Based on Xiao Yang's previous annihilation of the quasi-saint and his kin, Donghuang Tai was left in no doubt. Had he adhered to his original plan, he would likely have met his demise by now. After a considerable pause, he gazed at Xiao Yang and murmured, "For now, I shall spare your life. But once the witch clan is eradicated, I will surely hunt you down." With those words, the concealed Donghuang Tai made his way toward the heavenly court. In that fleeting moment of departure, Xiao Yang slightly lifted his gaze, as if sensing Donghuang Tai's motion. However, Xiao Yang chose to disregard it, focusing instead on the 21 demon clans that had surrendered to him. A contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. Among the remaining 21 clans, aside from the Zhuyu Minks and the Ice Crystal Pythons, 10 demon clans, there are also the colorful Golden Rooster, Silver Moon Horse, Bluestone Ox, Bamboo Green Snake, and 7 other clans. Coincidentally, these 11 demon clans represented the animals of the Chinese zodiac: the rooster, horse, ox, snake, monkey, pig, tiger, goat, dog, rabbit, and rat. This led Xiao Yang to ponder the concept of the 12 zodiac signs from his previous life. What delineates these 12 signs? This brings us to the 12 Yuan Chun. The 12 Yuan Chun are arranged according to the 12 earthly branches, with each corresponding to a month, also referred to as the 12 monthly generals. Beyond these 12, there exists a further combination of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, culminating in 60 Yuan Chun, known as the 60 celestial lodges. Should he manage to manifest these 12 Yuan Chun and 60 Yuan Chun deities in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly mark a monumental leap for the destiny and development of the human race. Xiao Yang was immensely stirred, yearning to act at once. Yet, he was not an ordinary man. This thought flickered in his mind and vanished. Now is not the time. The already prominent human race would surely become a thorn in the side of the primordial world if they acted rashly. Sometimes, it is wise to hold back a few cards instead of laying them all on the table, for retaining some can yield even better results. At that moment, a voice echoed in Xiao Yang's ears, announcing, "Congratulations! You have successfully subdued 21 demon clans, making them subordinate to the human race, resulting in a significant increase in human fortune. The fortune of the human race has risen, elevating its level to level 4. Human fortune has increased. The fortune golden dragon has grown, currently measuring 300,000 zhong. Congratulations! You have received an opportunity for a fortune sign-in." Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the system's emergence, he might have forgotten about it entirely. The fact that subduing other clans could enhance human fortune seemed to encourage him to conquer more races. Was it truly possible? Xiao Yang prided himself on being a lover of peace. What number of subordinate clans could elevate their fortune by a level? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xiao Yang turned his attention back to the 21 demon quasi-saints before him. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "Very well. Swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and return your clans to their original places. Should anything arise, I shall summon you." The demon quasi-saints, including the colorful Golden Rooster, all breathed a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. They respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang and swiftly led their clans away from the area. For them, Xiao Yang was akin to a nightmare. The sooner they could be rid of him, the better. Watching the multitude of demon clans depart, Xiao Yang then turned his gaze to Sui Renshi and the human populace behind him. In the face of Xiao Yang's gaze, both Sui Renshi and the humans immediately straightened their backs, pride illuminating their eyes as they looked at him. Sui Renshi pays homage to his majesty. Stepping forward, Sui Ren si boe diep li tu Xiao Yang, Qi Song Zi, Yin Kong Shi, Li Lu Shi, and Zhu Xiang Shi pay homage to his majesty. The esteemed human figures followed suit, bowing before Xiao Yang. some of their faces flushed with excitement. We pay homage to His Majesty, the human emperor. The gathered humans all bowed together. Among the human race, Xiao Yang had become a figure of reverence, akin to a deity. Even after a long absence, his presence still commanded unwavering loyalty. In this moment, the faith of the human race converged, igniting the very heavens and earth like a blazing flame. Observing Sui Renshi and the humans before him, a satisfied glimmer shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he helped all the humans to their feet. Excellent. You have not disappointed my expectations, and I take great pride in you. Xiao Yang's gaze settled upon Qi Songzi. With merit comes reward, and with transgressions comes punishment. Chapter 63. The Human King, the Marquis of the Four Seas. Dragon Kings. With merit comes reward, and with transgressions comes punishment. Xiao Yang's eyes were fixed on Qi Songzi, a smile gracing his face. Qi Songzi, step forward. Your Majesty. Qi Songzi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stepped forward. Qi Songzi, having followed Sui Renshi to forge a new homeland for our human race, has fought valiantly, even slaying a demon quasi-saint in his great Luo golden immortal state and thwarting numerous demon assaults against our people. His contributions to our race are immense. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I hereby appoint Qi Songzi as the sword emperor of the human race. With a flourish, Xiao Yang brandished the Kongdong seal in his hand. As his words fell, a resounding dragon roar echoed. The fortune golden dragon surged forth from the Kongdong seal, hovering before Qi Songzi with a gaze that seemed to scrutinize him. After a prolonged moment, another dragon roar resounded, and the fortune golden dragon exhaled a breath of human fortune upon Qi Songzi. A flash of brilliance enveloped him, and his garments transformed into a regal robe akin to that worn by Xiao Yang. Adorning this new attire, Qi Songzi's presence shifted, bearing an air of authority. Pleased with Qi Songzi's transformation, Xiao Yang nodded in approval. Next, he turned his attention to Yin Kongshi. Yin Kongshi, though a woman, possesses a spirit no less fierce than a man's. With your clear moon sword, you have vanquished 3 rival demon tribes, clearing the path for our human race. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I hereby appoint Yin Kongshi as the Yin Kong King of the human race. The fortune golden dragon approached Yin Kongshi, breathing forth human fortune upon her. A radiant glow enveloped her as she donned the royal robe of the human race. With her already striking features enhanced by this regal attire, Yin Kongshi appeared magnificently formidable. Li Lu Shi is appointed as the Li Lu King of the human race. Zhu Xiangshi is appointed as the Zhu Xiang King of the human race. Jin Yu is appointed as the Jin Yu Marquis of the human race. Feng Qi is appointed as the Feng Qi Marquis of the human race. One after another, the esteemed figures of the human race were conferred titles by Xiao Yang. They radiated their own unique brilliance, illuminating the shores of the Eastern Sea like the sun. Alas, I hadn't realized until now that a new quasi-saint of the human race, along with numerous great Luo golden immortals and thousands of Tai golden immortals, has rendered the human race so formidable. No longer is the human race the insignificant entity it once was in the primordial realm. The onlookers, formidable beings of the primordial world, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the strength of the human race had burgeoned to such an extent. Even among their ranks, not all races possess the formidable prowess of the human race. The vast expanse of the primordial world holds no superfluous inch. Currently, the human race occupies the shores of the Eastern Sea. Should there come a day when they choose to expand their territories outward, how will others withstand their advance when it reaches their very doorsteps? A contemplative silence enveloped the assembly, with leaders of various factions near the Eastern Sea preparing to unite. Standing atop the clouds, Xiao Yang conferred titles upon the human kings and generals, a golden dragon of fortune emerging behind him, concealed within the depths of the clouds, occasionally revealing a scale or claw. From this day forth, any member of the human race who attains the rank of quasi-saint shall be crowned as a human emperor. Those who reach the realm of great Luo golden immortal shall be honored as human kings. Those who ascend to the stage of Tai golden immortal shall be designated as human generals. Furthermore, those who achieve remarkable feats for our race shall be appropriately rewarded. May every member of the human race ascend to the status of emperor. Xiao Yang's proclamation resonated across the shores of the Eastern Sea, echoing in the ears of every human being present. A surge of fervor ignited within their hearts. Emperors, kings, generals. The prospect of attaining such titles stirred their spirits, and they would willingly embrace death for the honor. May every member of the human race ascend to the status of emperor. Swearin was the first to voice the rallying cry, his eyes gleaming with excitement. May every member of the human race ascend to the status of emperor. Echoed Chisongzi, Inkong, Lilu, and Zhu Xiang, along with other outstanding figures of the human race. The collective shout of "May every member of the human race ascend to the status of emperor" reverberated throughout the shores of the Eastern Sea, their eyes alight with determination. Their beliefs seemed to crystallize and transform in that moment. They had discovered their future aspirations to strive for. Congratulations, you have conferred titles of emperor, king, and general, greatly inspiring the human race and igniting their fighting spirit, resulting in an increase in the fortunes of the human race. The human race has migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea, heralding a new chapter. You have received a fortune reward teleportation array. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears at the opportune moment. A flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He had not anticipated that merely proposing the titles of emperor, king, and general would yield a reward from the system. Simultaneously, a deeper understanding blossomed within him. Only by advancing the human race swiftly and effectively could the system exert its full potential. The two were interdependent. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, within the Dragon Palace, upon Xiao Yang's arrival, the might of the human race was manifest. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea summoned the other 3 Dragon Kings. Esteemed colleagues, with the human race settling on the shores of the Eastern Sea, should we remain passive observers or respond in some manner? The Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang inquired of the other Dragon Kings. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Run, casting a somber glance at Ao Guang, spoke in a heavy tone. Brother, among the human race, the initial 3 emperors are quasi-saints, with Chisongzi among them, and many great Luo as well. Not to mention the terrifying human emperor, Xiao Yang, who, apart from the 4 of us, can command respect. You question whether we should respond to the human race. What should our dragon clan's response be? Ao Guang fell silent. The Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, glancing at the others, hesitated before speaking. Shall we not awaken the ancestor dragon? Before Ao Shun could finish, he was interrupted by Ao Guang. Silence. Ao Shun, have you forgotten the regulations? Is now the time to awaken? Our dragon clan has not reached the brink of extinction. Upon hearing Ao Guang's rebuke, Ao Shun felt discontent, his irritation spilling forth. Nothing can be done. Nothing can be done. What then should we do? Ao Guang opened his mouth, wishing to articulate something, but in the end, he found himself at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the Southern Sea Dragon King Ao Qin attempted to interject when suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the Grand Hall. What? Does one human race leave you so helpless? In the immortal city of 3,000, an aged voice resonated from beyond the hall. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ao Guang and the others turned their gazes toward the entrance. Upon sighting the speaker, their eyes lit up with surprise. Ao Guang had met the old tortoise. Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun had also encountered the old tortoise. The 4 of them bowed in unison to the approaching figure. The speaker was an elder bearing a tortoise shell, leaning on a staff, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. Enough, no need for formalities. As Dragon Kings, you need not pay respects to this old immortal. The elder waved his hand, lifting the bowing Ao Guang and the others. He stepped to the center of the hall, his gaze falling upon the 4 Dragon Kings, all at the level of great Luo Golden Immortal, with a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. In the past, only quasi-saints could ascend to the position of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. It seems our dragon clan has truly fallen. Shame colored the faces of Ao Guang and the others. Just as they were about to speak, the elder continued. Now that you are the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, fulfill your duties. As for the human race, do not concern yourselves excessively. If they wish to settle on the shores of the Eastern Sea, let them. But one thing is non-negotiable. A glint of authority shone in the elder's eyes, his aura suffusing the hall, rendering it stifling. The 4 seas belong to our dragon clan. If the human race seeks to encroach upon them, we shall not permit it. Should any conflict arise from this, we, the old immortals, shall not hesitate to exert our final strength." His words cast a shadow over the hall, and dragon apparitions danced along the palace walls. Guang and the others gazed at the ethereal forms, their eyes brimming with excitement. Just as they were about to respond, everything faded into silence. Even the elder with the tortoise shell vanished. After a considerable time, Guang steadied his emotions. The trepidation that once gripped him had dissipated, replaced by unwavering resolve. "Esteemed colleagues, you now understand the will of our ancestors. The four seas are the dominion of our dragon clan. No one shall encroach." Qin and the others bowed to Guang, their expressions infused with fervor. "We comprehend. The human race, having endured for 54,100 years, saw the arrivals of the other two factions led by the Zi and Yu Chao clans at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Thus, the migration plan for the entire human race was successfully completed. At this moment, the ancestral court of the human race stood majestically in the air, radiating boundless golden light across its surroundings. This golden glow could be felt even at the edges of the Eastern Sea, warming the hearts of those illuminated, reminding them that the ancestral court was watching over them. Within the ancestral court, Xiao Yang sat at the head. Sui and the other three were seated to his left, while Chisongzi and a group of outstanding humans occupied the right. Just then, Sui rose and bowed to Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, our clan has successfully migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The vast territory spanning millions of miles has been cleared. Shall we proceed with the Celestial City Plan as originally intended?" The mention of the Celestial City Plan left Kong and others perplexed, for they had never heard of such an initiative before. Observing their expressions, Xiao Yang spoke up. "It is quite normal for you to be unaware. This was a plan I established with the Swearing clan." With a wave of his hand, a luminous screen appeared before them, revealing a square, celestial city, replete with all manner of buildings. The Celestial City Plan aims to transform the current habit of our people living in tribes, relocating them into the Celestial City. Once established, a Celestial City can harness the Earth's energy to suppress a territory of 10,000 miles. A city lord and 2 deputy lords shall be appointed, with only a great Luo king eligible for the position. Additionally, a garrison will be established, consisting of 10 Tai generals overseeing 1,000,000 golden immortals. It is worth noting that the majority of you will be dispatched as city lords or commanding generals. Xiao Yang's gaze turned towards the young talents of the Kong clan, his eyes filled with warmth, as they beheld the celestial city and listened to Xiao Yang's words. Excitement illuminated their faces. Kong rose, her demeanor as commanding as any man despite being a woman. "Your Majesty, I, Kong, pledge to defend the borders of our territory. Should any foreign tribes dare to invade, I shall be the first to suppress and eradicate them." Her boldness inspired awe, prompting the likes of Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, Wu Huai, and Gu Tian, all great Luo kings, to stand in unison, bowing to Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, I, Li Lu, pledge my service." "Your Majesty, I, Zhu Xiang, pledge my service." Their spirits ignited with fervor, their eyes ablaze with resolve. For the sake of our people, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Sui, Yu Chao, and Zi looked upon these young heroes with joy in their hearts. Xiao Yang's satisfaction was evident. "I understand your desire to govern the frontier cities. Rest assured, the city lords will rotate every 10,000 years, granting each of you the opportunity to govern the outermost cities." After a brief pause, Xiao Yang waved his hand again, and the luminous screen transformed, revealing the Eastern Sea and its surrounding regions. "Currently, our people back the Eastern Sea and do not wish to venture into it. Therefore, we shall divide our territory into 3 directions: north, south, and west. Sui shall oversee the north, Yu Chao the south, and Qi Songzi the west, while Zi and I shall guard the center. Each celestial city can accommodate billions of our people, with 1,000 celestial cities established in each direction. Furthermore, Sui, Yu Chao, and Qi Songzi, you shall each establish 3 great armies. These armies will not be stationed in any celestial city, but will patrol our territory, intervening when any celestial city is unable to resolve an issue." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Sui felt a surge of excitement. He took a deep breath, stood, and bowed to Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, What shall we name these three armies? Xiao Yang's gaze deepened, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. These three armies shall be called the Demon Slayer, the Demon Suppressor, and the Celestial Executioner. Chapter 65. The seed of the world Ze has come with a purpose. The human race has endured for 54,111 years, a year after the agreement on the Celestial City. Suiren and the others began to implement the plan as arranged. Celestial cities were established in the north, south, and west, with various great Luo kings becoming city lords. 10 Tai generals and 1,000,000 golden immortals stationed within. Like stars scattered across the sky, the influence of the human race rapidly expanded into the outside world. Those with great powers observed the progress of the human race in silence. In their eyes, these celestial cities bore no distinction from the tribes. Within the ancestral hall of the human race, Xiao Yang sat alone in meditation. With a slight motion of his mind, a radiant spectrum of colors burst forth before him, transforming into a 7-colored screen. As he gazed upon it, he saw Host, Xiao Yang, Identity, Human Race as Fortune Golden Dragon. Human Race Emperor, Fortune Level, Level 4, Realm, Late Stage Quasi-Saint, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can mobilize the strength of the entire human race. Cultivation Techniques. One sword and one thought opens the heavens. Divine Essence Body Refinement Technique. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can learn all human cultivation techniques and integrate them. Items. Postnatal Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip. Fortune Supreme Treasure Kontong Seal. Complete Teleportation Array. Fortune Sign-In Count. 1. Human fortune has risen, granting you a sign-in opportunity. System. I wish to sign in. You have consumed 1 sign-in opportunity. Proceeding with sign-in. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in. You have received the 12 Earth Tablets, Celestial Array Pavilion, and Seed of the World. The 12 Earth Tablets are a cultivation method bestowed by an unparalleled heavenly emperor to honor the 12 affiliated races of the human race. The Celestial Array Pavilion contains supreme array transformations, allowing one to comprehend the true essence of great formations. The Seed of the World, a seed from the world tree that can create endless worlds from chaos. With this seed, one can cultivate a small world, and with nurturing, it may evolve further. Upon hearing the rewards bestowed upon him, Xiao Yang focused intently. Excellent. The 12 Earth Tablets provide a dedicated cultivation method for the 12 Yuan stars. It seems the establishment of the 12 Yuan stars is imperative. The Celestial Array Pavilion can be integrated into the Ancestral Hall, standing alongside the Pill Pavilion and Artifact Pavilion as one of our foundational assets. The Seed of the World allows for the creation of a small world. Thus, we can transfer a portion of our ancestral assets into this small world. In the future, it might very well evolve into a middle world, or even a great world. Xiao Yang's gaze grew profound, starlight flickering within his eyes. After a long while, he regained his composure, reached out, and withdrew the 3 items from his system. The 12 Earth Tablets and Celestial Array Pavilion were infused into the Ancestral Hall of the human race. A flash of light enveloped the Ancestral Hall, initiating its transformation. Now is not the time to establish a world. We must await the opportune moment. Just then, Zi entered the hall, bowing to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty. Xiao Yang regarded her with a smile and inquired, Zi, what brings you here? Zi looked at Xiao Yang and asked, Your Majesty, you once mentioned that after establishing the celestial cities, the talented trials would be initiated. Might I inquire if this will still proceed? Hearing her words, Xiao Yang fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke. This matter must be executed. Once the 3,000 celestial cities are established, we shall disperse our talented individuals. Zi grew anxious. Her purpose in seeking Xiao Yang was to interrupt this plan. My sovereign, for these 50 millennia, our human race has migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea, suffering countless casualties. Our kin have endured trials, and the prodigious descendants of the Qiankun clan have indeed matured in recent times. Furthermore, the demon race bears a deep-seated enmity towards us. They would not dare seek revenge upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. If we disperse our kin into the wilderness for trials, would we not be granting those demons the opportunity to avenge us? Upon hearing the words of the Z clan, Xiao Yang fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he turned to Z and spoke. Your words hold merit. Yet the trials for our prodigies must continue. Why? Zi grew increasingly anxious. Over the years, witnessing the countless deaths of our kin has filled her heart with sorrow. Now that we have finally settled, and a new generation of prodigies has emerged, she cannot comprehend why we must proceed with these trials, fearing the loss of even more of our youth. Calm yourself. Just as Zi's anxiety reached a peak, her eyes tinged with red, Xiao Yang's voice thundered, reminiscent of a morning bell awakening her. Zi, I understand your feelings. Were it within my power, I would not wish for our young to venture into the wilderness. However, you must grasp that our human race is not without adversaries in this vast expanse. Beyond the demon race, there are countless others lurking in the shadows, observing us. Xiao Yang paused, observing the now tranquil Zi, and continued. Of course, the trials are not meant to be a death sentence. During our migration, the witch tribe has been of great assistance to us, with some of our clans remaining near their vicinity. I intend for those who venture forth for trials to first explore the witch tribe before ultimately entering the wilderness. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's plan, Zi nodded in agreement. Yet soon, she seemed to recall something, turning to Xiao Yang and stating, My sovereign, though I cannot pinpoint why, I sense that the witch tribe harbors ulterior motives towards our race. Zi's brow furrowed. Reflecting on the initial assistance from the witch tribe, her heart remained unsettled. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. It was as if his gaze pierced through the fabric of space, envisioning the intertwining fates of the human and witch tribes. Zi, do you know the origins of the witch tribe? Pray enlighten me, my sovereign. Zi bowed before Xiao Yang. The witch tribe was born from the essence of the 12 ancestors, intertwined with the blood of the Panga blood pool. Should the Panga blood pool dry up, the primary source of the witch tribe would be severed. If they wish to continually birth new witches, they must seek alternative means. Upon hearing this, Zi's expression shifted, and she finally discerned the source of her unease. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Xiao Yang spoke with profound significance. The witch tribe plays a cunning game, yet how could they know that those born from them might not belong to their tribe, but to ours instead? Chapter 66. For the enmity of the human race, we shall fight until death. The human race has endured for 62,800 years. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, 8,689 years have passed since our migration. There, amidst the shores, human celestial cities stand apart, resembling stars scattered across the earth, a distance of 90,000 miles between them. In the very center of the Eastern Sea stands our ancestral grounds, radiant as the sun, emanating boundless light, suspended in the air. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, 9 resounding chimes echoed from our ancestral grounds. Following these chimes, streams of light surged from all directions, merging into our ancestral abode. Within the sacred hall, Xiao Yang sat upon the main seat, the ethereal form of a golden dragon of destiny hovering behind him, occasionally revealing a scale or claw. A subtle aura of imperial might encircled him, instilling a sense of majesty. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, Zi, and Qi Songzi took their respective seats on either side. Esteemed guests, it has been nearly 9,000 years since we settled by the shores of the Eastern Sea. During this time, our race has not encountered any major conflicts. Even minor skirmishes have been scarce. This is undoubtedly beneficial for our development. Sui Ren, do you know how many of our descendants have ventured into the wilderness over these years? Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting upon Sui Ren. Without hesitation, Sui Ren stood and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. My sovereign, every 500 years, we have dispatched a group of prodigies, numbering from over 1,000 to merely hundreds. To date, we have sent forth 17 batches of our kin, totaling 45,600 individuals. Xiao Yang nodded, then turned to Qi Songzi. Qi Songzi, do you know how many of these 45,600 have returned to our clan? Qi Songzi nodded, rising to address Xiao Yang. My sovereign, among the 45,600, 3,796 perished. 4,921 suffered irreparable damage to their talents. 1,544 remain unaccounted for. Additionally, 5,327 have integrated into various human tribes within the wilderness. Ultimately, 30,012 have returned to our clan. Xiao Yang nodded, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Over these nearly 9,000 years, Our population has surpassed 10 trillion. Among those 45,600, the best of the best. Even so, nearly 10,000 have met their demise. Tell me, is it that our selected youth are too feeble, or that the wilderness harbors too many adversaries against our race? The assembly turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang, each harboring their own speculations. I trust you are all eager to know why I have summoned you today. Observing the expressions of those gathered, Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The human race has never been one to endure humiliation. Since there are numerous adversaries within the wilderness, let's take action. Strike. Let it be a battle to the bitter end. Xiao Yang's gaze swept across the crowd, a chilling smirk upon his face. I am aware that during these 9,000 years of peace, our kin have grown accustomed to a life of comfort. I fear that some of you may have grown complacent. The fervent blood that once surged within you has likely turned cold. Xiao Yang's words ignited a sense of shame within some of those present. Qi Songzi, his face flushed, stood with fire igniting in his eyes. My sovereign, my blood has not yet cooled. Qi Songzi requests to fight. After his declaration, many rose in unison, bowing to Xiao Yang. The Yinkong clan requests to fight. The Lilu clan requests to fight. The Dating clan requests to fight. The Zunlu clan requests to fight. Among them, men and women alike displayed an unwavering spirit, their eyes ablaze with the fire of indomitable resolve. Their fervent display inspired the others to rise, each offering a bow to Xiao Yang. Observing this fervor, Xiao Yang burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! Splendid, truly splendid. This is the spirit that defines our human race. Remember, those who dare to threaten our human race with their menacing gestures and bared fangs shall be regarded as our sworn enemies. As such, we must exert every effort to eradicate them. Xiao Yang rose to his feet, and behind him, the auspicious golden dragon rested its forepaws upon his shoulder. With its dragon head facing the assembly, its keen eyes scrutinized Qi, Songzi, and the others. The human race's expedition into the wilderness has three objectives. Firstly, to alleviate the crises faced by the various human tribes remaining in the wilderness. Secondly, to eliminate all those who have dared to strike against our kind, thereby instilling fear among the beings of the wilderness. Thirdly, to train our troops. 9,000 years have passed, and many of the younger generation have forgotten how our ancestors settled by the Eastern Sea. Xiao Yang paused slightly, gesturing with his hand as the Kongtong seal materialized before the crowd. Yinkong clan, Wuhui clan, Zhuxiang clan, Lilu clan, Gutian clan, the Ting clan, and Zunlu clan, he my command. We, the emperor, the 7 members of the Yinkong clan, stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Yang. You shall lead these 7 as commanders, overseeing 30 great Luo as generals and 1 million Tai E as soldiers. In this battle, we must secure victory at all costs, showcasing the dignity that befits our human race. We must make it clear to the beings of the wilderness that we are not to be trifled with. The members of the Yinkong clan bore solemn expressions and bowed to Xiao Yang. We shall faithfully obey the emperor's decree. The human race has endured for 60,810 years. After Xiao Yang issued his command, the 7 members of the Yinkong clan took 10 years to assemble 7 great armies. On this day, under the leadership of the Yinkong clan, the armies advanced toward different parts of the wilderness. In the northern wilderness, at Mount Wanhue, above the 9 heavens, white clouds gathered, and upon those clouds, formidable human warriors formed a great formation. The patterns of the formation flickered between the armies, emanating a chilling aura that remained unyielding. The Yinkong clan observed everything below with an icy demeanor. With a wave of her hand, the sound of war drums reverberated through the heavens and earth. A million Tai E, merging with the essences of 10 great Luo, transformed into a miasma of blood and energy that veiled the expanse. An endless killing intent coalesced, causing black snowflakes to fall upon Mount Wanhue. These black snowflakes were manifestations of murderous intent. Howl! Who dares to wreak havoc in the domain of my Howling Moon Wolf clan? Atop Mount Wanhue, spiritual energy coalesced, forming the image of an unparalleled fierce wolf. Those who offend our human race shall be punished. The Yinkong clan wielded the cold moon divine sword, her powers swirling around her as a radiance of the dark moon enveloped her, resembling a goddess of the moon. However, Her voice resonated with the gravitas of ancient, indomitable deities, exuding a formidable and terrifying presence. Chapter 67. The campaign begins with a thunderous clang. The sound of endless swords echoed from Mount Hunyuan. A previously unseen sword light pierced through space, shattering the void and scattering countless spiritual energies. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted, dust swirling in all directions. The power contained within the sword light erupted forth, instantly shearing off a portion of Mount Hunyuan. In that moment, the laws of the void shattered, and destructive waves swept outward. Countless howling moon wolves perished upon Mount Hunyuan, their demise swift and silent, reduced to ashes before they could utter a sound. Outrageous! How dare you act so brazenly upon Mount Hunyuan, our sacred territory? Do you humans seek to engage in a relentless feud with my howling moon wolf clan? Just then, from within Mount Hunyuan, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged forth. Black demonic energy billowed like clouds towards the sky. In an instant, a gigantic and fearsome howling moon wolf materialized in midair. Facing the ancestral wolf, the Qiankun clan remained unperturbed, her cold moon divine, sword gleaming. A streak of sword light, moving with astonishing speed, cleaved through the void and struck Mount Hunyuan once more. This sword light not only obliterated part of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, but also further diminished Mount Hunyuan. How? You shall perish. You humans shall perish. The ancestral wolf had never endured such humiliation, its eyes turning crimson with fury. A savage aura radiated outward, and the black demonic clouds surged like a tide. Its cultivation at the initial stage of quasi-saint was unmistakable. Below it, the Howling Moon Wolf clan revealed their true forms, howling uncontrollably. Amidst their howls, mysterious fluctuations seemed to flicker. The dark moon in the heavens showered its lunar power upon the Howling Moon Wolves, augmenting their might. I have been in seclusion for too long, only to be humiliated by you insignificant beings. Truly despicable. The ancestral wolf's blood-red eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It opened its mouth to draw in a vortex of boundless spiritual energy, then gently exhaled, sending a sphere of light, born from the convergence of countless spiritual energies, hurtling towards the Qiankun clan. In response, the Qiankun clan maintained an expression of cold indifference. Her powers turned icy as the lunar radiance, initially directed towards the Howling Moon Wolf clan, was largely seized by her. This endless lunar light coalesced upon her cold moon divine sword. Behind her, a Dharma image materialized, its features obscured, yet it too wielded a cold moon divine sword. Today, the Howling Moon Wolf clan shall be annihilated. With these words, a formidable power erupted from the Qiankun clan. An infinite sharpness surged from within her, infusing her cold moon divine sword. This sword descended, shattering the very fabric of space. Underneath this strike, it seemed as though all existence vanished, as if she were the singularity of the world. Spiritual energies appeared to gain sentience beneath this sword, desperately fleeing. What? The ancestral wolf's expression changed drastically. In its fierce, twisted eyes, panic now filled the void. It sensed a life-threatening danger emanating from this sword. Yet, it was too late to grasp the gravity of the situation. As the sword approached, striking down upon it, only then did it contemplate evasion. But alas, it was far too late. Boom! In an instant, the ancestral wolf's physical form exploded, and the Qiankun clan's sword struck it down, erupting in a shower of blood and flesh that blanketed the region. Soon, this place would become another realm of fortune. After slaying the ancestral wolf, the Qiankun clan refrained from attacking the remaining Howling Moon Wolves. She recalled that this battle was not only to establish dominance, but also to train her troops. Without the ancestral wolf as their pillar, the Howling Moon Wolf clan crumbled under the assault of 1,000,000 Tai and 10 great Luo. Gradually, the sounds of battle diminished upon Mount Hunyuan. The sight revealed that the human army was systematically clearing the battlefield. Thus, the Howling Moon Wolf clan became a chapter in the annals of wilderness history. On another front, in the northern wilderness, at Mount Nüwa serves as the ancestral ground of the Thunder Serpent clan. This mountain is perpetually shrouded in thunder, akin to another realm of tempest, albeit less fearsome than the Thunder Marshes. At this moment, beyond the thunderous mountain, a man clad in a fur coat, exuding an aura of vastness, stood suspended in the air. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his muscular arms resembled the pillars of the heavens. This man was none other than the human warrior, Li Lushi. His martial prowess was unmatched. At that moment, Li Lushi gazed at the thunderous mountain, licking his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. His martial arts transcended the mortal realm, his strength capable of shaking the very mountains. With a thunderous roar, Li Lushi summoned his powers, causing his form to swell hundreds of times, transforming him into a colossal giant that obscured the sky. His footsteps reverberated throughout the land as he approached a divine mountain. Li Lushi bent down, thrusting his hands into the mountain's body, and with a fierce shout, the earth quaked. His immense power surged from his arms, uprooting the entire divine mountain. Subsequently, Li Lushi hurled this mountain towards the thunderous mountain with a deafening roar. The space before the throne mountain appeared fragile and shattered instantly. For countless years, the thunder that resided atop the thunderous mountain struck the divine mountain, as if merely tickling it. The moment the thunder touched the mountain, it disintegrated into nothingness. What was that? Before the words of the thunder serpent ancestor could finish, the divine mountain hurled by Li Lushi collided with the thunderous mountain. Boom! The earth shook, dust billowed, and the shockwaves spread in all directions. After a considerable time, tranquility returned. Upon inspection, the once towering thunderous mountain had been cleaved in twain. Many members of the Thunder Serpent clan had perished in the collision, leaving no trace behind. Crackle. The sound of thunder crackled as the Thunder Serpent ancestor appeared before Li Lushi, accompanied by the surviving members of his clan. The human race, indeed, was formidable. If this grudge goes unavenged, I would be unworthy of my status as a sage. Hatred and coldness filled the eyes of the Thunder Serpent ancestor. His clan had suffered severe losses in battles against others, but never had they felt as humiliated as today. Seeking revenge requires one to survive today first. Li Lushi looked at the Thunder Serpent ancestor and scoffed. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Li Lushi's inner energies surged, as if countless runes were inscribed within him, radiating boundless brilliance. His vital essence coursed through his body like a mighty river, robust and unending. With martial arts transcending the mortal realm, he reached for the stars. Chapter 68. The Zun Lu Clan. The Primordial Five Elements Great Array. Light. Endless brilliance erupted from Li Lushi. The flow of his vital essence produced a sound like a roaring tide. His essence surged upward like clouds reaching for the heavens. Upon his physical form, mysterious runes shimmered with a radiant glow. He appeared as an ancient deity, infused with an aura of the wild. With martial arts transcending the mortal realm, he reached for the stars. As Li Lushi softly chanted, the heavens themselves seemed to shift. The once bright sky darkened ominously. Under this shroud of darkness, points of light began to emerge, intertwining in the air to form a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Li Lushi extended his hand towards the Thunder Serpent ancestor, and the starry giant hand echoed with a deafening roar. At that moment, Li Lushi's hair billowed. His fur attire rustled in the fierce wind. The power of martial law infused the colossal hand, amplifying its might. Even the Thunder Serpent ancestor, now revealed in his true form, appeared diminutive beneath this hand. It seemed as if, in all the universe, nothing existed aside from this descending hand. No, how could this be? The Thunder Serpent ancestor writhed in panic, his serpent eyes filled with terror. He could clearly sense that his strength as a nascent sage was utterly insufficient to withstand this hand. Yet, he realized this too late. Li Lushi offered him no chance to react. The hand seemingly transcended time and space, appearing before the Thunder Serpent ancestor in an instant, crashing down upon him. Boom! In that moment, it felt as though infinite power descended. Wherever the starry hand touched, the earth trembled violently. When the residual waves subsided, the Thunder Serpent ancestor had been obliterated into a mist of blood, enveloping a radius of several million miles. Even the once split thunderous mountain was utterly annihilated beneath this strike. Reduced to flat ground, he is dead. The ancestor has perished. He is a monster. Flee. We are no match for him. We must survive. The remaining members of the Thunder Serpent clan, witnessing the death of their ancestor, were filled with panic. Some stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. while others, terrified of Li Lushur, transformed into streaks of light, fleeing into the distance. Li Lushur crossed his arms, his expression cold as he regarded the Thunder Serpent clan. "Troops, heed my command. Eradicate the Thunder Serpent clan. Leave not a single one alive." As his words, steeped in murderous intent, echoed, a surge of battle fervor and bloodlust erupted behind him. 10 great Luo and 1,000,000 human troops surged forth. Faced with the demoralized Thunder Serpent clan, they showed no mercy, raising their blades against them. Only after venturing beyond the Eastern Sea and witnessing the harsh realities of survival among various human tribes did they comprehend the meaning of cruelty and bloodshed. Thus, they felt no pity for the Thunder Serpent clan, who had once bullied their kind. Whether resisting or fleeing, none escaped the relentless pursuit. Not a single one. At the Eastern Sea's edge, near the western regions, a fierce aura surged from the Dirwu Mountain, and the sounds of battle were incessant. 1,000,000 human troops, along with 10 great Luo, clashed with a horde of Gujiao. The Gujiao clan, native to Dirwu Mountain, resembled eagles with horns. Their cries akin to that of infants, and they were known for their cannibalistic tendencies. Several small human tribes surrounding the area had been consumed by the Gujiao clan. It was precisely for this reason that the human army had arrived to confront them, just as the Gujiao clan was about to devour the remaining small tribes. They were surprised by the arrival of such delectable prey. "Since you have come, let all of you be left for this ancestor." Amid the relentless slaughter, a piercing eagle cry resonated across the battlefield, causing many human warriors to cover their ears, their faces pale with fear. The Gujiao ancestor revealed his true form, his wings resembling those of a celestial being, enveloping the entire battlefield. As he prepared to strike against the human army, vibrant threads of multicolored light emerged around him. The Gujiao ancestor felt a peculiar sensation, turning his gaze to the left. To his astonishment, a human woman had appeared where none had been moments before. "Gujiao ancestor, you have finally made your appearance. The human warrior, Zun Lushur, has awaited you for long." Gazing at the venerable Gujiao, a subtle smile graced the countenance of Zun Lu, yet within that smile lay an undercurrent of chilling intent. "For my appearance, do you truly believe you can subdue me?" The Gujiao let out a booming laugh, his hawk-like eyes gleaming with sharpness as he unfurled his wings. "Conjuring an endless tempest, how can one ascertain without a trial?" Zun Lu mused softly, her hands weaving intricate seals as a multitude of runes floated towards the Gujiao. The threads that had initially surrounded him transformed into the intricate patterns of a grand formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The quintessence of the 5 elements. "I summon thee." The words imbued with lethal intent emanated from Zun Lu. Her entire being surged with magical energy, intertwining seamlessly with the essence of the primordial 5 elements formation. In this instant, the grand array began to operate in harmony with her will. Boom! The primordial 5 elements formation commenced its operations, reverberating with thunderous roars, as if ethereal laws transformed into chains descending from the heavens. Boundless spiritual energy converged into the array, and Zun Lu's murderous intent coalesced into that of the grand formation. The emergence of this array rendered the surrounding space unstable. Within the array, endless wooden tendrils sprouted from nothingness, reaching out to ensnare the Gujiao. "Do you think to slay me with such a mere array?" The Gujiao's expression remained unchanged, his own magical power surging forth. A streak of light glimmered across his formidable wings, exuding an aura of unrivaled sharpness, as though they were not flesh, but true weapons of war. He intended to sever the surrounding wooden tendrils with his wings, even to shatter the very formation itself. Transform the 5 elements into blades, sever. Zun Lu's expression remained steadfast. As her thoughts shifted, the elements converged, manifesting into a resplendent war blade radiating 5 colors of light. This blade sliced through space, imbued with the essence of annihilation, as it descended upon the Gujiao. The once composed Gujiao's demeanor shifted upon witnessing the approaching blade. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the war blade struck him, cleaving him in two. In the next moment, Zun Lu let out a cold huff. The primordial 5 elements formation operated, forcibly refining the Gujiao. Ultimately, he transformed into a blood-hued orb that fell into Zun Lu's grasp. Chapter 69. The East Sea. The Dragon Clan, Humiliation. In the annals of the human race, spanning 62,800 years, the leader Kong and 6 others departed from the shores of the East Sea. 62,900 years later, Kong annihilated the Moon-Howling Wolf clan at Hunyuan Mountain. The Li Lu clan eradicated the Thunder Serpent clan at Nüwa Mountain. Zun Lu obliterated the Gu Jiao clan at Lu Wu Mountain. 63,000 years into human history, the Wu Huai clan extinguished the Pao Hen clan at Yuming Mountain. The Zhuxiang clan wiped out the Li Li clan atop Gui Mountain. The Dating clan eradicated the Yiyu clan, while the Gutian clan vanquished the Hua Shi clan. 7 legions of humanity surged forth from the East Sea, conquering the vast wilderness. In a mere 200 years, they extinguished 7 clans that were not the weakest among the myriad races of the wilderness. The process of the human race subjugating these clans could be aptly described as a forceful uprooting. In a flash, the human race stirred a tremendous uproar among the various clans in the wilderness. Countless clan leaders issued urgent commands, forbidding any mistreatment of the human race. Should anyone dare to challenge the humans, they would be dealt with, requiring no intervention from the humans themselves. Consequently, the human race gained a resounding reputation in the wilderness, with few clans willing to provoke such a formidable power. Amidst this prevailing atmosphere, within the ancestral hall of the human race by the East Sea, Xiao Yang, engaged in deep meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Soon after, Sui Run, displaying a hint of urgency, burst into the hall where Xiao Yang resided. "My emperor, there is trouble. What has transpired to evoke such alarm?" Xiao Yang inquired, his gaze fixed on Sui Run, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Since entrusting the affairs of humanity to Sui Run, he had never witnessed him display such agitation. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, I considered our human race's advantageous position by the East Sea rich in treasures. I dispatched a great Luo king accompanied by several hundred Tai to explore the East Sea. However, I have just received word from the head of the command post that the expeditionary force has been completely annihilated." Sui Ren spoke solemnly, detailing the events to Xiao Yang. His eyes still burned with fury, clearly unsettled. Upon hearing Sui Ren's words, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flickering within. "Is it the Dragon Clan?" The Dragon Clan has thrived in the wilderness since ancient times, playing a pivotal role in the primordial struggle among the 3 innate clans. Back then, the Dragon Clan's might was formidable enough to compel the Phoenix and Qilin clans to unite against them. In the present, the Phoenix clan remained stationed at the eternal South Ming Inferno, and aside from a golden phoenix that accompanied Nuwa during her ascension, I have not encountered another. The Qilin clan has also faded from sight, rarely appearing in the wilderness. Only the Dragon Clan continues to dominate the 4 seas. I believe they retain their power, even now, far more complex than it seems. Even I previously chose to temporarily avoid the East Sea, yet this does not signify a fear of the Dragon Clan. A great Luo and several hundred Tai perished in the East Sea. Regardless of whether it is the Dragon Clan or not, an explanation is warranted. I shall personally journey to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. I am determined to uncover who possesses the audacity to strike against my people. With those words, Xiao Yang's form flickered like an illusion, vanishing from the hall. Sui Ren, witnessing this, hastily exited the hall to summon his demon-slaying army, preparing to head to the East Sea. Shortly thereafter, soaring above the East Sea, Xiao Yang beheld the tranquil waters below and took a step forward. The regal crown appeared upon his head, once adorned in the emperor's regalia. An aura of supreme nobility emanated from him. The essence of the Tao flowed in myriad ways, as if countless matters lay within his grasp. With this step, the previously placid East Sea erupted into turmoil. The human emperor, Xiao Yang, comes to pay his respects to the Dragon Clan. His proclamation sent ripples throughout the East Sea's waters. Deep within the East Sea, in the Dragon Palace, as Xiao Yang took his first step, Ao Guang rose from his seat, a grim expression etched upon his features. "What is happening? Why do the waters of the East Sea surge without cause?" "Minister Turtle, do not delay. Investigate at once," Ao Guang commanded, fixing his gaze upon the figure standing below. The silhouette before them was that of an elderly man, burdened by a tortoise shell upon his back. Do not be misled into believing that this old tortoise is the same one that once appeared in the Dragon Palace. The elder tortoise of yore had reached the threshold of quasi-sainthood, traversing far into the depths of that realm. In contrast, the tortoise minister before them was merely a great Luo golden immortal, a mere descendant of the previous elder. It is indeed peculiar that ever since the ancestor dragon led the clan of scales and armor across the seas, the tortoise tribe has become a staple presence. Each deep-sea dragon palace has its own tortoise minister, and so this tortoise minister, not daring to be negligent, promptly saluted Hunyuan and prepared to investigate the matter at hand. However, before he could exit the grand hall of the dragon palace, a voice pierced through the air. The human emperor, Xiao Yang, has arrived to pay his respects to the dragon clan. Xiao Yang's words echoed in the ears of the gathered assembly like thunder, leaving them stunned and speechless. What? The human emperor, Xiao Yang? What brings him to our dragon clan? As Hunyuan regained his composure, his expression darkened considerably. Anxiously, he paced back and forth in the hall. He could not fathom that Xiao Yang had come with benevolent intentions. After all, the human race had lingered at the shores of the East Sea for quite some time without any inclination to visit the dragon clan. Just when he believed that the dragon and human races would no longer intersect, Xiao Yang arrived unexpectedly. Such an unanticipated visit could only portend ill. Before Hunyuan could make a decision, Xiao Yang had already descended upon the East Sea. As he descended, the waters of the East Sea parted involuntarily, revealing a golden path paved with imperial dragon energy that led directly to the Dragon Palace. Step by step, Xiao Yang approached the East Sea Dragon Palace. Boom! As Xiao Yang drew closer, the waters of the Dragon Palace churned violently, causing both Hunyuan and the tortoise minister to stumble unsteadily. Once they regained their footing, Hunyuan's countenance had turned completely grim. How dare the human emperor, Xiao Yang, act so boldly? Since Hunyuan's inception, no race had ever dared to humiliate the dragon clan in such a manner, especially within their own stronghold. It was utterly outrageous. At this moment, Xiao Yang stood before the East Sea Dragon Palace. What? Is there not a single soul brave enough to show themselves in this grand palace? Chapter 70. Clarifying Intentions. Is it truly the case that such a vast dragon palace has no one willing to greet me? Standing outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang, observing the absence of a welcoming party, wore a faint smile tinged with mockery. Inside the Dragon Palace, Hunyuan heard Xiao Yang's words and gritted his teeth in frustration. As a mere great Luo golden immortal, he felt trepidation before the formidable presence of Xiao Yang. Yet, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could not display weakness. Taking a deep breath, Hunyuan steadied himself, sweeping his sleeves back and regaining his composure. Tortoise Minister, accompany me to meet this human emperor. I wish to know the purpose of his visit to our East Sea Dragon Palace. With that, Hunyuan stepped towards the palace entrance. Your Majesty, wait for this old minister. The tortoise minister, momentarily taken aback, hastily followed behind. Creak! The grand doors of the East Sea Dragon Palace swung open, light spilling forth from within. At last they emerged. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of anticipation flashing within. No one could discern what plans lay behind his expressionless facade. I am Hunyuan, the master of this East Sea Dragon Palace. I have long heard the esteemed name of Emperor Xiao Yang, and upon this meeting, your grandeur is indeed remarkable. Hunyuan emerged from the Dragon Palace alongside the tortoise minister, a smile adorning his face as he offered compliments to Xiao Yang. You are Hunyuan? Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon him, a flicker of light illuminating his eyes. During the time of sealing the gods, this Dragon King of the East Sea was Hunyuan. Yet, he had not anticipated that Hunyuan would assume this title so early on. Indeed, I am Hunyuan. Is there something amiss with my name? Hunyuan regarded Xiao Yang with a hint of confusion. Since his ascension as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he had never made an appearance in the vast wilderness. Why did the human emperor seem so familiar with his name? In response to Hunyuan's inquiry, Xiao Yang remained silent. Dragon King, I have heard that your East Sea Dragon Palace is replete with rare treasures. Might I have the privilege of witnessing them? Xiao Yang cast a glance at Hunyuan, the semblance of a smile playing upon his lips. Startled, Hunyuan quickly replied, it was my oversight. Emperor Xiao Yang, please come inside. Allow me to extend my hospitality. With a gesture of invitation, Hunyuan beckoned Xiao Yang to enter. Xiao Yang nodded slightly, refraining from further pleasantries, and stepped towards the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon entering, he beheld the palace adorned with jade railings and opulent decorations, embellished with pearls and rare materials, radiating an extraordinary splendor. After a considerable time, Xiao Yang and Ao Guang took their seats in the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. As he observed Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, a sense of unease lingered in Ao Guang's heart. Doubtedly glancing at Xiao Yang, he finally spoke it. Emperor Xiao Yang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our East Sea Dragon Palace? A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he extended his right hand, lightly tapping the table, exuding an air of pressure. After a prolonged silence, he ceased his motion, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Dragon Kingi Aoguang. It is customary for my human race to dwell by the shores of the East Sea, coexisting as neighbors with your dragon clan. While we may not speak of friendship, it should not lead us to conflict. Do you find my words to hold merit? Hearing Xiao Yang's statement, Ao Guang nodded. Indeed, he had no desire to be at odds with the human race. Excellent. It seems Dragon King Ao Guang concurs with my sentiments. Then, I must implore you to enlighten me regarding the death of one of our great Luo and several Tai in the East Sea at the hands of unknown assailants. Xiao Yang's gaze turned steely, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Even if Xiao Yang did not exert his full strength, his murderous aura was not something one could easily withstand. What? A member of the human race was slain in the East Sea? Ao Guang gasped, both from a murderous intent released by Xiao Yang and the shocking revelation he had just heard. He genuinely had not anticipated that a human had met their demise in the East Sea, and, as the Dragon King, he was entirely oblivious to this matter. Tortoise Minister. Ao Guang fixed his gaze upon the Tortoise Minister standing nearby. Understanding Ao Guang's intent, the Tortoise Minister bowed and promptly exited the Grand Hall. Please, Emperor Xiao Yang, allow me to investigate. I have dispatched the Tortoise Minister to look into this matter. Ao Guang smiled apologitali et Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. The Tortoise Minister re-entered, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Without waiting for the Tortoise Minister to speak, Ao Guang impatiently inquired, Prime Minister Turtle, have you ascertained who orchestrated this? The Prime Minister remained silent, rooted to the spot. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within Ao Guang. Just as he contemplated speaking, a voice resonated from beyond the Grand Hall. Ao Guang, a mere human has sent you into such fright. You disgrace the title of Dragon King. The voice was imbued with an ancient resonance, and even Xiao Yang could detect an aura of decay within it. A smirk played upon Xiao Yang's lips as he gazed towards the entrance of the hall, as if piercing through the wall to glimpse the speaker. If you possess such prowess, why do you not dare to present yourself before me? Very well. If you refuse to meet me, then I shall come to you. With a wave of his hand, the treasured Confronting seal materialized in his grasp. A resonant dragon's roar erupted forth. Boundless imperial dragon energy emanated from the Confronting seal, spreading outward. Golden light burst forth from the seal, seemingly infinite, illuminating the expanse for countless miles. An overwhelming influx of aquatic spiritual energy surged forth, causing the seabed to tremble. Boom! Just as Ao Guang observed the threads manifesting around Xiao Yang, he took a step forward with the Confronting seal in hand. An imposing and majestic figure materialized before Ao Guang and the others, exuding an aura of supreme authority, surrounded by 3,000 radiant halos, each seemingly containing a myriad of worlds. In that moment, Xiao Yang thrust the Confronting seal forward with a thunderous roar. It collided against the walls of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. The walls of the palace shimmered with flickering runes, attempting to harness the great formation inherent to the Dragon Palace to repel the Confronting seal. Can you truly withstand this? Xiao Yang murmured, embedding runes from his sleeve into the palace walls. It appeared they were destined to fail. A smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips as the brilliance of the Confronting seal intensified, shattering the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Chapter 71. A single finger annihilates the Dragon Clan's quasi-saint. Boom! A resounding explosion disrupted the tranquility of the sea surrounding the East Sea Dragon Palace. The impact of the Confronting seal caused the palace to collapse, reducing it to ruins. Since ancient times, the East Sea Dragon Palace had served as the ancestral palace of the dragon, housing innumerable treasures. Yet now, nothing remained. Ao Guang stood amidst a shroud of light, his expression a blend of astonishment and fury. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's protection, he would have suffered severe injury or perhaps even death. Now, with no casualties within the Dragon Palace, it could only be said that he had not yet wed the Dragon Queen. As for the guards of the palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, their deaths were inconsequential. They could always summon more later. At that moment, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from the collapsed palace, scattering the debris. A disheveled figure emerged before Xiao Yang, his face twisted with rage, harboring a murderous intent. Emperor of humanity, Xiao Yang, you dare to destroy my East Sea Dragon Palace, thus humiliating my clan. Do you not fear the unending enmity between our dragon clan and your human clan? His quasi-saintly aura erupted, displacing the surrounding waters. As his fury ignited like wildfire, this was the first instance of chaos within the Dragon Clan's stronghold since its inception. To Xiao Yang's indifferent demeanor, the anger of the Dragon Clan member was met with calm. You have slain my kin, yet you dare to threaten me? Do you truly believe my race to be weak and easily bullied? I can sense the decay emanating from you from afar. A group of decrepit, long overdue souls still dare to be arrogant before me. With that, without granting the other a chance to retort, Xiao Yang's formidable Dharma form took a step forward. Boom! The entire sea trembled, resonating with dragon roars. Imperial dragon energy coalesced into golden dragons, intertwining within the waters to form a vast domain of law. Within this domain, Xiao Yang reigned supreme. Even the tumultuous sea was subdued, falling into a hushed silence. With a single pointed finger, he directed his intent toward the figure before him. The quasi-saint of the Dragon Clan paled in terror, his eyes filled with desperation as his body quaked. Yet all was in vain. Under Xiao Yang's finger, he was reduced to ashes. Ao Guang and the Prime Minister Turtle, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. Standing atop the ruins of the Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang's expression shifted as he turned to Ao Guang and spoke. Dragon King Ao Guang, do you truly govern this dragon clan? Awakened from his daze, Ao Guang quickly bowed with respect. Emperor Xiao Yang, what commands do you have? Xiao Yang regarded him with a penetrating gaze. That individual was of your dragon clan, a remnant of the ancient lineage. When one commits a transgression, they must face the consequences. Do you not agree? A bitter expression crossed Ao Guang's face as he rasped. Emperor, Elder Ao, who acted alone. We were unaware. Moreover, with the destruction of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the death of Elder Ao, does that not suffice as a price to pay? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. Despite Ao Guang's display of grievance, he remained unmoved. That is hardly sufficient. It is merely the interest accrued. Now, I demand an explanation from the Dragon Clan. What explanation does the Emperor seek? Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The burden of Elder Ao's death weighed heavily upon him. Now, I must bear the consequences of his misdeeds. Very simply, I require the Dragon Clan to become a vassal of my race. Xiao Yang stated his intention with a calm demeanor. However, these words caused Ao Guang's countenance to shift dramatically. Behind him, the Prime Minister Turtle also displayed a look of horror. They had never anticipated Xiao Yang's audacious proposition. The notion of the Dragon Clan becoming a subordinate race to the human clan was utterly far-fetched, even during the tumultuous times of the Witch and Demon era. When the Demon Emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai led the Demon Clan to annihilate the Eastern Prince's domain, the Dragon Clan merely submitted in name, never daring to become their vassal. Yet now, Xiao Yang had the audacity to propose such a thing. It was inconceivable. Your Majesty, I could agree to different terms, but this is non-negotiable. Despite his fear of Xiao Yang, Ao Guang resolutely rejected the proposal. Should he acquiesce, he would surely be branded a traitor to the Dragon Clan. I fear that the ancestral dragon and the departed ancestors of the dragon race would be enraged enough to resurrect and deliver a severe punishment, perhaps rendering him to a fate worse than death. Since the rise of the ancestral dragon, who led the dragon race to dominate the primordial world, dragons have held their esteemed position. Even the phoenixes and Chilan tribes could only unite to resist them, although the dragon race has declined. How could they possibly accept subjugation by a race born of later creation? It is not just that he cannot agree, even if he were to acquiesce. Many within the dragon race would refuse to comply. This is not mere stubbornness or inflexibility. It is the steadfastness befitting a once mighty ancient sovereign. It is a pride that must be upheld. Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, gazed at Hunyuan with an indifferent expression. Within the realm of law, immense power bore down upon Hunyuan. Did you think I was merely negotiating with your dragon race? This is a proclamation to your lineage. Refuse to submit, and you shall perish. Hunyuan stared blankly at Xiao Yang, taken aback by his overwhelming arrogance. Indeed, though Xiao Yang is a human emperor, he is also an unparalleled force of destruction. Since his emergence in the primordial world, he has amassed countless souls under his command, including over 10 who have reached the quasi-saint realm. Being merely a great Luo golden immortal, Hunyuan lacks the capability to obstruct Xiao Yang. Just as Hunyuan was despondent and on the verge of agreeing to Xiao Yang, a gentle sigh echoed across the sea. Why must the human emperor Xiao Yang pressure the younger generation of my clan? I invite you to the Ancestral Dragon Palace for a discussion. As these words fell, a radiant light materialized not far from Xiao Yang. The waters parted under a powerful force, revealing a majestic palace adorned with vibrant hues. At last, has it appeared? A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's face. He had not anticipated that he would force the hidden stratagems of the dragon race into the open. Very well. I am eager to witness what remarkable attributes the ancient dragon lineage possesses. Fearlessly, Xiao Yang strode toward the Ancestral Dragon Palace and entered. Chapter 72, The Candle Dragon, a contest of Dao. Beneath the East Sea, in a long unvisited Ancestral Dragon Palace, today welcomed its first guest. Xiao Yang walked into the grand hall and beheld a true dragon with 10 claws reclining within. This magnificent dragon exhaled winds that turned to rain, with glimmers of light sparkling from its scales. It was said that the dragon race had fallen, yet here remained an existence such as this. Xiao Yang paused slightly, casting his gaze around the hall, and these ancient ones, steeped in decay. His words dripped with scorn and derision. The previously empty surroundings suddenly filled with over 10 figures, each adorned with dragon horns and exuding a fierce aura, all at the quasi-saint level of cultivation. Anger flared in their eyes upon hearing Xiao Yang's words. Human Emperor, how arrogant you are! My dragon race is not to be belittled by a mere human emperor. Do you seek to provoke a war between our races? The enraged voices of the dragons echoed, laden with reproach. They were figures who had thrived since the time of the ancestral dragon and had endured the brutal wars of old. In their hearts, the dragon race was their sole faith, and they would not allow Xiao Yang to belittle them. Xiao Yang paid them no mind, focusing instead on the 10-clawed true dragon. You must be the candle dragon, brother of the ancestral dragon. As his words fell, the magnificent dragon abruptly opened its eyes. The dim hall instantly brightened. Observing the candle dragon's gaze revealed a cycle of day and night within. Indeed, I am a candle dragon. How impressive, human emperor. Do you not fear that I might confine you here in the ancestral dragon palace? The candle dragon seemed to commend Xiao Yang, yet as his words concluded, a full quasi-saint aura pressed down upon Xiao Yang, enveloping the grand hall in oppressive force. Even the elder dragons found their breaths quickening, too intimidated to speak. Despite their own quasi-saint status, the chasm between ordinary quasi-saints and those who have attained full mastery was unfathomably vast. Before the candle dragon's might, Xiao Yang appeared unfazed. A serene smile graced his face as he calmly regarded the candle dragon. If you wish to detain me, then by all means, do try and see if you possess the ability to do so. The candle dragon regarded Xiao Yang in silence for a long moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall growing tense. The elder dragons fixated their gazes on Xiao Yang, envisioning the scene where the candle dragon unleashed its wrath to subdue him. Some even began to channel their powers, evidently intending to suppress Xiao Yang. At that moment, however, the candle dragon burst into hearty laughter, retracting his oppressive aura. No one could fathom his thoughts. Very well, human emperor Xiao Yang. I respect you as the sovereign of your people, so I shall disregard your earlier words. This was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill from the candle dragon, offering Xiao Yang an escape route. Xiao Yang discerned the underlying meaning in the candle dragon's words. Yet he was unwilling to simply acquiesce to the candle dragon's narrative, as it did not align with his intentions. Candle dragon, I also respect you as the brother of the ancestral dragon. The dragon race may submit to the human race. If you pledge allegiance to my clan, I shall offer the dragon race a future. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the candle dragon remained silent. However, within his gaze flickered a hint of black and white light. A subtle movement released an aura that instantly reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. Even outside the Ancestral Dragon Palace, one could feel the candle dragon's formidable presence. Ancestor, murmured Ao Guang, the East Sea Dragon King, his voice trembling with excitement. He had been born into a time when the dragon race was already in decline. During that period, the dragon race suffered tremendous losses and retreated to the Four Seas. Many of the allied scales and armor tribes rebelled, seeking to extinguish the dragon race and seize the last vestiges of its fortune. In this moment of crisis, it was the candle dragon who bravely turned the tide. With his strength alone, he vanquished the rebellious tribes, granting the dragon race a chance to breathe. Thus, for the current generation, the ancestral dragon felt like a distant legend, while the candle dragon stood vividly before them, embodying their faith and hope. Within the ancestral dragon palace, Xiao Yang faced the candle dragon's imposing aura without a trace of fear. He stepped forward, summoning his imperial form, which materialized behind him, emanating an overwhelming presence that clashed with the candle dragon's might. Around his imperial form swirled celestial rings, with vast realms, mountains, rivers, and the phantoms of humanity manifesting in succession. Come forth, it seems we must engage at last. I am eager to discover the ancient techniques of your dragon race. Xiao Yang licked his lips, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha, what audacity! Zhulong laughed heartily, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he perceived Xiao Yang's demeanor as dismissive. A radiant aura of yin and yang enveloped Zhulong, whose eyes, open to light and closed to darkness, were innately aligned with the principles of yin and yang. Currently within the ancestral dragon palace, he knew that engaging in a physical confrontation with Xiao Yang was out of the question. Hence, Zhulong resolved to utilize the yin-yang path he had cultivated to overpower and subdue Xiao Yang's way. A competition of paths, you say? Very well, let's engage earnestly. A subtle smirk graced Xiao Yang's lips. He had never considered the possibility of defeat when it came to the path he had comprehended. In a flash, a brilliant light surrounded him, causing the manifestation of the human emperor behind him to vanish. Before him, a luminous path appeared, forged from light, opening a space that led toward Zhulong's yin-yang path. Zhulong, undeterred, thought to himself that Xiao Yang's comprehension, acquired over merely a few 100,000 years, could hardly compare to his own, honed over countless years of practice. Confident in his superiority, he did not hesitate to confront Xiao Yang's path. Instantly, within the ancestral dragon palace, the two paths collided. The divine light of yin and yang, in shades of black and white, clashed against Xiao Yang's golden radiance. There was no thunderous roar, only the ethereal essence of their confrontation. At times, the black and white light would overshadow the golden glow, while at others, the golden light would prevail. The dragon elders present in the hall were transfixed, some even displaying expressions of contemplation. Chapter 73. The suppression of the path. How could this be? Zhulong's eyes revealed disbelief as he realized that his yin-yang path was merely on par with Xiao Yang's. This outcome deviated drastically from his expectations. He had anticipated that his path would effortlessly crush Xiao Yang's. What is your path? Zhulong finally inquired after a prolonged gaze at Xiao Yang. A smile adorned Xiao Yang's face as he regarded his path, softly declaring, "My path is yin and yang." As his words fell, the golden light he had summoned transformed instantly into hues of yin and yang, emanating an aura akin to Zhulong's own. Zhulong paused, stunned, as did the other dragon elders. My path is the 5 elements. Xiao Yang's yin-yang path then morphed again, becoming a splendid array of 5 colors, suffused with the essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Before Zhulong could respond, Xiao Yang's voice resonated once more. My path is the stars. The 5-element path transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars, reminiscent of those in the celestial vault. My path is thunder. My path is wind. My path is rain. With every utterance, Xiao Yang's path underwent further evolution. Thunder, wind, rain, lightning, blood, space, and various other grand paths emerged from him. The other dragon elders were left in a state of stupor, while a contemplative expression flickered in Zhu Long's eyes. What exactly is your path? As Zhu Long gazed at Xiao Yang, the latter's demeanor shifted suddenly, a resonant dragon's roar echoing around him. My path is the Imperial Dominion path. All paths lie within my grasp. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Yang's path, previously entwined with Zhu Long's Yin-Yang path, reverted to its most fundamental essence. The aura of Imperial Dominion manifested, causing Zhu Long's Yin-Yang path to tremble before him, unable to contend. Observing this scene, Zhu Long could not help but smile wryly. He shook his head, nostalgia flooding his eyes. I should have anticipated this. My elder brother, the Ancestral Dragon, is the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, while you are the sovereign of the human race. It is only natural that you walk the path of dominion. Xiao Yang did not contest Zhu Long's words. He retracted his path, maintaining an unwavering gaze upon Zhu Long. Whether the Dragon Clan submits to the human race, my patience is not boundless. With a sigh, Zhu Long regarded Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with confusion. In the past, my Dragon Clan fought against the Phoenix and Qilin clans, causing untold suffering in the primordial world, and we emerged grievously weakened. Even now, our clan bears substantial karmic burdens, with the talents of our kin dwindling, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous. Should my Dragon Clan become your human race's vassal, you too must bear our karmic debts. Otherwise, how could the demon clan's Emperor Jun possibly abandon the notion of subjugating us? His words were laden with pain and bitterness. The Dragon Clan had endured tremendous hardships, with many who survived the Great War succumbing to madness. Had it not been for this, he would not have appointed Ao Guang, one of the purest bloodlines, untouched by significant karmic entanglements, as the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with understanding as he addressed Zhu Long. What if I were to say that the human race is willing to bear the karmic burdens of the Dragon Clan? What? Zhu Long was taken aback by Xiao Yang's declaration. Once he regained his composure, he shook his head and replied, Emperor Xiao Yang, it is not that I doubt your words, but rather that you cannot fathom the enormity of the karmic ties that bind the Dragon Clan. If not for our significant karma, how could Emperor Jun possibly relinquish his ambitions? A flash of insight illuminated Xiao Yang's gaze. He waved his hand, conjuring 12 ethereal stone tablets that materialized within the ancestral dragon palace. As the 12 stone tablets appeared, they began to interlink, each one revealing images of the 12 figures: rooster, rat, pig, tiger, dragon, and so forth. Emperor Xiao Yang, what is this? Zhu Long gazed upon the 12 figures and their interconnected essences, excitement igniting in his eyes. Fortune? What is fortune? This is fortune. Zhu Long trusted his instincts. These 12 stone tablets contained a fortuitous opportunity, one that included a share for his Dragon Clan. If they could seize this chance, his intuition told him that the karmic debts of the Dragon Clan could be significantly alleviated. The surrounding dragon elders looked upon the stone tablets. While they did not share Zhu Long's clarity of perception, they too felt a spark of yearning, a visceral instinct. Xiao Yang retracted the 12 stone tablets, a smile gracing his features. I have promised to offer your Dragon Clan an opportunity in exchange for your submission to my lineage. The human race is far from as simple as you perceive. Xiao Yang's eyes held a profound meaning. Should Zhu Long remain unwilling, there was little more to be said. Without the butcher, one cannot feast upon the pig. He had his own dragons, and by bloodline, that individual bore an even purer lineage. If necessary, he could simply gather more suitable companions and forge a new Dragon Clan anew. Zhu Long, at this moment, found himself inclined to believe Xiao Yang. Yet, his eyes still bore traces of struggle. The Dragon Clan, since ancient times, has been the sovereign of the primal chaos. Even in this era of decline, he still takes pride in the glory of the Dragon Clan of yore. To demand his subservience to a mere human is a burden on his heart that he cannot easily relinquish. One stood in quiet anticipation, while the other was engulfed in inner turmoil. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until the candle dragon exhaled deeply. A flash of radiance enveloped him, and the colossal dragon form that lay in the grand hall transformed into that of a human. A middle-aged man emerged, exuding an air of authority, clad in a robe embroidered with true dragons, and approached Xiao Yang, bowing in respect, with the heavens as his witness. The candle dragon proclaimed on behalf of the Dragon Clan that from this day forth, they willingly submit to the human race, becoming their vassals for generations, never to betray. The Candle Dragon pays homage to our emperor. After the Candle Dragon made this decision, the elders of the Dragon Clan also rose, bowing before Xiao Yang. We pay homage to our emperor. In the outside world, amidst the celestial expanse, 9 thunderous roars echoed, inaudible to ordinary ears. The heavens bore witness to the veracity of the Candle Dragon's declaration. Henceforth, the destinies of the human and dragon clans would be intertwined, with the karmic threads of the Dragon Clan now intertwined with those of the human race. As the current leader of the Dragon Clan, the Candle Dragon sensed a shift in fortune. The fortunes of the Dragon Clan streamed towards the human race, while conversely, the fortunes of the human race flowed towards the Dragon Clan. He could feel that a portion of the karma borne by the Dragon Clan had been mitigated by the human race, a portion that surpassed all they had alleviated over the years. The Candle Dragon's emotions stirred, and he gazed at Xiao Yang, wishing to articulate something. Yet, the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. In that moment, Xiao Yang, with an air of mystery, spoke to the Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, if you desire the Dragon Emperor, speak your wish, and I shall present him to you. Chapter 74. The Ancestor Dragon's Pearl, the 9-clawed Thunder Dragon. Candle Dragon, if you desire the Dragon Emperor, speak your wish, and I shall present him to you. Xiao Yang's expression brightened with a smile. The mention of the Dragon Emperor sparked a glimmer of confusion in the Candle Dragon's eyes, mirrored by the bewilderment of the Dragon Clan elders within the hall. Noticing their expressions, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a bolt of electricity surged forth, revealing a large, purple egg, intermittently crackling with arcs of lightning. The Candle Dragon regarded the egg with hesitance, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it. The elders of the Dragon Clan, however, felt a weight upon their bloodlines, sensing a stagnation. This is a dragon egg entrusted to me by the Thunder God when I passed through the Thunder Marsh. Within it lies a Thunder Dragon, a 9-clawed Thunder Dragon. Xiao Yang detailed the egg's origin, word by word. What? A 9-clawed Thunder Dragon? Excitement flickered in the Candle Dragon's eyes, nearly overwhelming him. Even in the prime of the Dragon Clan, a 9-clawed Thunder Dragon was an exceedingly rare and esteemed entity. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings were each represented by a 9-clawed True Dragon. Beyond that, only he, the 10-clawed Candle Dragon, and the 12-clawed Ancestor Dragon could surpass them. Now, in this era of decline, even the purest bloodlines remaining among the Dragon Clan barely reached 5 claws. Did I hear correctly? A 9-claw? No wonder I sense a suppression in my bloodline. How wonderful. Our progeny are mostly 4-clawed. If we could have a 9-clawed Thunder Dragon, that would be magnificent. The elders of the Dragon Clan expressed their exhilaration, their eyes shining with joy. Having witnessed the glory of the Dragon Clan and its subsequent fall, none longed more fervently to restore their former splendor than they. After a prolonged moment, the Candle Dragon composed himself and turned to Xiao Yang. May I inquire, my emperor? This does not appear to be in an unhatched state, could it be? Once he regained his composure, the fully realized quasi-saint could discern that what appeared to be an eggshell was merely a manifestation of thunder, not a true eggshell. This was entirely unlike the state of normal dragon hatching, which filled the Candle Dragon with an unsettling premonition. Xiao Yang did not conceal the truth, nodding in affirmation. When the Thunder God entrusted it to me, he had been fiercely protective of it, having faced life-threatening peril together. It was this Thunder Dragon that shielded the Thunder God from fatal harm, allowing him to survive that ordeal. Yet, even the quasi-saint Thunder God could not fully rescue the Thunder Dragon. He could only encase it within the essence of thunder, hoping it would absorb the energy and awaken itself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a surge of energy erupted within the Grand Hall. Who dares to lay a hand upon our Dragon Clan? We must find them. We will not rest until we do. The elders of the Dragon Clan, their eyes ablaze with fury, clenched their teeth in determination. They had come to see this Thunder Dragon as a beacon of hope for the restoration of their former glory. Hearing that the Thunder Dragon had once been grievously wounded ignited their wrath. Even the Candle Dragon's eyes glinted with a cold light, a murderous intent enveloping him. My emperor, do you know who inflicted such injuries upon the Thunder Dragon? Xiao Yang shook his head, for he had not delved deeply into the matter. I do not know. The Thunder God never disclosed this to me. In the future, when you meet the Thunder God again, you may inquire of him then. The Candle Dragon nodded, his gaze fixed on the colossal egg, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. After a lengthy pause, his eyes finally steeled with resolve. With a decisive motion, the candle dragon summoned a massive orb into the Grand Hall. As the orb materialized, it emanated a distinct aura. The immense egg seemed to respond to the orb's presence, beginning to tremble gently. The surrounding dragon clan elders knelt partially, their eyes filled with reverence and sorrow. Gazing at the orb, Xiao Yang suddenly recalled something. Could this be the dragon pearl? Indeed, it was a dragon pearl, and it belonged to my elder brother's lineage. A hint of sorrow flashed in the candle dragon's eyes. The dragon pearl of the ancestor dragon. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yang's features. After the three clans suffered monumental defeat, their vitality deeply wounded, and having wrought great suffering upon all beings of the primordial world, the Qiankun clan retreated to the central lands, while the Phoenix clan vanished from sight. Only the ancestor dragon seemed to have sacrificed himself to repay the dragon clan's karma, disappearing entirely from the primordial realm. He had not anticipated that the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl had survived and remained in the possession of the candle dragon. If this were to be discovered by the formidable beings of the primordial world, it would surely incite chaos within the dragon clan. At that moment, Xiao Yang recalled something else and hastily inquired of the candle dragon. Among the four celestial spirits, the azure dragon is the embodiment of my elder brother, deeply intertwined with my dragon lineage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for our dragon clan to endure such heavy karma and survive. This dragon pearl is the final gift left to us by my brother before his demise. The eyes of the candle dragon shimmered with sorrow. A look of sudden realization flashed across Xiao Yang's face. So, are you now preparing to awaken the thunder dragon using the power of this ancestral dragon pearl? I must remind you of one thing. The reason the thunder dragon left the clan was due to the exclusion he faced from our kind. The candle dragon remained composed, placing the ancestral dragon pearl before the massive egg. A surge of magical energy entered the pearl. In an instant, it radiated brilliance, a milky white light penetrating the giant egg. The egg trembled, arcs of purple lightning flickering. A connection was established between the two, as if they were communicating. Regardless of the reasons for his departure, he is still a member of the dragon clan. I believe he will understand. Xiao Yang remained silent, merely observing everything unfold. Time passed slowly, and the once faint aura of the giant egg gradually intensified. Crack, crack. As the energy peaked, the egg emitted a sound of fracturing. Through the fissures, the silhouette of a diminutive thunder dragon could be discerned. Roar. I, Ao Huang, have returned. Chapter 75. The Unruly Ao Huang. What? You want me to become the new Dragon Emperor? A slightly juvenile voice resonated within the ancestral dragon palace, filled with disbelief. Indeed, as a nine-clawed thunder dragon, you must shoulder the responsibilities of our clan. At present, you are the most suitable candidate to become the Dragon Emperor. The candle dragon's eyes conveyed a hint of resignation as he gazed upon the nine-clawed thunder dragon before him, feeling somewhat powerless. Why is this? The thunder dragon, named Ao Huang, measured just over 3 meters in length, resembling a newborn dragon. To expect him to inherit the title of Dragon Emperor and lead the clan to resurgence would take an unfathomable amount of time. And time is precisely what they lacked. Originally, Ao Huang had achieved the pinnacle of the Great Tao, yet due to severe injuries, his state now resembled that of a phoenix undergoing rebirth. All his cultivation had dissipated, leaving him akin to a freshly hatched dragon. Impossible. You expel me once, and now you want me to become the Dragon Emperor? I refuse. Where is that thunder god? What about him? I nearly lost my life saving him, and he has the audacity to send me back to the clan? Ungrateful wretch. Ao Huang shook his head, his eyes filled with reluctance. Had it not been for the thunder god, who knows where he would be now? To demand he assume the role of Dragon Emperor seemed utterly absurd. The candle dragon found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ao Huang, you are gravely wounded, and the thunder god entrusted you to me. This means you ought to listen to me now. Suddenly, Xiao Yang spoke up, directing his words at Ao Huang. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Huang flicked his tail and circled around him 2 or 3 times before hovering before him. With his dragon eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, he snorted disdainfully. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Just because the thunder god entrusted me to you, does that mean I must comply? Ao Huang's words trailed off as a glimmer of fear appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yang extended a finger, pressing it against the thunder dragon's forehead. A golden light flickered from his fingertip, exuding an aura so oppressive that it distorted the surrounding space. Xiao Yang wore a serene smile. Why the silence? Please, finish your earlier statement. The Thunder Dragon, feeling the deathly aura emanating from Xiao Yang's fingertip, dared not be impertinent. He could only manage a nervous chuckle. No, I had nothing else to say. The Thunder God is truly remarkable. Being under your care is a blessing. The elder dragons, watching Huang's demeanor, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with a sense of foreboding. Enough. You must accept this title of Dragon Emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, you are a part of the Dragon Clan. And this is a burden you cannot escape, Xiao Yang said, casting a glance at Huang. Yet Huang remained silent, deeply affected by the memory of his prior exclusion from a clan. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's formidable strength, he would have outright opposed the notion. For now, silence was his only means of expressing dissent. Do you not wish to see the Dragon Clan thrive under your leadership? Consider this. If you become the Dragon Emperor, you will wield the greatest authority over the clan, compelling them to act upon your desires. Observing this, a smile crept upon Xiao Yang's face as he tempted Huang. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a glimmer of realization sparked in Huang's eyes. Indeed, how had he not considered this before? The current state of the Dragon Clan, which Candle Dragon had informed him of upon his awakening, was dire. If he were to assume the title of Dragon Emperor, he would become the most significant figure among the dragons. In that case, he could command them as he wished. The thought of a future where he would be served by beautiful dragon maidens, where all his needs would be attended to, brought a smile to his face. Observing Huang's reaction, Candle Dragon's expression darkened. Though unaware of Huang's thoughts, he could easily guess they were far from virtuous. This made him regret acting hastily and not being more prudent. Huang, suddenly awakened to the moment, noticed the hesitation on Candle Dragon's face and felt a surge of urgency. Fine, I will accept the title of Dragon Emperor. From this day forth, the entire clan shall be known as Huang. Come forth and pay your respects to your emperor, Huang declared, swaying his dragon body towards the assembly of elder dragons. The elder dragons exchanged glances, their eyes turning towards Candle Dragon. Sighing, Candle Dragon acknowledged. I have seen the Dragon Emperor, Huang. With a soft sigh, he bowed to Huang. We have encountered the Dragon Emperor, Huang. The elder dragons followed suit, bowing to Huang. Observing the spectacle, a smile spread across Xiao Yang's face. Excellent. The position of Dragon Emperor is secured. The Dragon Clan is now stable. Suddenly, Xiao Yang recalled a piece of news from his past life concerning the Dragon Clan. He turned his gaze to Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, the new generation of dragons is quite scarce, isn't it? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, Candle Dragon nodded, a trace of concern in his eyes. You speak the truth. Due to the burden of karma, it has become increasingly difficult for the Dragon Clan to produce offspring, and the bloodlines are becoming more and more mixed. What if I could find a way to restore the dragon bloodline, and even produce more dragons? A contemplative expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he addressed the Candle Dragon. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their attention towards him. The Candle Dragon took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Xiao Yang. If your majesty possesses a means to aid the Dragon Clan, then I, Candle Dragon, shall be your most loyal subordinate for eternity, never to betray, even unto death. I would willingly go. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve. The elders of the Dragon Clan beside him also offered their respects to Xiao Yang. Their previous reluctance to submit to the human race had diminished significantly due to the reduction of karmic ties. However, if Xiao Yang truly had a way to assist the Dragon Clan, they would wholeheartedly embrace it. Huang, the newly appointed Dragon Sovereign, also gazed at Xiao Yang. His willingness to accept the title of Dragon Sovereign was not solely due to Xiao Yang's compelling words, but also because he was of dragon lineage himself. Despite any past grievances, that bond remained unbreakable. Furthermore, he had lived during the era of the Ancestor Dragon's supremacy and yearned to restore the Dragon Clan to its former glory. Brother, I acknowledge you as my elder brother. If you indeed possess a solution, please help the Dragon Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang looked at Candle Dragon and the others, recalling the human race's journey from weakness to a position of dominance. A smile gradually emerged on his face. Chapter 76, The Shattering of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. The transformation at the Dragon Gate. Regardless of whether it is the ancient three clans or the myriad races of today, Bloodlines are revered above all. Since the current dragon clan's bloodline pales in comparison to its former glory, why not seek ways to elevate it? In the halls of the Ancestor Dragon Palace, Xiao Yang's voice resounded, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Upon hearing this, Candle Dragon's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. This is a notion we have contemplated, but we have yet to find a suitable solution. Xiao Yang nodded, understanding their plight. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would not be troubled by this matter. Since I have spoken thus, I naturally possess a resolution. All eyes turned to Xiao Yang, filled with hope. The Dragon Clan's close ties to the Ancestor Dragon and the fact that the Ancestor Dragon Pearl still resided within their grasp presented a potential avenue. If so, why not utilize the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to enhance our bloodline? Candle Dragon's eyes glimmered with excitement at Xiao Yang's words. Are you suggesting? Xiao Yang nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. The Ancestor Dragon is the progenitor of the Dragon Clan. Thus, his pearl undoubtedly holds remarkable powers. By awakening the energies within the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to resonate with our bloodlines, we may elevate our very essence. He paused, allowing Candle Dragon and the others to contemplate. In the vast wilderness, aside from the true dragons, there are numerous races that share the dragon bloodline. If we can harness the power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl to fully awaken their latent dragon blood, the numbers of our kin will surely increase. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders of the Dragon Clan were ignited with enthusiasm. Indeed, how could I not have considered this approach? This is our Dragon Clan's fortune. With this method, a day of glory may yet return for us. This is all thanks to your majesty, or else we would remain oblivious to such a solution. Candle Dragon felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a burgeoning Dragon Clan. After a long moment, he inhaled deeply and bowed once more to Xiao Yang. Thank you, your majesty, for your guidance. This kindness shall never be forgotten by the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yang reached out to assist Candle Dragon to his feet, a smile illuminating his face. There is no need for such formality, as your clan has become a vassal to my people. Enhancing your strength simultaneously bolsters that of the human race. As long as I am here, your clan shall not be neglected. Hearing these words, Candle Dragon waved his hand, and the Ancestor Dragon Pearl floated before Xiao Yang. With sincerity in his gaze, Candle Dragon looked at Xiao Yang. Your majesty, you who proposed this method, are surely more adept at wielding the power of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Please lend your strength to our Dragon Clan. Without further ado, Xiao Yang accepted the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. His consciousness surged into the pearl, and the vast essence of the Dragon Clan emanated from within. He sensed an overwhelming legacy of the Dragon Clan and a feeble, lingering will. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Indeed, the Ancestor Dragon would not have left behind the pearl without contingencies. With clarity, Xiao Yang understood the nature of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. He waved his hand, and imperial dragon energy swirled around him. Raising his palm, a blaze of imperial flame ignited within. As he placed the Ancestor Dragon Pearl within the flames, subjecting it to their searing heat, Candle Dragon retrieved the celestial treasures and divine materials preserved by your clan. Without hesitation, Candle Dragon complied, even as he witnessed the Ancestor Dragon Pearl enduring Xiao Yang's refinement. Having entrusted the future of the Dragon Clan to Xiao Yang, he harbored no doubts. There was no need for skepticism. Soon, Candle Dragon returned with a plethora of celestial treasures and divine materials. Even Xiao Yang, upon seeing these offerings, could not help but exclaim in awe. The items Candle Dragon brought forth included countless celestial gold and divine copper, some of which he had only heard of in tales, never before seen. Even the human race, having triumphed over numerous tribes in blood-soaked battles, could not compare to the wealth Candle Dragon presented. Truly, the Dragon Clan was deserving of its status as one of the three ancient powers of the wilderness. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yang channeled his energy, casting the celestial gold and divine copper into the flames. As time passed, these materials began to melt, their impurities dissipating into black smoke. The remaining liquid amalgamated into a vibrant, multicolored orb. At this juncture, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl began to soften, the essence of the Dragon Clan wafting forth. Xiao Yang infused this essence into the vibrant orb, which began to transform. Gradually, it coalesced, ultimately taking the form of a true dragon. However, this dragon was devoid of consciousness, appearing lifeless. Suddenly, the ancestor dragon pearl shattered completely, unleashing the vast essence of the dragons contained within. Some of this essence transformed into dragons, emitting roars, while others remained inert, akin to stones, offering no response. Almost there, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he withdrew the hand that had ignited the imperial flames, allowing the fire to burn freely in the air, purging the impurities from the liquid and even from the vast dragon essence. Indeed, Xiao Yang firmly believes that even the quasi-saints possess inherent limitations. The same applies to this vibrant, multicolored liquid. As time progressed, Xiao Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. He began to weave intricate hand seals, conjuring a multitude of runes that danced around him. With a sweeping gesture, he infused these runes into the liquid. Simultaneously, his consciousness surged forth, causing the liquid to shape itself into a tangible form. Soon, an archway materialized before the onlookers. Xiao Yang raised his hand, pouring the boundless essence of the ancestral dragon's pearl into the archway. This force was welcomed by the archway without reservation, as it absorbed the dragon's essence. The once smooth surface of the archway began to reveal intricate markings, resembling runes and images. Ultimately, two 12-clawed divine dragons coalesced above the archway, with a pearl-shaped orb nestled between them. Once everything was complete, a unique aura emanated from the archway. Upon sensing this aura, a wave of yearning surged within the hearts of the Dragon Clan elders. Save for the Zhulong, it was finally finished. From this point forth, those of dragon lineage could transform into dragons simply by passing through this portal. Thus, this gateway was named the Dragon Gate. Chapter 77, Entering the Dragon Gate. A.O. Huang's Transformation. This gate shall be called the Dragon Gate, within the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang supported the archway, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. As his words fell, the archway seemed to possess a spirit of its own, inscribing the characters for Dragon Gate directly at its center. Ha ha, splendid. A.O. Huang, since you have chosen to become the Dragon Emperor, you must possess strength. The Dragon Gate has emerged, so come and test its efficacy. Xiao Yang's laughter boomed as his gaze fixated on A.O. Huang. Taking a deep breath, A.O. Huang felt no fear, but rather an eagerness to try. Very well, let me test the power of the Dragon Gate. Upon hearing A.O. Huang's declaration, Xiao Yang offered no further words. He simply tossed the Dragon Gate into the air, where it floated above the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Without hesitation, A.O. Huang flicked his tail, propelling himself toward the Dragon Gate. As he approached, an immense pressure descended upon him. This oppressive force made it difficult for him to breathe, as though he were mired in a quagmire, each movement a monumental task. In just a few dozen steps, he found his strength utterly depleted. Still some distance from the Dragon Gate. I am the Dragon Emperor. How could I fail to pass through a mere Dragon Gate? If I cannot conquer this, how can I lead the Dragon Clan back to glory? A fierce determination ignited in A.O. Huang's eyes, and with a mighty roar, an unknown power erupted from within him. He charged toward the Dragon Gate. Beneath the weight of the pressure, A.O. Huang felt his bones creaking, as if protesting against his reckless action. His dragon scale shattered. Blood gushed forth from the ruptures, and in some areas, even flesh vanished, revealing his dragon bones. He sensed his consciousness fading, yet none of this deterred his resolve to pass through the Dragon Gate. Finally, battered and bruised, A.O. Huang approached the Dragon Gate, pushing his body through. Just as A.O. Huang's dragon head breached the threshold, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from the gate. A phantom dragon materialized before him. At the sight of this dragon apparition, Zhulong trembled. Brother. Indeed, the dragon apparition bore 12 claws, embodying the essence of the ancestral dragon. This spectral figure seemed to possess awareness. It gazed at Zhulong with a hint of compassion, at Xiao Yang with gratitude, and at A.O. Huang with reassurance. Perhaps the Dragon Clan would not fall into complete decline after all. The day would come when they would reclaim their glory. Seemingly resolute, the ancestral dragon's apparition cast a lingering glance around before transforming into a beam of light that entered A.O. Huang's body. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated from within A.O. Huang. In the blink of an eye, his form rapidly expanded, his aura intensifying. Celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, ultimately reaching the perfected realm of great Luo golden immortal. A flash of light illuminated the space as Huang transcended the dragon gate, his inflated form vanishing, leaving behind a tall silhouette. This figure, with a countenance like jade and a regal posture, radiated the formidable presence of a dragon emperor. Huang opened his eyes, surveying Zhu Long and the others. From this day forth, I, Huang, shall be the dragon emperor of the dragon clan. I shall inherit the will of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon and vow to lead the dragon clan back to glory. Boom, boom, boom. The primordial heavens bore witness, and thunder roared across the nine skies, affirming Huang's proclamation. Although Huang had previously claimed the title of Dragon Emperor, he had not formally declared it to the heavens. Now, having received the Ancestral Dragon's gift, he officially announced his ascension. With this declaration, the fortunes of the Dragon Clan converged upon Huang. Behind him, countless phantoms of dragons emerged, embodying the essence of the Dragon Clan. The boundless aura of the Dragon Clan fused into Huang, bestowing upon him a unique and unparalleled presence as the Dragon Emperor. Zhu Long pays homage to the Dragon Emperor. Zhu Long respectfully bowed to Huang. Though he was the brother of the Ancestral Dragon within the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor held absolute authority. Even he could not defy the commands of the Dragon Emperor. We bow before the Dragon Emperor. The other Dragon Clan elders also bowed in unison, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, devastation reigned, just as Huang felt anxious. The formal recognition of Huang as the Dragon Emperor by Zhu Long and the others reached him. As the Eastern Sea Dragon King, he sensed Huang's presence, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor, is it? Very well. In the future, the Dragon Emperor will oversee our actions. Guang, pay my respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Guang bowed toward the direction of the Ancestral Dragon Palace. The Dragon Kings of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea followed suit, honoring the newly appointed Dragon Emperor. Thus, Huang's position within the Dragon Clan was firmly established. At that moment, just as Huang intended to speak to Xiao Yang, his expression suddenly shifted. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting out of the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang also vanished in a flash of light. Above the Eastern Sea, Suiren led the demon-slaying army to the scene. Before he could utter a word, Huang surged forth from the water, confronting Suiren and the others. Dragon Clan, where's our emperor? Suiren regarded Huang, his gaze icy and resolute. Are you the Suiren of the human race? Huang did not respond to Suiren's words, but rather gazed at him with curiosity. Dragon Clan, I ask you once more, where is my royal sovereign? Suiren fixed his gaze on Huang, his aura of quasi-saint power radiating outward, pressing down upon Huang. Huang felt the space around him solidify. What is so impressive? If I weren't injured, would you even dare to show off? A hint of indignation flickered in Huang's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Suiren's gaze revealed a trace of impatience. You are courting death. With a wave of his hand, an indomitable flame ignited around him, swiftly staining half the sky crimson. To Suiren, Huang was merely an ordinary great Luo golden immortal, and the death of one such being was inconsequential. Wow, are you serious? Big brother, if you don't come to save your little brother soon, he might just be done for. Huang exclaimed, observing Suiren's actions. Suiren extinguished the eternal flame. This is the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan shall henceforth be a vassal of my human race. Chapter 78. The three immortal isles in the vast expanse of the East Sea, the boundless azure surface was dotted with islands, resembling stars scattered across the sky. These islands were bizarre and teeming with exotic beasts, rivaling even the primordial continent. At that moment, a streak of golden light swept across the horizon. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared in midair. It was Xiao Yang. Nearly a century had passed since he subdued the Dragon Clan and established Hunyuan as its emperor. During this time, the Dragon Clan continued to govern the four seas, while the human race made its foray into the East Sea. Numerous large islands had human cities constructed upon them, and vast overseas resources were harvested, hastening the growth of a new generation of humanity. Yet Xiao Yang, who was supposed to return to preside over the ancestral grounds of the human race, was instead captivated by the legends of three hidden immortal isles in the East Sea. He was determined and chose to remain in the East Sea rather than return. Thus began a search that spanned nearly 100 years. Xiao Yang scoured the entire East Sea, and just when he thought his efforts were in vain, he finally made a discovery. Suspended in midair, a golden divine light flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the visage of the human emperor materialized, and streams of imperial dragon energy swirled around him, echoing like dragon roars. What had once been an empty space, devoid of any anomalies, now rippled with waves, as if circles of disturbance spread outward. A gray mist drifted forth from the ripples. Xiao Yang extended his hands toward the mist and tore at it. The sound of fabric being ripped echoed, and an endless brilliance surged forth from the mist, expanding to thousands of feet high. As Xiao Yang looked on, 3 islands, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, appeared before him. Could this be the 3 immortal isles? Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhong. Xiao Yang gazed upon these 3 islands, his eyes glimmering with wonder. According to legends from his past life, these islands were fragments created from the chaos that shattered during Panga's creation of the world. Moreover, these islands were not stationary in the East Sea. They wandered ceaselessly. Each island was cloaked in a great array, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their locations. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang summoned the fabled artifact, the Confronting seal. Channeling his immense power into the seal, boundless imperial dragon energy coalesced upon it. The Confronting seal, originally no larger than a palm, rapidly expanded, resembling a great mountain as it descended upon the 3 islands. Boom! The waters surrounding the islands surged, creating towering waves. In the next moment, the gray mist that enveloped the 3 islands dissipated. I have arrived. A divine light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes as his figure transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the islands. In the blink of an eye, he set foot upon one of the islands. As he did, a name surfaced in his mind. This island was indeed Penglai. It was a true paradise. Even Kunlun paled in comparison. On the island, primordial spiritual energy wafted like misty rain, and under the sun's rays, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated forth. Countless rare herbs and extraordinary treasures unfolded before him in a breathtaking spectacle. Moreover, within the primordial spiritual energy, traces of untransformed, chaotic energy mingled. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spiritual energy was several times greater. Let me see what treasures this island holds. With that thought, Xiao Yang began to scour the treasures of Penglai Island. A primordial low-grade spiritual root, the purple crystal apple. What a fine treasure. Starlight gold as well. Tai gold, Mother Earth stone, heavenly spirit grapes. Such a plethora of primordial spiritual roots and divine materials. Xiao Yang was nearly overwhelmed. Initially, he picked up each item one by one, but soon he grew weary of the tediousness and utilized his divine sense in conjunction with his power to form a great hand, gathering all the spiritual roots and divine materials within his sensing range. Thus, Xiao Yang swiftly arrived at the center of Penglai Island. Beneath a misty aura, a vast water pool shimmered with a milky white radiance. Merely being enveloped by this glow instilled a sense of tranquility within him, as if it could cleanse the heart and purify all impurities. This is the 3-light divine water, forming a water pool spanning a myriad of miles. And there, in the center, was a white lotus flower. The 3-light divine water is one of the renowned divine waters of the primordial era. The heavens possess 3 treasures: the sun, moon, and stars. The 3-light divine water is composed of sunlight, divine water, moonlight, divine water, and starlight, divine water. The golden sunlight, divine water, can erode blood and flesh. The silver moonlight, divine water, can corrode the soul, and the purple starlight, divine water, can devour true spiritual consciousness. It is indeed highly toxic. However, when these 3 divine waters are combined to form the 3-light divine water, they can counteract all poisons. He possessed a few drops of 3-light divine water as a reserve. After all, who knows when one might be injured? Yet, even he only had a few hundred drops, far from the vast pool of 3-light divine water before him. Not to mention, even those saints would scarcely possess such an abundance of the divine water. But that was not what caught his attention the most. What he valued more was the cluster of white lotus flowers in the water pool. The outermost white lotus flowers bloomed at the 3rd grade, numbering around 100. The next layer, blooming at the 6th grade, had about 40 to 50 flowers, while the innermost layer, blooming at the 9th grade, contained around 10 flowers. At the very core, there was a single white lotus flower blooming at the 12th grade. Xiao Yang raised his hand, and the 12th grade white lotus flower flew directly from the center of the lake into his grasp. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. Indeed, it is the pure world white lotus, transformed from one of the 5 lotus seeds of the chaotic azure lotus. I never anticipated it would manifest upon the shores of Penglai Island. Legend has it that the chaotic azure lotus, which nurtured Pangu, shattered during the creation of the world. The fragments of the azure lotus evolved into the myriad innate spiritual treasures of the present primordial realm. Among the 5 lotus seeds of the chaotic azure lotus, one transformed into the creation azure lotus, which was acquired by the 3 purities, manifesting as the dragon head staff, the jade rui, and the Qingping sword. Another became the destructive black lotus possessed by Rahu, while one turned into the merit golden lotus held by Jane, and yet another into the fiery red lotus wielded by the river of oblivion. The last lotus seed has now transformed into the pure world white lotus before Xiao Yang. In his previous life, this pure world white lotus had never emerged. He did not anticipate its appearance on Penglai Island. This pure world white lotus, blooming in 12 grades, possesses the ability to suppress fortune, eradicate inner demons, and resist all forms of intrusion, categorizing it as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Gazing upon the pure world white lotus and the pool of 3 light divine water, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Chapter 79, Abbot of the Immortal Island, the Celestial Tree of Heaven. At the heart of Penglai Island, Xiao Yang found himself deep in thought. Confronted by the vast pool of 3 light divine water and the pure world white lotus within it. The 3 light divine water can dispel all poisons and is considered a premier healing elixir of the primordial realm. Furthermore, it can be combined with the creation blood pool to enhance its efficacy. With the endless reproduction of the human race in the future, this vast pool of 3 light divine water will ensure that the creation blood pool never lacks its essence. Thus, how could we deny our human race the opportunity to thrive? Moreover, with the pure world white lotus in mind, after considerable contemplation, Xiao Yang reached a resolution. In the past, one could only generate the 3 light divine water through natural phenomena or by relying on spiritual treasures capable of condensing it. Since the 3 light divine water can form a vast pool on Penglai Island, it stands to reason that as long as the spiritual energy remains abundant, the 3 light divine water can continuously emerge. With a continuous supply of the 3 light divine water, the pure world white lotus can thrive in the pool. These 2 inexhaustible treasures could provide a significant foundation for the human race. Therefore, it became necessary to station someone on Penglai Island. Merely setting up a grand formation would not suffice to assuage his concerns. Suddenly, Xiao Yang thought of Kong Xian and Jin Peng, whom he had taken as attendants. Both are sons of the primordial phoenix. One possesses the innate essence of the 5 elements, while the other holds the innate essence of yin and yang. If they were to guard Penglai Island, it would be the most suitable arrangement. With that thought, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. He tore the fabric of space before him, revealing a void. Through this void, he could vaguely discern the land of the human race. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, hasten to my side. Through the void, Xiao Yang sent out his summons. Soon, 2 streaks of light crossed through the void and arrived beside him. Xiao Yang waved his hand, restoring the torn space to its original state. Your Majesty, is this the 3 light divine water? The vast pool of 3 light divine water. And is that the pure world white lotus? Kong Xian, sensing the immense primordial spiritual energy more potent than that of the outside world, displayed a look of confusion. Upon seeing the vast pool of 3 light divine water and the 12th grade pure world white lotus, he gasped in astonishment, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. This is Penglai Island among the 3 immortal islands. As you can see, the vast 3 light divine water and the pure world white lotus reside here. Thus, I require you and Jin Peng to guard this place. Xiao Yang understood Kong Xian's shock, for he too had been taken aback by this scene. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With us here, we will not allow anyone to trespass upon Penglai Island. Kong Xian suppressed his astonishment and bowed to Xiao Yang, with Jin Peng mirroring his sentiment. In Jin Peng's eyes sparkled a hint of excitement. The 12-grade Pure World White Lotus, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, held no connection to him. But within the pool also lay the 9-grade and 6-grade Pure World White Lotuses. Surely, he would be able to obtain them in due time. Xiao Yang noticed the glimmer in Jin Peng's gaze and beckoned with his hand. 2 9-grade Pure World White Lotuses floated before Kong Xian and Jin Peng as my attendants, entrusted with guarding Penglai Island. These 2 9-grade Pure World Lotuses shall serve as your reward. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous bestowal. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng revealed expressions of joy. They accepted the 9-grade Pure World Lotuses without hesitation. After all, once they refined these 9-grade Pure World Lotuses into spiritual treasures, they would become superior innate spiritual treasures. In the primordial realm, any superior innate spiritual treasure is a rare find, something they certainly desired. There is no need for excessive courtesy. You serve me, and this is your rightful due. On Penglai Island, there exists the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and a pool of 3 light divine water. Come with me to Fangzhong and Yingzhou. They should not differ greatly. With these words, Xiao Yang transformed into a beam of golden light, heading toward the island of Fangzhong on the left of Penglai. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances and followed closely behind. Soon, the 3 arrived upon this island, learning that it was named Fangzhong, unlike the flatness of Penglai Island. Fangzhong Island was dominated by towering mountains with cliffs soaring into the sky. Between the mountains, primordial spiritual energy liquefied into rivers, rushing ceaselessly. Rare and exotic herbs, along with divine materials, were in abundance. Having already gathered treasures from Penglai Island, Xiao Yang was not concerned. His focus lay on the island's significant treasures. He directly tore through space, bringing Kong Xian and Jin Peng to the very center of Fangzhong Island. Here, 2 notable items awaited. One was another pool, but this one was only about 10 feet in diameter. The water appeared grayish, with wisps of mist swirling about. Xiao Yang scanned the pool with his divine sense, his eyes revealing understanding. Despite its modest size, the water contained extraordinary properties, even surpassing that of the 3 light divine water. After all, it was condensed from chaotic energy. This water could transform into chaotic spiritual liquid. With this chaotic spiritual liquid, if properly harnessed, acquired earthly roots could reverse their nature and become innate roots. If sufficient chaotic spiritual liquid were present, innate roots could evolve into chaotic roots. Of course, this modest quantity of chaotic spiritual liquid could not achieve such a transformation. The other item was a colossal tree, standing majestically. This tree was peculiar, with a trunk devoid of branches, entirely purple in hue, adorned with irregular patterns that exuded a unique charm. At its summit, 9 serpentine branches twisted gracefully, with azure leaves resembling elegant umbrellas. Among them, there were even black flowers and yellow fruits. The roots, 9 in total, twisted and coiled as if a true dragon lay prostrate on the ground, emanating an ancient aura. Gazing upon this enormous tree, Xiao Yang felt a sense of wonder. In his previous life, he had encountered descriptions of such a tree. There is a tree, shaped like an ox, adorned with a skin-like texture, akin to a yellow serpent. Its leaves resemble those of the lotus, while its essence mirrors that of the linden. In the realm of ancient lore, there exists a tree described in poetic verses. It possesses green leaves and purple stems, adorned with golden fruits, yet is devoid of branches, standing tall with 9 layers and 9 thorns below. This majestic tree is known as the Jinmu, or the world tree of the primordial wilderness. Xiao Yang holds within his grasp a seed of this world tree, a symbol of ancient power. Though the primordial era is dominated by the towering Mount Buzhou, formed from the spine of Pangu, the Jinmu remains obscure, concealed upon the Fangzhong Island. While the primordial world may not require the Jinmu for humanity, particularly for Xiao Yang, its significance is profound. The Jinmu stands as a bridge between realms. Who shall traverse the heavens and the abyss when the time comes? This situation grows ever more intriguing. A souple smile gratting Xiao Yang's lips. Chapter 80. Huangzhong Li of Yingzhou in the East Sea, on the Fangzhong Island. Xiao Yang gazes at the Jinmu, his expression revealing an enigmatic contemplation. This epoch is a battleground for the Wu and Yao tribes. Yet, once both tribes suffer mutual destruction and exit the stage of the primordial world, humanity shall inevitably rise to claim its dominion over the ancient lands. Currently, humanity's presence is confined to the shores of the East Sea, but their influence will soon permeate every corner of the primordial expanse, including the celestial realms. To traverse from the ancient earth to the primordial starry skies, one must brave the treacherous winds and tumultuous storms of the nine heavens. The perils are immense. Even the Luo Jingxian would struggle to navigate these celestial expanses without the protection of divine treasures. However, with the Jianmu in hand, the circumstances alter dramatically. As the world tree of the primordial realm, the Jianmu's paramount function is to connect heaven and earth, rendering the ferocious elements of thunder and fire impotent against it. Humanity may utilize the Jianmu to traverse freely between the terrestrial and celestial realms. Yet, such actions would undoubtedly incite the ire of many who would oppose humanity's ascension in the primordial world, particularly in their expansion across both land and sky. The sole means of thwarting this would be to sever the Jianmu, creating an abyss of separation. This is precisely why Xiao Yang pondered who would be the first to take such a leap. Kong Xian and Jin Peng stand silently behind him, their gazes filled with awe as they regard the Jianmu. Over the years spent alongside Xiao Yang, they have encountered a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. Your Majesty, why do I sense a striking resemblance between this Jianmu and the aura I felt at Mount Buzhou? Kong Xian inquires, perplexed. For reasons unknown, he perceives an uncanny similarity in both essence and presence between the Jianmu and the sacred mountain. Kong Xian, as you know, Mount Buzhou is formed from Pangu's spine, serving as the pillar that bears heaven and earth. The Jianmu possesses a comparable function, Xiao Yang elucidates. I was once concerned about how humanity would advance into the primordial starry skies, but now a solution has presented itself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, an expression of realization dawns upon Kong Xian. Observing this, Xiao Yang smiles gently. He does not mind offering guidance to Kong Xian, for as an attendant to the Emperor of Humanity, there is much for him to learn. Xiao Yang gestures, casting symbols towards the Jianmu, which seamlessly integrate into its being. With a swift motion, he reduces the Jianmu to the size of his palm, rendering it invisible to Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Let us proceed. Having witnessed Peng Lai and Fan Zhong, I find myself increasingly curious about the Yingzhou of the three immortal islands. As his words linger in the air, Xiao Yang's figure dissipates like mist, as if he had never been present. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchange glances before hastily following suit. Soon, the trio arrives at Yingzhou Island, which bears similarity to the previous two islands. The ground is adorned with various celestial treasures and divine herbs, while wisps of white clouds converge into the heart of the island. Radiant glimmers of yellow and azure emanate from within the clouds, enveloping the central area. Paying little heed to the divine flora, Xiao Yang swiftly reaches the heart of Yingzhou Island, discovering the Huangzhong Li, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. To his astonishment, he finds this precious entity nestled within the three immortal islands, a testament to the fortuitous nature of the island formed from the fragments of chaos. The Huangzhong Li is no ordinary spiritual root, as one of the finest among the primordial treasures. It rivals the ginseng fruit of Zenyuanzi and the peach of immortality from the Queen Mother of the West. Just a single Huangzhong Li fruit can elevate a mortal to the realm of the Luo Jingxian. Though its consumption may hinder further cultivation, it remains a remarkable boon within the primordial realm. However, for Xiao Yang, its utility is limited. As he reflects on the bounty of his journey to the three immortal islands, his heart races with excitement. The treasures he has accrued are plentiful. The divine waters of the three lights alone are enough to bring him joy, not to mention the purity of the white lotus and the Jianmu. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang surveys the somewhat dispersed three immortal islands, furrowing his brow. After all, only Kong Xian and Jin Peng remain to guard these lands. It seems I have been somewhat remiss in my considerations. Entrusting 3 islands to just the 2 of you may be unwise, he remarks. Jin Peng, unfazed, boasts, Your Majesty. Fret not. Should there be 3 islands, or even dozens more, my speed shall suffice to protect them all. He thumps his chest, affirming his confidence. Xiao Yang's lips twitch slightly as he shifts his gaze between Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Why is it that, although both are offspring of the Yuan Feng, their capabilities differ so greatly? Kong Xian casts a sidelong glance at Jin Peng before bowing to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, rest assured, the islands are protected by formations, and we shall manage. Xiao Yang's brow furrows, a look of contemplation settling upon him. I have an idea. Seeing his resolute expression, Kong Xian and Jin Peng gaze at him with curiosity. With a flourish, Xiao Yang summons the Kong Tong seal, which materializes before him, channeling his power into it. The seal radiates brilliance as the sound of dragon roars echoes forth. The imperial dragon energy envelopes Xiao Yang, imbuing him with an air of unparalleled authority. The manifestation of the human emperor's form appears behind him, exuding a majestic presence. As Xiao Yang concentrates, the human emperor's form approaches, merging with his being, awakening something profound within him. Before our eyes, a magnificent crown-like robe adorned Xiao Yang, embellished with intricate and profound patterns, emanating an aura of the extraordinary. His eyes, shimmering with golden light, deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. With a gentle exhale, he bellowed, "Heaven and earth, come forth." Instantly, his body surged in size, ascending into the air, where he gazed upon Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, reaching out towards them. Chapter 81. The Three Talents Formation. Fortune, sign in. In the East Sea, amidst the mystical realm of the Three Immortals Island, Xiao Yang radiated with imperial dragon energy, transforming into a dragon form, emitting a resounding roar. At that moment, upon invoking the grand power of heaven and earth, his hands overshadowed the cosmos, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. He grasped both Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island in his hands, lifting them effortlessly without any sign of disturbance. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his immense power, unleashing astonishing strength from his arms. The ground trembled with thunderous roars as both islands shook violently, as though they were on the brink of being uprooted. At that moment, the skies above erupted with thunderous roars, dark clouds converging ominously. Purple lightning danced amidst the gathering storm. The ominous rumble echoed as a warning to Xiao Yang. Yet, he paid no heed to the threat, exerting his strength to seize both islands. This audacity incited the wrath of the storm. Crack! A cacophony of thunderclaps crackled like roaring dragons, hurling towards Xiao Yang in a relentless barrage. The violet luminescence coalesced into a unified force, never relenting. Explosions resonated, engulfing the surroundings in clouds of dust, obscuring the unfolding events. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, Xiao Yang emerged before the onlookers. Arcs of electricity still flickering across his shoulders, yet he bore no injuries. The swirling storm clouds above seemed provoked, continuously thickening. Xiao Yang glanced upwards, his eyes reflecting impatience. Initially expecting a brief skirmish, he was taken aback by the escalating storm, the lightning morphing from pale blue to a deep purple hue. "Disperse," he bellowed, summoning the Kong Tong seal that materialized before him. As the resonant dragon roars echoed, 9 golden true dragons emerged from the seal, their eyes sparkling with life, resembling true dragons. With an earth-shaking roar, they surged towards the dark clouds. Boom! Thunder rumbled as the 9 true dragons penetrated the storm, flickering in and out of visibility, engaging in a fierce struggle against the lightning. After a prolonged clash, the storm clouds dissipated, revealing the 9 golden dragons displaying their majesty in the sky. With a thought, Xiao Yang commanded the 9 dragons to merge back into the Kong Tong seal. Then, grasping Fangzhong and Yingzhou Islands, he approached Penglai Island, positioning the islands at either side. He gestured, golden runes materializing before him, merging into the 3 islands, each emanating distinct yet interdependent energies. Having concluded his task, Xiao Yang relinquished the grand power of heaven and earth, returning to his usual demeanor. Gongxuan, Jinpeng, I have established the 3 talents formation upon the 3 Immortals Islands. You must guard these lands diligently, he declared, his gaze fixed upon them. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my brother and I shall vigilantly protect the 3 Immortals Islands, Kong Xian assured solemnly, with Jin Peng nodding in agreement, his demeanor equally earnest. Xiao Yang acknowledged them with a nod, gently touching their foreheads. After completing these arrangements, he transformed into a beam of golden light, departing towards the shores of the East Sea. His voice echoed behind him. As you guard the 3 Immortals Islands, focus on your cultivation. The Tao of the Great Luo is still insufficient. strive to attain the realm of the Hunyuan golden immortal. Kong Xian and Jin Peng clenched their fists, aware of their noble lineage as sons of the phoenix, their talents among the elite of the primordial world. Yet, as attendants to Xiao Yang, they felt impotent to assist him, a humbling blow to their pride. Let us cultivate diligently and reach the Hunyuan golden immortal realm swiftly. We must not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. Kong Xian encouraged, clapping Jin Peng on the shoulder. Jin Peng nodded, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Brother speaks wisely. Our devotion to His Majesty must translate into our efforts in cultivation. With resolute hearts, they set off towards Penglai Island to select a location for their future abode. Meanwhile, upon departing the realm of the three Immortals Islands, Xiao Yang tore through space, returning to the ancestral grounds of the human race by the East Sea. Sitting in the hall where he typically practiced, he reflected on the events of recent days. After a prolonged contemplation, his thoughts shifted. A radiant, seven-colored light, imperceptible to the outside world, manifested before him, swiftly expanding into a vibrant veil. Host, Xiao Yang, identity, human race's fortune golden dragon. Emperor of the human race, fortune level 5, realm, late semi-saint, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can command the power of all humanity. Cultivation, every thought and sword can create the heavens. Divine essence body, refining scripture, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can learn all human cultivation techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items, post-heaven merit spiritual treasure creation whip, fortune supreme treasure Kongtong seal. Complete array of teleportation arrays, fortune sign-in count. 1. Human fortune has risen, allowing for a sign-in opportunity. Indeed, Xiao Yang had another opportunity to sign in for fortune. Ever since he subdued the Dragon Clan and appointed Ao Huang as the new Dragon Emperor, human fortune had surged once more. Particularly after imparting the 12 earthly branches cultivation method, the human fortune level had escalated to level 5, granting him a sign-in chance. System, initiate fortune sign-in. Xiao Yang commanded as he observed the system interface. You have consumed one fortune sign-in opportunity. Initiating fortune sign-in for you. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the Beast Pavilion, Heaven Array Pavilion, and Six Arts Pavilion. Beast Pavilion, belonging to the celestial realm of the vast universe, is a sanctuary for nurturing extraordinary beasts, enhancing their reproduction rates and qualities. Heaven Array Pavilion, belonging to the human celestial realm, contains the profound essence of ultimate array techniques, allowing for mastery over formations. Six Arts Pavilion, a treasure of the vast universe, housing the legacies of the six arts: chess, music, calligraphy, painting, archery, and sorcery. Xiao Yang exhaled softly, a smile gracing his face. These three treasures, regardless of which one, undoubtedly enrich the essence of the human race in contemporary times. With the establishment of the Beast Pavilion, humanity can forge a formidable army of exotic beasts in the future. The Celestial Formation Pavilion will enhance each human celestial city with protective arrays, ultimately allowing all celestial cities to unite in a grand formation. Thus, the security of humanity will be significantly bolstered. The emergence of the Six Arts Pavilion further provides humanity with an alternative path to explore. It is certain that the future of humanity will blossom in a myriad of ways. How could one not rejoice at such prospects? With a graceful gesture, Xiao Yang summoned the three treasures, which materialized before him, and subsequently integrated them into the ancestral grounds of humanity. Chapter 82. The Chaos of Heavenly Mechanisms. A great calamity approaches. Humanity has endured for 100,000 years. Since Xiao Yang's return from the Eastern Sea, over 30,000 years have elapsed in the vast wilderness. Throughout these 3 decades, humanity has not ceased its endeavors. As humanity flourished, celestial cities were established beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea, expanding steadily. Following the obliteration of the Gujiao and other tribes, few among the myriad races in the wilderness dared to underestimate humanity, and they no longer dared to overtly oppress it. With the establishment of celestial cities, various other races began to engage with humanity. Furthermore, humanity did not abandon its ambitions towards the Eastern Sea, discovering large islands and coastal waters and establishing offshore celestial cities. Humanity either forged alliances with the sea tribes of the Eastern Sea or engaged in acts of aggression. The entire human race has emerged like the rising sun. Though it has yet to reach its zenith, its arrival has been proclaimed. In the western wilderness, on Mount Xiumi, the sound of sacred hymns resonated as boundless light radiated in all directions. Those who stood beneath this radiant light felt their worries dissipate, free from desires and distractions. Here lies the sacred ground of the sages. At this moment, atop Mount Xiumi, before the pool of 8 treasures, the sages Zhuanti and Jane sat facing each other. Both were immersed in contemplation of the heavenly principles, a gentle breeze seemingly swirling around them, causing ripples to dance upon the surface of the pool. Brother, I wish to descend a mountain. At this moment, Zhuanti opened his eyes and addressed the rippling waters before him. Yet, Jane remained unresponsive, his eyes still closed, as if he had not heard Zhuanti's words. Unperturbed, Zhuanti continued, Brother, do you recall our first meeting? Although I had just awakened my consciousness, I was still formless. Upon your arrival, I feared you would erase my intellect. Yet, you taught me the way, aiding my transformation. At that time, you expressed your aspirations, and I vowed to help you realize them. Brother, I wish to descend the mountain. Zhuanti's voice, though soft, carried an unusual resolve. After a considerable pause, Jane sighed and opened his eyes. He gazed at Zhuanti and spoke. Junior brother, what can you achieve by descending the mountain now? As if anticipating this question, Zhuanti wore a confident smile. Brother, my purpose for descending is to incite a great war between the Wu and Yao clans. Having endured 2 wars, the tensions between them have reached a boiling point. A clash is inevitable. I merely wish to hasten their conflict. Jane regarded Zhuanti with a deep sigh. Junior brother, I understand your intentions, but under the grand design of the heavenly principles, there exists a predetermined order. When the time is ripe for our Western realm to flourish, it shall flourish. There is no need for you to take such risks. Zhuanti shook his head, looking intently at Jane. Brother, your words are misguided. The figures of the Yao clan, Di Jun, and the Wu clan, Di Jiang, are not to be underestimated. Logically, they should have clashed long ago. Yet they have been restrained, merely unprepared for the final battle. Should they be adequately prepared, amidst the calamity, we may not be able to control the situation. Thus, it is better to ignite their conflict prematurely, nullifying any schemes they may harbor. Jane remained silent, contemplating Zhuanti's words. After a lengthy pause, he closed his eyes and spoke coldly. Your actions may not go unnoticed by the 3 purities and Nuwa. If they intervene, it will surely incite the wrath of both the Wu and Yao clans. Even if we remain unafraid, it will still present complications. Upon hearing Jane's concerns, Zhuanti smiled knowingly. He recognized that Jane had been swayed by his argument. Brother, it is precisely for this reason that I require your assistance in obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. At these words, Jane's eyes shot open, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Zhuanti. Zhuanti met his stare without flinching. After a lengthy silence, Jane's piercing gaze softened, and he waved his hand, summoning the 12-grade golden lotus of merit before them. Since you have made your decision, I shall lend you my support. Thank you, brother. Zhuanti exclaimed, invigorated by Jane's words. With that, their expressions grew solemn. They joined hands to weave seals, channeling their powers into the golden lotus of merit. Gradually, an enigmatic rhythm began to circulate upon the lotus. Suddenly, an imperceptible golden light shot forth from the lotus, soaring into the heavens, disappearing without a trace as if entering an unknown realm. Jane and Zhuanti withdrew their hands, their faces slightly pale. Yet, after a few breaths, their countenance returned to normal. Jane wore a bittersweet smile. Were it not for the present calamity, the heavenly mechanisms would not be so chaotic, to render them inscrutable even to the sages. I fear we would still lack the strength. Zhuanti, however, paid little mind to this. For him, the only goal was to realize his ambitions. At this moment, the heavenly mechanisms had been thoroughly disrupted. It was his opportunity to enter the wilderness. Brother, the heavenly mechanisms are in disarray. I shall take my leave. With that, Zhuanti's figure quietly dissipated, clearly having departed from Mount Xiumi. Observing the spot where Zhuanti once stood, Jane fell into a trance, lost in thought. At that moment, a voice resonated across the summit of Mount Xiumi. Jane, have you not yet made up your mind? Upon hearing the voice, Jane snapped back to reality. inhaling deeply without responding. Huh, you're already ensnared. Escaping is not as simple as it seems. I await the day you come to a resolution and stand independent. As though perceiving Jane's demeanor, the mysterious voice let out a cold laugh before vanishing. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Jane's eyes. After a long while, he revealed a wry smile, shaking his head slightly before closing his eyes once more to contemplate the heavenly principles. Meanwhile, at the moment when Jane and Junti thoroughly disrupted the heavenly mechanisms in the Hall of the Three Purities in the Eastern Kunlun, the three sages simultaneously opened their eyes. The jade pure Primordial One furrowed his brow. Elder brother, the heavenly mechanisms are utterly chaotic. Is this a consequence of the great calamity, or his words trailed off? Yet they were sufficient for Laozi and Tong Tian to grasp his meaning. Laozi's gaze deepened as he spoke. Regardless of the schemes devised by certain individuals or the looming catastrophe, we shall remain vigilant and observe the unfolding events. Upon witnessing this, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. The most prudent course of action is to maintain constancy amidst the chaos. In the realm of chaos, within the celestial abode of Nuwa, the goddess who contemplates the heavenly principles, her eyes fluttered open. She sensed the subtle shifts in the cosmic machinations and directed her gaze toward the primordial wilderness. With her sage-like insight, she discerned the pervasive, ominous aura heralding the impending calamity. The Great Tribulation is nigh. Chapter 83. The Manifestation of the Sun Star. Tengu Jinwu. Pengu, the primordial being who separated heaven and earth, became the essence of all things. His left eye transformed into the sun star, where an eternal flame of solar fire blazed incessantly. The closer one ventured to the core of the sun star, the more formidable the solar fire became. Even the Daluo Jin Xian dared not linger on the sun star for too long. Consequently, apart from the demon emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai Yi, who were born of the sun star, it remained shrouded in silence. However, on this particular day, ripples began to distort the space before the sun star, heralding the emergence of a figure. Is this the sun star? With formidable arrays capable of repelling quasi-saints and the omnipresent solar fire enveloping the sun star, Dijun indeed exercised caution. Alas, this grand formation cannot deter me. The figure was none other than Zhuan Ti, who regarded the sun star with a hint of derision. In his eyes, a swastika symbol flickered. He could clearly perceive the terrifying array of restrictions encircling the sun star. Should a quasi-saint step within, escape would be a formidable challenge, providing ample time for Dijun to arrive. Yet, Dijun could never have anticipated that a saint would take action. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhuan Ti sent forth a mysterious light toward the sun star. As if responding to his presence, a grand array materialized, enveloping the entire sun star, its intricate patterns shimmering in the void, revealing its formidable nature. Were it anyone else, they would have undoubtedly triggered the array's defenses. Yet, Zhuan Ti's mysterious light merged seamlessly into the formation without causing a ripple. Upon witnessing this, a smile graced Zhuan Ti's face as he approached the sun star. Standing before the grand array, he passed through without hesitation, eliciting no resistance from the formation, as though his presence was inconsequential. Once Zhuan Ti's figure fully vanished into the sun star, the grand array dissipated into nothingness, as if nothing had transpired. Upon entering the sun star, Zhuan Ti beheld the ceaselessly burning solar fire. He did not linger, directing his steps toward the heart of the sun star. As he progressed, the solar fire transitioned from a pale red to a deep crimson, and finally to a terrifying white, distorting the very fabric of space. Before Zhuan Ti lay a canyon. At its center stood a primordial spiritual root, the Fusang tree, one of the 10 primordial roots of the wilderness. Upon this tree, 10 luminous orbs hovered, resembling 10 miniature suns birthed from the Fusang. Gazing at these orbs, a spark of divine light flickered in Zhuan Ti's eyes. You are the ones I seek. Do not disappoint me. With this thought, Zhuan Ti advanced into the canyon. As he drew near the Fusang tree, the 10 luminous orbs quivered in unison, and the cries of 10 three-legged golden crows filled the air. One of the golden crows, spotting Zhuan Ti, cried out in excitement, "Look, a demon from Tang Gu has arrived." Hearing this, the surrounding little golden crows turned their curious gazes toward him. Upon seeing Zhuan Ti, they erupted into a flurry of excitement. Truly a demon, and a tiger demon at that. Could it be that our father has sent him? Is he coming to see us? The 10 little golden crows buzzed with speculation, and in their eagerness, some even unleashed solar fire. Just then, someone suggested, in that case, let us meet this tiger demon and inquire further. This proposition resonated with the little golden crows, who transformed into a radiant streak, darting toward Yuan-Ti. In no time, they surrounded him in a circle. You little demon, from whence do you hail? Speak quickly. One of the golden crows, addressing Yuan-Ti's tiger form, commanded in a stern tone. Yuan-Ti feigned trepidation, his body trembling slightly. With a quivering voice, he replied, Your Highness, spare me. I shall reveal everything. Then speak swiftly. Another golden crow urged. Seeing Yuan-Ti's quaking demeanor filled them with a sense of triumph. The little demon comes from the heavenly court. On the orders of the demon emperor. He has a message for you, my esteemed princes. Continuing to tremble, Yuan-Ti elaborated. The demon emperor summons you back to the heavenly court to discuss matters of great importance. Just then, one golden crow approached Yuan-Ti, locking eyes with him. This golden crow discerned the flicker of fear in Yuan-Ti's gaze, filling him with satisfaction. Did the emperor truly send you? How did you manage to evade the solar fire? In a flurry of explanations, Yuan-Ti insisted, It was the demon emperor who dispatched me to inform you. He bestowed upon me this fire-warding talisman that protects against the flames. Another golden crow interjected, Let us see that talisman for ourselves. Without hesitation, the tiger demon Yuan-Ti reluctantly produced a crimson talisman, inscribed with an intricate symbol and imbued with a trace of Dijun's essence. The little golden crows finally relaxed their vigilance. Indeed, it was Father who sent you. But tell me, why has he not visited us in all these years? Yes. Father promised to see us every 100 years, yet nearly 7,000 years have passed. The little golden crows clamored to question him, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. The uproarious atmosphere made Yuan-Ti, now in the form of a tiger, feel a throbbing in his temples. Truly, it was too noisy. Esteemed princes, please allow me a moment of respite. Your questions are plentiful. Let me address them one at a time, he implored, quickly silencing the inquisitive golden crows, who turned their unwelcome glares upon the interrupter. Your Highnesses, it is not that the demon emperor has chosen not to visit you, but rather that he is unable to do so. Over the years, the conflicts between our demon clan and the witch clan have become increasingly frequent. Chapter 84. The golden crows descend in the vast wilderness. On the sun star, 10 golden crows encircled the tiger demon, transformed by Yuan-Ti, listening intently to his words. Their eyes ablaze with fury. One of the golden crows suddenly unleashed the true fire of the sun, his voice filled with righteous anger. How detestable the witch clan is! It is they who have prevented our father from coming to see us. The other golden crows joined in, cursing the witch clan, vowing vengeance against those who dare oppose the demon clan. The tiger demon, embodying Yuan-Ti, trembled in feigned terror and implored, No, my esteemed princes, you must not. The witch clan is far too formidable. You are no match for them. Upon hearing Yuan-Ti's words, the golden crows glared at him with discontent. Suddenly, one of them expelled the true fire of the sun towards Yuan-Ti. The tiger demon offered no resistance, and before the onlookers, he was reduced to ashes without a single cry of distress. Brother, what have you done? You have burned this tiger demon. When we return to the heavenly court, our father will surely reprimand us. The largest and most powerful of the golden crows spoke. However, the one who had unleashed the fire displayed no concern, dismissively replying, Eldest brother, you worry too much. Father would not scold us for such a trivial matter. This tiger demon was already terrified by the witch clan, bringing shame upon our demon race. It is better that he is no longer among the living. Hearing his words, the previous speaker fell silent, evidently indifferent to the fate of the tiger demon. Their earlier concern was merely a fear of Emperor Jun's wrath. Let it be. If he is dead, then he is dead. Let us return to the heavenly court. With that, the eldest golden crow soared towards the edge of the Soup Valley, followed closely by the others. Soon, all 10 golden crows had left the sun star, their eyes brimming with exhilaration at having escaped the Soup Valley. Just as the eldest golden crow prepared to lead the others to the heavenly court, one among them halted, declaring, I have made my decision. I shall not return to the heavenly court. I will venture into the vast wilderness to slay the witch clan and avenge our demon kin." Upon hearing this proclamation, the other golden crows paused, their desire to venture into the wilderness ignited. In the ensuing silence, the smallest of the golden crows timidly voiced, "But if we do not return to the heavenly court, what shall we do if Father holds us accountable? Moreover, the witch clan has powerful shamans, the weakest among them being at the great Luo golden immortal level. How can we contend with them?" The third golden crow showed no fear, asserting, "As long as we confront the witch clan, Father will not blame us. We have already attained the perfection of the Tai realm and possess the true fire of the sun to protect ourselves. In time, Father will safeguard us." His words only fueled their desire to head into the wilderness, yet none dared to take the first step. "Huh, a bunch of cowards. If you are afraid, then return to the heavenly court." The third golden crow scoffed, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he sped towards the wilderness. "Wait for me, third brother. I will accompany you," called another, and soon the rest followed suit, unwilling to lag behind. In no time, all 10 golden crows vanished from before the sun star, restoring tranquility to the celestial body. At that moment, within the Soup Valley, the tiger demon, reduced to ashes, reappeared, transforming back into Zhuan-Ti's original form. Mission accomplished. Time to return. With those words, Zhuan-Ti's figure dissipated into golden light. A gentle breeze rustled the ancient Fusang tree, and a faint sigh echoed through the air. On this day, the wilderness remained as it had always been, occasionally tumultuous, yet largely stable. However, at that very moment, the heavens shifted, and a radiant golden-red light appeared in the sky. Its blinding brilliance rendered it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Countless powerful beings turned their attention towards the source of the golden-red glow, while many sensitive creatures of the wilderness also looked on. As the light approached, their expressions shifted dramatically. 11 suns. Indeed, in the sky, alongside the original sun star, 10 additional suns emerged. As these 10 suns appeared, the golden-red light enveloped the wilderness, causing temperatures to soar. "Look, there are 10 more suns in the sky. Where do they come from? This is bad. They are heading towards the wilderness." With the sudden rise in temperature, an increasing number of beings in the wilderness became aware of the 10 suns descending upon them. For those lacking strength, the true forms of the 10 suns were indistinguishable. Yet, for those who had reached the great Luo realm, the truth was clear. These 10 suns were the 10 three-legged golden crows. The appearance of the three-legged golden crows in the wilderness could only be associated with the demon Emperor Dijun. Now, as the 10 three-legged golden crows descended upon the wilderness, could this be the work of the demon emperor? Intrigue flickered in their eyes. In the East Kunlun, within the Hall of the Three Purities, at the instant the 10 golden crows approached the wilderness, Laozi and his 2 companions turned their gazes skyward. Tong Tian began to calculate, but soon halted, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "The heavenly secrets are utterly chaotic. I cannot deduce anything. Eldest brother, could this be the doing of those few individuals? Or is it truly Di Jun's intent?" Yuan Shi observed with a hint of derision. "It is likely the work of those few. The arrival of the 10 golden crows in the wilderness will undoubtedly incur considerable karma, jeopardizing the fortunes of the demon clan. Dijun, as the lord of the demon race, would not engage in such actions." Laozi's expression remained inscrutable as he spoke slowly, "Whether it is good or ill, the arrival of the 10 golden crows in the wilderness is now inevitable. We shall see when they realize it." By the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the ancestral hall of the human race, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance of his daily dwelling, gazing skyward, his eyes seemingly reflecting the 10 three-legged golden crows. After a long moment, he withdrew his gaze, pondering who could have orchestrated the golden crow's descent into the wilderness. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Chapter 85. Expulsion and Obstruction. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the council hall of the human race, Xiao Yang sat at the head of the table. The 3 primordial sovereigns, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi Yi, were seated to his left. The illustrious figures of the human race, including Qi Songzi, Yin Kongshi, Li Luci, and Zhu Xiangshi, were seated on the right side. At this moment, apart from Xiao Yang, who wore an expression of calm indifference, the others displayed a sense of urgency in their eyes. "Your Majesty, could the arrival of these 10 three-legged golden crows in the Primordial Chaos be orchestrated by that demon Emperor Dijun? What is their purpose?" "Suiren, Unable to contain his anxiety, inquired of Xiao Yang. As a quasi-saint, he held no fear of the 10 three-legged golden crows at the Tai level. However, his lack of fear did not extend to the entirety of humanity. In the vicinity of the East Sea, where the main forces of the human race were gathered, their presence provided a sense of security. Yet, during the migration of the human race, many had scattered into the primordial chaos in tribal forms. Additionally, the younger generation of human prodigies had been traversing the primordial lands. Some of them had united smaller human tribes, while others had established new ones. Presently, even they could not ascertain the number of human tribes scattered throughout the primordial chaos. Among these tribes, there existed a spectrum of strength, but they were all powerless against the true flames of the sun. If these 10 three-legged golden crows were to wreak havoc in the primordial chaos, it would likely result in significant casualties among the human race. He could not help but feel anxious for those human tribes. The appearance of the 10 three-legged golden crows was not at the behest of Dijun. The current situation arose merely from some individuals disregarding their dignity. Xiao Yang spoke with a demeanor of nonchalance, though his eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Suerin's eyes flickered with understanding. The human prodigies were not foolish. They too grasped the implications. One by one, they fell into a contemplative silence, their thoughts swirling. After a brief pause, Zi raised her head, her voice cool and clear. Your Majesty, what course of action should we take regarding the 10 three-legged golden crows? After all, they pose a threat to many of our kin. Just as Xiao Yang was about to respond, he sensed something. He cast his gaze toward the exterior of the Grand Hall and suddenly bellowed, "Begone! You vile creatures, do not dare to act recklessly by the East Sea." The roar echoed, and the royal dragon aura enveloped Xiao Yang, manifesting as a true dragon surging forth toward the hall's entrance. Outside at the East Sea, the emergence of the true dragon formed by the royal dragon aura caused the heavens and earth to change color, creating a forbidden zone that exuded an aura of death. It seemed that upon stepping into the territory of the East Sea, the 10 three-legged golden crows would be met with demise. Flee! There is great terror here. The crows, sensing the overwhelming aura of death, emitted panicked cries. Their inner trepidation compelled them to abandon the area, transforming into streaks of rainbow light, seeking to escape the East Sea as far as possible. Observing the retreat of the 10 three-legged golden crows, Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Qi Songzi. Qi Songzi, follow closely behind these vile creatures. If they dare approach the human tribes, drive them away. Upon hearing this, Qi Songzi immediately rose and bowed to Xiao Yang. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With that, Qi Songzi transformed into a beam of sword light, pursuing the 10 three-legged golden crows. Meanwhile, the 10 golden crows executed the golden crow transformation technique, swiftly distancing themselves from the EC by several million miles. This was due to their cultivation being merely at the Tai level. Had they reached the Deluo level, traversing billions of miles in a single breath would pose no challenge. Brother, just now I felt as if I were facing death itself. That aura was akin to confronting an enraged father. One golden crow exclaimed, still shaken. The eldest golden crow, recalling the earlier scene, felt a jolt of fear. It seems I was the EC. I have heard our father mention that the EC is part of the human territory. That individual must be the human emperor. Xiao Yang. After pondering for a moment, the eldest golden crow arrived at a conclusion. The human race shall pay dearly once I grow stronger. Another golden crow declared with malice. Having experienced defeat for the first time, it harbored resentment toward humanity. Enough. Let us seek the witch race instead. I wish to make them taste my true flames of the sun. Another three-legged golden crow suggested. With that, the 10 golden crows lowered their flight altitude and proceeded onward, their true flames igniting a sea of fire beneath them. Forests and vegetation were reduced to ashes, rivers were dammed, and mountains crumbled. Countless beings who could not flee in time were caught in this catastrophe. In the east Kunlun, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, as Xiao Yang's furious roar drove the 10 golden crows away, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. This person who issued the furious command must be the human emperor, Xiao Yang. Truly, a manifestation of fortune, rapidly increasing in power. Yuan Shi's eyes flickered with disdain as he snorted, "Humph. What does it matter how quickly one improves? As long as one has not attained the saintly realm, they remain mere ants. He remained silent, but his expression grew increasingly profound. Since becoming a saint, his demeanor had turned ever colder and more detached, as if he had entirely lost his emotions. The human emperor posed an obstacle. To the west, atop Mount Shumi, Zhuan watched as the 10 golden crows descended into the primordial chaos, his face alight with excitement. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's furious rebuke driving the crows away, Zhuan Ti's expression darkened. He turned to Jin with a serious demeanor. Senior brother, when we achieved sainthood, we both sensed that the human race is the principal force in the aftermath of the witch and demon conflicts. To ensure the flourishing of the West, it is insufficient for just the two of us. Jane's gaze shifted toward the East Sea. Junior brother, the human race has its emperor. When our elder brother Tai Ching became a saint, he required the emperor's approval, let alone now. As soon as Jane finished speaking, Zhuan Ti interjected without hesitation, Senior brother. Precisely because of this, we must strategize concerning the human race. Do you not see that the emperor has become a hindrance? I believe Tai Ching shares this sentiment, for he is the leader of the human sect. Zhuan Ti's face bore a smile, as if he were witnessing Tai Ching's transformation. On the vast expanse of the primordial land, the 10 three-legged golden crows resembled 10 blazing suns, casting forth boundless light and heat. This ignited raging infernos across the primordial terrain, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. Alas, what a tumultuous time! A great being sighed in the shadows. They sensed the peculiarities of the situation, refraining from rash actions, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. After all, when the 10 golden crows first descended upon the East Sea, even the human emperor, Xiao Yang, chose not to annihilate them, merely opting to drive them away. This single fact rendered them hesitant to act recklessly. It is essential to remember that from the moment Xiao Yang, at the shores of the East Sea, annihilated over 10 quasi-saints with a mere wave of his hand, his fearsome reputation spread throughout the primordial world. The demon race, being the arch-nemesis of the human race, may not be classified as outright enemies, but the enmity is scarcely less. Xiao Yang did not slay the 10 golden crows. He merely drove them away. Was this an act of mercy? Clearly not. They firmly believed there were numerous enigmas at play that prevented even such a formidable being as Xiao Yang from taking lethal action. Moreover, they being inferior to Xiao Yang, were even less inclined to intervene. Unbeknownst to the 10 three-legged golden crows, the powerful beings covertly observing them were oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, the crows had grown somewhat oblivious to their own peril, frolicking and cavorting as they moved forward, heedless of the devastation they left in their wake. Where countless flames of true sunlight rained down, leaving destruction in their path, the powerful beings, sensing the peculiarities of the situation, dared not interfere, while the creatures of the primordial world were defenseless against the flames. At every moment, innumerable beings lamented in agony, struggling in the scorching fire until they were reduced to ashes. As they advanced, everything along their path was obliterated, aside from a human race, which had the protection of the quasi-saint Qi Songzi. The other races, including the witch and demon clans, could scarcely escape this calamity. Though the demon race suffered, the witch race bore an even heavier toll. Since the second war between the witches and the demons, a division had emerged. The demons governed the heavens while the witches governed the earth. Wherever the 10 golden crows passed, witch clans of all sizes were turned to dust. Naturally, the witch race could not tolerate the rampage of their mortal enemies, the demons. When the 10 golden crows attacked their clan, several great Luo Jingxians from the witch race attempted to retaliate. However, as they launched their assault to capture the 10 golden crows, a strange wave emerged, binding them in place. This peculiar force dismantled the essence of their Luo bodies, leaving them powerless to do anything but watch as the flames consumed them, reducing them to mere ashes. Thus, they met their unfortunate demise at the hands of the 10 golden crows, who were merely at the Tai Jinxian stage. Witnessing this scene made the observing powerful beings acutely aware of the depth of the situation. It was beyond their comprehension. Perhaps they felt some sympathy for the innocent beings, but they would not intervene. Sweep your own doorstep before worrying about others. While the weak were indeed pitiable, their weakness was their own burden. In the presence of these weak beings, they could be deemed powerful, Yet, in the eyes of those who orchestrated this calamity, were they not also weak? They instinctively avoided trouble, unwilling to invite disaster upon themselves. They were not so noble. As time passed, the 10 golden crows continued their aimless advance, seeking to annihilate one witch clan after another. Numerous witch clans were obliterated by these 10 golden crows, with their inhabitants burned alive. However, at this very moment, as the 10 golden crows discovered yet another witch clan to attack, a thunderous roar erupted like a clap of thunder. Bold beasts! How dare you slay my witch kin and destroy my clans? You shall pay with your lives. Upon the utterance of these words, an overwhelming aura surged from the distance. The 10 golden crows, momentarily disoriented by the fierce shout, regained their senses just in time to see a colossal figure, akin to an ancient divine mountain, striding towards them. In the hands of the witch stood a peachwood staff, and upon seeing the 10 golden crows, he wasted no time in launching an attack. The golden crows, possessing keen instincts, realized immediately a great witch. This must be one of the most formidable among them. In the witch race, not all great Luo Jingxians were great witches, but every great witch was indeed a great Luo Jingxian. As the great witch appeared, the peachwood staff swung down without hesitation, unleashing a formidable force that enveloped the heavens and earth, bringing deathly peril to the 10 golden crows. Caw! Caw! The 10 golden crows shrieked in alarm. The sensation of impending death washed over them once more. Before the peachwood staff could strike, the 10 golden crows transformed into beams of light, hastily fleeing, leaving behind only a few golden feathers fluttering in the air. The staff struck empty space, producing a resounding blast that distorted the surrounding air. The great witch retracted his staff, his gaze fixed upon the retreating streaks of flame, his eyes filled with icy resolve. Having slain so many of my witch brethren, no matter the distance, I, Quafu, shall hunt you down. His words, laden with murderous intent, echoed ominously in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Quafu surged forth, pursuing the fleeing golden crows. Each stride caused the earth to tremble and reverberate with thunderous sounds. Moments later, Qi Songzi transformed into a beam of sword light, appearing before the surviving witch clan. As he prepared to pursue the direction in which Quafu had departed, a sharp aura emerged, locking onto Qi Songzi. He stood still, awaiting the arrival of the source of this energy. Soon, a towering witch warrior approached, wielding a great bow and bearing a blood-red arrow on his back. The witch's piercing gaze fixed upon Qi Songzi, a human? Qi Songzi of the human race. Qi Songzi responded with equanimity, indeed. The witch, known as Ho-Yi, nodded, retracting his probing senses. I am Ho-Yi. May I inquire what brings you here, fellow Taoist? Qi Songzi did not conceal his intentions. I have come on the orders of my sovereign to thwart those 10 vile beasts from attacking our clans. Upon hearing this, Ho-Yi nodded, looking at Qi Songzi. My brother Quafu has gone to pursue those 10 beasts. Would you care to join me? I have the very same intention. Qi Songzi readily agreed, harboring no ill will toward the witch race. He had considered intervening in the previous assaults on the witch clans, but his instincts warned him that such action would be fatal. It was only after Quafu had intervened that his trepidations had dissipated. Now, with Ho-Yi inviting him to pursue the 10 golden crows, he did not hesitate to accede. The two exchanged a glance, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they sped after the direction in which Quafu had vanished. Chapter 87. The Pursuit of the Golden Crow's Strange Black Mist. What do you think you can escape, vile beasts? A furious roar resounded from afar, shaking the mountains and causing an unending thunderous roar. Quafu had caught up from the distance. The 10 golden crows, merely at the Tai Jingxian stage, despite their profound mastery of the rainbow transformation technique, could not fully unleash its intricacies. Quafu stood before the 10 golden crows like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a suffocating aura that sent them into a frenzy of panic. The crows dared not linger, seeking to turn and flee. However, Quafu would not grant them that opportunity. With a mighty roar, he swung his peachwood staff towards the 10 golden crows. A ferocious aura erupted from his body. With a strike of the peach blossom staff, the 10 golden crows found themselves mired in a quagmire, their movements rendered sluggish and ineffectual. They could not escape the impending blow from Quafu. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the staff descended, sending the 10 golden crows hurtling away. The ground bore the scars of 10 deep craters, the crows drenched in blood. Their golden feathers strewn about, while the blazing sun scorched the earth beneath them. The 10 golden crows wobbled in midair, their consciousnesses becoming increasingly hazy. Clearly, they had sustained grave injuries. Dear son of Dijuan, why not remain comfortably in the heavenly abode? Today, let none escape. All shall perish here. Quafu bellowed with laughter, his aura swirling menacingly as a sinister grin crept across his face as he approached the 10 golden crows, intent on finishing them off. In a mere few strides, Quafu stood before one of the golden crows, raising his fist to strike. Boom! The sound of air being displaced erupted as he unleashed a punch with all his might, creating a sonic boom. Stop! No! The remaining 9 golden crows cried out in alarm, their eyes wide with fear. The 10th golden crow stood frozen in terror, utterly devoid of any will to resist against Quafu's menacing blow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the golden crow's once vibrant crimson flame began to emanate a dark aura. This ominous energy carried with it a sense of resentment and malevolence, as if it were the most ominous entity in existence. Quafu sensed the sinister aura and was taken aback. He withdrew his punch and stepped back. The 10 golden crows appeared to be stirred by Quafu's reaction. Their eyes filled with vengeful intent, and the dark energy around them seemed to gain a semblance of sentience. It twisted in the air, traversing space, and began to envelop Quafu. Quafu, wary of this development, wielded his peachwood staff, attempting to disperse the encroaching darkness. Yet, the dark energy was ethereal, slipping past the staff's attempts to impede its advance. In an instant, it surged into Quafu's body. The moment the dark energy entered him, Quafu cried out in agony. His eyes reddened, blood vessels bulging, as his breath became erratic. As a powerful shaman, he had endured countless tribulations. Had it not been unbearable, he would never have cried out in pain. The dark energy spread rapidly throughout his being, rendering him unable to control his own body. He became rigid, as if ensnared. The once potent aura of menace around him began to wither and decay. It was hard to fathom how, just a moment ago, he had exuded overwhelming power capable of warping reality, and now he appeared frail, as if on the brink of death. Quafu swayed, teetering on the edge of collapse. Astonishment, incredulity. The powerful beings witnessing this spectacle were filled with disbelief. What was this? A miraculous reversal, a blood-soaked counterattack. It may not have sounded particularly impressive, but one must consider the vast disparity between Quafu and the 10 golden crows. It was unfathomable that these seemingly powerless crows could turn the tide against such a formidable shaman. At that moment, the remaining 9 golden crows finally regained their senses. Though they too were baffled by the sudden turn of events, they could clearly see Quafu's vulnerability, as if he were on the precipice of death. Kill, quickly, slay the shaman. If we do not, we shall perish. The mighty golden crow shouted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He flapped his wings and approached Quafu, unleashing a torrent of golden flames upon him. The other golden crows, without hesitation, rushed forward, pouring forth their divine flames and other abilities upon Quafu. Roar! Quafu howled in fury, struggling fiercely. His shamanic tattoos glimmered with light as he endeavored to expel the dark energy from within. He paid no heed to the golden crow's relentless assault, allowing them to strike. It seemed as if Quafu's indomitable will began to take effect. He finally managed to suppress the dark energy. Panting heavily, Quafu exhaled 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils, his gaze burning with murderous intent as he fixed it upon the 10 golden crows. Kill! Quafu understood that the dark energy within him had not been completely subdued. If he continued to delay, he would not only fail to eliminate the 10 golden crows, but would likely meet his own demise as well. He swung his peachwood staff, aiming to obliterate the 10 golden crows in one fell swoop. The golden crows were not fools. With a cry of alarm, they flapped their wings and fled. Quafu merely cast a cold glance at the fleeing 9 crows, unperturbed. Instead, his attention was drawn to the 10th golden crow, which felt utterly distinct from the others. This one could not be allowed to escape. Yet at that very moment, the smallest of the golden crows saw its dark aura dissipate, its once vengeful eyes reverting to a state of sheer terror, as if nothing had transpired. It looked at Quafu, who stood not far away, let out a shriek, and transformed into a streak of fire, racing to catch up with its brethren. "You will not escape." Quafu's eyes glinted with cold determination. Just as he prepared to subdue the 10th golden crow, the dark energy within him erupted once more, this time with even greater ferocity, as if some force were incessantly eroding his very being. His body stiffened, and he felt himself on the verge of being completely overtaken by the darkness. Fury ignited within Quafu's gaze. With a surge of will, his shamanic tattoos radiated a brilliant light, and a powerful suction emanated from him. Standing firmly upon the ground, he drew forth the life force from the surrounding trees, mountains, and living beings within a vast radius, as if an inexhaustible vitality flowed into him, battling against the encroaching darkness. At last, Quafu revealed the true extent of his prowess as a great shaman of the Wu clan.